The sixth day. Governed under the authority of Madame Eliza, and the argument of the discourses or novels there to be recounted, do concern such persons, who by some witty words when any have checked or taunted them have revenged themselves, in a sudden, unexpected, and discreet answer, thereby preventing loss, danger, scorn, and disgrace, retorting them on the busy-headed questioners. The induction. The moon having passed the heaven, lost her bright splendor, by the arising of a more powerful light, and every part of our world began to look clear, when the Queen being risen caused all the company to be called, walking forth afterward upon the Pearl do so far as was supposed convenient in fair and familiar conference together, according as severally they were disposed, repetition of divers the past novels, especially those which were most pleasing, and seemed so by their present commendations. But the sun being somewhat higher mounted, gave such a sensible warmth to the air, as caused their return back to the palace, where the tables were readily covered against their calming, strewed with sweet herbs and odoriferous flowers, seating themselves at the tables before the heat grew more violent according as the Queen commanded. After dinner they sung divers excellent canzonets, and then some went to sleep, others played at the chess, and some at the tables. But Dionysius and Madame Lauretta, they sung the love conflict between Troilus and Cressida. Now was the hour come of repairing to their former consistory or meeting place, the Queen having thereto generally summoned them, and seating themselves as they were wont to do about the fair fountain. As the Queen was commanding to begin the first novel, an accident suddenly happened, which never had befallen before. To wit, they heard a great noise and tumult among the household servants in the kitchen. Whereupon the Queen caused the master of the household to be called, demanding of him what noise it was, and what might be the occasion thereof. He made answer that Lassisca and Tindaro were at some words of discontentment, but what was the occasion thereof he knew not. Whereupon the Queen commanded that they should be sent for, their anger and violent speeches still continuing, and being come into her presence, she demanded the reason of their discord. And Tindaro offering to make answer, Lassisca being somewhat more ancient than he, and of a fiercer fiery spirit, even as if her heart would have leapt out of her mouth, turned herself to him, and with a scornful frowning countenance said, "See how this bold, unmannerly, and beastly fellow dare presume to speak in this place before me. Stand by saucy impudence, and give your better leave to answer." Then turning to the Queen, thus she proceeded. "Madam, this idle fellow would maintain to me that Signor Sycophanto marrying with Madama della Grazia had the victory of her virginity the very first night, and I avouched the contrary, because she had been a mother twice before, in very fair adventuring of her fortune. And he dared to affirm beside, that young maids are so simple as to loose the flourishing April of their time, in mere fear of their parents, and great prejudice of their amorous friends, only being abused by infinite promises, that this year and that year they shall have husbands, when both by the laws of nature and reason they are not tied to tarry so long, but rather ought to lay hold upon opportunity, when it is fairly and friendly offered, so that seldom they come maids to marriage. Beside, I have heard, and know some married wives, that have played divers wanton pranks with their husbands, yet carried all so demurely and smoothly, that they have gone free from public detection. All which this woodcock will not credit, thinking me to be so young a novice, as if I had been born but yesterday." While Lassisca was delivering these speeches, the ladies smiled on one another, not knowing what to say in this case, and although the Queen 5 and or several times commanded her to silence, yet such was the earnestness of her spleen, that she gave no attention, but held on still even until she had uttered all that she pleased. But after she had concluded her complaint, the Queen with a smiling countenance turned towards Dionysius, saying, "This matter seemeth most properly to belong to you, and therefore I dare repose such trust in you, that when our novels for this day shall be ended, you will conclude the case with a definitive sentence." Whereto Dionysius presently thus replied, "Madam, the verdict is already given without any further expectation, and I affirm that Lassisca hath spoken very sensibly, because she is a woman of good apprehension, and Tindaro is but a puny in practice and experience to her." When Lassisca heard this, she fell into a loud laughter, and turning herself to Tindaro, said, "The honor of the day is mine, and thine own quarrel hath overthrown thee in the fielder. Thou that as yet hath scarcely learned to suck, wouldst thou presume to know so much as I do? Couldst thou imagine me to be such a truant in loss of my time, that I came hither as an ignorant creature? And had not the queen, looking very frowningly on her, strictly enjoined her to silence, she would have continued still in this triumphing humour. But fearing further chastisement for disobedience, both she and Tindaro were commanded thence, where was no other allowance all this day, but only silence and attention to such as should be enjoined speakers. And then the queen, somewhat offended at the folly of the former controversy, commanded Madame Philomena that she should give beginning to the day's novels, which in dutiful manner she undertook to do, and seating herself in formal fashion, with modest and very gracious gesture, thus she began. A knight requested Madame Oretta to ride behind him on horseback, and promised to tell her an excellent tale by the way. But the lady, perceiving that his discourse was idle and much worse delivered, entreated him to let her walk on foot again. The first novel, reprehending the folly of such men as undertake to report discourses which are beyond their wit and capacity, and gain nothing but blame for their labor. Gracious ladies, like as in our fair, clear, and serene seasons, the stars are bright ornaments to the heavens, and the flowery fields so long as the springtime lasteth wear their goodliest liveries, the trees likewise bragging in their best adornings. Even so at friendly meetings, short, sweet, and sententious words are the beauty ornament of any discourse, savouring of wit and sound judgment, worthily deserving to be commended. And so much the rather, because in few and witty words, aptly suiting with the time and occasion, more is delivered than was expected, or sooner answered than rashly apprehended, which, as they become men very highly, yet do they show more singular in women. True it is, what the occasion may be, I know not, either by the badness of our wits, or the especial enmity between our complexions and the celestial bodies, there are scarcely any or very few women to be found among us that well knows how to deliver a word when it should and ought to be spoken, or, if a question be moved, understands to sweet it with an apt answer, such as conveniently is required, which is no mean disgrace to us women. But in regard that Madame Pampinea hath already spoken sufficiently of this matter, I mean not to press it any further. But at this time it shall satisfy me to let you know how wittily a lady may do observation of opportunity in answering of a knight, whose talk seemed tedious and offensive to her. No doubt there are some among you who either do know or at the least have heard that it is no long time since, when there dwelt a gentlewoman in our city of excellent grace and good discourse, with all other rich endowments of nature remaining in her, as pity it were to conceal her name. And therefore let me tell ye that she was called Madame Oretta, the wife to Signor Jerry Spina. She being upon some occasion, as now we are in the country, and passing from place to place by way of neighbourly invitations to visit her loving friends and acquaintance, accompanied with divers knights and gentlewomen, who on the day before had dined and supped at her house, as now belike. The selfisame courtesy was intended to her, walking along with her company upon the way, and the place for her welcome being further off than she expected. A knight chanced to overtake this fair troop, who, well knowing Madame Oretta, using a kind and courteous salutation, spake thus unto her. Madam, this foot travel may be offensive to you, and were you so well pleased as myself, I would ease your journey behind me on my gelding, even so far as you shall command me, and beside, will shorten your weariness with a tale worth the hearing. Courteous, so replied the lady, I embrace your kind offer with such acceptation, that I pray you to perform it, for therein you shall do me an especial favour. The knight, whose sword perhaps was as unsuitable to his side, as his wit out of fashion for any reedy discourse, having the lady mounted behind him, rode on with a gentle pace, and according to his promise began to tell a tale, which indeed of itself deserved attention, because it was a known and commendable history, but yet delivered so abruptly, with idle repetitions of some particulars 3 or 4 several times, mistaking one thing for another, and wandering erroneously from the essential subject, seeming near an end, and then beginning again, that a poor tale could not possibly be more mangled or worse tortured in telling than this was, for the persons therein concerned were so abusively nicknamed, their actions and speeches so monstrously misshapen, that nothing could appear to be more ugly. Madame Oretta, being a lady of unequalled ingenuity, admirable in judgment, and most delicate in her speech, was afflicted in soul beyond all measure, overcome with many cold sweats and passionate heart-aching qualms to see a fool thus in a pinnafold, and unable to get out, albeit the door stood wide open to him, whereby she became so sick, that, converting her distaste to a kind of pleasing acceptation, merrily thus she spake: "Believe me, sir, your horse trots so hard, travels so uneasily, that I entreat you to let me walk on foot again." The knight, being perchance a better understander than a discourser, perceived by this witty taunt that his bowl had run a contrary bias, and he as far out of tune as he was from the town. So, lingering the time until her company was nearer arrived, he left her with them, and rode on as his wisdom could best direct him. Sistio, a baker, by a witty answer which he gave unto Messer Jerry Spina, caused him to acknowledge a very indiscreet motion which he had made to the said Sistio. The second novel, approving that a request ought to be civil before it should be granted to any one whatsoever. The words of Madame Auretta were much commended by the men and women, and the discourse being ended, the Queen gave command to Madame Pampania that she should follow next in order, which made her to begin in this manner: "Worthy ladies, it exceedeth the power of my capacity to censure in the case whereof I am to speak, by saying, who sinned most, either nature, in seating a noble soul in a vile body, or fortune, in bestowing on a body beautified with a noble soul a base or wretched condition of life. As we may observe by Sistio, a citizen of our own, and many more beside, for this Sistio being endued with a singular good spirit, fortune hath made him no better than a baker. And believe me, ladies, I could in this case lay as much blame on nature as on fortune, if I did not know nature to be most absolutely wise, that fortune hath 1,000 eyes, albeit fools have figured her to be blind. But upon more mature and deliberate consideration, I find that they both being truly wise and judicious have dealt justly, in imitation of our best advised mortals, who being uncertain of such inconveniences as may happen unto them, do bury for their own benefit the very best and choicest things of esteem in the most vile and abject places of their houses, as being subject to least suspicion, and where they may be sure to have them at all times, for supply of any necessity whatsoever, because so base a conveyance hath better kept them than the very best chamber in the house could have done. Even so these two great commanders of the world do many times hide their most precious jewels of worth under the clouds of arts or professions of worst estimation, to the end that fetching them thence when need requires, their splendor may appear to be the more glorious. Nor was any such matter noted in our homely baker Sistio, by the best observation of Messer Jerry Spina, who was spoken of in the late repeated novel as being the husband to Madame Auretta, whereby this accident came to my remembrance, and which in a short tale I will relate unto you. Let me then tell ye that Pope Boniface, with whom the forenamed Messer Jerry Spina was in great regard, having sent divers gentlemen of his court to Florence as ambassadors, about very serious and important business, they were lodged in the house of Messer Jerry Spina, and he employed with them in the said Pope's negotiation. It chanced that, as being the most convenient way for passage, every morning they walked on foot by the church of Saint Marie Dughi, where Sistio the baker dwelt, and exercised the trade belonging to him. Now, although fortune had humbled him to so mean a condition, yet she added a blessing of wealth to that contemptible quality, and as smiling on him, continually no disasters at any time befell him. But still he flourished in riches, lived like a jolly citizen, with all things fitting for honest entertainment about him, and plenty of the best wines, both white and claret, as Florence, or any part thereabout, yielded. Our frolic baker, perceiving that Messer Jerry Spina and the other ambassadors used every morning to pass by his door, and afterward to return back the same way, seeing the season to be somewhat hot sultry, he took it as an action of kindness and courtesy to make them an offer of tasting his white wine, but having respect to his own mean degree and the condition of Messer Jerry, he thought it far unfitting for him to be so forward in such presumption, but rather entered into consideration of some such means, whereby Messer Jerry might be the inviter of himself to taste his wine. And having put on him a truss or thin doublet of very white and fine linen cloth, as also breeches and an apron of the same, and a white cap upon his head, so that he seemed rather to be a miller than a baker. At such times as Messer Jerry and the ambassadors should daily pass by, he set before his door a new bucket of fair water, and another small vessel of Bologna earth, as new and sightly as the other full of his best and choicest white wine, with 2 small glasses, looking like silver, they were so clear. Down he sate, with all this provision before him, and emptying his stomachy twice or thrice of some clotted phlegmas which seemed to offend it, even as the gentlemen were passing by, he drank 1 or 2 rouses of his wine so heartily, and with such a pleasing appetite, as might have moved a longing almost in a dead man. Messer Jerry, well noting his behaviour, and observing the very same course in him 2 mornings together, on the 3rd day, as he was drinking, he said unto him, "Well done, Sistio, what is it, good or no?" Sistio, starting up, forthwith replied, "Yes, sir, the wine is good indeed, but how can I make you to believe me, except you taste of it?" Messer Jerry, either in regard of the time's quality, or by reason of his pains taken, perhaps more than ordinary, or else, because he saw Sistio had drunk so sprightly, was very desirous to taste of the wine, and turning unto the ambassadors, in merriment he said, "My lords, methinks it were not much amiss, if we took a taste of this honest man's wine. Perhaps it is so good, that we shall not need to repent our labor." Hereupon he went with them to Sistio, who had caused an handsome seat to be fetched forth of his house, whereon he requested them to sit down, and having commanded his men to wash clean the glasses, he said, "Fellows, now get you gone, and leave me to the performance of this service, for I am no worse a skinker than a baker, and tarry you never so long, you shall not drink a drop." Having thus spoken, himself washed 4 or 5 small glasses, fair and new, and causing a vial of his best wine to be brought him, he diligently filled it out to Messer Jerry and the ambassadors, to whom it seemed the very best wine that they had drunk of in a long while before. And having given Sistio most hearty thanks for his kindness, and the wine his due commendation, many days afterwards, so long as they continued there, they found the like courteous entertainment, and with the good liking of honest Sistio. But when the affairs were fully concluded, for which they were thus sent to Florence, and their parting preparation in due readiness, Messer Jerry made a very sumptuous feast for them, inviting thereto the most part of the honourable citizens, and Sistio to be one amongst them, who by no means would be seen in an assembly of such state and pomp, albeit he was thereto, by the said Messer Jerry, most earnestly entreated. In regard of which denial, Messer Jerry commanded one of his servants to take a small bottle and request Sistio to fill it with his good wine, then afterward to serve it in such sparing manner to the table that each gentleman might be allowed half a glassful at their downsitting. The servingman, who had heard great report of the wine, and was half offended, because he could never taste thereof, took a great flagon bottle, containing 4 or 5 gallons at the least, and coming therewith unto Sistio, said unto him, "Sistio, because my master cannot have your company among his friends, he prays you to fill this bottle with your best wine." Sistio, looking up in the huge flagon, replied thus, "Honest fellow, Messer Jerry never sent thee with such a message to me," which although the servingman very stoutly maintained, yet getting no other answer, he returned baccy therewith to his master. Messer Jerry returned the servant baccy again unto Sistio, saying, "Go and assure Sistio that I sent thee to him, and if he make thee any more such answers, then demand of him to what place else I should send thee." Being come again to Sistio, he avouched that his master had sent him, but Sistio affirming that he did not, the servant asked to what place else he should send him. "Marry," quoth Sistio, "unto the river of Arno, which runneth by Florence, there thou mayest be sure to fill thy flagon." When the servant had reported this answer to Messer Jerry, the eyes of his understanding began to open, and calling to see what bottle he had carried with him, no sooner looked he on the huge flagon, but severely reproving the sauciness of his servant, he said, "Now trust me, Sistio told thee nothing but truth, for neither did I send thee with any such dishonest message, nor had the reason to yield or grant it." Then he sent him with a bottle of more reasonable competency, which so soon as Sistio saw, "Yea, marry, my friend," quoth he, "now I am sure that thy master sent thee to me, and he shall have his desire with all my heart. So, commanding the bottle to be filled, he sent it away by the servant, and presently following after him, when he came unto Messer Jerry, he spake unto him after this manner. Sir, I would not have you to imagine that the huge flagon which first came did any jot dismay me, but rather I conceived that the small vial whereof you tasted every morning, yet filled many mannerly glasses together, was fallen quite out of your remembrance. In plainer terms, it being no wine for grooms or peasants, as yourself affirmed yesterday. And because I mean to be a skinker no longer, by keeping wine to please any other palate but mine own, I have sent you half my store, and hereafter think of me as you shall please. Messer Jerry took both his gift and speeches in most thankful manner, accepting him always after as his intimate friend, because he had so graced him before the ambassadors. Madame Nana de Pulse, by a sardine answer, did put to silence a bishop of Florence and the Lord Marshal, having moved a question to the said lady which seemed to come short of honesty. The third novel, wherein is declared that mockers do sometimes meet with their matches in mockery and to their own shame. When Madame Pampinea had ended her discourse, and by the whole company the answer and bounty of Sistio had passed with deserved commendation, it pleased the Queen that Madame Lauretta should next succeed, whereupon very cheerfully thus she began. Fair assembly, Madame Pampinea not long time since gave beginning, and Madame Philomena hath also seconded the same argument, concerning the slender virtue remaining in our sex, and likewise the beauty of witty words, delivered on apt occasion, and in convenient meetings. Now, because it is needless to proceed any further than what hath been already spoken, let me onely tell you over and beside, and commit it to memory, that the nature of meetings and speeches are such, as they ought to nip or touch the hearer, like unto the sheep's nibbling on the tender grass, and not as the sullen dog biteth. For if their biting be answerable to the dog is, they deserve not to be termed witty jests or quips, but foul and offensive language, as plainly appeareth by the words of Madame Auretta, and the merry, yet sensible answer of Sistio. True it is that if it be spoken by way of answer, and the answerer biteth doggedly, because himself was bitten in the same manner before, he is the less to be blamed, because he maketh payment but with coin of the same stamp. In which respect, an especial care is to be had, how, when, with whom, and where we jest or jibe, whereof very many prove too unmindful, as appeared not long since by a prelate of ours, who met with a biting, no less sharp and bitter, than had first come from himself before, as very briefly I intend to tell you how. Messer Antonio d'Orso, being Bishop of Florence, a virtuous, wise, and reverend prelate, it fortuned that a gentleman of Catalogna, named Messer Diego de la Rata, and Lord Marshal to King Robert of Naples, came thither to visit him. He being a man of very comely personage, and a great observer of the choicest beauties in court, among all the other Florentine dames, one proved to be most pleasing in his eye, who was a very fair woman indeed, and niece to the brother of the said Messer Antonio. The husband of this gentlewoman, albeit descended of a worthy family, was, nevertheless, immeasurably covetous, and a very vile, harsh-natured man, which the Lord Marshal, understanding, made such a mad composition with him, as to give him 500 ducats of gold, on condition that he would let him lie one night with his wife, not thinking him so base-minded as to give consent, which in a greedy, avaricious humor he did, and the bargain being absolutely agreed on, the Lord Marshal prepared to fit him with a payment, such as it should be. He caused so many pieces of silver to be cunningly gilded, as then went for current money in Florence, and called popelines, after he had lien with the lady contrary to her will and knowledge. Her husband had so closely carried the business, the money was duly paid to the cornered coxcomb. Afterwards, this impudent shame chanced to be generally known, nothing remaining to the wilful wittol but loss of his expected gain, and scorn in every place where he went. The bishop likewise, being a discreet and sober man, would seem to take no knowledge thereof, but bear out all scoffs with a well-settled countenance. Within a short while after, the bishop and the Lord Marshal always conversing together, it came to pass that upon St. John's Day, they riding thorough the city, side by side, and viewing the brave beauties, which of them might best deserve to win the prize. The bishop espied a young married lady, which our late grievous pestilence bereaved us of, she being named Madame Nana de Pulsay and Cussain. To Messer Alexio Ranucci, a gentleman well known unto us all. A very goodly beautiful young woman she was, of delicate language and singular spirit, dwelling close by S. Peter's gate. This lady did the bishop show to the marshal, and when they were come to her, laying his hand upon her shoulder, he said, Madam Nana, what think you of this gallant? Dare you adventure another wager with him? Such was the apprehension of this witty lady, that these words seemed to tax her honor, or else to contaminate the hearer's understanding, whereof there were great plenty about her, whose judgment might be as vile as the speeches were scandalous. Wherefore, never seeking for any further purgation of her clear conscience, but only to retort taunt for taunt, presently thus she replied, My lord, if I should make such a vile adventure, I would look to be paid with better money. These words being heard both by the bishop and marshal, they felt themselves touched to the quick, the one, as the factor or broker, for so dishonest a business, to the brother of the bishop, and the other, as receiving in his own person the shame belonging to his brother. So not so much as looking each on other, or speaking one word together all the rest of that day, they rode away with blushing cheeks. Whereby we may collect, that the young lady, being so injuriously provoked, did no more than well became her, to bite their baseness nearly, that so abused her openly. Cicibio, the cook to Messer Corrado Ginfiliazzi, by a sodding pleasant answer which he made to his master, converted his anger into laughter, and thereby escaped the punishment that Messer meant to impose on him. The fourth novel, whereby plainly appeareth that a sodding witty and merry answer doth oftentimes appease the furious choler of an angry man. Madame Loretta sitting silent, and the answer of Lady Nana having passed with general applause, the Queen commanded Madame Nephila to follow next in order, who instantly thus began. Although a ready wit fair ladies doth many times afford worthy and commendable speeches, according to the accidents happening to the speaker, yet notwithstanding, fortune being a ready helper divers ways to the timorous doth often tip the tongue with such a present reply, as the party to speak had not so much leisure as to think on, nor yet to invent, as I purpose to let you perceive by a pretty short novel. Messer Corrado Ginfiliazzi, as most of you have both seen and known living always in our city, in the estate of a noble citizen, being a man bountiful, magnificent, and within the degree of knighthood, continually kept both hawks and hounds, taking no mean delight in such pleasures as they yielded, neglecting for them far more serious employments, wherewith our present subject presumeth not to meddle. Upon a day, having killed with his falcon a crane near to a village called Peritola, and finding her to be both young and fat, he sent it to his cook, a Venetian born, and named Cicibio, with command to have it prepared for his supper. Cicibio, who resembled no other, then as he was indeed a plain, simple, honest, merry fellow, having dressed the crane as it ought to be, put it on the spit, and laid it to the fire. When it was well near fully roasted, and gave forth a very delicate, pleasing savour, it fortuned that a young woman dwelling not far off, named Brunetta, and of whom Cicibio was somewhat enamoured, entered into the kitchen, and feeling the excellent smell of the crane to please her beyond all savours that ever she had felt before, she entreated Cicibio very earnestly that he would bestow a leg thereof on her. Whereto Cicibio, like a pleasant companion, and ever more delighting in singing, sung her this answer. My Brunetta, fair and feet, why should you say so? The meat of my master allows you for no taster. Go from the kitchen, go. Many other speeches passed between them in a short while, but in the end, Cicibio, because he would not have his mistress Brunetta angry with him, cut away one of the crane's legs from the spit, and gave it to her to eat. Afterward, when the fowl was served up to the table before Messer Corrado, who had invited certain strangers his friends to sup with him, wondering not a little, he called for Cicibio his cook, demanding what was become of the crane's other leg. Whereto the Venetian, being a liar by nature, soddenly answered, Sir, cranes have no more but one leg each bird. Messer Corrado, growing very angry, replied, Wilt thou tell me that a crane hath no more but one leg? Did I never see a crane before this? Chichibio, persisting resolutely in his denial, said, "Believe me, sir, I have told you nothing but the truth, and when you please, I will make good my words by such fowls as are living." Messer Corrado, in kind love to the strangers that he had invited to supper, gave over any further contestation. Onely he said, "Seeing thou assurest me to let me see thy affirmation for truth, by other of the same fowls living a thing which as yet I never saw or heard of, I am content to make proof thereof tomorrow morning. Till then I shall rest satisfied. But upon my word, if I find it otherwise, expect such a sound payment as thy knavery justly deserveth, to make thee remember it all thy lifetime." The contention ceasing for the night season, Messer Corrado, who though he had slept well, remained still discontented in his mind, arose in the morning by break of day, and puffing, blowing angrily, called for his horses, commanding Chichibio to mount on one of them. So riding on towards the river, where early every morning he had seen plenty of cranes, he said to his man, "We shall see anon, sirrah, whether thou or I lied yesternight." Chichibio, perceiving that his master's anger was not as yet assuaged, and now it stood him upon to make good his lie, not knowing how he should do it, rode after his master, fearfully trembling all the way. Gladly he would have made an escape, but he could not by any possible means, and on every side he looked about him, now before and after behind, to espy any cranes standing on both their legs, which would have been an ominous sight to him. But being come near to the river, he chanced to see before any of the rest upon the bank thereof about a dozen cranes in number, each of them standing but upon one leg, as they used to do when they are sleeping. Whereupon, showing them quickly to Messer Corrado, he said, "Now so yourself may see whether I told you true yesternight or no. I am sure a crane hath but one thigh and one leg, as all here present are apparent witnesses, and I have been as good as my promise." Messer Corrado, looking on the cranes, and well understanding the knavery of his man, replied, "Stay but a little while, sirrah, I will show thee that a crane hath two thighs and two legs." Then riding somewhat nearer to them, he cried out aloud, "Show, show," which caused them to set down their other legs, and all fled away, after they had made a few paces against the wind for their mounting. So going unto Chichibio, he said, "How now, you lying knave, hath a crane two legs or no?" Chichibio, being well near at his wit's end, not knowing now what answer he should make, but even as it came suddenly into his mind, said, "Sir, I perceive you are in the right, and if you would have done as much yesternight and had cried show as here you did, questionless the crane would then have set down the other leg as these here did. But if as they she had fled away too, by that means you might have lost your supper." This sardine and unexpected witty answer, coming from such a logger-headed lout, and so seasonably for his own safety, was so pleasing to Messer Corrado that he fell into a hearty laughter, and forgetting all anger, said, "Chichibio, thou hast quit thyself well, and to my contentment, albeit I advise thee to teach me no more such tricks hereafter." Thus Chichibio, by his sardine and merry answer, escaped a sound beating, which otherwise his master had inflicted on him. Messer Forse de Rabat and Maester Giotto, a painter by his profession, coming together from Mugello, scornfully reprehended one another for their deformity of body. The fifth novel, whereby may be observed that such as will speak contemptibly of others ought first of all to look respectively on their own imperfections. So soon as Madame Nephila sate silent, the ladies, having greatly commended the pleasant answer of Chichibio Pamphilus, by command from the Queen, spake in this manner: "Worthy ladies, it cometh to pass oftentimes, that like as fortune is observed divers ways, to hide under vile and contemptible arts, the most great and unvaluable treasures of virtue, as, not long since, was well discoursed unto us by Madame Pampinea, so in like manner hath appeared, that nature hath infused very singular spirits into most misshapen and deformed bodies of men, as hath been noted in two of our own citizens, of whom I purpose to speak in few words. The one of them was named Messer Forse de Rabat, a man of little and low person, but yet deformed in body, with a flat face, like a terrier or beagle, as if no comparison almost could be made more ugly. But notwithstanding all this deformity, he was so singularly experienced in the laws that all men held him beyond any equal, or rather reputed him as a treasury of civil knowledge. The other man, being named Giotto, had a spirit of so great excellency, as there was not any particular thing in nature, the mother and workmistress of all, by continual motion of the heavens, but he by his pen and pencil could perfectly portrait, shaping them all so truly alike and resemblable, that they were taken for the real matters indeed, and whether they were present or no, there was hardly any possibility of their distinguishing, so that many times it happened that by the variable devices he made, the visible sense of men became deceived in crediting those things to be natural, which were but merely painted, by which means he reduced that singular art to light, which long time before had lain buried under the gross error of some, who, in the mystery of painting, delighted more to content the ignorant than to please the judicious understanding of the wise, he justly deserving thereby to be termed one of the Florentines' most glorious lights, and so much the rather because he performed all his actions in the true and lowly spirit of humility, for while he lived and was a master in his art above all other painters, yet he refused any such title, which shined the more majestically in him as appeared by such who knew much less than he or his scholars either, yet his knowledge was extremely coveted among them. Now, notwithstanding all this admirable excellency in him, he was not thereby a jot the handsomer man either in person or countenance than was our forenamed lawyer Messer Forse, and therefore my novel concerneth them both. Understand then, fair assembly, that the possessions and inheritances of Messer Forse and Giotto lay in Mugello, wherefore, when holidays were celebrated by order of court, and in the summer time, upon the admittance of so apt a vacation, Forse rode thither upon a very unsightly jade, such as a man can seldom meet with worse. The like did Giotto the painter, as ill-fitted every way as the other, and having dispatched their busanes there, they both returned baccy towards Florence, neither of them being able to boast which was the best mounted, riding on a fair and softly pace, because their horses could go no faster, and they being well entered into years, it fortuned as oftentimes the like befalleth in summer, that a sodden shower of rain overtook them, for avoiding whereof they made all possible haste to a poor countryman's cottage, familiarly known to them both. Having continued there an indifferent while, and the rain unlikely to cease, to prevent all further protraction of time, and to arrive at Florence in due season, they borrowed 2 old cloaks of the poor man, of overworn and ragged country grey, as also 2 hoods of the like complexion, because the poor man had no better which did more mishape them than their own ugly deformity, and made them notoriously flouted and scorned by all that met or overtook them. After they had ridden some distance of ground, much moiled and bemered with their shuffling jades, flinging the dirt every way about them, that well they might be termed 2 filthy companions, the rain gave over, and the evening looking somewhat clear, they began to confer familiarly together, Messer Forse riding a lofty French trot, every step being ready to hoise him out of his saddle, hearing Giotto's discreet answers to every idle question he made, for indeed he was a very elegant speaker, began to peruse and survey him, even from the foot to the head, as we used to say, and perceiving him to be so greatly deformed, as no man could be worse, in his opinion, without any consideration of his own misshaping as bad, or rather more unsightly than he, in a scoffing, laughing humor, he said, Giotto, doest thou imagine that a stranger, who had never seen thee before, and should now happen into our company, would believe thee to be the best painter in the world, as indeed thou art? Presently Giotto, without any further meditation, returned him this answer. Signor Forse, I think he might then believe it, when beholding you he could imagine that you had learned your AB 100, which when Forse heard, he knew his own error, and saw his payment returned in such coin as he sold his wares for. A young and ingenious scholar, being unkindly reviled and smitten by his ignorant father, and through the procurement of an unlearned vicar, afterward attained to be doubly revenged on him. The 6th novel, serving as an advertisement to unlearned parents not to be over-rash in censuring on scholars' perfections through any bad or unbeseeming persuasions. The ladies smiled very heartily at the ready answer of Giotto, until the Queen charged Madame Fiammetta that she should next succeed in order, whereupon thus she began. The very greatest infelicity that can happen to a man, and most insupportable of all other, is ignorance, a word I say which hath been so general, as under it is comprehended all imperfections whatsoever. Yet notwithstanding, whosoever can cull grain by grain the defects incident to humane race, will and must confess that we are not all born to knowledge, but only such, whom the heavens illuminating by their bright radiance, wherein consisteth the source and wellspring of all science, by little, do bestow the influence of their bounty on such and so many as they please, who are to express themselves the more thankful for such a blessing. And although this grace doth lessen the misfortune of many, which were overmighty to be in all, yet some there are, who by saucy presuming on themselves, do bewray their ignorance by their own speeches, setting such behavior on each matter, and soothing everything with such gravity, even as if they would make comparison, or to speak more properly durst encounter in the lists with great Salomon or Socrates. But let us leave them, and come to the matter of our purposed novel. In a certain village of Picardy there lived a priest or vicar, who being merely an ignorant block, had yet such a peremptory presuming spirit, as though it was sufficiently discerned, yet he beguiled many thereby, until at last he deceived himself, and with due chastisement to his folly. A plain husbandman dwelling in the same village, possessed of much land and living, but very gross and dull in understanding, by the entreaty of divers his friends and well-willers, something more intelligible than himself, became incited, or rather provoked, to send a son of his to the University of Paris to study there as was fitting for a scholar. To the end, quoth they, that having but this son only, and fortune's blessings abounding in store for him, he might likewise have the riches of the mind, which are those true treasures indeed, that Aristippus giveth us advice to be furnished withal. His friends' persuasions having prevailed, and he continued at Paris for the space of 3 years, what with the documents he had attained to before his going thither, and by means of a happy memory in the time of his being there, wherewith no young man was more singularly endued, in so short a while he attained and performed the greater part of his studies. Now, as oftentimes it cometh to pass, the love of a father surmounting all other affections in man made the oldie farmer desirous to see his son, which caused his sending for him with all convenient speed, and obedience urged his as forward willingness thereto. The good oldie man, not a little joyful to see him in so good condition and health, and increased so much in stature since his parting thence, familiarly told him that he earnestly desired to know if his mind and body had attained to a competent and equal growth, which within 3 or 4 days he would put in practice. No other help had he, silly simple man, but Master Vicar must be the questioner and poser of his son, wherein the priest was very unwilling to meddle, for fear of discovering his own ignorance, which passed under better opinion than he deserved. But the farmer being importunate, and the vicar many ways beholding to him, durst not return denial, but undertook it very formally, as if he had been an able man indeed. But see how fools are born to be fortunate, and where they least hope, there they find the best success. The simplicity of the father must be the means for abusing his scholarly son, and a screen to stand between the priest and his ignorance. Earnest is the oldie man to know what and how far his son had profited at school, and by what note he might best take understanding of his answers, which jumping fit with the vicar's vanity, and a warrantable cloak to cover his knavery. He appoints him but one word only, namely nescio, wherewith if he answered to any of his demands, it was an evident token that he understood nothing. As thus they were walking and conferring in the church, the farmer very careful to remember the word nescio, it came to pass upon a sardine that the young man entered into them, to the great contentment of his father, who prayed Master Vicar to make approbation of his son, whether he were learned or no, and how he had benefited at the university. After the time of the day's salutations had passed between them, the vicar being subtle and crafty, as they walked along by one of the tombs in the church, pointing with his finger to the tomb, the priest uttered these words to the scholar: "Quis hic est sepultus?" The young scholar, by reason it was erected since his departure, and finding no inscription whereby to inform him, answered, as well he might, nescio. Immediately the father, keeping the word perfectly in his memory, grew very angrily passionate, and desiring to hear no more demands, gave him 3 or 4 boxes on the ears, with many harsh and injurious speeches, terming him an assay and villain, and that he had not learned anything. His son was passionate, and returned no answer, but plainly perceived that this was a trick intended against him, by the malicious treachery of the priest, on whom in time he might be revenged. Within a short while after, the suffragan of those parts under whom the priest was but a deputy, holding the benefice of him, with no great charge to his conscience being abroad in his visitation, sent word to the vicar that he intended to preach there on the next Sunday, and he to prepare in a readiness bonum commodum, because he would have nothing else to his dinner. Hereat Master Vicar was greatly amazed, because he had never heard such words before, neither could he find them in all his breviary. Hereupon he went to the young scholar, whom he had so lately before abused, and crying him mercy, with many impudent and shallow excuses, desired him to reveal the meaning of those words, and what he should understand by bonum commodum. The scholar with a sober and modest countenance made answer, that he had been overmuch abused, which nevertheless he took not so impatiently, but he had already both forgot and forgiven it, with promise of comfort in this his extraordinary distraction and grief of mind. When he had perused the suffragan's letter, well observing the blushless ignorance of the priest, seeming by outward appearance to take it strangely, he cried out aloud, saying, "In the name of virtue, what may be this man's meaning?" "How," quoth the priest, "what manner of demand do you make?" "Alas," replied the scholar, "you have but one poor essay, which I know you love dearly, and yet you must stew his genitories very daintily, for your patron will have no other meat to his dinner." "The genitories of mine essay," answered the priest, "passion of me, who then shall carry my corn to the mill? There is no remedy," said the scholar, "for he hath so set it down for an absolute resolution." After that the priest had considered thereon a while by himself, remembering the yearly revenues, which clearly he put up into his purse, to be 10 times of far greater worth than his essay. He concluded to have him gelded, what danger soever should ensue thereon, preparing them in readiness against his calming. So soon as the suffragan was there arrived, heavily he complained to him for his essay, which kind of language he not understanding, knew not what he meant, nor how he should answer. But being by the scholar acquainted with the whole history, he laughed heartily at the priest's ignorant folly, wishing that all such bold Bayards from time to time might be so served. Likewise that all ignorant priests, vicars, and other grasshoppers of towns or villages, who sometimes have only seen parts orationis quod sunt, not to stand overmuch on their own sufficiency, grounded solely upon their grammar, but to beware whom they jest withal, without meddling with scholars, who take not injuries as dullards do, lest they prove infamous by their disputations. Madam Philippa, being accused by her husband Rinaldo de Puglis, because he took her in adultery with a young gentleman named Lazzarino de Guazagliatori, caused her to be cited before the judge, from whom she delivered herself by a sardine, witty, and pleasant answer, and moderated a severe strict statute formerly made against women. The 7th novel, wherein is declared of what worth it is to confess a truth with a facetious and witty excuse. After that Madame Fiammetta had given over speaking, and all the auditory had sufficiently applauded the scholar's honest revenge, the Queen enjoined Philostratus to proceed on next with his novel, which caused him to begin thus. "Believe me, ladies, it is an excellent, most commendable thing, to speak well and to all purposes, but I hold it a matter of much greater worth to know how to do it, and when necessity doth most require it, which a gentlewoman of whom I am now to speak was so well instructed in, as not only it yielded the hearer's mirthful contentment, but likewise delivered her from the danger of death, as in few words you shall hear related. In the city of Prato there was an edict or statute, no less blameworthy to speak uprightly than most severe and cruel, which without making any distinction gave strict command, that every woman should be burned with fire, whose husband found her in the act of adultery, with any secret or familiar friend, as one deserving to be thus abandoned, like such as prostituted their bodies to public sale or hire. During the continuance of this sharp edict, it fortuned that a gentlewoman, who was named Philippa, was found in her chamber one night, in the arms of a young gentleman of the same city, named Lazzarino de Guazagliatori, and by her own husband, called Rinaldo de Puglis, she loving the young gallant as her own life, because he was most complete in all perfections, and every way as dearly addicted to her. This sight was so irksome to Rinaldo, that, being overcome with extreme rage, he could hardly contain from running on them, with a violent intent to kill them both. But fear of his own life caused his forbearance, meaning to be revenged by some better way. Such was the heat of his spleen and fury, as, setting aside all respect of his own shame, he would needs prosecute the rigor of the deadly edict, which he held lawful for him to do, although it extended to the death of his wife. Hereupon, having witnesses sufficient to approve the guiltiness of her offense, a day being appointed, without desiring any other counsel, he went in person to accuse her, and required justice against her. The gentlewoman, who was of an high and undauntable spirit, as all such are, who have fixed their affection resolvedly, and love up in a grounded deliberation, concluded, quite against the counsel and opinion of her parents, kindred, and friends, to appear in the court, as desiring rather to die, by confessing the truth with a manly courage, than by denying it, and her love unto so worthy a person as he was. Whole arms she chanced to be taken, to live basely in exile with shame, as an eternal scandal to her race. So before the potestate she made her appearance, worthily accompanied both with men and women, all advising her to deny the acti. But she, not minding them or their persuasions, looking on the judge with a constant countenance, and a voice of settled resolve, craved to know of him what he demanded of her. The potestate, well noting her brave carriage, her singular beauty and praiseworthy parts, her words apparently witnessing the hate of her mind, began to take compassion on her, and doubted lest she would confess some such matter as should enforce him to pronounce the sentence of death against her. But she, boldly scorning all delays or any further protraction of time, demanded again what was her accusation. "Madame," answered the potestate, "I am sorry to tell you, what needs I must, your husband whom you see present here is the complainant against you, avouching that he took you in the act of adultery with another man, and therefore he requireth that, according to the rigor of the statute here in force with us, I should pronounce sentence against you, and consequently the infliction of death, which I cannot do if you confess not the fact, and therefore be well advised how you answer me, and tell me the truth, if it be as your husband accuseth you, or no." The lady, without any dismay or dread at all, pleasantly thus replied, "My lord, true it is that Rinaldo is my husband, and that he found me, on the night named, between the arms of Lazarino, where many times heretofore he hath embraced me, according to the mutual love replited together, which I deny not, nor ever will. But you know well enough, and I am certain of it, that the laws enacted in any country ought to be common, and made with consent of them whom they concern, which in this edict of yours is quite contrary. For it is rigorous against none, but poor women only, who are able to yield much better content and satisfaction generally than remaineth in the power of men to do. And moreover, when this law was made, there was not any woman that gave consent to it, neither were they called to like or allow thereof, in which respect it may deservedly be termed an unjust law. And if you will, in prejudice of my body and of your own soul, be the executioner of so unlawful an edict, it consisteth in your power to do as you please. But before you proceed to pronounce any sentence, may it please you to favor me with one small request, namely, that you would demand of my husband, if at all times, and whensoever he took delight in my company, I ever made any curiosity or came to him unwillingly. Whereto Rinaldo, without tarrying for the potestate to move the question, sedanely answered, that undoubtedly his wife at all times, and oftener than he could request it, was never sparing of her kindness, or put him off with any denial. Then the lady, continuing on her former speeches, thus replied, "Let me then demand of you, my lord, being our potestate and judge, if it be so, by my husband's own free confession, that he hath always had his pleasure of me, without the least refusal in me, or contradiction. What should I do with the overplus remaining in mine own power, and whereof he had no need? Would you have me cast it away to the doggers? Was it not more fitting for me to pleasure therewith a worthy gentleman, who is even at death's door for my love, than my husband surfeiting, and having no need of me to let him lie languishing and die? Never was heard such an examination before, and to come from a woman of such worth, the most part of the honorable praetosians, both lords and ladies being there present, who hearing her urge such a necessary question, cried out all aloud together with one voice, after they had laughed their fill, that the lady had said well, and no more than she might. So that before they departed thence, by comfortable advice proceeding from the potestate, the edict being reputed over-cruel was modified, and interpreted to concern them only, who offered injury to their husbands for money, by which means Rinaldo, standing as one confounded, for such a foolish and unadvised enterprise, departed from the auditory, and the lady, not a little joyful to be thus freed and delivered from the fire, returned home with victory to her own house. Fresco de Salatico counselled and advised his niece Sesca that if such as deserved to be looked on were offensive to her eyes, as she had often told him, she should forbear to look on any. The 8th novel. In just scorn of such unsightly and ill-pleasing surly sluts, who imagine none to be fair or well-favoured but themselves. All the while as Philostratus was recounting his novel, it seemed that the ladies who heard it found themselves much moved thereat, as by the wanton blood mounting up into their cheeks it plainly appeared. But in the end, looking on each other with strange behaviour, they could not forbear smiling, which the queen interrupting by a command of attention, turning to Madame Milia, willed her to follow next, when she, puffing and blowing, as if she had been newly awaked from sleep, began in this manner. Fair beauties, my thoughts having wandered a great distance hence, and further than I can easily collect them together again, in obedience yet to our queen, I shall report a much shorter novel than otherwise perhaps I should have done if my mind had been a little nearer home. I shall tell you the gross fault of a foolish damoisel, well corrected by a witty reprehension of her uncle, if she had been endued but with so much sense as to have understood it. An honest man, named Fresco de Salatico, had a good fulsome wench to his niece, who for her folly and squemissions was generally called Sesca, or nice Francesca, and although she had stature sufficient, yet none of the handsomest, a good hard-favoured countenance, nothing near such angelical beauties as we have seen, yet she was endued with such height of mind, and so proud an opinion of herself, that it appeared as a custom bred in here, or rather a gift bestowed on here by nature, though none of the best, to blame and despise both men and women, yea, whosoever she looked on, without any consideration of herself, she being as unsightly, ill-shaped, and ugly-faced, as a worse was very hardly to be found. Nothing could be done at any time to yield to her liking or content. Moreover, she was so waspish, nice, squemish, that when she came into the royal court of France, it was hateful contemptible to hear. Whensoever she went through the streets, everything stunk and was noisome to her, so that she never did anything but stop her nose, as if all men or women she met withal, and whatsoever else she looked on, were stinking and offensive. But let us leave all further relation of her ill conditions, being every way indeed so bad, and hardly becoming any sensible body, that we cannot condemn them so much as we should. It chanced upon a day that she, coming home to the house where her uncle dwelt, declared her wanted scurvy and scornful behaviour, swelling, puffing, and pouting extremely, in which humour she sat down by her uncle, who, desiring to know what had displeased her, said, "Why, how now, Francesca, what may the meaning of this be? This being a solemnly festival day, what is the reason of your so soon returning home?" She, coyly biting the lip, and bridling her head, as if she had been some man's best gelding, sprucely thus replied, "Indeed you say true, uncle, I am come home very early, because, since the day of my birth, I never saw a city so pestered with unhandsome people, both men and women, and worse this high holiday than ever I did observe before. I walked thorough some store of streets, and I could not see one proper man, and as for the women, they are the most misshapen and ugly creatures, that, if God had made me such an one, I should be sorry that ever I was born. And being no longer able to endure such unpleasing sights, you will not think, uncle, in what an anger I am come home." Fresco, to whom these stinking qualities of his niece seemed so unsufferable, that he could not with patience endure them any longer, thus short and quickly answered, "Francesca, if all people of our city, both men and women, be so odious in thy eyes, and offensive to thy nose, as thou hast often reported to me, be advised then by my counsel. Stay still at home, and look upon none but thyself only, and then thou shalt be sure that they cannot displease thee." But she, being as empty of wit as a pithless cane, and yet thought her judgment to exceed Salomon's, could not understand the less part of her uncle's meaning, but stood as senseless as a sheep. Only she replied that she would resort to some other parts of the country, which if she found as weakly furnished of handsome people as here she did, she would conceive better of herself than ever she had done before. Signor Guido Cavalcante, with a sardine and witty answer, reprehended the rash folly of certain Florentine gentlemen that thought to scorn and flout him. The ninth novel, notably discovering the great difference that is between learning and ignorance, upon judicious apprehension. When the Queen perceived that Madame Milia was discharged of her novel, and none remained now to speak next, but only herself, his privilege always remembered, to whom it belonged to be the last, she began in this manner. Fair company, you have this day disappointed me of 2 novels at the least, whereof I had intended to make use. Nevertheless, you shall not imagine me so unfurnished, but that I have left one in store, the conclusion whereof may minister such instruction as will not be reputed for idle and impertinent, but rather of such material consequence as better hath not this day passed among us. Understand then, most fair ladies, that in former times long since past, our city had many excellent and commendable customs in it, whereof in these unhappy days of ours we cannot say that poor one remaineth, such hath been the too much increase of wealth and covetousness, the only supplanters of all good qualities whatsoever. Among which laudable and friendly observations, there was one well-deserving note, namely, that in divers places of Florence, men of the best houses in every quarter had a sociable and neighborly assembly together, creating their company to consist of a certain number, such as were able to supply their expenses as this day one, and tomorrow another. And thus, in a kind of friendly course, each daily furnished the table for the rest of the company. Oftentimes they did honor to divers gentlemen and strangers, upon their arrival in our city, by inviting them into their assembly, and many of our worthiest citizens beside, so that it grew to a customary use, and one especially day in the year appointed, in memory of this so loving a meeting, when they would ride triumphantly as it were on horseback thorough the city, sometimes performing tilts, tourneys, and other martial exercises, but they were reserved for feast of all days. Among which company there was one called Signor Beto Brunelleschi, who was earnestly desirous to procure Signor Guido Cavalcante de Cavalcanti, to make one in this their friendly society, and not without great reason, for over and beside his being one of the best logicians as those times could not yield a better, he was also a most absolute natural philosopher, which worthy qualities were little esteemed among these honest meters, a very friendly gentleman, singularly well spoken, and whatsoever else was commendable in any man was no way wanting in him, being wealthy withal, and able to return equal honors, where he found them to be duly deserved, as no man therein could go beyond him. But Signor Beto, notwithstanding his long-continued importunity, could not draw him into their assembly, which made him and the rest of his company conceive that the solitude of Guido, retiring himself always from familiar conversing with men, provoked him to many curious speculations, and because he retained some part of the Epicurean opinion, their vulgar judgment passed on him that his speculations tended to no other end, but only to find out that which was never done. It chanced upon a day that Signor Guido, departing from the church of St. Michael de Horta, and passing along by the Adamary, so far as to St. John's Church, which evermore was his customary walk, many goodly marble tombs were then about the said church, as nowadays are at St. Reparata, and divers more beside. He entering among the columns of porphyry, and the other sepulchres being there, because the door of the church was shut, Signor Beto his company came riding from S. Reparata, espying Signor Guido among the graves and tombs, said, "Come, let us go make some jests to anger him." So putting the spurs to their horses, they rode apace towards him, and being upon him before he perceived them, one of them said, "Guido, thou refusest to be one of our society, seekest for that which never was. When thou hast found it, tell us, what wilt thou do with it?" Guido, seeing himself round and girt with them, sedanely thus replied, "Gentlemen, you may use me in your own house as you please." And setting his hand on one of the tombs, which was somewhat great, he took his rising, and leapt quite over it on the further side, as being of an agile and sprightly body, and being thus freed from them, he went away to his own lodging. They stood all like men amazed, strangely looking one upon another, and began afterward to murmur among themselves, that Guido was a man without any understanding, and the answer which he had made unto them was to no purpose, neither savoured of any discretion, but merely came from an empty brain, because they had no more to do in the place where now they were, than any of the other citizens, and Signor Guido himself as little as any of them. Whereto Signor Beto thus replied, Alas, gentlemen, it is you yourselves that are void of understanding. For if you had but observed the answer which he made unto us, he did honestly, and in very few words not only notably express his own wisdom, but also deservedly reprehend us. Because, if we observe things as we ought to do, graves and tombs are the houses of the dead, ordained and prepared to be their latest dwellings. He told us, moreover, that although we have here in this life other habitations and abidings, yet these, or the like, must at last be our houses. To let us know, and all other foolish, indiscreet, and unlearned men, that we are worse than dead men, in comparison of him, and other men equal to him in skill and learning. And therefore, while we are here among these graves and monuments, it may well be said that we are not far from our own houses, or how soon we shall be possessors of them, in regard of the frailty attending on us. Then everyone could presently say that Signor Guido had spoken nothing but the truth, and were much ashamed of their own folly, and shallow estimation which they had made of Guido, desiring never more after to meddle with him so grossly, and thanking Signor Beddo for so well reforming their ignorance by his much better apprehension. Friar Onion promised certain honest people of the country to show them a feather of the same phoenix that was with Noah in his ark. Instead whereof he found coals, which he avouched to be those very coals wherewith the same phoenix was roasted. The 10th novel, wherein may be observed what palpable abuses do many times pass under the counterfeit cloak of religion. When all of them had delivered their novels, Dionysius, knowing that it remained in him to relate the last for this day, without attending for any solemnity command after he had imposed silence on them, that could not sufficiently commend the witty reprehension of Guido, thus he began. Wise and worthy ladies, although by the privilege you have granted, it is lawful for me to speak anything best pleasing to myself, yet notwithstanding, it is not any part of my meaning to vary from the matter and method, whereof you have spoken to very good purpose. And therefore, following your footsteps, I intend to tell you how craftily, and with a rampart sedanely raised in his own defense, a religious friar of St. Anthony's order shunned a shame which two wily companions had prepared for him. Nor let it offend you if I run into more large discourse than this day hath been used by any, for the apter completing of my novel, because, if you well observe it, the sun is as yet in the midst of heaven, and therefore you may the better forbear me. Certoldo, as perhaps you know or have heard, is a village in the Vale of Elsa, and under the authority and command of our Florence, which although it be but small, yet in former times it hath been inhabited with gentlemen and people of especial respect. A religious friar of S. Anthony's order, named Friar Onion, had long time used to resort thither, to receive the benevolent alms, which those charitably affected people in simplicity gave him, chiefly at divers days of the year, when their bounty and devotion would extend themselves more largely than at other seasons. And so much the rather, because they thought him to be a good pastor of holy life in outward appearance, carried a name of much greater matter than remained in the man indeed. Beside, that part of the country yielded far more plentiful abundance of onions than all other in Tuscany elsewhere, a kind of food greatly affected by those friars, as men always of hungry good appetite. This Friar Onion was a man of little stature, red hair, a cheerful countenance, and the world afforded not a more crafty companion than he. Moreover, albeit he had very little knowledge or learning, yet he was so prompt, ready, voluble of speech, uttering often he knew not what himself, that such as were not well acquainted with his qualities supposed him to be a singular rhetorician, excelling Cicero or Quintilian themselves. He was a gossip, friend, or dearly affected by everyone dwelling in those parts. According to his wonted custom, one time he went thither in the month of August, and on a Sunday morning, when all the dwellers thereabout were present to hear Mass, and in the chiefest church above all the rest, when the friar saw time convenient for his purpose, he advanced himself and began to speak in this manner. Gentlemen and gentlewomen, you know you have kept a commendable custom, in sending yearly to the poor brethren of our Lord Baron S. Anthony, both of your corn and other provision, some more, some less, all according to their power, means, and devotion, to the end that blessed S. Anthony should be the more careful of your oxen, sheep, asses, swine, pigs, and other cattle. Moreover, you have used to pay especially such as have their names registered in our fraternity those duties which annually you send unto us. For the collection whereof I am sent by my superior, namely our 50. Abbot, therefore with God's blessing you may come after no one hither, when you shall hear the bells of the church ring. Then will I make a predication to you, you shall kiss the cross, and beside, because I know you all to be most devout servants to our Lord Baron S. Anthony, in especial grace and favor, I will show you a most holy and goodly relique, which I myself long since brought from the holy land beyond the seas. If you desire to know what it is, let me tell you that it is one of the feathers of the same phoenix, which was in the ark with the patriarch Noah. And having thus spoken, he became silent, returning back to hear mass. While he delivered these and the like speeches, among the other people then in the church, there were two shrewd and crafty companions, the one named John de Braganero, and the other Biagio Pizzino. These subtle fellows, after they had heard the report of Friar Onian's relique, although they were his intimate friends and came thither in his company, yet they concluded between themselves to show him a trick of legerdemain and to steal the feather from him. When they had intelligence of Friar Onian's dining that day at the castle with a worthy friend of his, no sooner was he set at the table, but away went they in all haste to the inn where the friar frequented, with this determination that Biagio should hold conference with the friar's boy, while his fellow ransacked the wallet to find the feather and carry it away with him for a future observation, what the friar would say unto the people when he found the loss of the feather and could not perform his promise to them. The friar's boy, whom some called Guccio Bailna, some Guccio Imbrata, and others Guccio Porco, was such a knavish lad, and had so many bad qualities, as Lippo Topo the cunning painter, or the most curious poetical wit, had not any ability to describe them. Friar Onian himself did often observe his behavior, and would make this report among his friends. My boy, quoth, he hath 9 rare qualities in him, and such they are, as if Salomon, Aristotle, or Seneca had only but one of them. It was sufficient to torment and trouble all their virtue, all their senses, all their sanctity. Consider then what manner of man he is like to be, having 9 such rarities, yet void of all virtue, wit, or goodness. And when it was demanded of Friar Onian what these 9 rare conditions were, he having them all ready by heart, and in rhyme thus answered. Boys I have known, and seen, and heard of many, but for lying, loitering, laziness, for facing, filching, filthiness, for careless, graceless, all unthriftiness, my boy excelleth any. Now over and beside all these admirable qualities, he hath many more such singularities, which in favor towards him I am fain to conceal. But that which I smile most at in him is that he would have a wife in every place where he cometh, yea, and a good house to boot too. For, in regard his beard beginneth to show itself, rising thick in hair, blacky and amiable, he is verily persuaded that all women will fall in love with him, and if they refuse to follow him, he will in all haste run after them. But truly he is a notable servant to me, for I cannot speak with anyone, and in never so great secrecy, but he will be sure to hear his part, and when any question is demanded of me, he stands in such awe and fear of my displeasure, that he will be sure to make the first answer, yea or no, according as he thinketh most convenient. Now to proceed where we left, Friar Onian having left this serviceable youth at his lodging, to see that nobody should meddle with his commodities, especially his wallet, because of the sacred things therein contained. Guccio Imbrata, who has earnestly affected to be in the kitchen, as birds to hop from branch to branch, especially when any of the chambermaids were there, espied one of the hostess's female attendants, a gross fat trug, low of stature, ill-faced, and worse formed, with a pair of breasts like 2 bombards, smelling loathsomely of grease and sweat. Down she descended into the kitchen, like a kite upon a piece of carrion. This boy or knave, choose whither you will style him, having carelessly left Friar Onian's chamber door open, and all the holy things so much to be neglected, although it was then the month of August, when heat is in the highest predominance, yet he would needs sit down by the fire, and began to confer with this amiable creature, who was called by the name of Nuda. Being set close by her, he told her that he was a gentleman by attorneyship, and that he had more millions of crowns than all his lifetime would serve him to spend, beside those which he paid away daily as having no convenient employment for them. Moreover, he knew how to speak and do such things as were beyond wonder or admiration. And never remembering his oldie tattered friar's cowl, which was so snotty and greasy that good store of kitchen stuff might have been boiled out of it, as also a foul slovenly truss or half-a-doublet, all bodied with boasing, fat greasy lubberly sweating, and other drudgeries in the convent kitchen, where he was an officer in the meanest credit. So that to describe this sweet youth in his lively colours, both for natural perfections of body and artificial composure of his garments, never came the foulest silks out of Tartaria or India, more ugly or unsightly to be looked upon. And for a further addition to his neat knavery, his breeches were so rent between his legs, his shoes and stockings had been at such a merciless massacre, that the gallantest commendador of Castile, though he had never so lately been released out of slavery, could have wished for better garments than he, or make larger promises than he did to his neuter, protesting to entitle her as his onely, to free her from the inn and chamber thraldoms, if she would live with him, be his love, partaker of his present possessions, and so to succeed in his future fortunes. All which bravadoes, though they were belched forth with admirable insinuations, yet they converted into smoke, as all such braggadocio behaviors do, and he was as wise at the ending as when he began. Our former named two crafty companions, seeing Guccio Porco so seriously employed about Nuda, was therewith not a little contented, because their intended labour was now more than half ended, and perceiving no contradiction to cross their proceeding, into Friar Onian's chamber entered they, finding it ready open for their purpose, where the first thing that came into their hand in search was the wallet. When they had opened it, they found a small cabinet, wrapped in a great many foldings of rich taffeta, and having unfolded it, a fine formal key was hanging thereat, wherewith having unlocked the cabinet, they found a fair feather of a parrot's tail, which they supposed to be the very same that he meant to show the people of Certaldo. And truly in those days it was no hard matter to make them believe anything, because the idle vanities of Gypt and those remoter parts had not as yet been seen in Tuscany, as since then they have been in great abundance, to the utter ruin almost of Italy. And although they might then be known to very few, yet the inhabitants of the country generally understood little or nothing at all of them. For there, the pure simplicity of their ancient predecessors still continuing, they had not seen any parrots, or so much as heard any speech of them. Wherefore the two crafty consorts, not a little joyful of finding the feather, took it thence with them, and because they would not leave the cabinet empty, espying charcoals lying in a corner of the chamber, they filled it with them, wrapping it up again in the taffeta, and in as demure manner as they found it. So away came they with the feather, neither seen or suspected by anyone, intending now to hear what Friar Onian would say, upon the loss of his precious relique, and finding the coals there placed instead thereof. The simple men and women of the country, who had been at morning mass in the church, and heard what a wonderful feather they should see in the after no one, returned in all haste to their houses, where one telling this news to another, and gossip with gossip consulting thereon, they made the shorter dinner, and afterward flocked in main troops to the castle, contending who should first get entrance, such was their devotion to see the holy feather. Friar Onian having dined, and reposed a little after his wine, he arose from the table to the window, where beholding what multitudes came to see the feather, he assured himself of good store of money. Hereupon he sent to his boy Guccio Imbrata, that upon the bells ringing, he should come and bring the wallet to him, which with much ado he did, so soon as his quarrel was ended in the kitchen, with the amiable chambermaid Nuda. Away then he went with his holy commodities, where he was no sooner arrived, but because his belly was ready to burst with drinking water, he sent him to the church to ring the bells, which not only would warm the cold water in his belly, but likewise make him run as gaunt as a greyhound. When all the people were assembled in the church together, Friar Onian, never distrusting any injury offered him, or that his close commodities had been meddled withal, began his predication, uttering 1,000 lies to fit his purpose. And when he came to show the feather of the phoenix, having first in great devotion finished the confession, he caused 2 goodly torches to be lighted, ducking down his head 3 several times, before he would so much as touch the taffeta. He opened it with much reverence. So soon as the cabinet came to be seen, off went his hood, Lowly he bowed down his body, and uttering especial praises of the phoenix and sacred properties of the wonderful relique, the cover of the cabinet being lifted up, he saw the same to be full of coals. He could not suspect his villain boy to do this deed, for he knew him not to be endued with so much wit. Only he cursed him for keeping it no better, and cursed himself also, for reposing trust in such a carel's knave, knowing him to be slothful, disobedient, negligent, and void of all honest understanding or grace. Sedanely, without blushing lest his loss should be discerned, he lifted his looks and hands to heaven, speaking out so loud as every one might easily hear him thus, O thou omnipotent Providence, for ever let thy power be praised. Then making fast the cabinet again, and turning himself to the people, with looks expressing admiration, he proceeded in this manner. Lords, ladies, and you the rest of my worthy auditors, you are to understand that I being then very young was sent by my superior into those parts where the sun appeareth at his first rising. And I had received charge by express command that I should seek for so much as consisted in my power to do the especial virtues and privileges belonging to porcelain, which although the boiling thereof be worth but little, yet it is very profitable to any but us. In regard whereof, being upon my journey, and departing from Venice, passing along the Borgo de Grecia, I proceeded thence on horseback through the realmy of Garbo, so to Baldaca, till I came to Pariani, from whence, not without great extremity of thirst, I arrived in Sardinia. But why do I trouble you with the repetition of so many countries? I coasted on still, after I had passed St. George's Arm, into Trussia, and then into Buscia, which are countries much inhabited, and with great people. From thence I went into the land of Lying, where I found store of the brethren of our religion, and many other beside, who shunned all pain and labor, only for the love of God, and cared as little for the pains and travails which others took, except some benefit arised thereby to them. Nor spend they any money in this country, but such as is without stamp. Thence I went into the land of Abruzzi, where the men and women go in galoches over the mountains, and make them garments of their swine's guts. Not far from thence, I found people that carried bread in their staves, and wine in satchels. When parting from them, I arrived among the mountains of Bacchus, where all the waters run down with a deep fall, and in short time I went on so far that I found myself to be in India Pastanaca, where I swear to you by the holy habit which I wear on my body, that I saw serpents fly, things incredible, and such as were never seen before. But because I would be loth to lie, so soon as I departed thence, I met with Maso de Saggio, who was a great merchant there, and whom I found cracking nuts, and selling cockles by retail. Nevertheless, all this while I could not find what I sought for, and therefore I was to pass from hence by water, if I intended to travail thither, and so, in returning back, I came into the Holy Land, where cool fresh bread is sold for 4d, and the hot is given away for nothing. There I found the venerable Father Blame me not, I beseech you, the most worthy Patriarch of Jerusalem, who for the reverence due to the habit I wear, and love to our Lord Baron Saint Anthony, would have me to see all the holy reliques, which he had there under his charge, whereof there were so many, as if I should recount them all to you, I never could come to a conclusion. But yet, not to leave you discomforted, I will relate some few of them to you. First of all, he showed me the finger of the Holy Ghost, so whole and perfect as ever it was. Next, the nose of the cherubim, which appeared to Saint Francis, with the paring of the nail of a seraphim, and one of the ribs of verbum caro, fastened to one of the windows, covered with the holy garments of the Catholic faith. Then he took me into a dark chapel, where he showed me divers beams of the star that appeared to the 3 kings in the east. Also a vial of Saint Michael's sweat, when he combated with the devil, and the jawbone of dead Lazarus, with many other precious things beside. And because I was liberal to him, giving him 2 of the plains of Monte Morello in the vulgar edition, and some of the chapters del Caprezio, which he had long labored in search of, he bestowed on me some of his reliques. First he gave me one of the Idith of Santa Crux, and a little vial filled with some part of the sound of those bells, which hung in the sumptuous temple of Salomon. Next he gave me the feather of the phoenix, which was with Noah in the ark, as before I told you, and one of the wooden patens which the good Saint Gerard de Magnavilla used to wear in his travails, and which I gave not long since to Gerardo di Bauci at Florence, where it is respected with much devotion. Moreover, he gave me a few of those coals, wherewith the phoenix of Noah was roasted, all which things I brought away thence with me. Now most true it is, that my superior would never suffer me to show them anywhere, until he was faithfully certified, whether they were the same precious reliques or no. But perceiving by sundry miracles which they have wrought, and letters of sufficient credence received from the reverend patriarch, that all is true, he hath granted me permission to show them, and because I wold not trust any one with matters of such moment, I myself brought them hither with me. Now I must tell you that the feather of the same phoenix I conveyed into a small cabinet or casket, because it should not be bent or broken. And the coals wherewith the said phoenix was roasted I put into another casket, in all respects so like to the former, that many times I have taken one for another. As now at this instant it hath been my fortune, for imagining that I brought the casket with the feather, I mistook myself, brought the other with the coals. Wherein doubtles I have not offended, because I am certain that we of our order do not anything, but it is ordered by divine direction, and our blessed patron, the Lord Baron Saint Anthony. And so much the rather, because about a se'night hence, the feast of Saint Anthony is to be solemnized, against the preparation whereof, and to kindle your zeal with the greater fervency. He put the casket with the coals into my hand, meaning, to let you see the feather at some more fitting season. And therefore, my blessed sons and daughters, put off your bonnets, and come hither with devotion to look upon them. But first let me tell you, whosoever is marked by any of these coals, with the sign of the cross, he or she shall live all this year happily, and no fire whatsoever shall come near to touch or hurt them. So, singing a solemn anthem in the praise of S. Anthony, he unveiled the casket, and showed the coals openly. The simple multitude, having with great admiration and reverence a long while beheld them, they thronged in crowds to Friar Anian, giving him far greater offerings than before they had, and entreating him to mark them each after other. Whereupon he, taking the coals in his hand, began to mark their garments of white, and the veils on the women's heads, with crosses of no mean extension, affirming to them that the more the coals wasted with making those great crosses, the more they still increased in the casket, as often before he had made trial. In this manner, having crossed all the Surtildanes to his great benefit and their abuse, he smiled at his sardine and dexterous devise in mockery of them who thought to have made a scorn of him by dispossessing him of the feather. For Braganero and Pizzino, being present at his learned predication, and having heard what a cunning shift he found to come off cleanly without the least detection, and all delivered with such admirable protestations, they were fain to forsake the church, lest they should have burst with laughing. But when all the people were parted and gone, they met Friar Anian at his inn knee, where closely they discovered to him what they had done, delivering him his feather again, which the year following did yield him as much money as now the coals had done. This novel afforded equal pleasing to the whole company, Friar Anian's sermon being much commended, but especially his long pilgrimage, and the reliques he had both seen and brought home with him. Afterward, the queen perceiving that her reign had now the full expiration, graciously she arose, and taking the crown from off her own head, placed on the head of Dionysius, saying, "It is high time, Dionysius, that you should taste part of the charge pain, which poor women have felt and undergone in their sovereignty and government. Wherefore, be you our king, and rule us with such awful authority, that the ending of your dominion may yield us all contentment." Dionysius, being thus invested with the crown, returned this answer: "I make no doubt, bright beauties, but you many times have seen as good, or a better king among the chessamen than I am. But yet of a certainty, if you would be obedient to me, as you ought in duty unto a true king, I should grant you a liberal freedom of that, wherein you take the most delight, and without which our choicest desires can never be complete. Nevertheless, I mean that my government shall be according to mine own mind." So, causing the master of the household to be called for, as all the rest were wont to do for conference with him, he gave him direction for all things fitting the time of his regiment, and then turning to the ladies, thus he proceeded: "Honest ladies, we have already discoursed of variable devices, and so many several manners of humane industry, concerning the busanes wherewith Lysiska came to acquaint us, that her very words have ministered me matter sufficient for our morrow's conference, or else I stand in doubt that I could not have devised a more convenient theme for us to talk on. She, as you have all heard, said that she had not any neighbor who came a true virgin to her husband, and added moreover that she knew some others who had beguiled their husbands in very cunning and crafty manner. But setting aside the first part, concerning the proof of children, I conceive the second to be more apt for our intended argument. In which respect, my will is seeing Lysiska hath given us so good an occasion that our discoursing tomorrow may only concern such sly cunning and deceits as women have heretofore used for satisfying their own appetites and beguiling their husbands without their knowledge or suspicion, and cleanly escaping with them or no. This argument seemed not very pleasing to the ladies, and therefore they urged an alteration thereof to some matter better suiting with the day and their discoursing, whereto thus he answered, Ladies, I know as well as yourselves why you would have this instant argument altered, but to change me from it you have no power, considering the season is such, as shielding all both men and women from meddling with any dishonest action, it is lawful for us to speak of what we please. And know you not, that through the sad occasion of the time, which now overruleth us, the judges have forsaken their venerable benches, the laws both divine and humane ceasing, granting ample license to every one to do what best agreeth with the conservation of life. Therefore, if your honesties do strain themselves a little, both in thinking and speaking, not for prosecution of any immodest deed, but only for familiar and blameless intercourse, I cannot devise a more convenient ground, at least that carrieth apparent reason, for reproof of perils to ensue by any of you. Moreover, your company, which hath been most honest since the first day of our meeting to this instant, appeareth not any jot to be disgraced by anything either said or done, neither shall be, I hope, in the meanest degree. And what is he, knowing your choice and virtuous dispositions, so powerful in their own prevailing, that wanton words cannot misguide your ways, no, nor the terror of death itself, that dare insinuate a distempered thought? But admit that some slight or shallow judgments, hearing you perhaps sometimes talk of such amorous follies, should therefore suspiciously imagine you to be faulty, or else you would be more sparing of speech. Their wit and censure are both alike, favoring rather of their own vile nature, who would brand others with their base-bred imperfections. Yet there is another consideration beside, of so great injury offered to mine honor, and whereof I know not how you can acquit yourselves. I that have been obedient to you all, and borne the heavy load of your business, having now with full consent created me your king, you would wrest the law out of my hands, and dispose of my authority as you please. Forbear, gentle ladies, all frivolous suspicions, more fit for them that are full of bad thoughts, than you who have true virtue shining in your eyes, and therefore let every one freely speak their mind, according as their humours best pleaseth them. When the ladies heard this, they made answer that all should be answerable to his mind, whereupon the king gave them all leave to dispose of themselves till supper time. And because the sun was yet very high, in regard all the ray-counted novels had been so short, Dionysius went to play at the tables with another of the young gentlemen, Madame Eliza, having withdrawn the ladies aside, thus spake unto them. During the time of our being here, I have often been desirous to let you see a place somewhat near at hand, and which I suppose you have never seen, it being called the Valley of Ladies. Till now, I could not find any convenient time to bring you thither, the sun continuing still aloft, which fitteth you with the apter leisure, and the sight, I am sure, can no way discontent you. The ladies replied that they were all ready to walk with her thither, and calling one of their women to attend on them, they set on, without speaking a word to any of the men. And within the distance of 1/2 mile, they arrived at the Valley of Ladies, whereinto they entered by a straight passage at the one side, from whence there issued forth a clear running river. And they found the said valley to be so goodly and pleasant, especially in that season, which was the hottest of all the year, as all the world was nowhere able to yield the like. And as one of the said ladies since then related to me, there was a plain in the valley so directly round, as if it had been formed by a compass, yet rather it resembled the workmanship of nature, than to be made by the hand of man, containing in circuit somewhat more than the 1/4 of a mile, environed with 6 small hills of no great height, and on each of them stood a little palace, shaped in the fashion of castles. The ground plots descending from those hills or mountains grew less and less by variable degrees, as we observe at entering into our theatres, from the highest part to the lowest, succinctly to narrow the circle by order. Now, concerning these ground plots or little meadows, those which the sun southward looked on, were full of vines, olivet trees, almond trees, cherry trees, and fig trees, with divers other trees beside, so plentifully bearing fruits, as you could not discern a hand's breadth of loss. The other mountains, whereon the northern winds blow, were curiously covered with small thickets or woods of oaks, ashes, and other trees so green and straight, as it was impossible to behold fairer. The goodly plain itself, not having any other entrance, but where the ladies came in, was planted with trees of furra, cypress, laurel, and pines, so singularly growing in formal order, as if some artificial or cunning hand had planted them, the sun hardly piercing through their branches, from the top to the bottom, even at his highest, or any part of his course. All the whole field was richly spread with grass, and such variety of delicate flowers, as nature yielded out of her plenteous storehouse. But that which gave no less delight than any of the rest was a small running brook, descending from one of the valleys that divided two of the little hills, and fell through a vein of the entire rock itself, that the fall and murmur thereof was most delightful to hear, seeming all the way in the descent, like quicksilver, weaving itself into artificial works, and arriving in the plain beneath, it was there received into a small channel, swiftly running through the midst of the plain to a place where it stayed, and shaped itself into a lake or pond, such as our citizens have in their orchards or gardens, when they please to make use of such a commodity. This pond was no deeper than to reach the breast of a man, and having no mud or soil in it, the bottom thereof showed like small beaten gravel, with pretty pebble stones intermixed, which some that had nothing else to do would sit down and count them as they lay, as very easily they might. And not only was the bottom thus apparently seen, but also such plenty of fishes swimming every way, as the mind was never to be wearied in looking on them. Nor was this water bounded in with any banks, but only the sides of the plain meadow, which made it appear the more sightly, as it arose in swelling plenty, and always as it superabounded in his course, lest it should overflow disorderly, it fell into another channel, which conveying it along the lower valley, ran forth to water other needful places. When the ladies were arrived in this goodly valley, and upon advised viewing it, had sufficiently commended it, in regard the heat of the day was great, the place tempting, and the pond free from sight of any, they resolved there to bathe themselves. Wherefore they sent the waiting gentlewoman to have a diligent eye on the way where they entered, lest any one should chance to steal upon them. All 7 of them being stripped naked, into the water they went, which hid their delicate white bodies, like as a clear glass concealeth a damask rose within it. So they being in the pond, and the water nothing troubled by their being there, they found much pretty pastime together, running after the fishes, to catch them with their hands, but they were over quick and cunning for them. After they had delighted themselves there to their own contentment, and were clothed with their garments, as before, thinking it fit time for their returning baccy again, lest their overlong stay might give offence, they departed thence in an easy pace, doing nothing else all the way as they went, but extolling the valley of ladies beyond all comparison. At the palace they arrived in a due hour, finding the 3 gentlemen at play, as they left them, to whom Madame Pampania pleasantly thus spake. Now trust me, gallants, this day we have very cunningly beguiled you. How now, answered Dionysius, begin you first to act before you speak? Yes, truly, sir, replied Madame Pampania, relating to him at large from whence they came, what they had done there, the beauty of the place, and the distance thence. The king, upon hear excellent report, being very desirous to see it, suddenly commanded supper to be served in, which was no sooner ended, but they and their 3 servants, leaving the ladies, walked on to the valley, which when they had considered, no one of them having ever been there before, they thought it to be the paradise of the world. They bathed themselves there likewise, as the ladies formerly had done, and being revested, returned baccy to their lodgings, because dark night drew on apace, but they found the ladies dancing, to a song which Madame Fiametta sung. When the dance was ended, they entertained the time with no other discourse, but only concerning the valley of ladies, whereof they all spake liberally in commendations. Whereupon the king called the master of the household, giving him command that on the morrow dinner should be ready betimes, and bedding to be thence carried, if any desired rest at midtime of the day. All this being done, variety of pleasing wines were brought, banqueting stuff, and other dainties, after which they fell to dancing. And Pamphilus, having received command to begin an especial dance, the king turned himself unto Madame Eliza, speaking thus: Fair lady, you have done me so much honor this day, as to deliver me the crown, in regard whereof be you this night the mistress of the song, and let it be such as best may please yourself. Whereunto Madame Eliza, with a modest blush arising in her face, replied, that his will should be fulfilled, and then with a delicate voice she began in this manner. The song. The chorus sung by all. Love, if I can scape free from forth thy hold, believe it for a truth, never more shall thy falsehood me enfold. When I was young, I entered first thy fights, supposing there to find a solemny peace. I threw off all my arms, and with delights fed my poor hopes, as still they did increase. But like a tyrant, full of rancorous hate, thou took'st advantage, and I sought refuge, but it was too late. Love, if I can scape free, 100, but being thus surprised in thy snares, to my misfortune thou madst me her slave, was onely born to fade me with despairs, and keep me dying in a living grave. For I saw nothing daily for mine eyes, but racks and tortures, from which I could not get in any wise. Love, if I can scape free, 100, my sighs and tears I vented to the wind, for none would hear or pity my complaints. My torments still increased in this kind, and more I felt these sharp restraints. Release me now at last from forth this hell. Assuage thy rigor. Delight not thus in cruelty to dwell. Love, if I can scape free, 100, if this thou wilt not grant, be yet so kind. Release me from these worse than servile bands, which new vain hopes have bred, wherein I find such violent fears as comfort quite withstands. Be now at length a little moved to pity, be it near so little, or in my death listen my swan-like ditty. Love, if I can scape free from forth thy hold, believe it for a truth, never more shall thy falsehood me enfold. After that Madame Eliza had made an end of her song, which she sealed up with an heartbreaking sigh. They all sate amazedly wondering at her moans, not one among them being able to conjecture what should be the reason of her singing in this manner. But the king, being in a good and pleasing temper, calling Tindaro, commanded him to bring his bagpipe, by the sound whereof they danced divers dances. And a great part of the night being spent in this manner, they all gave over and departed to their chambers. The end of the 6th day. The 7th day. When the assembly being met together, and under the regiment of Dionysius, the discourses are directed for the discovery of such policies and deceits as women have used for beguiling of their husbands, either in respect of their love, or for the prevention of some blame or scandal, escaping without sight, knowledge, or otherwise. The induction to the day's discourses. All the stars were departed out of the east, but only that, which we commonly call bright Lucifer, or the day star, gracing the morning very gloriously, when the master of the household, being risen, went with all the provision to the valley of ladies, to make everything in due and decent readings, according as his lord overnight had commanded him. After which departure of his, it was not long before the king arose, being awaked with the noise which the carriages made. And when he was up, the other 2 gentlemen and the ladies were quickly ready soon after. On they set towards the valley, even as the sun was rising. And all the way as they went, never before had they heard so many sweet nightingales and other pretty birds melodiously singing, as they did this morning, which keeping them company throughout the journey, they arrived at the Valley of Ladies, where it seemed to them that infinite choirs of delicate nightingales and other birds had purposely made a meeting, even as it were to give them a glad welcome thither. Divers times they walked about the valley, never satisfied with viewing it from one end to the other, because it appeared far more pleasing unto them than it had done the precedent day, and because the day's splendor was much more conform to the beauty thereof. After they had broken their fast, with excellent wines and banqueting stuff, they began to tune their instruments and sing, because therein the sweet birds should not excel them, the valley with delicate echoes answering all their notes. When dinner time drew near, the tables were covered under the spreading trees, and by the goodly pond's side, where they sate down orderly by the king's direction. And all dinner while, they saw the fishes swim by huge shoals in the pond, which sometimes gave them occasion to talk, as well as gaze on them. When dinner was ended, and the tables withdrawn, in as jocund manner as before, they renewed again their harmonious singing. In divers places of this pleasant valley were goodly field beds readily furnished, according as the master of the household gave instruction, enclosed with pavilions of costly stuffs, such as are sometimes brought out of France. Such as were so disposed were licensed by the king to take their rest, and they that would not, he permitted them to their wonted pastimes, each according to their minds. But when they were risen from sleep, and the rest from their other exercises, it seemed to be more than high time that they should prepare for talk and conference. So sitting down on Turkey carpets, which were spread abroad on the green grass, and close by the place where they had dined, the king gave command that Madame Milia should first begin, whereto she willingly yielding obedience, and expecting such silent attention as formerly had been observed, thus she began. John of Lorraine heard one knock at his door in the night time, whereupon he awaked his wife Monna Tessa. She made him believe that it was a spirit which knocked at the door, and so they arose, going both together to conjure the spirit with a prayer, and afterwards they heard no more knocking. The first novel, reprehending the simplicity of some sottish husbands, and discovering the wanton subtleties of some women to compass their unlawful desires. My gracious lord, quoth Madame Milia, it had been a matter highly pleasing to me, that any other rather than myself should have begun to speak of this argument, which it hath pleased you to appoint. But seeing it is your highness' pleasure that I must make a passage of assurance for all the rest, I will not be irregular, because obedience is our chief article. I shall therefore, gracious ladies, strive to speak something which may be advantageable to you hereafter, in regard that if other women be as fearful as we, especially of spirits, of which all our sex have generally been timorous, although, upon my credit, I know not what they are, nor ever could meet with any, to tell me what they be, you may, by the diligent observation of my novel, learn a wholesome and holy prayer, very available, and of precious power, to conjure and drive them away, whensoever they shall presume to assault you in any place. There dwelt sometime in Florence, and in the street of St. Brancazio, a woolen weaver named John of Lorraine, a man more happy in his art than wise in anything else beside, because, favoring somewhat of the Gregory, and in very deed little less than an idiot, he was many times made captain of the woolen weavers in the quarters belonging to Santa Maria Novella, and his house was the school or receptacle for all their meetings and assemblies. He had divers other petty offices beside, by the dignity and authority whereof he supposed himself much exalted or elevated above the common pitch of other men. And this humor became the more tractable to him, because he addicted himself oftentimes, as being a man of an easy inclination, to be a benefactor to the holy fathers of Santa Maria Novella, giving beside his other charitable alms to someone a pair of breeches, to another a hood, and to another a whole habit. In reward whereof, they taught him by heart many wholesome prayers, as the Pater Noster in the vulgar tongue, the song of Saint Alexis, the lamentations of Saint Bernard, the hymny of Madame Matilda, and many other such like matters, which he kept charily, and repeated usually, as tending to the salvation of his soul. This man had a very fair and lovely wife, named Monna Tessa, the daughter of Manuccio della Caculia, wise and well advised, who, knowing the simplicity of her husband, and affecting Federigo di Neri Pegalotti, who was a comely young gentleman, fresh, and in the flower of his time, even as she was, therefore they agreed the better together. By means of her chambermaid, Federigo and she met often together at a country farm of John of Lorraine's, which he had near to Florence, and where she used to lodge all the summer time, called camerata, whither John resorted sometimes to supper and lodge for a night, returning home again to his city house the next morning. Yet often he would stay there longer with his own companions. Frederigo, who was no mean man in his mistress's favor, and therefore these private meetings the more welcome to him, received a summons or assignation from her to be there on such a night, when her husband had no intent of coming thither. There they supped merrily together, and no doubt did other things, nothing appertaining to our purpose, she both acquainting and well instructing him in a dozen at the least of her husband's devout prayers. Nor did she make any account, or Frederigo either, that this should be the last time of their meeting, because indeed it was not the first, and therefore they set down an order and conclusion together, because the chambermaid must be no longer the messenger in such manner as you shall hear. Frederigo was to observe especially that always when he went or came from his own house, which stood much higher than John of Lorraine did, to look upon a vine closely adjoining to her house, where stood the skull of an ass's head advanced upon an high pole, when the face thereof looked towards Florence, he might safely come, it being an assured scene that John kept at home, and if he found the door fast shut, he should softly knock 3 several times, and thereon be admitted entrance. But if the face stood towards Fiesole, then he might not come, for it was the scene of John's being there, and then there might be no meddling at all. Having thus agreed upon this conclusion, and had many merry meetings together, one night above the rest, where Frederigo was appointed to supper with Monna Tessa, who had made ready 2 fat capons, dressed in most dainty and delicate manner. It fell out so, unfortunately, that John, whose cue was not to come that night, came thither very late. Yet before Frederigo, wherewith she being not a little offended, gave John a slight supper, of lard, bacon, and such like coarse provision, because the other was kept for a better guest. In the meantime, and while John was at supper, the maid by her mistress's direction had conveyed the 2 capons, with boiled eggs, bread, and a bottle of wine, all folded up in a fair clean table cloth into her garden, that had a passage to it, without entering into the house, and where she had divers times supped with Frederigo. She further willed the maid to set all those things under a peach tree, which adjoined to the field's side. But so angry she was at her husband's unexpected coming, that she forgot to bid her tarry there till Frederigo's coming, and to tell him of John's being there, as also to take what he found prepared ready for his supper. John and she being gone to bed together, and the maid likewise, it was not long after, before Frederigo came, and knocking once softly at the door, which was very near to their lodging chamber, John heard the noise, and so did his wife. But to the end that John might not have the least scruple of suspicion, she seemed to be fast asleep, and Frederigo, pausing a while, according to the order directed, knocked again the 2nd time. John, wondering thereat very much, jogged his wife a little, and said to her, "Tessa, hearest thou nothing? Methinks one knocketh at our door." Monna Tessa, who was better acquainted with the knock than plain honest meaning John was, dissembling as if she awaked out of a drowsy dream, said, "Alas, husband, dost thou know what this is? In the name of our blessed Lady, be not afraid. This is but the spirit which haunts our country houses, whereof I have often told thee, and it hath many times much dismayed me, living here alone without thy comfort. Nay, such hath been my fear, that in divers nights past, so soon as I heard the knocks, I was fainy to hide myself in the bed overhead and ears, as we usually say, never daring to be so bold as to look out, until it was broad open day. Arise, good wife, quoth John, and if it be such a spirit of the country as thou talkest of, never be afraid. For before we went to bed, I said the Telusis, the Intemerata, with many other good prayers beside. Moreover, I made the sign of the cross at every corner of our bed, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, so that no doubt at all needs to be made of any power it can have to hurt or touch us. Monna Tessa, because perhaps Frederigo might receive some other suspicion, and so enter into distaste of her by anger or offense, determined to arise indeed, and to let him covertly understand that John was there, and therefore said to her husband, "Believe me, John, thy counsel is good, and every one of thy words hath wisdom in it, but I hold it best for our own safety, thou being here, that we should conjure him quite away, to the end he may never more haunt our house." "Conjure him, wife," quoth John, "by what means?" And how? Be patient, good man, quoth Tessa, and I will instruct thee. I have learned an excellent kind of conjuration. For the last week, when I went to procure the pardons at Fisola, one of the holy recluse nuns, who indeed John is my endeared sister and friend, and the most sanctimonious in life of them all, perceiving me to be troubled and terrified by spirits, taught me a wholesome and holy prayer, and protested withal that she had often made experiment thereof before she became a recluse, found it always a present help to her. Yet never durst I adventure to essay it, living here by myself all alone. But honest John, seeing thou art here with me, we will go both together and conjure this spirit. John replied that he was very willing, and being both up, they went fair and softly to the door, where Frederigo stood still without, and was grown somewhat suspicious of his long attendance. When they were come to the door, Monna Tessa said to John, Thou must cough and spet, at such time as I shall bid thee. Well, quoth John, I will not fail you. Immediately she began her prayer in this manner. Spirit that walk'st thus in the night, poor country people to affright, thou hast mistaken thy mark and I'm. The head stood right, but John home came, and therefore thou must pack ye away. For I have nothing else to say, but to my garden get thee gone. Under the peach tree stands alone. There shalt thou find 2 capons dressed, and eggs laid in mine own hen's nest, bread and a bottle of good wine, all wrapped up in a cloth most fine. Is not this good goblin's fare? Pack ye and say you have your share, not doing harm to John or me, who this night keeps me company. No sooner had she ended her devout conjuring prayer, but she said to her husband, Now John, cough and spet, which John accordingly 999. And Frederigo, being all this while without, hearing her witty conjuration of a spirit, which he himself was supposed to be, being rid of his former jealous suspicion, in the midst of all his melancholy, could very hardly refrain from laughing, the jest appeared so pleasing to him. But when John caught and spet, softly he said to himself, When next thou spetst, spet out all thy teeth. The woman having 3 several times conjured the spirit, in such manner you have already heard, returned to bed again with her husband, and Frederigo, who came as persuaded to sup with her, being supperless all this while, directed by the words of Monna Tessa in her prayer, went into the garden. At the foot of the peach tree, there he found the linen cloth, with the 2 hot capons, bread, eggs, and a bottle of wine in it, all which he carried away with him, and went to supper at better leisure. Oftentimes afterward, upon other meetings of Frederigo and she together, they laughed heartily at her enchantment and the honest belief of silly John. I cannot deny but that some do affirm that the woman had turned the face of the ass's head towards Fisola, and a country travailer passing by the vine, having a long piked staff on his neck. The staff by chance touched the head, and made it turn divers times about, in the end faced Florence, which being the cowl for Frederigo's calming, by this means he was disappointed. In like manner some say that Monna Tessa's prayer for conjuring the spirit was in this order. Spirit, spirit, go thy way, and come again some other day. It was not I that turned the head, but some other in our bed. Our John and I go from our doors, and see thou trouble us no more. So that Frederigo departed thence, both with the loss of his labour's supper. But a neighbour of mine, who is a woman of good years, told me that both the one and other were true, as she herself heard when she was a little girl. And concerning the latter accident, it was not to John of Lorraine, but to another, named John de Nello, that dwelt at S. Peter's gate, and of the same profession as John of Lorraine was. Wherefore, fair ladies, it remaineth in your own choice, to entertain which of the 2 prayers you please, or both together if you will, for they are of extraordinary virtue in such strange occurrences as you have heretofore heard, and upon doubt may prove by experience. It shall not therefore be amiss for you to learn them both by heart, for peradventure they may stand you in good stead, if ever you chance to have the like occasion. Peronella hid a young man, her friend and lover, under a great brewing fat, upon the sardine returning home of her husband, who told her that he had sold the said fat, and brought him that bought it to carry it away. Peronella replied that she had formerly sold it unto another, who was no underneath it, to see whether it were whole and sound or no. Whereupon, he being come forth from under it, she caused her husband to make it neat and clean, and so the last buyer carried it away. The second novel, wherein is declared what hard and narrow shifts and distresses, such as be seriously linked in love, are many times enforced to undergo, according as their own wit and capacity of their surprisers drive them to in extremities. Not without much laughter and good liking was the tale of Madame Milia listened unto, and both the prayers commended to be sound and sovereigny. But it being ended, the king commanded Philostratus that he should follow next in order, whereupon thus he began. Dear ladies, the deceits used by men towards your sex, but especially husbands, have been so great and many, as when it hath sometime happened, or yet may, that husbands are requited in the selfsame kind. You need not find fault at any such accident, either by knowledge thereof afterward, or hearing the same reported by anyone, but rather you should refer it to general publication, to the end, that immodest men may know, and find it for truth, that if they have apprehension and capacity, women are therein not a jot inferior to them, which cannot but redound to your great benefit, because, when any one knoweth that another is as cunning and subtle as himself, he will not be so rashly adventurous in deceit. And who maketh any doubt, that if those sleights and tricks, whereof this day's argument may give us occasion to speak, should afterwards be put in execution by men, would it not minister just reason, of punishing themselves for beguiling you, knowing that if you please you have the like ability in your own power? Mine intent therefore is to tell you, what a woman though but of mean quality did to her husband, upon a sardine, and in a moment as it were for her own safety. Not long since, there lived in Naples an honest mean man, who did take to wife a fair and lusty young woman, being named Peronella. He, professing the trade of a mason, and she carding and spinning, maintained themselves in a reasonable condition, abating and abounding as their fortunes served. It came to pass that a certain young man, well observing the beauty and good parts of Peronella, became much addicted in affection towards her, and by his often and secret solicitations, which he found not to be unkindly entertained, his success proved answerable to his hope, no unindifferency appearing in their purposes, but where her estate seemed weakest, his supplies made an addition of more strength. Now for their securer meeting, to stand clear from all matter of scandal or detection, they concluded in this order between themselves. Lazaro, for so was Peronella's husband named, being an early riser every morning, either to seek for work, or to effect it being undertaken, this amorous friend being therewith acquainted, and standing in some such convenient place, where he could see Lazaro's departure from his house, and yet himself no way discerned. Poor Lazaro was no sooner gone, but presently he enters the house, which stood in a very solitary street called the Avorio. Many mornings had they thus met together, to their no mean delight and contentation, till one especial morning among the rest, when Lazaro was gone forth to work, and Strigario so was the amorous young man named visiting Peronella in the house. Upon a very urgent occasion, Lazaro returned back again, quite contrary to his former wont, keeping forth all day, and never coming home till night. Finding his door to be fast locked, and he having knocked softly once or twice, he spake in this manner to himself: Fortune, I thank thee, for albeit thou hast made me poor, yet thou hast bestowed a better blessing on me, in matching me with so good, honest, loving a wife. Behold, though I went early out of my house, herself hath risen in the cold to shut the door, to prevent the entrance of thieves, or any other that might offend us. Peronella, having heard what her husband said, and knowing the manner of his knock, said fearfully to Strigario, Alas, dear friend, what shall we do? I am little less than a dead woman. For Lazaro, my husband, is come back again, and I know not what to do or say. He never returned in this order before now, doubtless he saw when you entered the door, and for the safety of your honor and mine, creep under this brewing fat, till I have opened the door, to know the reason of his so soon returning. Strigario made no delaying of the matter, but got himself closely under the fat, and Peronella, opening the door for her husband's entrance, with a frowning countenance, spake thus unto him: What meaneth this so early returning home again this morning? It seemeth thou intendest to do nothing today, having brought back thy tools in thy hands. If such be thine intent, how shall we live? Where shall we have bread to fill our bellies? Doest thou think that I will suffer thee to pawn my gown and other poor garments, as heretofore thou hast done. I that card and spin both night and day, till I have worn the flesh from my fingers. Yet all will hardly find oil to maintain our lamp. Husband, husband, there is not one neighbor dwelling by us, but makes a mockery of me, and tells me plainly that I may be ashamed to drudge and moil as I do, wondering not a little how I am able to endure it. And thou returnest home with thy hands in thy hose, as if thou hadst no work at all to do this day. Having thus spoken, she fell to weeping, and then thus began again. Poor wretched woman as I am, in an unfortunate hour was I born, and in a much worse, when I was made thy wife. I could have had a proper, handsome young man, one that would have maintained me brave and gallantly. But, beast as I was, to forego my good, and cast myself away on such a beggar as thou art, and whom none wold have had, but such an essay as one. Other women live at heart's ease, and in jollity have their amorous friends and loving paramours, yea, 1, 2, 3 at once, making their husbands look like a moon crescent, whereon they shine sun-like with amiable looks, because they know not how to help it. When I poor fool live here at home a miserable life, not daring once to dream of such follies, an innocent soul, heartless and harmless. Many times sitting and sighing to myself, Lord, think I of what metal am I made? Why should not I have a friend in a corner, as well as others have? I am flesh and blood, as they are, not made of brass or iron, and therefore subject to women's frailty. I would thou shouldest know it, husband, and I tell it thee in good earnest, that if I would do ill, I could quickly find a friend at a need. Gallants there are good store, who of my knowledge love me dearly, and have made me very large and liberal promises of gold, silver, jewels, and gay garments, if I would extend them the least favor. But my heart will not suffer me. I never was the daughter of such a mother, as had so much as a thought of such matters. No, I thank our blessed Lady and S. Friswood for it, and yet thou returnest home again when thou shouldst be at work. Lazaro, who stood all this while like a well-believing loggerhead, demurely thus answered, Alas, good wife, I pray you be not so angry. I never had so much as an ill thought of you, but know well enough what you are, and have made good proof thereof this morning. Understand therefore patiently, sweet wife, that I went forth to my work, as daily I used to do, little dreaming, as I think you do not, that it had been a holiday. Wife, this is the feast day of Saint Galon, whereon we may in no wise work, and this is the reason of my so soon returning. Nevertheless, dear wife, I was not careless of our household provision, for though we work not, yet we must have food, which I have provided for more than a moneth. Wife, I remembered the brewing fat, whereof we have little or no use at all, but rather it is a trouble to the house, than otherwise. I met with an honest friend, who stayeth without at the door. To him I have sold the fat for 10 gigliatos, and he tarrieth to take it away with him. How, husband, replied Peronella, why now I am worse offended than before. Thou that art a man, walkest everywhere, and shouldst be experienced in worldly affairs. Wouldst thou be so simple as to sell such a brewing fat for 10 gigliatos? Why, I that am a poor ignorant woman, a house-dove sildome going out of my door, have sold it already for 12 gigliatos to a very honest man, who even a little before thy coming home came to me. We agreed on the bargain, and he is now underneath the fat, to see whether it be sound or no. When credulous Lazaro heard this, he was better contented than ever, and went to him that tarried at the door, saying, Good man, you may go your way, for, whereas you offered me but 10 gigliatos for the fat, my loving wife hath sold it for 12, and I must maintain what she hath done. So the man departed, and the variance ended. Peronella then said to her husband, Seeing thou art come home so luckily, help me to lift up the fat, that the man may come forth, and then you two end the bargain together. Strigario, who though he was mewed up under the tub, had his ears open enough, and hearing the witty excuse of Peronella, took himself free from future fear, and being come from under the fat, pretending also, as if he had heard nothing, nor saw Lazaro, looking round about him, said, Where is this good woman? Lazaro, stepping forth boldly like a man, replied, Here am I. What wold you have, sir? Thou, quoth Strigario, what art thou? I ask for the good wife, with whom I made my match for the fat. Honest gentleman, answered Lazaro, I am that honest woman's husband, for lackey of a better, and I will maintain whatsoever my wife hath done. I cry you mercy, sir, replied Strigario, I bargained with your wife for this brewing fat, which I find to be whole and sound. Only it is unclean within, hard crusted with some dry soil upon it, which I know not well how to get off. if you will be the means of making it. Clean, I have the money here ready for it. For that, sir, quoth Peronella, take you no care, although no match at all had been made, what serves my husband for, but to make it clean? Yes, forsooth, sir, answered silly Lazaro, you shall have it neat and clean before you pay the money. So stripping himself into his shirt, lighting a candle, and taking tools fit for the purpose, the fat was whelmed over him, and he being within it, wrought until he sweated, with scraping and scrubbing. So that these poor lovers, what they could not accomplish as they wold, necessity enforced them to perform as they might. And Peronella, looking in at the vent-hole, where the liquor runneth forth for the meshing, seemed to instruct her husband in the business, as espying those parts where the fat was foulest, saying, There, there, Lazaro, tickle it there, the gentleman pays well for it, and is worthy to have it. But see thou do self no harm, good husband. I warrant thee, wife, answered Lazaro, hurt not yourself with leaning your stomachi on the fat, and leave the cleansing of it to me. To be brief, the brewing fat was neatly cleansed, Peronella and Strigerio both well pleased, the money paid, and honest meaning Lazaro not discontented. Friar Reynard, falling in love with a gentlewoman, wife to a man of good account, found the means to become her gossip. Afterward, he being conferring closely with her in her chamber, and her husband coming sedanely thither, she made him believe that he came thither for no other end, but to cure his godson by a charm of a dangerous disease which he had by worms. The third novel, serving as a friendly advertisement to married women, that monks, friars, and priests may be none of their gossips, in regard of unavoidable perils ensuing thereby. Philostratus told not this tale so covertly concerning Lazaro's simplicity and Peronella's witty policy, but the ladies found a knot in the rush, and laughed not a little at his quaint manner of discoursing it. But upon the conclusion, the king looking upon Madame Eliza, willed her to succeed next, which as willingly she granted, and thus began. Pleasant ladies, the charm or conjuration wherewith Madame Milia laid her night-walking spirit maketh me remember a novel of another enchantment, which although it carrieth not commendation equal to the other, yet I intend to report it, because it suiteth with our present purpose, and I cannot sedanely be furnished with another answerable thereto in nature. You are to understand, then, that there lived in Siena a proper young man, of good birth and well-friended, being named Reynard. Earnestly he affected his near-dwelling neighbor, a beautiful gentlewoman and wife to a man of good esteem, of whom he grew half persuaded that if he could without suspicion compass private conference with her, he should reach the height of his amorous desires. Yet seeing no likely means wherewith to further his hope, and she being great with child, he resolved to become a godfather to the child, at such time as it should be brought to christening. And being inwardly acquainted with her husband, who was named Credulano, such familiar intercourses passed between them, both of Reynard's kind offer and Credulano's as courteous acceptance, that he was set down for a gossip. Reynard being thus embraced for Madame Agnesi's gossip, and this proving the only colorable means for his safer permission of speech with her, to let her now understand by word of mouth what long before she collected by his looks and behavior, it fell out no way beneficial to him, albeit Agnesia seemed not nice or scrupulous in hearing, yet she had a more precious care of her honor. It came to pass, within a while after, whether by seeing his labor vainly spent, or some other urgent occasion moving him thereto, I know not, Reynard would needs enter into religion, and whatsoever strictness or austerity he found to be in that kind of life, yet he determined to persevere therein, whether it were for his good or 99. And although within a short space, after he was thus become a religious monk, he seemed to forget the former love which he bare to his gossip Agnesia, and divers other enormous vanities beside. Yet let me tell you, success of time tutored him in them again, and without any respect to his poor holy habit, but rather in contempt thereof, as it were he took an especial delight in wearing garments of much richer esteem, yet favored by the same monastical profession, appearing in all respects like a court minion or favorite, of a sprightly and poetical disposition, for composing verses, sonnets, and canzons, singing them to sundry excellent instruments, and yet not greatly curious of his company, so they were some of the best, and Madame Agnesia one, his former gossip. But why do I trouble myself in talking thus of our so lately converted friar, Holy Father Reynard, when they of longer standing, and reputed merely for saints in life, are rather much more vile than he. Such is the wretched condition of this world, that they shame not fat, soggy, and nasty abelubbers to show how full-fed they live in their cloisters, with cherry cheeks and smooth shining looks, gay and gaudy garments, far from the least expression of humility, not walking in the streets like doves, but high-crested like cocks, with well-crammed gorges. Nay, which is worse, if you did but see their chambers furnished with gallipots of electuaries, precious unguents, apothecary boxes, filled with various confections, conserves, excellent perfumes, and other goodly glasses of artificial oils and waters, beside rundlets, and small barrels full of Greek wine, muscatella, lacryme Christi, and other such like most precious wines, so that to such as see them they seem not to be chambers of religious men, but rather apothecaries' shops, or appertaining to druggists, grocers, or perfumers. It is no disgrace to them to be gouty, because when other men know it not, they allege that strict fasting, feeding on gross meats, though never so little, continual studying, and such like restraints from the body's freer exercise, maketh them subject to many infirmities, and yet, when any one of them chanceth to fall sick, the physician must minister no such counsel to them as chastity, abstinence from voluptuous meats, discipline of the body, or any of those matters appertaining to a modest religious life. For concerning the plain, vulgar, and plebeian people, these holy fathers are persuaded that they know nothing really belonging to a sanctimonious life, as long watching, praying, discipline, and fasting, which in themselves are not able to make men look lean, wretched, and pale. Because Saint Dominic, Saint Francis, and divers other holy saints beside, observed the self-assame religious orders and constitutions, as now their careful successors do. Moreover, in example of those forenamed saints, who went well clothed, though they had not 3 garments for one, nor made of the finest woolen excellent cloth, but rather of the very coarsest of all other, and of the common ordinary color, to expel cold onely, but not to appear brave or gallant, deceiving thereby infinite simple credulous souls, whose purses nevertheless are their best paymasters. But leave we this, and return we baccy to virtuous Friar Reynard, who falling again to his former appetites, became an often visitant of his gossip Agnesia, and now he had learned such a blushless kind of boldness, that he durst be more instant with her concerning his privy suit, than ever formerly he had been, yea, even to solicite the enjoying of his immodest desires. The good gentlewoman, seeing herself so importunately pursued, and Friar Reynard appearing now perhaps of sweeter and more delicate complexion than at his entrance into religion, at a set time of his secret communing with her, she answered him in as apt terms as they used to do, who are not greatly squeamish in granting matters demanded of them. Why, how now, Friar Reynard, quoth she, do godfathers used to move such questions? Whereto the friar thus replied, Madam, when I have laid off this holy habit, which is a matter very easy for me to do, I shall seem in your eye, in all respects made like another man, quite from the course of any religious life. Agnesia, biting the lip with a pretty smile, said, O my fair stars, you will never be so unfriendly to me. What, you being my gossip, would you have me consent unto such a sin? Our blessed Lady shield me, for my ghostly father hath often told me that it is utterly unpardonable, but if it were, I fear too much confiding on mine own strength. Gossip, gossip, answered the friar, you speak like a fool, and fear in this case is wholly frivolous, especially when the motions moved by such an one as myself, who upon repentance can grant you pardon and indulgence presently. But I pray you let me ask you one question, who is the nearest kinsman to your son, either I, that stood at the font for his baptismy, or your husband that begot him? The lady made answer that it was her husband. You say very true, gossip, replied the friar, and yet notwithstanding, doth not your husband both at board and bed enjoy the sweet benefit of your company? Yes, said the lady, why should he not? Then, lady, quoth Reynard, I, who am not so near a kinsman to your son as your husband is, why may ye not afford me the like favor as you do him? Agnesia, who was no logician, and therefore could not stand on any curious answer, especially being so cunningly moved, believed, or rather made show of believing, that the godfather said nothing but truth, and thus answered, What woman is she, gossip, that knoweth how to answer your strange speeches? And how it came to pass, I know not, but such an agreement passed between them, that, for once only so it might not infringe the league of gossipship, but that title to countenance their further intent, such a favour should be afforded, so it might stand clear from suspicion. An especial time being appointed, when this amorous combat should be fought in love's field, Friar Reynard came to his gossip's house, where none being present to hinder his purpose, but only the nurse which attended on the child, who was an indifferent fair proper woman. His holy brother that came thither in his company, because friars were not allowed to walk alone, was sent aside with her into the pigeon loft, to instruct her in a new kind of pater noster, lately devised in their holy convent. In the meanwhile, as Friar Reynard and Agnesia were entering into her chamber, she leading her little son by the hand, and making fast the door for their better safety, the friar laid by his holy habit, cowl, hood, book, and beads, to be in all respects as other men were. No sooner were they thus entered the chamber, but her husband Credulano, being come into the house, and unseen of any, stayed not till he was at the chamber door, where he knocked, and called for his wife. She hearing his voice, "Alas, gossip," quoth she, "what shall I do? My husband knocketh at the door, and now he will perceive the occasion of our so familiar acquaintance." Reynard, being stripped into his truss and straight strouses, began to tremble and quake exceedingly. "I hear your husband's tongue, gossip," said he, "and seeing no harm as yet hath been done, if I had but my garments on again, we would have one excuse or other to serve the turn, but till then you may not open the door. As women's wits are seldom gadding abroad, when any necessity concerneth them at home, even so Agnesia, being sedanely provided of an invention, both how to speak and carry herself in this extremity, said to the friar, "Get on your garments quickly, and when you are clothed, take your little godson in your arms, and listening well what I shall say, shape your answers according to my words, and then refer the matter to me." Credulano had scarcely ended his knocking, but Agnesia, stepping to the door, said, "Husband, I come to you." So she opened the door, and going forth to him with a cheerful countenance thus spake, "Believe me, husband, you could not have come in a more happy time, for our young son was sedanely extremely sick, and as good fortune would have it our loving gossip Reynard chanced to come in, and questionless, but by his good prayers and other religious pains, we had utterly lost our child, for he had no life left in him." Credulano, being as credulous as his name imported, seemed ready to swoon with sodding conceit. "Alas, good wife," quoth he, "how happened this?" "Sit down, sweet husband," said she, "and I will tell you all. Our child was sedanely taken with a swooning, wherein I, being unskilful, did verily suppose him to be dead, not knowing what to do or say. By good hap our gossip Reynard came in, and taking the child up in his arms, said to me, 'Gossip, this is nothing else but worms in the belly of the child, which ascending to the heart must needs kill the child, without all question to the contrary. But be of good comfort, gossip, and fear not, for I can charm them in such sort that they shall all die, and before I depart hence, you shall see your son as healthful as ever.' And because the manner of this charm is of such nature that it required prayer and exercising in two places at once, nurse went up with his holy brother into our pigeon loft to exercise their devotion there, while we did the like here. For none but the mother of the child must be present at such a mystery, nor any enter to hinder the operation of the charm, which was the reason of making fast the chamber door. You shall see, husband, anon the child, which is indifferently recovered in his arms, and if nurse and his holy brother were returned from their meditations, he saith that the charm would then be fully effected, for the child beginneth to look cheerful and merry." So dearly did Credulano love the child, that he verily believed what his wife had said, never misdoubting any other treachery, and lifting up his eyes with a vehement sigh said, "Wife, may not I go in and take the child into my arms?" "Oh no, not yet, good husband," quoth she, "in any case, lest you should overthrow all that is done. Stay but a little while, I will go in again, and if all be well, then will I call you." In went Agnesia again, making the door fast after her, the friar having heard all the past speeches. By this time he was fitted with his habit, and taking the child in his arms, he said to Agnesia, "Gossip, methought I heard your husband's voice. Is he at your chamber door?" "Yes, gossip Reynard," quoth Credulano without, while Agnesia opened the door, and admitted him entrance. "Indeed it is one." "Come in, sir, I pray you," replied the friar, "and here receive your child of me, who is in great danger of your ever seeing him any more alive. But you must take order to make an image of wax, agreeing with the stature of the child, to be placed on the altar before the image of S. Francis, by whose merits the child is thus restored to health. The child, beholding his father, made signs of calming to him, rejoicing merrily, as young infants used to do, and Credulano, clasping him in his arms, wept with conceit of joy, kissing him infinitely, and heartily thanking his gossip Reynard for the recovery of his godson. The friar's brotherly companion, who had given sufficient instructions to the nurse, and a small purse full of sister's white thread, which a nun after shrift had bestowed on him, upon the husband's admittance into the chamber which they easily heard came in also to them, and seeing all in very good terms, they halped to make a joyful conclusion, the brother saying to Friar Reynard, "Brother, I have finished all those 4 jaculatory prayers, which you commanded me." "Brother," answered Reynard, "you have a better breath than I, and your success hath proved happier than mine, for before the arrival of my gossip Credulano, I could accomplish but 2 jaculatory prayers only. But it appeareth that we have both prevailed in our devout desires, because the child is perfectly cured." Credulano, calling for wine and good cheer, feasted both the friars very jocundly, and then conducting them forth of his house, without any further intermission, caused the child's image of wax to be made, and sent it to be placed on the altar of Saint Francis, among many other the like oblations. Tofano in the night season did lock his wife out of his house, and she not prevailing to get entrance again, by all the entreaties she could possibly use, made him believe that she had thrown herself into a well, by casting a great stone into the same well. Tofano, hearing the fall of the stone into the well, and being persuaded that it was his wife indeed, came forth of his house, and ran to the well's side. In the meanwhile, his wife got into the house, made fast the door against her husband, and gave him many reproachful speeches. The 4th novel, wherein is manifested that the malice and subtlety of a woman surpasseth all the art or wit in man. So soon as the king perceived that the novel reported by Madame Eliza was finished, he turned himself to Madame Loretta and told her it was his pleasure that she should now begin the next, whereto she yielded in this manner. "O love, what and how many are thy prevailing forces? How strong are thy foresights, and how admirable thine attempts? Where is, or ever was the philosopher or artist that could instruct the wiles, escapes, preventions, and demonstrations, which sedanely thou teachest such, as are thy apt and understanding scholars indeed? Certain it is, that the documents and eruditions of all other whatsoever are weak, or of no worth in respect of thine, as hath notably appeared by the remonstrances already past, and where 2 worthy ladies, I will add another of a simple woman, who taught her husband such a lesson as she never learned of any, but love himself. There dwelt sometime in Arezzo, which is a fair village of Tuscany, a rich man, named Tofano, who enjoyed in marriage a young beautiful woman, called Chetta, of whom without any occasion given, or reason known to himself, he became exceeding jealous, which his wife perceiving, she grew much offended thereat, and took it in great scorn, that she should be servile to so vile and slavish a condition. Oftentimes she demanded of him, from whence this jealousy in him received original, he having never seen or heard of any. He could make her no other answer, but what his own bad humor suggested, and drove him every day almost to death's door, by fear of that which no way needed. But whether as a just scourge for this his gross folly, or a secret decree, ordained to him by fortune and the fates, I am not able to distinguish. It came so to pass, that a young gallant made means to enjoy her favor, and she was so discreetly wise, in judging of his worthiness, that affection passed so far mutually between them, as nothing wanted, but effects to answer words, suited with time and place convenient, for which order was taken as best they might, yet to stand free from all suspicion. Among many other evil conditions, very frequent and familiar in her husband Tofano, he took a great delight in drinking, which not only he held to be a commendable quality, but was always so often solicited thereto, that Chetta herself began to like and allow it in him, feeding his humor so effectually with quaffing and carousing, that at any time when she listed she could make him bousy beyond all measure, and leaving him sleeping. In this drunkenness would always get herself to bed. By help hereof she compassed the first familiarity with her friend, yea, divers times after, as occasion served, and so confidently did she build on her husband's drunkenness, that not only she adventured to bring her friend home into her own house, but also would as often go to his, which was somewhat near at hand, and abide with him there the most part of the night season. While Chetta thus continued on these amorous courses, it fortuned that her sly suspicious husband began to perceive that though she drunk very much with him, yea, until he was quite spent and gone, yet she remained fresh and sober still, and thereby imagined strange matters, that he being fast asleep, his wife then took advantage of his drowsiness, and might, and so forth. Being desirous to make experience of this his distrust, he returned home at night, not having drunk anything all the whole day, dissembling both by his words and behavior, as if he were notoriously drunk indeed. Which his wife constantly believing, said to herself, that he had now more need of sleep than drink, getting him immediately into his warm bed, and then going down the stairs again, softly went out of doors unto her friend's house, as formerly she had used to do, and there she remained until midnight. Tofano, perceiving that his wife came not to bed, and imagining to have heard his door both open and shut, arose out of his bed, and calling his wife Chetta divers times, without any answer returned. He went down the stairs, and finding the door but closed too, made it fast and sure on the inside, and then got him up to the window, to watch the returning home of his wife, from whence she came, and then to make her conditions apparently known. So long there he stayed, till at the last she returned indeed, and finding the door so surely shut, she was exceeding sorrowful, essaying how she might get it open by strength, which when Tofano had long suffered her in vain to approve, thus he spake to her, Chetta, Chetta, all thy labor is merely lost, because here is no entrance allowed for thee, therefore return to the place from whence thou camest, that all thy friends may judge of thy behavior, and know what a night-walker thou art become. The woman, hearing this unpleasing language, began to use all humble entreaties, desiring him for charity's sake to open the door and admit her entrance, because she had not been in any such place, as his jealous suspicion might suggest to him, but only to visit a weak sickly neighbor, the nights being long, she not as yet capable of sleep, nor willing to sit alone in the house. But all her persuasions served to no purpose. He was so settled in his own opinion that all the town should now see her nightly gadding, which before was not so much as suspected. Chetta, seeing that fair means would not prevail, she entered into rough speeches and threatenings, saying, If thou wilt not open the door and let me come in, I will so shame thee as never base man was. As how I pray thee, answered Tofano, what canst thou do to me? The woman, whom love had inspired with sprightly counsel, ingeniously instructing her what to do in this distress, sternly thus replied, Before I will suffer any such shame as thou intended towards me, I will drown myself here in this well before our door, where being found dead, and thy villainous jealousy so apparently known, beside thy more than beastly drunkenness, all the neighbors will constantly believe that thou didst first strangle me in the house, and afterwards threw me into this well. So either thou must fly upon the supposed offense, or lose all thy goods by banishment, or which is much more fitting, for thee have thy head smitten off as a wilful murderer of thy wife, for all will judge it to be no otherwise. All which words moved not Tofano a jot from his obstinate determination, but he still persisting therein, thus she spake, I neither can nor will longer endure this base villainy of thine. To the mercy of heaven I commit my soul, and stand there my weal, a witness against so hard-hearted a murderer. No sooner had she thus spoke, but the night being so extremely dark, as they could not discern one another, Chetta went to the well, where finding a very great stone, which lay loose upon the brim of the well, even as if it had been laid there on purpose, she cried out aloud, saying, Forgive me, fair heavens, and so threw the stone down into the well. The night being very still silent, the fall of the great stone made such a dreadful noise in the well, that he, hearing it at the window, thought verily she had drowned herself indeed. Whereupon, running down hastily, and taking a bucket fastened to a strong cord, he left the door wide open, intending speedily to help her. But she standing close at the door's entrance, before he could get to the well's side, she was within the house, softly made the door fast on the inside, and then went up to the window, where Tofano before had stood talking to her. While he was thus dragging with his bucket in the well, crying and calling Chetta, Take hold, good Chetta, and save thy life, she stood laughing in the window, saying, Water should be put into wine before a man drinks it, and not when he hath drunk too much already. Tofano, hearing his wife thus to flout him out of his window, went back to the door, and finding it made fast against him, he willed here to grant him entrance. But she, forgetting all gentle language, which formerly she had used to him, in mere mockery and derision, yet intermixed with some sighs and tears, which women are said to have at command out aloud, because the neighbors should hear her, thus she replied, "Beastly drunken knave as thou art, this night thou shalt not come within these doors. I am no longer able to endure thy base behavior. It is more than high time that thy course of life should be publicly known, and at what drunken hours thou returnest home to thy house." Tofano, being a man of very impatient nature, was as bitter unto her in words on the other side, which the neighbors about them, both men and women hearing, looked forth of their windows, and demanding a reason for this their disquietness, Chetta seeming as if she wept said, "Alas, my good neighbors, you see at what unfitting hours this bad man comes home to his house, after he hath lien in a tavern all day drunk, sleeping and snorting like a swine. You are my honest witnesses, how long I have suffered this beastliness in him, yet neither your good counsel, nor my too often loving admonitions, can work that good which we have expected. Wherefore, to try if shame can procure any amendment, I have shut him out of doors, until his drunken fit be overpast, and so he shall stand to cool his feet." Tofano, but in very uncivil manner, told her being abroad that night, and how she had used him. But the neighbors, seeing her to be within the house, and believing her, rather than him, in regard of his too well-known ill qualities, very sharply reproved him, gave him gross speeches, pitying that any honest woman should be so continually abused. "Now, my good neighbors," quoth she, "you see what manner of man he is. What would you think of me, if I should walk the streets thus in the night time, or be so late out of mine own house, as this daily drunkard is? I was afraid least you would have given credit to his dissembling speeches, when he told you that I was at the well's side and threw something into the well, but that I know your better opinion of me, and how seldom I am to be seen out of doors, although he would induce your sharper judgment of me, and lay that shame upon me, wherein he hath sinned himself." The neighbors, both men and women, were all very severely incensed against Tofano, condemning him for his great fault that night committed, and avouching his wife to be virtuous and honest. Within a little while, the noise passing from neighbor to neighbor, at the length it came to the ears of her kindred, who forthwith resorted thither, and hearing how sharply the neighbors reprehended Tofano, they took him, soundly bastinadoed him, and hardly left any bone of him unbruised. Afterward they went into the house, took all such things thence as belonged to here, taking here also with them to their dwelling, and threatening Tofano with further infliction of punishment, both for his drunkenness and costless jealousy. Tofano, perceiving how cursely they had handled him, and what crooked means might further be used against him, in regard her kindred friends were very mighty, thought it much better patiently to suffer the wrong already done him, than by obstinate contending to proceed further and fare worse. Became a suitor to her kindred, that Al might be forgotten and forgiven, in recompense whereof he would not only refrain from drunkenness, but also never more be jealous of his wife. This being faithfully promised, and Chetta reconciled to her husband, all strife was ended. She enjoyed her friend's favor as occasion served, but yet with such discretion as it was not noted. Thus the coxcomb fool was fain to purchase his peace, after a notorious wrong sustained, and further injuries to be offered. A jealous man, clouded with the habit of a priest, became the confessor to his own wife, who made him believe that she was deeply in love with a priest, which came every night and lay with her, by means of which confession, while her jealous husband watched the door of his house, to surprise the priest when he came, she that never meant to do amiss, had the company of a secret friend, who came over the top of the house to visit her, while her foolish husband kept the door. The fifth novel. In just scorn and mockery of such jealous husbands, that will be so idle-headed upon no occasion, and yet when they have good reason for it, do least of all suspect any such injury. Madame Loretta having ended her novel, and every one commended the woman for fitting Tofano in his kind, and, as his jealousy and drunkenness justly deserved, the king, to prevent all loss of time, turned to Madame Fiammetta, commanding her to follow next. Whereupon, very graciously, she began in this manner. Noble ladies, the precedent novel delivered by Madame Loretta maketh me willing to speak of another jealous man, as being half persuaded that whatsoever is done to them by their wives, and especially upon no occasion given, they do no more than well becometh them, and if those grave heads, which were the first institutors of laws, had diligently observed all things, I am of the mind that they would have ordained no other penalty for women than they appointed against such, as in their own defense do offend any other. For jealous husbands are mere insidiators of their wives' lives, and most diligent pursuers of their deaths, being locked up in their houses all the week long, employed in nothing but domestic drudging affairs, which makes them desirous of high festival days to receive some little comfort abroad by an honest recreation or pastime, as husbandmen in the fields, artisans in our city, or governors in our judicial courts. Yea, or as our Lord himself, who rested the seventh day from all his travails. In like manner, it is so willed and ordained by the laws, as well divine as humane, which have regard to the glory of God, and for the common good of everyone, making distinction between those days appointed for labor and the other determined for rest, where two jealous persons in no case will give consent, but all those days which for other women are pleasing and delightful unto such, over whom they command, are most irksome, sad, and sorrowful, because then they are locked up, and very strictly restrained. And if question were urged, how many good women do live and consume away in this torturing hell of affliction, I can make no other answer, but such as feel it, are best able to discover it. Wherefore, to conclude the proheme to my present purpose, let none be over rash in condemning women, for what they do to their husbands, being jealous without occasion, but rather commend their wit and providence. Sometime, fair ladies, there lived in Aramino a merchant very rich in wealth and worldly possessions, who having a beautiful gentlewoman to his wife, he became extremely jealous of her. And he had no other reason for this foolish conceit, but like as he loved her dearly, and found her to be very absolutely fair, even so he imagined that although she devised by her best means to give him content, yet others would grow enamored of her, because she appeared so amiable to all. In which respect, time might tutor her to affect some other beside himself, the only common argument of every bad-minded man being weak and shallow in his own understanding. This jealous humor increasing in him more and more, he kept her in such narrow restraint, that many persons condemned to death have enjoyed larger liberty in their imprisonment. For she might not be present at feasts, weddings, nor go to church, or so much as to be seen at her door. Nay, she durst not stand in her window, nor look out of her house, for any occasion whatsoever, by means whereof life seemed most tedious and offensive to her, and she supported it the more impatiently, because she knew herself not any way faulty. Seeing her husband still persist in this shameful course towards her, she studied how she might best comfort herself in this desolate case, by devising some one mean or other, if any at all were to be found, whereby he might be requited in his kind, and wear that badge of shame whereof he was now but onely afraid. And because she could not gain so small a permission as to be seen at any window, where happily she might have observed some one passing by in the street, discerning a little parcel of her love, she remembered at length that, in the next house to her husband's, they both joining close together there dwelt a comely young proper gentleman, whose perfections carried correspondency with her desires. She also considered with herself that if there were any partition wall, such a chink or cranny might easily be made therein, by which at one time or other she should gain a sight of the young gentleman, and find an hour so fitting as to confer with him, and bestow her lovely favor on him, if he pleased to accept it. If success in this case proved answerable to her hope, then thus she resolved to outrun the rest of her wearisome days, except the frenzy of jealousy did finish her husband's loathed life before. Walking from one room to another, thorough every part of the house, and no wall escaping without diligent surveying, on a day when her husband was absent from home, she espied in a corner very secret, an indifferent cleft in the wall, which though it yielded no full view on the other side, yet she plainly perceived it to be an handsome chamber, and grew more than half persuaded that either it might be the chamber of Filippo, for so was the neighboring young gentleman named, or else a passage guiding thereto. A chamber maid of hers, who compassioned her case very much, made such observance, by her mistress's direction, that she found it to be Filippo's bed-chamber, and where always he used to lodge alone. By often visiting this rift or chink in the wall, especially when the gentleman was there, and by throwing in little stones, flowers, and such like things, which fell still in his way as he walked. So far she prevailed, that he stepping to the chink, to know from whence they came, she called softly to him, who knowing her voice. There they had such private conference together, as was not any way displeasing to either, so that the chink being made a little larger, yet so, as it could not be easily discerned, their mouths might meet with kisses together, and their hands folded each in other, but nothing else to be performed, for continual fear of her jealous husband. Now the feast of Christmas drawing near, the gentlewoman said to her husband, that, if it stood with his liking, she would do such duty as fitted with so solemnly a time, by going early in a morning unto church, there to be confessed, and receive her Saviour, as other Christians 999. How now, replied the jealous assay, what sins have you committed, that should need confession? How, husband, quoth she, what do you think me to be a saint? Who knoweth not, I pray you, that I am as subject to sin as any other woman living in the world, but my sins are not to be revealed to you, because you are no priest. These words inflamed his jealousy more violently than before, and needs must he know what sins she had committed, having resolved what to do in this case, made her answer, that he was contented with her motion, always provided that she went to no other church, than unto their own chapel, betimes in a morning, and their own chaplain to confess her, or some other priest by him appointed, but not any other, and then she to return home presently again. She being a woman of acute apprehension, presently collected his whole intention, but seeming to take no knowledge thereof, replied, that she would not swerve from his direction. When the appointed day was come, she arose very early, and being prepared answerable to her own liking, to the chapel she went as her husband had appointed, where her jealous husband being much earlier risen than she attended for her calming, having so ordered the matter with his chaplain, that he was clothed in his cowl, with a large hood hanging over his eyes, that she should not know him. And so he went and sate down in the confessor's place. She being entered into the chapel, and calling for the priest to hear her confession, he made her answer, that he could not intend it, but would bring her to another holy brother, who was at better leisure than he. So to her husband he brought her, that seemed in all respects like the confessor himself, save onely his hood was not so closely veiled, but she knew his beard, and said to herself, what a mad world is this, when jealousy can metamorphose an ordinary man into a priest, but let me alone with him, I mean to fit him with that which he looks for. So appearing to have no knowledge at all of him, down she fell at his feet, and he had conveyed a few cherry stones into his mouth, to trouble his speech from her knowledge, for in all things else he thought himself to be sufficiently fitted for her. In the course of her confession, she declared that she was married to a most wicked jealous husband, and with whom she lead a very hateful life. Nevertheless, quoth she, I am indifferently even with him, for I am beloved of an holy friar, that every night cometh and lieth with me. When the jealous husband heard this, it stabbed him like a dagger to the heart, and but for this greedy covetous desire to know more, he would fain have broke off confession and got him gone. But perceiving that it was his wisest course, he questioned further with his wife, saying, Why, good woman, doth not your husband lodge with you? Yes, sir, quoth she. How is it possible, then, replied the husband, that the friar can lodge there with you too? She, dissembling a far-fetched sigh, thus answered, Reverend sir, I know not what skilful art the friar useth, but this I am sure, every door in our house will fly open to him, so soon as he doth but touch it. Moreover, he told me, that when he cometh unto my chamber door, he speaketh certain words to himself, which immediately casteth my husband into a dead sleep, and understanding him to be thus sleepily entranced, he openeth the door, entereth in, lieth down by me, and this every night he faileth not to do. The jealous coxcomb, angrily scratching his head, and wishing his wife half hanged, said, Mistress, this is very badly done, for you should keep yourself from all men, but your husband only. That shall I never do, answered she, because indeed I love him dearly. Why then, quoth our supposed confessor, I cannot give you any absolution. I am the more sorry, sir, said she, I came not hither to tell you any leasings, for if I could, yet I would not, because it is not good to fable with such saint-like men as you are. You do therein, quoth he, the better, and surely I am very sorry for you, because in this dangerous condition it will be the utter loss of your soul. Nevertheless, both for your husband's sake and your own, I will take some pains, and use such especial prayers in your name, which may perchance greatly avail you. And I purpose now and then to send you a novice or young clerk of mine, whom you may safely acquaint with your mind, and signify to me, by him, whether they have done you good or no. And if they prove helpful, then will we further proceed therein. Alas, sir, said she, never trouble yourself in sending anybody to our house, because, if my husband should know it, he is so extremely jealous, as all the world cannot otherwise persuade him, but that he cometh thither for no honest intent, and so I shall live worse than now I do. Fear not that, good woman, quoth he, but believe it certainly, that I will have such a care in this case, as your husband shall never speak thereof to you. If you can do so, sir, said she, proceed I pray you, and I am well contented. Confession being thus ended, and she receiving such penance as he appointed, she arose on her feet, and went to hear mass, while our jealous woodcock testily puffing and blowing put off his religious habit, returning home presently to his house, beating his brains all the way as he went, what means he might best devise, for the taking of his wife and the friar together, whereby to have them both severely punished. His wife being come home from the chapel, discerned by her husband's looks, that he was like to keep but a sorry Christmas, yet he used his utmost industry to conceal what he had done, which she knew as well as himself. And he having fully resolved to watch his own street door the next night ensuing in person, in expectation of the friar's coming, said to his wife, I have occasion both to supper and lodge out of my house this night, wherefore see you the street door to be surely made fast on the inside, and the door at the middest of the stairs, as also your own chamber door, and then in God's name get you to bed. Whereto she answered, that all should be done as he had appointed. Afterward, when she saw convenient time, she went to the chink in the wall, and making such a scene as she was wont to do, Filippo came thither, to whom she declared all her morning's affairs, what directions her husband had given her. Furthermore, she said, certain I am, that he will not depart from the house, but sit and watch the door without, to take one that comes not here. If therefore you can climb over the house top, and get in at our gutter window, you and I may confer more familiarly together. The young gentleman, being no dullard, had his lesson quickly taught him, and when night was come, geloso, for so must we term the cocky-brained husband, arms himself at all points, with a brown bill in his hand, and so he sits to watch his own door. His wife had made fast all the doors, especially that on the midst of the stairs, because he should not by any means come to her chamber. And so, when the hour served, the gentleman adventured over the house top, found the gutter window, and the way conducting him to her chamber, where I leave them to their further amorous conference. Geloso more than half mad with anger first, because he had lost his supper. Next, having sitten almost all the night, which was extremely cold and windy, his armor much molesting him, and yet he could see no friar come, when day drew near, and he ashamed to watch there any longer, conveyed himself to some more convenient place, where putting off his arms, and seeming to come from the place of his lodging, about the 9th hour, he found his door open, entered in, went up the stairs, going to dinner with his wife. Within a while after, according as Geloso had ordered the business, a youth came thither, seeming to be the novice sent from the confessor, and he being admitted to speak with her, demanded whether she were troubled or molested that night past, as formerly she had been, and whether the party came or no. The woman, who knew well enough the messenger notwithstanding all his formal disguise, made answer, that the party expected came not, but if he had come, it was to no purpose, because her mind was now otherwise altered, albeit she changed not a jot from her amorous conclusion. What should I now further say unto you? Geloso continued his watch many nights afterward, as hoping to surprise the friar at his entrance, and his wife kept still her contented quarter, according as opportunity served. In the conclusion, Geloso being no longer able to endure his bootless watching, nor some more than ordinary pleasing countenance in his wife, one day demanded of her, with a very stern and frowning brow, what secret sins she had revealed to the ghostly father upon the day of her shrift. The woman replied that she would not tell him, neither was it a matter reasonable or lawful for her to do. Wicked woman, answered Geloso, I know them all well enough, even in despite of thee, and every word that thou spakest unto him. But huswife, now I must further know what the friar is, with whom you are so far in love, and by means of his enchantments lieth with you every night. Tell me what and who he is, or else I mean to cut your throat. The woman immediately made answer, it was not true that she was in love with any friar. How, quoth Geloso, didst thou confess so much to the ghostly father the other day when thou wast at shrift? No, sir, said she, but if I did, I am sure he would not disclose it to you, except he suffered you to be there present, which is an article beyond his duty. But if it were so, then I confess freely that I did say so unto him. Make an end, then quickly, wife, quoth Geloso, and tell me who the friar is. The woman fell into a hearty laughter, saying, It liketh me singularly well, when a wise man will suffer himself to be led by a simple woman, even as a sheep is to the slaughter, and by the horns. If once thou wast wise, that wisdom became utterly lost, when thou fellst into that devilish frenzy of jealousy, without knowing any reason for it. For by this beast-like and no manly humour, thou hast eclipsed no mean part of my glory and womanly reputation. Doest thou imagine, husband, that if I were so blinded in the eyes of my head, as thou art in them, which should inform thine understanding, I could have found out the priest, that would needs be my confessor? I knew thee, husband, to be the man, and therefore I prepared my wit accordingly, to fit thee with the foolish imagination which thou soughtest for, and indeed gave it thee. For, if thou hadst been wise, as thou makest the world to believe by outward appearance, thou wouldest never have expressed such a baseness of mind, to borrow the cooler of a sanctified cloak, thereby to undermine the secrets of thine honest meaning wife. Wherefore, to feed thee in thy fond suspicion, I was the more free in my confession, and told thee truly with whom and how heinously I had transgressed. Did I not tell thee that I loved a friar? And art not thou he whom I love, being a friar, and my ghostly father, though to thine own shame thou madst thyself so? I said, moreover, that there is not any door in our house that can keep itself shut against him, but when he pleaseth he comes and lies with me. Now tell me, husband, what door in our house hath at any time been shut against thee, but they are freely thine own, grant the entrance. Thou art the same friar that confessed me, and lieth every night with me, and so often as thou sentst thy young novice or clerk to me, as often did I truly return thee word, when the same friar lay with me. But by jealousy thou hast so lost thine understanding, that thou wilt hardly believe all this. Alas, good man, like an armed watchman, thou satst at thine own door all a cold winter's night, persuading me, poor silly credulous woman, that, upon urgent occasions, thou must needs separe and lodge from home. Remember thyself therefore better hereafter, become a true understanding man, as thou shouldst be, and make not thyself a mocking stock to them, who knoweth thy jealous qualities as well as I do, and be not so watchful over me as thou art. For I swear by my true honesty, that if I were but as willing as thou art suspicious, I could deceive thee, if thou hadst 100 eyes, as nature affords thee but 2, and have my pleasures freely, yet thou be not a jot the wiser, or my credit any way impaired. Our wonderful wise Geloso, who very advisedly considered that he had wholly heard his wive's secret confession, and dreamed now on no other doubt beside, but perceiving by her speeches how he was become a scorn to all men, without returning other answer, confirmed his wife to be both wise and honest, and now, when he had just occasion to be jealous, indeed he utterly forswear it, and counted them all coxcombs that would be so misguided. Wherefore, she having thus wisely won the way to her own desires, and he reduced into a more humane temper, I hope there was no more need of clambering over houses in the night time like cats, nor walking in at gutter windows, but all abuses were honestly reformed. Madame Isabella, delighting in the company of her affected friend, named Lionello, and she being likewise beloved by Signor Lambertuccio. At the same time as she had entertained Lionello, she was also visited by Lambertuccio. Her husband returning home in the very instant, she caused Lambertuccio to run forth with a drawn sword in his hand, and by that means made an excuse sufficient for Lionello to her husband. The 6th novel, wherein is manifestly discerned that if love be driven to a narrow strait in any of his attempts, yet he can accomplish his purpose by some other supply. Wondrously pleasing to all the company was the reported novel of Madame Fiammetta, every one applauding the woman's wisdom, and that she had done no more than as the jealous fool her husband justly deserved. But she having ended, the king gave order unto Madame Pampinea that now it was her turn to speak, whereupon thus she began. There are no mean store of people who say, though very false and foolishly, that love maketh many to be out of their wits, and that such as fall in love do utterly lose their understanding. To me this appeareth a very idle opinion, as already hath been approved by the related discourses, and shall also be made manifest by another of mine own. In our city of Florence, famous for some good, though as many bad qualities, there dwelt not long since a gentlewoman, endued with choice beauty and admirable perfections, being wife to Signor Beltramo, a very valiant knight, and a man of great possessions. As oftentimes it cometh to pass, that a man cannot always feed on one kind of bread, but his appetite will be longing after change. So fared it with this lady, named Isabella. She being not satisfied with the delights of her husband, grew enamored of a young gentleman called Lionello, complete of person and commendable qualities, albeit not of the fairest fortunes, yet his affection every way suitable to hers. And full well you know, fair ladies, that where the minds irreciprocally accorded, no diligence wanteth for the desire's execution. So this amorous couple made many solemn protestations until they should be friended by opportunity. It fortuned in the time of their hopeful expectation, a knight named Signor Lambertuccio fell likewise in love with Isabella, but because he was somewhat unsightly of person and utterly unpleasing in the eye, she grew regardless of his frequent solicitings, and would not accept either tokens or letters, which when he saw, being very rich and of great power, he sought to compass his intent by a contrary course, threatening her with scandal and disgrace to her reputation, and with his associates to bandy against her best friends. She, knowing what manner of man he was, and how able to abuse any with infamous imputations, wisely returned him hopeful promises, though never meaning to perform any, but only ladylike to flatter and fool him therewith. Some few miles distant from Florence, Beltramo had a castle of pleasure, and there his lady Isabella used to live all summer, as all other do the like, being so possessed. On a day, Beltramo being ridden from home, and she having sent for Lionello to take the advantage of her husband's absence, accordingly he went, not doubting, but to win what he had long expected. Signor Lambertuccio on the other side, meeting Beltramo riding from his castle, and Isabella now fit to enjoy his company, gallops thither with all possible speed, because he would be no longer delayed. Scarcely was Lionello entered the castle, and receiving directions by the waiting woman to her lady's chamber, but Lambertuccio galloped in at the gate, which the woman perceiving, ran presently and acquainted her lady with the coming of Lambertuccio. Now was she the only sorrowful woman of the world, for nothing was now to be feared but storms and tempests, because Lambertuccio spake no other than lightning and thunder, and Lionello, being no less afraid than she, by her persuasion crept behind the bed, where he hid himself very contentedly. By this time Lambertuccio was dismounted from his courser, which he fastened by the bridle to a ring in the wall, and then the waiting woman came to him to guide him to her lady and mistress, who stood ready at the stairs' head, graced him with a very acceptable welcome, yet marvelling much at his so sodding calming. Lady, quoth he, I met your husband upon the way, which granting mine access to see you, I come to claim your long-delayed promise, the time being now so favorable for it. Before he had uttered half these words, Beltramo, having forgotten a special evidence in his study, which was the only occasion of his journey, came galloping back again into the castle court, and seeing such a goodly gelding stand fastened there, could not readily imagine who was the owner thereof. The waiting woman, upon the sight of her master's entering into the court, came to her lady, saying, My master Beltramo is returned back, newly alighted, and questionless coming up the stairs. Now was our lady Isabella 10 times worse affrighted than before, having 2 several amorous suitors in her house, both hoping, neither speeding, yet her credit lying at the stake for either by this unexpected return of her husband. Moreover, there was no possible means for the concealing of Signor Lambertuccio, because his gelding stood in the open court, and therefore made a shrewd presumption against her, upon the least doubtful question urged. Nevertheless, as women's wits are always best upon sudden constraints, looking forth of her window, and espying her husband preparing to come up, she threw herself on her day couch, speaking thus earnestly to Lambertuccio, Sir, if ever you loved me, and would have me faithfully to believe it, by the instant safety both of your own honor and my life, do but as I advise you. Forth draw your sword, and with a stern countenance, threatening death and destruction, run down the stairs, and when you are beneath, say, I swear by my best fortunes, although I miss of thee now here, yet I will be sure to find thee somewhere else. And if my husband offer to stay you, or move any question to you, make no other answer but what you formerly spake in fury. Beside, so soon as you are mounted on horseback, have no further conference with him upon any occasion whatsoever, to prevent all suspicion in him of our future intendments. Lambertuccio sware many terrible oaths, to observe her directions in every part, and having drawn forth his sword, grasping it naked in his hand, and setting worse looks won the business, than ever nature gave him, because he had spent so much labor in vain. He failed not in a jot of the lady's injunction. Beltramo having commanded his horse to safe custody, and meeting Lambertuccio descending down the stairs, so armed, swearing, and most extremely storming, wondering extraordinarily as his threatening words, made offer to embrace him, and understand the reason of his distemper. Lambertuccio, repulsing him rudely, and setting foot in the stirrup, mounted on his gelding, and spake nothing else but this, I swear by the fairest of all my fortunes, although I miss of thee here, yet I will be sure to find thee somewhere else, and so he galloped mainly away. When Beltramo was come up into his wife's chamber, he found her cast down upon her couch, weeping, full of fear, and greatly discomforted. Wherefore he said unto her, What is he that Signor Lambertuccio is so extremely offended withal, and threateneth in such implacable manner? The lady, arising from her couch, and going near to the beds, because Lionello might the better hear her, returned her husband this answer. Husband, quoth she, never was I so dreadfully affrighted till now, for a young gentleman of whence, or what he is, I know not, came running into our castle for rescue, being pursued by Signor Lambertuccio, with a weapon ready drawn in his hand. Ascending up our stairs, by what fortune I know not, he found my chamber door standing open, finding me also working on my sampler, and in wonderful fear and trembling. Good madame, quoth he, for God's sake help to save my life, or else I shall be slain here in your chamber. Hearing his piteous cry, and compassionating his desperate case, I arose from my work, and in my demanding of whence, and what he was, that durst presume so boldly into my bedchamber, presently came up Signor Lambertuccio also, in the same uncivil sort, as before I told you, swaggering and swearing, where is this traitorous villain? Hereupon I stepped somewhat stoutly to my chamber door, and as he offered to enter, with a woman's courage I resisted him, which made him so much enraged against me, that when he saw me to debar his entrance, after many terrible and vile oaths and vows, he ran down the stairs again, in such like manner as you chanced to meet him. Now trust me, dear wife, said Beltramo, you behaved yourself very well and worthily, for it would have been a most notorious scandal to us if a man should be slain in your bedchamber, and Signor Lambertuccio carried himself most dishonestly to pursue any man so outrageously, having taken my castle as his sanctuary. But alas, wife, what is become of the poor affrighted gentleman? In troth, sir, quoth she, I know not, but somewhere or other hereabout he is hidden. Where art thou, honest friend? Said plain meaning Beltramo, come forth and fear not, for thine enemy is gone. Lionello, who had heard all the forepast discourse, which she had delivered to her husband Beltramo, came creeping forth amazedly, as one now very fearfully affrighted indeed, from under the further side of the bed. And Beltramo said to him, What a quarrel was this, between thee and furious Lambertuccio? Not any at all, sir, replied Lionello, to my knowledge, which verily persuadeth me, that either he is not well in his wits, or else he mistaketh me for some other, because, so soon as he saw me on the way, somewhat near to this your castle, he drew forth his sword, and swearing an horrible oath, said, Traitor, thou art a dead man. Upon these rough words, I stayed not to question the occasion of mine offending him, but fled from him so fast as possibly I could, but confess myself indeed overbold, by presuming into your lady's bedchamber, which yet equalled with her mercy, hath been the only means at this time of saving my life. She hath done like a good lady, answered Beltramo, and I do very much commend her for it. But recollect thy dismayed spirits together, for I will see thee safely secured hence. Afterward, look to thyself so well as thou canst. Dinner being immediately made ready, and they having merrily feasted together, he bestowed a good gelding on Lionello, and rode along with him to Florence, where he left him quietly in his own lodging. The self-esame evening according, as Isabella had given instruction, Lionello conferred with Lambertuccio, and such an agreement passed between them, that though some rough speeches were noised abroad, to set the better colour on the business, yet all matters were so cleanly carried, that Beltramo never knew this quaint deceitful policy of his wife. Lodovico discovered to his mistress Madame Beatrix how amorously he was affected to her. She cunningly sent Egano her husband into his garden, in all respects disguised like herself, while friendly Lodovico conferred with her in the meanwhile. Afterward, Lodovico, pretending a lascivious allurement of his mistress, thereby to wrong his honest master, instead of her, beateth Egano soundly in the garden. The 7th novel, whereby is declared that such as keep many honest-seeming servants may sometime find a knave among them, and one that proves to be over-saucy with his master. This so sodding dexterity of wit in Isabella, related in very modest manner by Madame Pampinea, was not only admired by all the company, but likewise passed with as general approbation. But yet Madame Philomena, whom the king had commanded next to succeed, peremptorily said, "Worthy ladies, if I am not deceived, I intend to tell you another tale presently, as much to be commended as the last. You are to understand, then, that it is no long while since, when there dwelt in Paris a Florentine gentleman, who, falling into decay of his estate by over-bountiful expenses, undertook the degree of a merchant, and thrived so well by his trading that he grew to great wealth, having one only son by his wife, named Lodovico. This son, partaking somewhat in his father's former height of mind, and no way inclinable to deal in merchandise, had no meaning to be a shopman, and therefore accompanied the gentlemen of France in sundry services for the king, among whom, by his singular good carriage and qualities, he happened to be not meanly esteemed. While thus he continued in the court, it chanced that certain knights, returning from Jerusalem, having there visited the Holy Sepulchre, and coming into company where Lodovico was, much familiar discourse passed amongst them, concerning the fair women of France, England, and other parts of the world where they had been, and what delicate beauties they had seen. One in the company constantly avouched that of all the women by them so generally observed, there was not any comparable to the wife of Egano de Galuzzi, dwelling in Bologna, and her name Madame Beatrix, reputed to be the only fair woman of the world. Many of the rest maintained as much, having been at Bologna, and likewise seen her. Lodovico, hearing the woman to be so highly commended, and never as yet feeling any thought of amorous inclination, became suddenly tucked with an earnest desire of seeing her, and his mind could entertain no other matter, but only of travailing thither to see her, yea, and to continue there, if occasion so served. The reason for his journey, urged to his father, was to visit Jerusalem, and the Holy Sepulchre, which with much difficulty, at length he obtained his leave. Being on his journey towards Bologna, by the name of Anicino, and not of Lodovico, and being there arrived, upon the day following, and having understood the place of her abiding, it was his good hap to see the lady at her window, she appearing in his eye far more fair than all reports had made her to be. Hereupon, his affection became so inflamed to her, as he vowed never to depart from Bologna until he had obtained her love. And devising by what means he might effect his hopes, he grew persuaded, setting all other attempts aside, that if he could be entertained into her husband's service, and undergo some business in the house, time might tutor him to obtain his desire. Having given his attendants sufficient allowance to spare his company and take no knowledge of him, selling his horses also, and other notices which might discover him, he grew into acquaintance with the host of the house where he lay, revealing an earnest desire in himself to serve some lord or worthy gentleman, if any were willing to give him entertainment. "Now believe me, sir," answered the host, "you seem worthy to have a good service indeed, and I know a noble gentleman of this city, who is named Egano. He will without all question accept your offer, for he keepeth many men of very good deserving, and you shall have my furtherance therein so much as may be." As he promised, so he performed, and taking Anachino with him unto Egano. So far he prevailed by his friendly protestations and good opinion of the young gentleman, that Anachino was without more ado accepted into Egano's service, than which nothing could be more pleasing to him. Now had he the benefit of daily beholding his heart's mistress, and so acceptable proved his service to Egano, that he grew very far in love with him, not undertaking any affairs whatsoever without the advice and direction of Anachino, so that he reposed his most especial trust in him, as a man altogether governed by him. It fortuned upon a day that Egano being ridden to fly his hawk at the river, and Anachino remaining behind at home, Madame Beatrix, who as yet had taken no notice of Anachino's love to her albeit herself, observing his fine carriage and commendable qualities, was highly pleased to have so seeming a servant called him to play at the chess with her, and Anachino, coveting nothing more than to content her, carried himself so dexterously in the game that he permitted her still to win, which was no little joy to her. When all the gentlewomen and other friends there present, as spectators to behold their play, had taken their farewell, and were departed, leaving them all alone, yet gaming still, Anachino, breathing forth an entire sigh, Madame Beatrix looking merrily on him, said, "Tell me, Anachino, art not thou angry to see me win? It should appear so by that solemnly sigh." "No, truly, madame," answered Anachino, "a matter of far greater moment than loss of infinite games at the chess was the occasion why I sighed." "I pray thee," replied the lady, "by the love thou bearest me, as being my servant, if any love at all remain in thee towards me, give me a reason for that hearty sigh." When he heard himself so severely conjured, by the love he bare to her, and loved none else in the world beside, he gave a far more heartsick sigh than before. Then his lady and mistress entreated him seriously to let her know the cause of those two deep sighs, whereto Anachino thus replied, "Madam, if I should tell you, I stand greatly in fear of offending you, and when I have told you, I doubt your discovery thereof to some other. Believe me, Anachino, quoth she, therein thou neither canst or shalt offend me. Moreover, assure thyself that I will never disclose it to any other, except I may do it with thy consent." "Madame," said he, "seeing you have protested such a solemnly promise to me, I will reveal no mean secret unto you." So with tears standing in his eyes, he told her what he was, where he heard the first report of her singular perfections, and instantly became enamored of her, as the main motive of his entering into her service. Then, most humbly he entreated her, that if it might agree with her good liking, she would be pleased to commiserate his case, and grace him with her private favors. Or if she might not be so merciful to him, that yet she would vouchsafe to let him live in the lowly condition as he did, and think it a thankful duty in him, onely to love her. O singular sweetness, naturally living in fair feminine blood, how justly art thou worthy of praise in the like occasions! Thou couldst never be won by sighs and tears, but hearty imprecations have always prevailed with thee, making thee apt and easy to amorous desires. If I had praises answerable to thy great and glorious deservings, my voice should never faint, nor my pen wax weary, in the due and obsequious performance of them. Madame Beatrix, well observing Anachino when he spake, and giving credit to his so solemnly protestations, they were so powerful in prevailing with her, that her senses in the same manner were enchanted, and sighs flew as violently from her as before he had vented them, which stormy tempest being a little overblown. Thus she spake: "Anachino, my heart's dear affected friend, live in hope, for I tell thee truly, never could gifts, promises, nor any courtings used to me by lords, knights, gentlemen, or other, although I have been solicited by many, win the least grace or favor at my hand, no, nor move me to any affection. But thou, in a minute of time, compared with their long and tedious suing, hast expressed such a sovereigny potency in thy sweet words, that thou hast made me more thine than mine own, and believe it unfeignedly, I hold thee to be worthy of my love. Wherefore, with this kiss I freely give it thee, and make thee a further promise, that before this night shall be fully past, thou shalt in better manner perceive it. Adventure into my chamber about the hour of midnight, I will leave the door open. Thou knowest on which side of the bed I use to rest. Come thither and fear not. If I sleep, the least gentle touch of thy hand will wake me, and then thou shalt see how much I love thee." So with a kind kiss or two, the bargain was concluded, she licensing his departure for that time, and he staying in hope of his heart's happiness, till when he thought every hour a year. In the meanwhile, Egano returned home from hawking, and so soon as he had supped, being very weary, he went to bed, and his lady likewise with him, leaving her chamber door open, according as she had promised. At the hour appointed, Anashino came, finding the door but easily put to, which being entered softly he closed again in the same manner as he found it. Going to the bedside where the lady lay, and gently touching her breast with his hand, he found her to be awake, and perceiving he was come according unto promise, she caught his hand fast with hers, and held him very strongly. Then, turning as she could towards Egano, she made such means as he awaked, whereupon she spake unto him as followeth. Sir, yesternight I would have had a few speeches with you, but, in regard of your weariness and early going to bed, I could not have any opportunity. Now this time and place being most convenient, I desire to be resolved by you, among all the men retained into your service, which of them you do think to be the best, most loyal, and worthiest to enjoy your love. Egano answered thus, Wife, why should you move such a question to me? Do not you know that I never had any servant heretofore, or ever shall have hereafter, in whom I reposed the like trust as I have done, and do in Anashino? But to what end is this motion of yours? I will tell you, sir, quoth she, and then be judge yourself, whether I have reason to move this question, or no. Mine opinion every way equaled yours, concerning Anashino, that he was more just and faithful to you, than any could be amongst all the rest. But husband, like as where the water runneth stillest, the ford is deepest, even so, his smooth looks have beguiled both you and me, for no longer ago than this very day, no sooner were you ridden forth on hawking, but he belike purposely tarrying at home, watching such a leisure as best fitted his intent, was not ashamed to solicite me, both to abuse your bed and mine own spotless honor. Moreover, he prosecuted his impious purpose with such alluring persuasions, that being a weak woman, and not willing to endure over many amorous proofs, onely to acquaint you with his most saucy immodesty, and to revenge yourself upon him as best you may. Yourself being best able to pronounce him guilty, I made him promise to meet him in our garden presently after midnight, and to find me sitting under the pine tree, never meaning as I am virtuous to be there. But that you may know the deceit and falsehood of your servant, I would have you to put on my nightgown, my head attire, and cloth, and sitting but a short while there underneath the pine tree. Such is his insatiate desire, as he will not fail to come, and then you may proceed, as you find occasion. When Egano heard these words, suddenly he started out of bed, saying, Do I foster such a snake in mine own bosom? Gramercy, wife, for this politic promise of thine, and believe me, I mean to follow it effectually. So on he put his lady's nightgown, her formal head attire and cloth, going presently down into the garden to expect Anashino's coming to the pine tree. But before the matter grew to this issue, let me demand of you, fair ladies, in what a lamentable condition, as you may imagine, was poor Anashino, to be so strongly detained by her, here all his amorous suite discovered, and likely to draw very heavy afflictions on him. Undoubtedly, he looked for immediate apprehension by Egano, imprisonment and public punishment for his so malapert presumption. And had it proved so, she had much renowned herself, and dealt with him but as he had justly deserved. But frailty in our feminine sex is too much prevalent, and makes us wander from virtuous courses when we are well onward in the way to them. Madam Beatrix, whatsoever passed between her and Anashino, I know not, but either to continue this new begun league for further time, or to be revenged on her husband's simplicity in over-rashly giving credit to so smooth a lie. This was her advice to him. Anashino, quoth she, take a good cudgel in thy hand, then go into the garden so far as the pine, and there, as if formerly thou hadst solicited me unto this secret meeting, only but by way of approving my honesty, in my name, revile thy master so bitterly as thou canst, bestowing many sound blows on him with thy cudgel, yet urge the shame still as it were to me, and never leave him, till thou hast beaten him out of the garden, to teach him keep his bed another time. Such an apt scholar as Anashino was in this kind needs no tutoring, but a word is enough to a ready wit. To the garden goes he, with a good willow cudgel in his hand, and coming near to the pine tree, there he found Egano disguised like to his lady, who arising from the place where he sate, went with cheerful gesture to welcome him. But Anashino in rough and stern manner thus spake unto him, Wicked, shameless, and most immodest woman, art thou come, according to thine unchaste and lascivious promise, couldst thou so easily credit, though I tempted thee, to try the virtue of thy continency, I would offer such a damnable wrong to my worthy master, that so dearly loves me, and reposeth his especial confidence in me. Thou art much deceived in me, and shalt find that I hate to be false to him. So lifting up the cudgel, he gave him therewith 50 good bastinadoes, laying them on soundly, both on his arms and shoulders. And Egano, feeling the smart of them, durst not speak one word, but fled away from him so fast as he could, Anachino still following, and multiplying many other injurious speeches against him with the epithets of strumpet, lustful, and insatiate woman. Go thou lewd beast, quoth he, most unworthy the title of a lady, or to be wife unto so good a natured man as my maester is, to whom I will reveal thy most ungracious incivility tomorrow, that he may punish thee a little better than I have done. Egano, being thus well beaten for his garden walk, got within the door, and so went up to his chamber again, his lady there demanding of him whether Anachino came according to his promise or no. Come, quoth Egano, yes, wife, he came, but dearly to my cost, for he verily taking me for thee, hath beaten me most extremely, calling me 100 whores and strumpets, reputing thee to be the wickedest woman living. In good sadness, Beatrix, I wondered not a little at him, that he would give thee any such vile speeches, with intent to wrong me in mine honor. Questionless, because he saw thee to be jovial, spirited, gracious, and affable towards all men, therefore he intended to make trial of thine honest carriage. Well, sir, said she, 'twas happy that he tempted me with words, and let you taste the proof of them by deeds, and let him think that I brook those words as distastably as you do or can his ill deeds. But seeing he is so just, faithful, and loyal to you, you may love him the better, and respect him as you find occasion. Whereto Egano thus replied, Now trust me, wife, thou hast said very well, and drawing hence the argument of his settled persuasion, that he had the chastest woman living to his wife, and so just a servant as could not be fellowed, there never was any further discovery of this gardenite accident. Perhaps Madame Beatrix and Anachino might subtly smile thereat in secret, in regard that they knew more than any other else, beside 999. But as for honest-meaning Egano, he never had so much as the very least mistrust of ill-dealing, either in his lady or Anachino, whom he loved and esteemed far more respectively up in this proof of his honesty towards him, than he would or could possibly have done without a trial so plain and pregnant. Riguccio Berlinghieri became immeasurably jealous of his wife Simonida, who fastened a thread about her great toe, for to serve as a signal when her amorous friend should come to visit her. Riguccio findeth the fallacy, and while he pursueth the amorous friend, she causeth her maid to lie in her bed against his return, whom he beateth extremely, cutting away the locks of her hair, thinking he had done all this violence to his wife Simonida, and afterward fetcheth her mother brethren to shame her before them, and so be rid of her. But they finding all his speeches to be utterly false, and reputing him to be a drunken, jealous fool, all the blame and disgrace falleth on himself. The 8th novel, whereby appeareth that an husband ought to be very well advised, when he meaneth to discover any wrong offered his wife, except he himself do rashly run into all the shame and reproach. It seemed to the whole assembly that Madame Beatrix dealt somewhat strangely in the manner of beguiling her husband, and affirmed also that Anachino had great cause of fear when she held him so strongly by her bedside and related all his amorous temptation. But when the king perceived that Madame Philomena sate silent, he turned to Madame Nephila, willing her to supply the next place, who modestly smiling thus began. Fair ladies, it were an heavy burthen imposed on me, and a matter much surmounting my capacity, if I should vainly imagine to content you with so pleasing a novel as those have already done, by you so singularly reported. Nevertheless, I must discharge my duty, and take my fortune as it falls, albeit I hope to find you merciful. You are to know then, that sometime there lived in our city a very wealthy merchant, named Riguccio Berlinghieri, who, as many merchants have done, fondly imagined to make himself a gentleman by marriage, which that he might the more assuredly do, he took to wife a gentlewoman, one much above his degree or element, she being named Simonida. Now, in regard that he delighted, as it is the usual life of a merchant, to be often abroad, and little at home, whereby she had small benefit of his company. She grew very forward in affection with a young gentleman called Signior Roberto, who had solicited here by many amorous means, and at length prevailed to win her favour, which favour being once obtained, affection gads so far beyond all discretion, and makes lovers so heedless of their private conversations, that either they are taken tardy in their folly, or else subjected to scandalous suspicion. It came to pass that a Riguccio, either by rumour or some other more sensible apprehension, had received such intelligence concerning his wife Simonida, as he grew into extraordinary jealousy of her, refraining travail abroad, as formerly he was wont to do, and ceasing from his very ordinary affairs, addicting all his care and endeavour, only to be watchful of his wife, so that he never durst sleep, until she were by him in the bed, which was no mean molestation to her, being thus curbed from her familiar meetings with Roberto. Nevertheless, having a long while consulted with her wits, to find some apt means for conversing with him, being thereto also very earnestly still solicited by him, you shall hear what course she undertook. Her chamber being on the street side, and somewhat jutting over it, she observed the disposition of her husband, that every night it was long before he fell asleep, but being once foully into it, no noise whatsoever could easily wake him. This his solemnity and sound sleeping emboldened her so far as to meet with Roberto at the street door, which while her husband slept softly she would open to him, and there in private converse with him. But because she would know the certain hour of his calming without the least suspicion of any, she hung a thread forth of her chamber window, descending down within the compass of Roberto's reach in the street, and the other end thereof, guided from the window to the bed, being conveyed under the clothes, and she being in bed, she fastened it about her left great toe, wherewith Roberto was sufficiently acquainted, and thus instructed withal, that at his calming he should pluck the thread. If her husband was in his dead sleep, she would let go the thread, and come down to him. But if he slept not, she would hold it strongly, and then his tarrying would prove but in vain. There could be no meeting that night. This devise was highly pleasing both to Roberto and Simonida, being the intelligencer of their often meeting, and many times also advising the contrary. But in the end, as the quaintest cunning may fail at one time or another, so it fortuned one night that Simonida being in a sound sleep, and a Riguccio waking, because his drowsy hour was not as yet come, as he extended forth his leg in the bed, he found the thread, which feeling in his hand, and perceiving it was tied to his wife's great toe, it proved apt tinder to kindle further jealousy, and now he suspected some treachery indeed, and so much the rather, because the thread guided under the clothes from the bed to the window, and there hanging down into the street, as a warning to some further business. Now was a Riguccio so furiously inflamed, that he must needs be further resolved in this apparent doubt, and because therein he would not be deceived, softly he cut the thread from his wife's toe, and made it fast about his own, to try what success would ensue thereon. It was not long before Roberto came, and according as he used to do, he plucked the thread, which a Riguccio felt, but because he had not tied it fast, and Roberto pulling it over hardly, it fell down from the window into his hand, which he understood as his lesson, to attend her calming, and so he 999. A Riguccio stealing softly out of bed from his wife, and taking his sword under his arm, went down to the door, to see who it was, with full intent of further revenge. Now albeit he was a merchant, yet he wanted not courage, and boldness of spirit, and opening the door without any noise, only as his wife was wont to do. Roberto, there waiting his entrance, perceived by the door's unfashionable opening that it was not Simonida, but her husband, whereupon he betook himself to flight, and a Riguccio fiercely followed him. At the length, Roberto perceiving that flight availed him not, because his enemy still pursued him, being armed also with a sword, as a Riguccio was, he returned baccy upon him, the one offering to offend, as the other stood upon his defence, and so in the dark they fought together. Simonida awaking, even when her husband went forth of the chamber, and finding the thread to be cut from her toe, conjectured immediately that her subtle cunning was discovered, and supposing her husband in pursuit of Roberto, presently she arose, and considering what was likely to ensue thereon, called her chambermaid, who was not ignorant in the business, and by persuasions prevailed so with her, that she lay down in her place in the bed, upon solemnity. Protestations and liberal promises, not to make herself known, but to suffer all patiently, either blows or other ill usage of her husband, which she would recompense in such bountiful sort, as she should have no occasion to complain. So putting out the watchlight, which every night burned in the chamber, she departed thence, and sate down in a close corner of the house, to see what would be the end of all this stirrer, after her husband's coming home. The fight, as you have formerly heard, continuing between Roberto and a Riguccio, the neighbors, hearing of the clashing of their swords in the streets, arose out of their beds, and reproved them in very harsh manner. In which respect a Riguccio, fearing to be known, and ignorant also what his adversary was no harm being as yet done on either side, permitted him to depart, and extremely full of anger, returned back again to his house. Being come up into his bedchamber, thus he began, "Where is this lewd and wicked woman? What, hast thou put out the light, because I should not find thee? That shall not avail thee, for I can well enough find a drab in the dark." So groping on to the bed's side, and thinking he had taken hold on his wife, he grasped the chambermaid, so beating her with his fists, and spurning her with his feet, that all her face was bloody bruised. Next, with his knife he cut off a great deal of her hair, giving her the most villainous speeches as could be devised, swearing that he would make her a shame to all the world. You need make no doubt, but the poor maid wept exceedingly, as she had good occasion to do, and albeit many times she desired mercy, and that he would not be so cruel to her, yet notwithstanding, her voice was so broken with crying, and his impatience so extreme, that rage hindered all power of distinguishing or knowing his wife's tongue from a stranger's. Having thus madly beaten her, and cut the locks off from her head, thus he spake to her: "Wicked woman, and no wife of mine, be sure I have not done with thee yet. For, although I mean not now to beat thee any longer, I will go to thy brethren, and they shall understand thy dishonest behavior. Then will I bring them home with me, and they perceiving how much thou hast abused both their honor and thine own, let them deal with thee as they find occasion, for thou art no more a companion for me." No sooner had he uttered these angry words, but he went forth of the chamber, bolting it fast on the outward side, as meaning to keep her safely enclosed. Out of the house he went alone by himself. Simonetta, who had heard all this tempestuous conflict, perceiving that her husband had locked the street door after him, and was gone whither he pleased, unbolted the chamber door, lighted a wax candle, and went in to see her poor maid, whom she found to be most pitifully misused. She comforted her as well as she could, brought her into her own lodging chamber, where washing her face and hurts in very sovereigny waters, and rewarding her liberally with a Riguccio's own gold, she held herself to be sufficiently satisfied. So leaving the maid in her lodging, and returning again to her own chamber, she made up the bed in such former manner, as if no body had lodged therein that night. Then hanging up her lamp fresh filled with oil, and clearly lighted, she decked herself in so decent sort, as if she had been in no bed all that night. Then taking sewing work in her hand, either shirts or bands of her husband's, hanging the lamp by her, and sitting down at the stairs head, she fell to work in very serious manner, as if she had undertaken some imposed task. On the other side, a Riguccio had travelled so far from his house, till he came at last to the dwelling of Simonetti's brethren, where he knocked so soundly that he was quickly heard, and almost as speedily let in. Simonetti's brethren, and her mother also, hearing of a Riguccio's coming thither so late, rose from their beds, and each of them having a wax candle lighted, came presently to him, to understand the cause of this, his so unseasonable visitation. A Riguccio, beginning at the original of the matter, the thread found tied about his wife's great toe, the fight and household conflict after following, related every circumstance to them. And for the better proof of his words, he showed them the thread itself, the locks supposed of his wife's hair, and adding withal, that they might now dispose of Simonetta as themselves pleased, because she should remain no longer in his house. The brethren to Simonetta were exceedingly offended at this relation. In regard they believed it for truth, and in this fury commanded torches to be lighted, preparing to part thence with a Riguccio home to his house, for the more sharp reprehension of their sister. Which when their mother saw, she followed them weeping, first entreating one, and then the other, not to be over rash in crediting such a slander, but rather to consider the truth thereof advisedly, because the husband might be angry with his wife upon some other occasion, and having outraged her, made this the means in excuse of himself. Moreover, she said that she could not choose but wonder greatly how this matter should thus come to pass, because she had good knowledge of her daughter during the whole course of her education, faultless and blameless in every degree, with many other good words of her beside, as proceeding from natural affection of a mother. Being come to the house of a Riguccio, entering in and ascending up the stairs, they heard Simonetta sweetly singing at her working, but pausing, upon hearing their rude trampling, she demanded who was there. One of the angry brethren presently answered, "Lewd woman as thou art, thou shalt know soon enough who is here. Our blessed Lady be with us," quoth Simonetta, "and sweet Saint Francis help to defend me, who dare use such unseemly speeches." Starting up and meeting them on the stair-head, "Kind brethren," said she, "is it you? What, and my loving mother too? For sweet Saint Charity's sake, what may be the reason of your coming hither in this manner?" She being set down again to her work, so neatly apparelled, without any scene of outrage offered her, her face unblemished, her hair comely ordered, and differing wholly from the former speeches of her husband, the brethren marvelled thereat not a little, and assuaging somewhat the impetuous torrent of their rage, began to demand in cool blood, as it were from what ground her husband's complaints proceeded, and threatening her roughly, if she would not confess the truth entirely to them. "Ave Maria," quoth Simonetta, crossing herself, "alas, dear brethren, I know not what you say or mean, nor wherein my husband should be offended, or make any complaint at all of me." A Riguccio, hearing this, looked on her like a man that had lost his senses, for well he remembered how many cruel blows he had given her on the face, besides scratches of his nails and spurns of his feet, as also the cutting of her hair, though the least show of all which misusage was not now to be seen. Her brethren likewise briefly told her the whole effect of her husband's speeches, showing her the thread, and in what cruel manner he sware he did beat her. Simonetta, turning then to her husband, and seeming as confounded with amazement, said, "How is this, husband? What do I hear? Would you have me suppose to your own shame and disgrace to be a bad woman, and yourself a cruel cursed man, when on either side there is no such matter? When were you this night here in the house with me, or when should you beat me, and I not feel nor know it? Believe me, sweetheart, all these are merely miracles to me." Now was a Riguccio 10 times more mad in his mind than before, saying, "Divil and no woman, did we not this night go both together to bed? Did not I cut this thread from thy great toe, tied it to mine, and found the crafty compact between thee and thy minion? Did not I follow and fight with him in the streets? Came I not back again, and beat thee as a strumpet should be? And are not these the locks of hair, which I myself did cut from thy head?" "Alas, sir," quoth she, "where have you been? Do you know what you say? You did not lodge in this house this night, neither did I see you all the whole day and night, till now. But leaving this, and come to the matter now in question, because I have no other testimony than mine own words. You say that you did beat me and cut those locks of hair from my head. Alas, sir, why should you slander yourself? In all your lifetime you did never strike me, and to approve the truth of my speeches, do you yourself, and all else here present, look on me advisedly, if any scene of blow or beating is to be seen on me. Nor were it an easy matter for you to do either to smite, or so much as lay your hand in anger on me. It would cost dearer than you think for. And whereas you say that you did cut those locks of hair from my head, it is more than either I know or felt, nor are they in color like to mine, but because my mother and brethren shall be my witnesses therein, and whether you did it without my knowledge, you shall all see if they be cut or no." So taking off her head attire, she displayed her hair over her shoulders, which had suffered no violence, neither seemed to be so much as uncivilly or rudely handled. When the mother and brethren saw this, they began to murmur against a Riguccio, saying, "What think you of this, sir? You tell us of strange matters which you have done, and all proving false. We wonder how you can make good the rest." A Riguccio looked wilder and confusedly, striving still to maintain his accusation, but seeing everything to be flatly against him, he durst not attempt to speak one word. Simonetta took advantage of this distraction in him, and turning to her brethren, said, "I see now the mark whereat he aimeth to make me do what I never meant, namely, that I should acquaint you with his vile qualities, and what a wretched life I lead with him, which seeing he will needs have me to reveal, bear with me if I do it upon compulsion. Mother and brethren, I am verily persuaded that those accidents which he disclosed to you hath doubtless in the same manner happened to him, and you shall hear how. Very true it is, that this seeming honest man, to whom in a luckless hour you married me, styleth himself by the name of a merchant, coveting to be so accounted and credited, as holy in outward appearance as a religious monk, and as demure in looks as the modestest maid. Like notorious common drunkard, is a tavern hunter, where making his luxurious matches, one while with one whore, then again with another, he causeth me every night to sit tarrying for him, even in the same sort as you found me, sometimes till midnight, and otherwhiles till broad daylight in the morning. And questionless, being in his wonted drunken humour, he hath lion with one of his sweet consorts, about whose toe he found the thread, and finding her as false to him as he hath always been to me, did not only beat her, but also cut the hair from her head, and having not yet recovered his senses, is verily persuaded, and cannot be altered from it, but that he performed all this villainy to me. And if you do but advisedly observe his countenance, he appeareth yet to be more than half drunk. But whatsoever he hath said concerning me, I make no account at all thereof, because he spake it in his drunkenness, and as freely as I forgive him, even so, good mother and kind brethren, let me entreat you to do the like. When the mother had heard these words, and confidently believed her daughter, she began to torment herself with anger, saying, By the faith of my body, daughter, this unkindness is not be endured, but rather let the dog be hanged, that his qualities may be known, he being utterly unworthy to have so good a woman to his wife as thou art. What could he have done more, if he had taken thee in the open street, and in company of some wanton gallants? In an unfortunate hour wast thou married to him, base jealous coxcomb as he is, and it is quite against sense or reason that thou shouldest be subject to his fooleries. What was he but a merchant of eelskins or oranges, bred in some paltry country village, taken from hogger-rubbing, clothed in sheep's satin, with clownish star-tops, leather stockings, and caddies' garters, his whole habit not worth 3 shillings, and yet he must have a fair gentlewoman to his wife, of honest fame, riches, and reputation. When comparing his pedigree with hers, he is far unfit to wipe her shoes. O my dear sons, I would you had followed my counsel, and permitted her to match in the honourable family of Count Guido, which was much moved, and seriously pursued. But you would needs bestow her on this goodly jewel, who, although she is one of the choicest beauties in Florence, chaste, honest, and truly virtuous, is not ashamed at midnight to proclaim her for a common whore, as if we had no better knowledge of her. But by the blessed mother of Saint John, if you would be ruled by mine advise, our law should make him dearly smart for it. Alas, my sons, did I not tell you at home in our own house, that his words were no way likely to prove true? Have not your eyes observed his unmannerly behavior to your sister? If I were as you are, hearing what he hath said, and noting his drunken carriage beside, I should never give over, as long as he had any life left in him. And were I a man, as I am a woman, none other than myself should revenge her wrongs, making him a public spectacle to all drabbing drunkards. When the brethren had heard and observed all these occurrences, in most bitter manner they railed on a Riguccio, bestowing some good bastinadoes on him beside, concluding thus with him in the end. Quoth one of them, We will pardon this shameful abusing of our sister, because thou art a notorious drunkard, but look to it, on peril of thy life, that we have no more such news hereafter. For believe it unfeignedly, if any such impudent rumours happen to our ears, or so much as a flying fame thereof, thou shalt surely be paid for both faults together. So home again went they, and a Riguccio stood like one that had neither life or motion, not knowing whether what he had done was true or no, or if he dreamed all this while, and so without uttering any word he left his wife, and went quietly to bed. Thus by her wisdom she did not only prevent an imminent peril, but also made a free and open passage, to further contentment with her amorous friend, yet dreadless of any distaste or suspicion in her husband. Lydia, a lady of great beauty, birth, and honour, being wife to Nicostratus, governor of Argos, falling in love with a gentleman named Pyrrhus, was requested by him as a true testimony of her unfeigned affection to perform 3 several actions of herself. She did accomplish them all, and embraced and kissed Pyrrhus in the presence of Nicostratus, by persuading him that whatsoever he saw was merely false. The 9th novel. wherein is declared that great lords may sometime be deceived by their wives, as well as men of meaner condition. The novel delivered by Madame Nephila seemed so pleasing to all the ladies, as they could not refrain from hearty laughter, beside much liberality of speech. Albeit the king did oftentimes urge silence, and commanded Pamphilus to follow next. So when attention was admitted, Pamphilus began in this order. I am of opinion, fair ladies, that there is not any matter, how uneasy or doubtful soever it may seem to be, but the man or woman that affecteth fervently, dare boldly attempt, and effectually accomplish. And this persuasion of mine, although it hath been sufficiently approved by many of our past novels, yet notwithstanding, I shall make it much apparent to you by a present discourse of mine own, wherein I have occasion to speak of a lady to whom fortune was more favorable than either reason or judgment could give direction. In which regard, I would not advise any of you to entertain so high an imagination of mind as to track ye her footsteps, of whom I am now to speak, because fortune containeth not always one and the same disposition, neither can all men's eyes be blinded after one manner. And so proceed we to our tale. In Argos, a most ancient city of Achaia, much more renowned by her precedent kings than wealth or any other great matter of worth, there lived as lieutenant or governor thereof a noble lord named Nicostratus, on whom, albeit he was well stepped into years, fortune bestowed in a marriage a great lady, no less bold of spirit than choicely beautiful. Nicostratus, abounding in treasure and wealthy possessions, kept a goodly trains of servants, horses, hounds, hawks, and what else not, as having an extraordinary felicity in all kinds of game, as singular exercises to maintain his health. Among his other servants and followers, there was a young gentleman, graceful of person, excellent in speech, and every way as active as no man could be more. His name Pyrrhus, highly affected of Nicostratus, and more intimately trusted than all the rest. Such seemed the perfections of this Pyrrhus, that Lydia, for so was the lady named, began to affect him very earnestly, and in such sort as day or night she could take no rest, but devised all means to compass her heart's desire. Now whether he observed this inclination of her towards him, or else would take no notice thereof, it could not be discerned by any outward apprehension, which moved the more impatiency in her, drove her hopes to despairing passions, wherein to find some comfort and ease, she called an ancient gentlewoman of her chamber, in whom she reposed especial confidence, and thus she spake to her. Lesca, the good turns and favors thou hast received from me should make thee faithful and obedient to me, and therefore set a lock upon thy lips, for revealing to anyone whatsoever such matters as now I shall impart to thee, except it be to him that I command thee. Thou perceivest, Lesca, how youthful I am, apt to all sprightly recreations, rich, and abounding in all that a woman can wish to have, in regard of fortune's common ordinary favors. Yet I have one especial cause of complaint, namely, the inequality of my marriage, my husband being over-ancient for me, in which regard my youth finds itself too highly wronged, being defeated of those duties and delights, which women far inferior to me are continually cloyed withal, and I am utterly deprived of. I am subject to the same desires they are, and deserve to taste the benefit of them in as ample manner as they do or can. Hitherto I have lived with the loss of time, which yet in some measure may be relieved and recompensed, for though fortune were mine enemy in marriage by such a disproportion of our conditions, yet she may befriend in another nature and kindly redeem the injury done me. Wherefore, Lesca, to be as complete in this case as I am in all the rest beside, I have resolved upon a private friend, and one more worthy than any other, namely, my servant Pyrrhus, whose youth carrieth some correspondency with mine, and so constantly have I settled my love to him, as I am not well, but when I think on him or see him, and indeed shall die, except the sooner I may enjoy him. And therefore, if my life and welfare be respected by thee, let him understand the integrity of mine affection, by such good means as thou findest it most expedient to be done, entreating him from me, that I may have some conference with him, when he shall thereto be solicited by me. The chamber gentlewoman Lesca willingly undertook the lady's embassy, and so soon as opportunity did favor her, having withdrawn Pyrrhus into an apt and commodious place, she delivered the message to him in the best manner she could devise. Which Pyrrhus hearing, did not a little wonder thereat, never having noted any such matter, and therefore sedanely conceived that the lady did this only to try him. Whereupon, somewhat roundly and roughly, he returned this answer. Lesca, I am not so simple as to credit any such message to be sent from my lady, and therefore be better advised of thy words. But admit that it should come from her, yet I cannot be persuaded that her soul consented to such harsh language, far differing from a form so full of beauty. And yet admit again that her heart and tongue herein were relatives. My lord and master hath so far honored me, and so much beyond the least part of merit in me, as I will rather die than any way offer to disgrace him, and therefore I charge thee never more to move me in this matter. Lesca, not a jot daunted at his stern words, presently she said, Pyrrhus, both in this and all other messages my lady shall command me, I will speak to thee whensoever she pleaseth, receive what discontent thou canst thereby, or make presumption of what doubts thou mayest devise. But as I found thee a senseless fellow, dull, and not shaped to any understanding, so I leave thee, and in that anger parted from him, carrying baccy the same answer to her lady. She no sooner heard it, but instantly she wished herself to be dead, and within some few days after, she conferred again with her chamberwoman, saying, Lesca, thou knowest well enough that the ox falleth not at the first blow of the axe, neither is the victory won upon a silly and shallow adventure. Wherefore, I think it convenient that once more thou shouldst make another trial of him, who in prejudice to me standeth so strictly on his loyalty, and choosing such an hour as seemeth most commodious, soundly possess him with my tormenting passions. Bestir thy wits, and tip thy tongue with a woman's eloquence to effect what I so earnestly desire, because, by languishing in this lovesick affliction, it well be the danger of my death, and some severe detriment to him, to be the occasion of so great a loss. Lesca comforted her lady, so much as lay in her power to do, and having sought for Pyrrhus, whom she found at good leisure, and in a pleasing humor, thus she began. Pyrrhus, some few days since I told thee, in what extreme agonies thy lady and mine was, only in regard of her love to thee. And now again I come once more, to give thee further assurance thereof. Wherefore, believe it unfeignedly, that if thy obstinacy continue still, in like manner as the other day it did, expect very shortly to hear the tidings of her death. It is my part, therefore, to entreat thee to comfort her long languishing desires. But if thou persist in thy harsh opinion, instead of reputing thee a wise and fortunate young man, I shall confess thee to be an ignorant esse. What a glory is it to thee to be affected of so fair and worthy a lady beyond all men else whatsoever. Next to this, tell me, how highly mayest thou confess thyself beholding to fortune, if thou but duly consider how she hath elected thee as sole sovereignty of her hopes, which is a crown of honor to thy youth, and a sufficient refuge against all wants and necessities. Where is any to thy knowledge like thyself, that can make such advantage of his time, as thou mayest do if thou wert wise? Where canst thou find anyone to go beyond thee in arms, horses, sumptuous garments, and gold, as will be heaped on thee, if Lydia may be the lady of thy love? Open then thine understanding to my words, return into thine own soul, and be wise for thyself. Remember, Pyrrhus, that fortune presents herself but once before anyone, with cheerful looks, and her lap wide open of richest favors, where if choice be not quickly made, before she fold it up, and turn her baccy, let no complaint afterward be made of her, if the fellow that had so fair an offer prove to be miserable, wretched, and a beggar, only thorough his own negligence. Beside, what else hath formerly been said, there is now no such need of loyalty in servants to their ladies, as should be among dear friends and kindred. But servants ought rather as best they may be such to their masters as they are to them. Doest thou imagine that if thou hadst a fair wife, mother, daughter, or sister, pleasing in the eye of our Nicostratus, he would stand on such nice terms of duty or loyalty as now thou doest to his lady? Thou wert a very fool to rest so persuaded. Assure thyself that if entreaties and fair means might not prevail, force and compulsion whatsoever ensued thereon would win the mastery. Let us then use them, and the commodities unto them belonging, as they would us and ours. Use the benefit of thy fortune, beware of abusing her favor. She yet smiles on thee, but take heed lest she turn her baccy, it will then be over late to repent thy folly. And if my lady die through thy disdain, be assured that thou canst not escape with life, beside open shame and disgrace forever." Pyrrhus, who had often considered on Leschy's first message, concluded with himself that if any more she moved the same matter, he would return her another kind of answer, wholly yielding to content his lady, provided that he might remain assured concerning the entire truth of the motion, and that it was not urged only to try him, wherefore thus he replied: "Leschy, do not imagine me so ignorant as not to know the certainty of all thy former allegations, confessing them as freely as thou doest or canst. But yet let me tell thee withal, that I know my lord to be wise and judicious, and having committed all his affairs to my care and trust, never blame me to misdoubt, lest my lady by his counsel and advice make thee the messenger of this motion, thereby to call my fidelity in question. To clear which doubt, and for my further assurance of her well-meaning toward me, if she will undertake the performance of 3 such things as I must needs require in this case, I am afterward her own, in any service she can command me. The first of them is that in the presence of my lord and master she kill his fair falcon, which so dearly he affecteth. The second, to send me a lock or tuft of his beard, being pulled away with her own hand. The third and last, with the same hand also, to pluck out one of his best and soundest teeth, and send it me as her love's true token. When I find all these 3 effectually performed, I am wholly hers, not before." These 3 strict impositions seemed to Leschy, and her lady likewise, almost beyond the compass of all possibility. Neverthel's love, being a powerful orator in persuading, as also adventurous even on the most difficult dangers, gave her courage to undertake them all, sending Leschy baccy again to him, with full assurance of these more than Herculean labors. Moreover, herself did intend to add a 4th task, in regard of his strong opinion concerning the great wisdom of his lord and maester. After she had effected all the other 3, she would not permit him to kiss her, but before his lord's face, which yet should be accomplished in such sort as Nicostratus himself should not believe it, although apparently he saw it. "Well," quoth Pyrrhus, "when all these wonders are performed, assure my lady that I am truly hers." Within a short while after, Nicostratus made a solemn feast of all, according as yearly he used to do in honor of his birthday, inviting many lords and ladies thereto. On which rejoicing day, so soon as dinner was ended, and the tables withdrawn, Lydia came into the great hall, where the feast was solemnly kept, very rich and costly apparelled, and there, in presence of Pyrrhus and the whole assembly, going to the perch whereon the falcon sate, wherein her husband took no little delight, and, having untied her, as if she meant to bear her on her fist, took her by the jesses, and beating her against the wall, killed her. Nicostratus, beholding this, called out aloud unto her, saying, "Alas, madame, what have you done?" She, making him no answer, but turning to the lords and ladies which had dined there, spake in this manner: "Ill should I take revenge on a king that had offended me, if I had not so much heart as to wreak my spleen on a paltry hawk. Understand then, worthy lords and ladies, that this falcon hath long time robbed me of those delights, which men in mere equity ought to have with their wives, because continually, so soon as break of day hath appeared, my husband, starting out of bed, makes himself ready, presently to horse, and with this falcon on his fist, rides abroad to his recreation in the fields, and I in such forsaken sort as you see, am left all alone in my bed, discontented and despised, often vowing to myself to be thus revenged as now I am, being withheld from it by no other occasion, but only want of a fit and apt time to do it in the presence of such persons as might be just judges of my wrongs, and as I conceive you all to be." The lords and ladies, hearing these words, and believing this deed of hers to be done no otherwise, but out of her entire affection to Nicostratus, according as her speeches sounded, compassionately turning towards him who was exceedingly displeased, and all smiling, said, "Now in good sadness, sir, Madame Lydia hath done well in acting her just revenge upon the hawk that bereft her of her husband's kind company, than which nothing is more precious to a loving wife, and a hell it is to live without it." And Lydia, being sedanely withdrawn into her chamber, with much other friendly and familiar talk, they converted the anger of Nicostratus into mirth and smiling. Pyrrhus, who had diligently observed the whole carriage of this business, said to himself, "My lady hath begun well, and proceeding on with no worse success, will no doubt bring her love to an happy conclusion." As for the lady herself, she having thus killed the hawk, it was no long while after, but being in the chamber with her husband, and they conversing familiarly together, she began to jest with him, he in the like manner with her, tickling and toying each the other, till at the length she played with his beard, and now she found occasion aptly serving to effect the second task imposed by Pyrrhus. So taking fast hold on a small tuft of his beard, she gave a sodden snatch, and plucked it away quite from his chin. Whereat Nicostratus, being angrily moved, she to appease his distaste pleasantly thus spake: "How now, my lord, why do you look so frowningly? What, are you angry for a few loose hairs of your beard? How then should I take it when you pluck me by the hair of my head, and yet I am not a jot discontented, because I know you do it but in jesting manner." These friendly speeches cut off all further contention, and she kept charily the tuft of her husband's beard, which the very self-asame day she sent to Pyrrhus, her heart's chosen friend. But now concerning the third matter to be adventured, it drove her to a much more serious consideration than those two which she had already so well and exactly performed. Notwithstanding, like a lady of unconquerable spirit, and in whom love enlarged his power more and more, she sedanely conceded what course was best to be kept in this case, forming her attempt in this manner. Upon Nicostratus waited two young gentlemen, as pages of his chamber, whose fathers had given them to his service, to learn the manners of honorable courtship, and those qualities necessarily required in gentlemen. One of them, when Nicostratus sate down to dinner or supper, stood in office of his carver, delivering him all the meats whereon he fed. The other as taster attended on his cup, and he drank no other drink, but what he brought him, and they both were highly pleasing unto him. On a day Lydia called these two youths aside, and among some other speeches, which served but as an induction to her intended policy, she persuaded them that their mouths yielded an unsavory ill-pleasing smell, whereof their lord seemed to take dislike. Wherefore she advised them that at such times as they attended on him in their several places, they should so much as possibly they could withdraw their heads aside from him, because their breath might not be noyous unto him. But withal to have an especial care of not disclosing to anyone what she had told them, because out of mere love she had acquainted them therewith, which very constantly they believed, and followed the same direction as she had advised, being loath to displease, where service bound them to obey. Choosing a time fitting for her purpose, when Nicostratus was in private conference with her, thus she began: "Sir, you observe not the behavior of your two pages when they wait on you at the table?" "Yes, but I do, wife," quoth he, "how squeamishly they turn their heads aside from me, and it hath often been in my mind to understand a reason why they do so." Seating herself by him, as if she had some weighty matter to tell him, she proceeded in this manner: "Alas, my lord, you shall not need to question them, because I can sufficiently resolve you therein, which nevertheless I have long concealed, because I would not be offensive to you. But in regard, it is now manifestly apparent that others have tasted what I imagined none but myself did. I will no longer hide it from you. Assuredly, sir, there is a most strange and unwonted ill savour continually issuing from your mouth, smelling most noisomely, and I wonder what should be the occasion. In former times, I never felt any such foul breathing to come from you, and you, who do daily converse with so many worthy persons, should seek means to be rid of so great an annoyance." "You say very true, wife," answered Nicostratus, "and I protest to you on my credit, I feel no such ill smell, neither know what should cause it, except I have some corrupted tooth in my mouth." "Perhaps, sir," quoth she, "it may be so, and yet you feel not the savour which others do, yea, very offensively." So walking with her to a window, he opened wide his mouth, the which nicely she surveyed on either side, and turning her head from him, as seeming unable to endure the savour, starting and shrieking out aloud, she said: "Santa Maria, what a sight is this! Alas, my good lord, how could you abide this, and for so long a while? Here is a tooth on this side, which so far as I can perceive is not only hollow and corrupted, but also wholly putrefied and rotten, and if it continue still in your head, believe it for a truth, that it will infect and spoil all the rest near it. I would therefore counsel you to let it be plucked out, before it breed you further danger." "I like your counsel well, Lydia," replied Nicostratus, "and presently intend to follow it. Let therefore my barber be sent for, and without any longer delay, he shall pluck it forth instantly. How, sir, quoth she, your barber? Upon mine honour, there shall come no barber here. Why, sir, it is such a rotten tooth, and standeth so fairly for my hand, that, without help or advice of any barber, let me alone for plucking it forth, without putting you to any pain at all. Moreover, let me tell you, sir, those tooth-drawers are so rude and cruel, in performing such offices, as my heart cannot endure, that you should come within compass of their currish courtesy, neither shall you, sir, if you will be ruled by me. If I should fail in the manner of their facility, yet love duty hath instructed me to forbear your least paining, which no unmannerly barber will do. Having thus spoken, and he well contented with her kind offer, the instruments were brought, which are used in such occasions, all being commanded forth of the chamber, but only Ledscha, who evermore kept still in her company. So locking fast the door, and Nicostratus being seated, as she thought fittest for her purpose, she put the tentacles into his mouth, catching fast hold on one of his soundest teeth, which, notwithstanding his loud crying, Ledscha held him so strongly that forth she plucked it, and hid it, having another tooth ready made hot bloody, very much corrupted and rotten, which she held her in the tentacles, and showed to him, who was well near half dead with anguish. See, sir, quoth she, was this tooth to be suffered in your head, and to yield so foul a smell as it did? He verily believing what she said, albeit he had endured extreme pain, and still complained on her harsh and violent pulling it out, rejoiced yet that he was now rid of it, and she comforting him on the one side, and the anguish assuaging him on the other, he departed forth of the chamber. In the meanwhile, by Ledscha she sent the sound tooth to Pyrrhus, who, wondering not a little at her so many strange attempts, which he urged so much the rather, as thinking their performance impossible, and in mere loyal duty to his lord seeing them all three to be notably affected, he made no further doubt of her entire love towards him, but sent her assurance likewise of his readiness and serviceable diligence, whensoever she would command him. Now, after the passage of all these adventures, hardly to be undertaken by any other woman, yet she held them insufficient for his security, in the grounded persuasion of her love to him, except she performed another of her own, and according as she had boldly promised. Hours do now seem days, and days multiplicity of years, till the kiss may be given, and received in the presence of Nicostratus, yet he himself to avouch the contrary. Madam Lydia upon a pretended sickness keepeth her chamber, and as women can hardly be exceeded in dissimulation, so she wanted no wit, to seem exquisitely cunning, in all the outward appearances of sickness. One day after dinner, she being visited by Nicostratus, and none attending on him but Pyrrhus only, she earnestly entreated, that as a mitigation to some inward afflictions which she felt, they would help to guide her into the garden. Most gladly was her motion granted, and Nicostratus gently taking her by one arm, and Pyrrhus by the other, so they conducted her into the garden, seating her in a fair flowery grassy plot, with her baccy leaning to a pyrrha tree. Having sitten there an indifferent while, and Pyrrhus, being formerly instructed in the directions which she had given him, thus she spake somewhat faintly. Pyrrhus, I have a kind of longing desire upon a sardine to taste of these pears, wherefore climb up into the tree and cast me down one or two, which instantly he 999, being aloft in the tree and throwing down some of the best and ripest pears, at length according to his premeditated lesson looking down, he said, Forbear, my lord, do you not see, in how weak and feeble condition my lady is, being shaken with so violent a sickness? And you, madam, how kind and loving soever you are to my lord, are you so little careful of your health, being but now come forth of your sick chamber, to be ruffled and tumbled in such rough manner? Though such dalliances are not amiss in you both, being fitter for the private chamber than an open garden and in the presence of a servant, yet time and place should always be respectively considered, for the avoiding of ill example and better testimony of your own wisdoms, whichever should be like yourselves, but if so soon, and even in the heat of a yet turbulent sickness, your equal love can admit these kisses and embraces. Your private lodgings were much more convenient, where no servant's eye can see such wantonness, nor you be reproved of indiscretion, for being too public in your familiarity. Madame Lydia, suddenly starting and turning unto her husband, said, What doth Pyrrhus prate? Is he well in his wits, or is he frantic? No, madame, replied Pyrrhus, I am not frantic. Are you so fond as to think that I do not see your folly? Nicostratus, wondering at his words, presently answered, Now trust me, Pyrrhus, I think thou dreamest. No, my lord, replied Pyrrhus, I dream not a jot, neither do you or my lady. But if this tree could afford the like kindness to me as you do to her, there would not a peer be left upon it. How now, Pyrrhus, quoth Lydia, this language goeth beyond our understanding. It seemeth thou knowest not what thou sayest. Believe me, husband, if I were as well as ever I have been, I would climb this tree, to see those idle wonders which he talketh of. For, while he continueth thus above, it appeareth, he can find no other prattle, albeit he taketh his mark amiss. Hereupon he commanded Pyrrhus to come down, and being on the ground, Now Pyrrhus, quoth he, tell me what thou saidst. Pyrrhus, pretending an alteration into much amazement, strangely looking about him, said, I know not very well, my lord, what answer I should make you, fearing lest my sight hath been abused by error. For when I was aloft in that tree, it seemed manifestly to me that you embraced my lady, though somewhat rudely, in regard of her perilous sickness, yet lovingly and as youthfully as in your younger days, with infinite kisses and wanton dalliances, such as indeed deserved a far more private place, in my poor opinion. But in my descending down, methought you gave over that amorous familiarity, and I found you seated as I left you. Now trust me, Pyrrhus, answered Nicostratus, thy tongue and wit have very strangely wandered, both from reason and all real apprehension, because we never stirred from hence, since thou didst climb up into the tree, neither moved otherwise than as now thou seest us. Alas, my lord, said Pyrrhus, I humbly crave pardon for my presumption in reproving you for meddling with your own, which shall make me hereafter better advised in anything whatsoever I hear or see. Marvel and amazement increased in Nicostratus far greater than before, hearing him to avouch still so constantly what he had seen, no contradiction being able to alter him, which made him rashly swear and say, I will see myself, whether this Pyrrha-tree be enchanted or no, and such wonders to be seen when a man is up in it, as thou wouldst have us to believe. And being mounted up so high that they were safe from his sodding calming on them, Lydia had soon forgotten her sickness, and the promised kiss cost her above 20 more, beside very kind and hearty embraces, as lovingly respected and entertained by Pyrrhus. Which Nicostratus, beholding aloft in the tree, cried out to her, saying, Wicked woman, what doest thou mean? And thou villain Pyrrhus, darst thou abuse thy lord, who hath reposed so much trust in thee? So, descending in haste down again, yet crying so to them still, Lydia replied, Alas, my lord, why do you rail and rave in such sort? So he found her seated as before, and Pyrrhus waiting with dutiful reverence, even as when he climbed up the tree. But yet he thought his sight not deceived, for all their demure and formal behavior, which made him walk up and down, extremely fuming and fretting unto himself, and which in some milder manner to qualify, Pyrrhus spake thus to him. I deny not, my good lord, but freely confess, that even as yourself, so I, being above in the tree, had my sight most falsely deluded, which is so apparently confirmed by you, and in the same sort, as there needeth no doubt of both our beguiling, in one and the same suspicious nature. In which case, to be the more assuredly resolved, nothing can be questioned, but whether your belief do so far mislead you as to think that my lady, who hath always been a most wise, loyal, and virtuous, would so shamefully wrong you, yea, and to perform it before your face, wherein I dare gage my life too. The contrary, concerning myself, it is not fit for me to argue or contest in mine own commendation. You that have ever known the sincerity of my service are best able to speak in my behalf, and rather wold I be drawn in pieces with 4 wilder horses than be such an injurious slave to my lord and master. Now then, it can be no otherwise, but we must needs rest certainly persuaded that the guile and offence of this false appearance was occasioned by thee only. For all the world could not make me otherwise believe, but that I saw you kiss and most kindly embrace my lady. If your own eyes had not credited the like behavior in me to her, of which sin I never conceived so much as a thought. The lady on the other side, seeming to be very angrily incensed, starting faintly upon her feet, yet supporting herself by the tree, said, It appeareth, sir, that you have entertained a goodly opinion of me as, if I were so lewd and lasciviously disposed, or addicted to the very least desire of wantonness, that I would be so forgetful of mine own honour as to adventure it in your sight, and with a servant of my house. O sir, such women as are so familiarly affected need learn no wit of men in amorous matters. Their private chambers shall be better trusted than an open blabbing and telltale garden. Nicostratus, who verily believed what they had both said, and that neither of them would adventure such familiarity before his face, would talk no more of the matter, but rather studied of the rarity of such a miracle, not seen, but in the height of the tree, and changing again upon the descent. But Lydia, containing still her colorable kind of impatience, and angrily frowning upon Nicostratus, sternly said, "If I may have my will, this villainous and deceiving tree shall never more shame me or any other woman. And therefore, Pyrrhus, run for an axe, and by felling it to the ground, in an instant, revenge both thy wrong and mine. Doest not thou serve a worthy lord, and have not I a wise husband, who, without any consideration, will suffer the eye of his understanding to be so dazzled with a foolish imagination beyond all possibility? For, although his eyes did apprehend such a folly, and it seemed to be a truth indeed, yet, in the depth of settled judgment, all the world should not persuade him that it was so." Pyrrhus had quickly brought the axe, and hewing down the tree, so soon as the lady saw it fall, turning herself to Nicostratus, she said, "Now that I have seen mine honor and honesty's enemy laid along, mine anger is past, and husband, I freely pardon you, entreating you heartily henceforward not to presume or imagine that my love either is or can be altered from you." Thus the mocked and derided Nicostratus returned in Again with his lady and Pyrrhus, where perhaps, although the Pyrrha tree was cut down, they could find as cunning means to overreach him. Two citizens of Siena, the one named Tingaxio Mini, the other Musio di Tora, affected both one woman, called Mona Mita, to whom the one of them was a gossip. The gossip died, and appeared afterward to his companion, according as he had formerly promised him to do, and told him what strange wonders he had seen in the other world. The 10th novel, wherein such men are covertly reprehended, who make no care or conscience at all of those things that should preserve them from sin. Now there remained none but the king himself, last of all to recount his novel, who, after he heard the lady's complaints indifferently pacified for the rash felling down of such a precious Pyrrha tree, thus he began. "Fair ladies, it is a case more than manifest, that every king, who will be accounted just and upright, should first of all, and rather than any other, observe those laws which he himself hath made. Otherwise he ought to be reputed as a servant, worthy of punishment, and no king. Into which fault and reprehension I your king shall well near be constrained to fall. For yesterday I enacted a law upon the form of our discoursing, with full intent that this day I would not use any part of my privilege, but being subject as you all are to the same law, I should speak of that argument, which already you have done. Wherein you have not only performed more than I could wish, upon a subject so suitable to my mind, but in every novel, such variety of excellent matter, such singular illustrations, and delicate eloquence hath flown from you all, as I am utterly unable to invent anything notwithstanding the most curious search of my brain apt or fit for the purpose, to paragon the meanest of them already related. And therefore, seeing I must needs sin in the law established by myself, I tender my submission as worthy of punishment, or what amends else you please to enjoin me. Now, as return to my wonted privilege, I say that the novel recounted by Madame Eliza of the Friar Godfather and his gossip Agnesia, as also the sottishness of the Senese her husband, hath wrought in me worthy ladies to such effect, as forbearing to speak any more of these wily pranks, which witty wives exercise on their simple husbands, I am to tell you a pretty short tale, which, though there is matter enough in it, not worthy the crediting, yet partly it will be pleasing to hear. Sometime there lived in Siena two popular men, the one being named Tingaxio Mini and the other Musio de Tora, men simple and of no understanding, both of them dwelling in Porta Salia. These two men lived in such familiar conversation together, and expressed such cordial affection each to other, as they seldom walked asunder. But as honest men used to do, frequented churches and sermons, oftentimes hearing both what miseries and beatitudes were in the world to come, according to the merits of their souls that were departed out of this life, and found their equal repayment in the other. The manifold repetition of these matters made them very earnestly desirous to know by what means they might have tidings from thence, for their further confirmation. And finding all their endeavors utterly frustrated, they made a solemnly vow and promise each to other under oath that he which first died of them two should return back again so soon as possibly he could to the other remaining alive, and tell him such tidings as he desired to hear. After the promise was thus faithfully made, and they still keeping company as they were wont to do, it fortuned that Tingaxio became gossip to one named Ambrosito Anselmino, dwelling in Camporeggio, who by his wife, called Monamita, had a sweet and lovely son. Tingaxio often resorting thither, and consorted with his companion Musio, the she-gossip, being a woman worthy the loving, fair, and comely of her person. Tingaxio, notwithstanding the gossipship between them, had more than a moneth's mind to his godchild's mother. Musio also fell sick of the same disease, because she seemed pleasing in his eye, and Tingaxio gave her no mean commendations. Yet carefully they concealed their love to themselves, but not for one the same occasion. Because Tingaxio kept it closely from Musio, lest he should hold it disgraceful in him to bear amorous affection to his gossip, and thought it unfitting to be known. But Musio had no such meaning, for he knew well enough that Tingaxio loved her, and therefore conceived in his mind that if he discovered any such matter to him, he will, quoth he, be jealous of me, and being her gossip, which admitteth his conference with her when himself pleaseth, he may easily make her to distaste me, and therefore I must rest contented as I am. Their love continuing on still in this kind, Tingaxio proved so fortunate in the business, that having better means than his companion, and more prevailing courses, when, where, and how to court his mistress, which seemed to forward him effectually, all which Musio plainly perceived, and though it was tedious and wearisome to him, yet hoping to find some success at length, he would not take notice of anything, as fearing to infringe the amity between him and Tingaxio, and so his hope to be quite supplanted. Thus the one triumphing in his love's happiness, and the other hoping for his felicity to come, a lingering sickness seized on Tingaxio, which brought him to so low a condition, as at the length he died. About some 3 or 4 nights after, Musio being fast asleep in his bed, the ghost of Tingaxio appeared to him, and called so loud, that Musio awaking, demanded who called him. I am thy friend Tingaxio, replied the ghost, who according to my former promise made, am come again in vision to thee, to tell thee tidings out of the nether world. Musio was a while somewhat amazed, but recollecting his more manly spirits together, boldly he said, My brother and friend, thou art heartily welcome, but I thought thou hadst been utterly lost. Those things, quoth Tingaxio, are lost, which cannot be recovered again, and if I were lost, how could I then be here with thee? Alas, Tingaxio, replied Musio, my meaning is not so, but I would be resolved, whether thou art among the damned souls in the painful fire of hell torments, or no. No, quoth Tingaxio, I am not sent thither, but for divers sins by me committed, I am to suffer very great and grievous pains. Then Musio demanded particularly the punishments inflicted there, for the several sins committed here, wherein Tingaxio fully resolved him, and upon further question what he would have to be done for him here, made answer that Musio should cause masses, prayers, and alms deeds to be performed for him, which he said were very helpful to the souls abiding there, and Musio promised to see them done. As the ghost was offering to depart, Musio remembered Tingaxio's gossip Monamita, and raising himself higher upon his pillow, said, My memory informeth me, friend Tingaxio, of your kind gossip Monamita, with whom when you remained in this life, I knew you to be very familiar. Let me entreat you then to tell me what punishment is inflicted on you there, for that wanton sin committed here. O brother Musio, answered Tingaxio, so soon as my soul was landed there, one came immediately to me, who seemed to know all mine offences readily by heart, and forthwith commanded that I should depart thence into a certain place, where I must weep for my sins in very grievous pains. There I found more of my companions, condemned to the same punishment as I was, and being among them, I called to mind some wanton dalliances, which had passed between my gossip and me, and expecting therefore far greater afflictions, than as yet I felt, although I was in a huge fire, and exceedingly hot, yet with conceit of fear, I quaked and trembled wondrously. One of my other consorts being by me, and perceiving in what an extreme agony I was, presently said unto me, My friend, what hast thou done more than any of us here condemned with thee, that thou tremblest and quakest, being in so hot a fire? O my friend, quoth I am in fear of a greater judgment than this, for a grievous offence by me heretofore committed while I lived. Then he demanded of me what offence it was, whereto thus I answered. It was my chance in the other world, to be godfather at a child's christening, and afterward I grew so affectionate to the child's mother, as indeed I kissed her twice or thrice. My companion, laughing at me in mocking manner, replied thus, Go like an assay as thou art, and be no more afraid hereafter, for here is no punishment inflicted, in any kind whatsoever, for such offences of frailty committed, especially with gossips, as I myself can witness. Now day drew on, and the cocks began to crow, a dreadful hearing to walking spirits, when Tingaxio said to Musio, Farewell, my friendly companion, for I may tarry no longer with thee, and instantly he vanished away. Musio, having heard this confession of his friend, and verily believing it for a truth, that no punishment was to be inflicted in the future world, for offences of frailty in this life, and chiefly with gossips, began to condemn his own folly, having been a gossip to many wives, yet modesty restrained him from such familiar offending. And therefore, being sorry for this gross ignorance, he made a vow to be wiser hereafter. And if Friar Reynard had been acquainted with this kind of shrift, as doubtless he was, though his gossip Agnesia knew it not, he needed no such syllogisms as he put in practice, when he converted her to his lustful knavery, in the comparison of kindred by him moved, concerning her husband, the child, and himself. But these are the best fruits of such friarly confessions, to compass the issue of their inordinate appetites, yet clouded with the cloak of religion, which hath been the overthrow of too many. By this time the gentle blast of Zephyrus began to blow, because the sun grew near his setting, wherewith the king concluded his novel, and none remaining more to be thus employed. Taking the crown from off his own head, he placed it on Madame Laureti's, saying, Madame, I crown you with your own crown, as queen of our company. You shall henceforth command as lady and mistress, in such occasions as shall be to your liking, and for the contentment of us all. With which words he set him down. And Madame Lauretta being now created queen, she caused the master of the household to be called, to whom she gave command that the tables should be prepared in the pleasant valley, but at a more convenient hour than formerly had been, because they might with better ease return baccy to the palace. Then she took order likewise for all such other necessary matters as should be required in the time of her regiment, and then turning herself to the whole company, she began in this manner. It was the will of Dionysius yesternight that our discourses for this day should concern the deceits of wives to their husbands, and were it not to avid taxation of a splenetive desire to be revenged, like the dog being bitten, biteth again, I could command our tomorrow's conference to touch men's treacheries towards their wives. But because I am free from any such fiery humor, let it be your general consideration to speak of such quaint beguilings as have heretofore passed, either of the woman to the man to the woman, or of one man to another, and I am of opinion that they will yield us no less delight than those related this day have done. When she had thus spoken, she rose, granting them all liberty to go recreate themselves until supper time. The ladies being thus at their own disposing, some of them bared their legs and feet to wash them in the cool current. Others, not so minded, walked on the green grass and under the goodly spreading trees. Dionysius and Madame Fiametta, they sate singing together the love war between Arcite and Palemon. And thus with diversity of disports, in choice delight and much contentment, all were employed, till supper drew near. When the hour was come, and the tables covered by the pond's side, we need not question their dight and dainties, infinite birds sweetly singing about them, as no music in the world could be more pleasing, beside calmy winds, fanning their faces from the neighboring hills free from flies, or the least annoyance made a delicate addition to their pleasure. No sooner were the tables withdrawn and all risen, but they fetched a few turnings about the valley, because the sun was not as yet quite set. Then in the cool evening, according to the queen's appointment, in a soft and gentle pace, they walked homeward, devising on 1,000 occasions, as well those which the day's discourses had yielded, as others of their own inventing beside. It was almost dark night before they arrived at the palace, where, with variety of choice wines and abounding plenty of rare banqueting, they outwore the little toil and weariness which the long walk had charged them withal. Afterward, according to their wonted order, the instruments being brought and played on, they fell to dancing about the fair fountain, Tindaro intruding now and then the sound of his bagpipe to make the music seem more melodious. But in the end, the queen commanded Madame Philomena to sing, whereupon the instruments being tuned fit for the purpose, thus she began. The song. The chorus sung by the whole company. Wearisome is my life to me, because I cannot once again return unto the place which made me first to mourn. Nothing I know, yet feel a powerful fire burning within my breast, through deep desire to be once more where first I felt unrest, which cannot be expressed. O my soul good, O my best happiness, why am I thus restrained? Is there no comfort in this wretchedness? Then let me live content to be thus pained. Wearisome is my life to me, 100. I cannot tell what was that rare delight, which first inflamed my soul, and gave command in spite, that I should find no ease by day or night, but still live in control. I see, I hear, and feel a kind of bliss, yet find no form at all. Other in their desire find blessedness, but I have none, nor think I ever shall. Wearisome is my life to me, 100. Tell me if I may hope in following days to have but one poor sight of those bright sunny rays, dazzling my sense, did overcome me quite, bequeathed to wandering ways. If I be posted off, and may not prove to have the smallest grace, or but to know that this proceeds from love, why should I live despist in every place? Wearisome is my life to me, 100. Methinks milder favor whispers in mine ear, and bids me not despair. There will a time appear to quell and quite confound consuming care, and joy surmount proud fear, in hope that gracious time will come at length to cheer my long dismay. My spirits reassume your former strength, and never dread to see that joyful day. Wearisome is my life to me, because I cannot once again return unto the place which made me first to mourn. This song gave occasion to the whole company to imagine that some new and pleasing apprehension of love constrained Madame Philomena to sing in this manner, and because by the discourse thereof it plainly appeared that she had felt more than she saw, she was so much the more happy, and the like was wished by all the rest. Wherefore, after the song was ended, the queen, remembering that the next day following was Friday, turning herself graciously to them all, thus she spake. You know, noble ladies, and you likewise most noble gentlemen, that tomorrow is the day consecrated to the passion of our blessed Lord and Savior, which if you have not forgotten it, as easily you cannot we devoutly celebrated, Madame Nephila being then queen, ceasing from all our pleasant discoursing, as we did the like on the Saturday following, sanctifying the sacred Sabbath in due regard of itself. Wherefore, being desirous to imitate precedent good example, which in worthy manner she began to us all, I hold it very decent and necessary that we should abstain tomorrow, and the day ensuing, from recounting any of our pleasant novels, reducing to our memories what was done as on those days for the salvation of our souls. This holy and religious motion made by the Queen was commendably allowed by all the assembly, and therefore, humbly taking their leave of her, and an indifferent part of the night being already spent, severally they betook themselves to their chambers. The end of the 7th day. The 8th day, whereon all the discourses pass under the rule and government of the Honourable Lady Loretta, and the argument imposed is concerning such witty deceivings as have or may be put in practice by wives to their husbands, husbands to their wives, or one man towards another. The induction. Early on the Sunday morning, Aurora showing herself bright and lovely, the sun's golden beams began to appear on the tops of the near adjoining mountains, so that herbs, plants, trees, and all things else were very evidently to be discerned. The Queen and her company being all come forth of their chambers, and having walked a while abroad in the goodly green meadows to taste the sweetness of the fresh and wholesome air, they returned back again into the palace, because it was their duty so to do. Afterward, between the hours of 7 and 8, they went to hear mass in a fair chapel near at hand, and thence returned to their lodgings. When they had dined merrily together, they fell to their wonted singing and dancing, which being done, such as were so pleased by license of the Queen first obtained went either to their rest, or such exercises as they took most delight in. When midday and the heat thereof was well overpast, so that the air seemed mild and temperate, according as the Queen had commanded, they were all seated again about the fountain, with intent to prosecute their former pastime. And then Madame Nephila, by the charge imposed on her as first speaker for this day, began as followeth. Golfardo made a match or wager with the wife of Gaspariulo for the obtaining of her amorous favor in regard of a sum of money first to be given her. The money he borrowed of her husband and gave it in payment to her, as in case of discharging him from her husband's debt. After his return home from Genoa, he told him in the presence of his wife how he had paid the whole sum to her, with charge of delivering it to her husband, which she confessed to be true, albeit greatly against her will. The first novel, wherein is declared that such women as will make sale of their honesty are sometimes overreached in their payment, and justly served as they should be. Seeing it is my fortune, gracious ladies, that I must give beginning to this day's discoursing, by some such novel which I think expedient, as duty bindeth me, I am therewith well contented. And because the deceits of women to men have been at large and liberally related, I will tell you a subtle trick of a man to a woman. Not that I blame him for the deed, or think the deceit not well fitted to the woman, but I speak it in a contrary nature, as commending the man, and condemning the woman very justly, as also to show how men can as well beguile those crafty companions, which least believe any such cunning in them, as they that stand most on their artificial skill. Howbeit, to speak more properly, the matter by me to be reported deserveth not the reproachful title of deceit, but rather of a recompense duly returned, because women ought to be chaste and honest, to preserve their honor as their lives, without yielding to the contamination thereof, for any occasion whatsoever. And yet, nevertheless, in regard of our frailty, many times we prove not so constant as we should be. Yet I am of opinion that she which selleth her honesty for money deserveth justly to be burned. Whereas, on the contrary, she that falleth into the offense, only through entire affection, the powerful laws of love, being above all resistance, in equity meriteth pardon, especially of a judge not over-rigorous. As not long since we heard from Philostratus, in revealing what happened to Madame Philippa de Prato upon the dangerous edict. Understand then, my most worthy auditors, that there lived sometime in Milan an Almaini soldier, named Golfardo, of commendable carriage in his person, and very faithful to such as he served, a matter not common among the Almainis. And because he made just repayment to every one which lent him moneys, he grew to such especial credit, and was so familiar with the very best merchants, as many times he could not be so ready to borrow, as they were willing always to lend him. He thus continuing in the city of Milan, fastened his affection on a very beautiful gentlewoman, named Mistress Ambrosia, wife unto a rich merchant, who was called Signor Gaspariulo Sagastraxio, who had good knowledge of him, and respectively used him. Loving this gentlewoman with great discretion, without the least apprehension of her husband, he sent upon a day to entreat conference with her, for enjoying the fruition of her love, and she should find him ready to fulfill whatsoever she pleased to command him, as, at any time, he would make good his promise. The gentlewoman, after divers of these private solicitings, resolutely answered that she was as ready to fulfill the request of Golfardo, provided that two especial considerations might ensue thereon. First, the faithful concealing thereof from any person living. Next, because she knew him to be rich, and she had occasion to use 200 crowns about business of important consequence, he should freely bestow so many on her, and ever after she was to be commanded by him. Golfardo, perceiving the covetousness of this woman, who notwithstanding his doting affection he thought to be entirely honest to her husband, became so deeply offended at her vile answer that his fervent love converted into as earnest loathing her, determining constantly to deceive her, and to make her avaricious motion the only means whereby to effect it. He sent her word that he was willing to perform her request or any far greater matter for her, in which respect he only desired for to know when she would be pleased to have him come see her and to receive the money of him. No creature he acquainted with his settled purpose, but only a dear friend and kind companion, who always used to keep him company in the nearest occasions that concerned him. The gentlewoman, or rather most disloyal wife, upon this answer sent her, was extraordinarily jocund and contented, returning him a secret letter, wherein she signified that Gaspariulo, her husband, had important affairs which called him to Genua, but he should understand of his departure, and then with safety he might come see her, as also his bringing of the crowns. In the meanwhile, Golfardo, having determined what he would do, watched a convenient time, when he went unto Gaspariulo, and said, Sir, I have some business of main importance, and shall need to use but 200 crowns only. I desire you to lend me so many crowns, upon such profit as you will want to take of me at other times when I have made use of you, and I shall not fail you at my day. Gaspariulo was well contented with the motion, and made no more ado, but counted down the crowns, departing thence within few days after for Genua, according to his wife's former message, she giving Golfardo also intelligence of his absence, that now with safety he might come see her, and bring the 200 crowns with him. Golfardo, taking his friend in his company, went to visit Mistress Ambrosia, whom he found in expectation of his arrival, and the first thing he did, he counted down the 200 crowns, and delivering them to her in the presence of his friend, said, Mistress Ambrosia, receive these 200 crowns, which I desire you to pay unto your husband on my behalf, when he is returned from Genua. Ambrosia received the 200 crowns, not regarding wherefore Golfardo used these words, because she verily believed that he spake in such manner, because his friend should take no notice of his giving them to her upon any covenant passed between them. Whereupon she said, Sir, I will pay them to my husband for you, and cause him to give you a sufficient discharge. But first I will count them over myself, to see whether the sum be just or no. And having drawn them over upon the table, the sum containing truly 200 crowns, wherewith she was most highly contented, she locked them safe up in her cupboard, and Golfardo's friend being gone, as formerly it was compacted between them, she came to converse more familiarly with him, having provided a banquet for him. What passed between them afterward, both then and oftentimes beside, before her husband returned home, is a matter out of my element, and rather requires my ignorance than knowledge. When Gaspariulo was come from Genua, Golfardo, observing a convenient time, when he was sitting at the door with his wife, took his friend with him, and coming to Gaspariulo, said, Worthy sir, the 200 crowns which you lent me before your journey to Genua, in regard they could not serve my turn, to compass the business for which I borrowed them. Within a day or two after, in the presence of this gentleman my friend, I made repayment of them to your wife, and therefore I pray you cross me out of your book. Gaspariulo, turning to his wife, demanded whether it was so or no. She, beholding the witness standing by, who was also present at her receiving them, durst not make denial, but thus answered, Indeed, husband, I received 200 crowns of the gentleman, and never remembered to acquaint you therewith since your coming home. But hereafter I will be made no more your receiver, except I carried a quicker memory. Then said Gaspariulo, Signor Golfardo, I find you always a most honest gentleman, and will be ready at any time to do you the like, or a far greater kindness. Depart at your pleasure, and fear not the crossing of my book. So Golfardo went away merrily contented, and Ambrosia was served as she justly merited, she paying the price of her own lewdness to her husband, which she had a more covetous intent to keep, questionless, not caring how many like lustful matches she could make, to be so liberally rewarded, if this had succeeded to her mind. Whereas he showed himself wise and discreet, in paying nothing for his pleasure, and requiting a covetous queen in her kind. A lusty youthful priest of Varlungo fell in love with a pretty woman named Monna Belcolor. To compass his amorous desire, he left his cloak as a pledge of further payment with her. By a subtle sleight afterward, he made means to borrow a mortar of her, which when he sent home again in the presence of her husband, he demanded to have his cloak sent him, as having left it in pawn for the mortar. To pacify her husband, offended that she did not lend the priest the mortar without a pawn, she sent him back his cloak again, albeit greatly against her will. The second novel, approving that no promise is to be kept with such women as will make sale of their honesty for coin. A warning also for men not to suffer priests to be over-familiar with their wives. Both the gentlemen and ladies gave equal commendations of Gulfardo's quaint beguiling the Milan gentlewoman Ambrosia, and wishing all other of her mind might always be so served. Then the queen, smiling on Pamphilus, commanded him to follow next, whereupon thus he began. I can tell you, fair ladies, a short novel, against such as are continually offensive to us, yet we being no way able to offend him, at least, in the same manner as they do injury us. And for your better understanding what and who they be, they are our lusty priests, who advance their standard, and make their public predications against our wives, winning such advantage over them, that they can pardon them both of the sin and punishment, whensoever they are once subjected unto their persuasions, even as if they brought the soldin bound and captived from Alexandria to Avignon, which imperious power we poor souls cannot exercise on them, considering we have neither heart nor courage to do our devoir in just revenge on their mothers, sisters, daughters, and friends, with the like spirit as they rise in arms against our wives. And therefore I meant to tell you a tale of a countryman's wife, more to make you laugh at the conclusion thereof, than for any singularity of words or matter. Yet this benefit you may gain thereby, of an apparent proof that such cinnamon, amorous, and persuading priests are not always to be credited on their words or promises. Let me then tell you that at Varlungo, which you know to be not far distant hence, there dwelt an youthful priest, lusty, gallant, and proper of person, especially for women's service, commonly called by the name of sweet Sir Simon. Now albeit he was a man of slender reading, yet notwithstanding he had store of Latin sentences by heart, some true, but twice so many maimed and false, saint-like shows, holy speeches, and ghostly admonitions, which he would preach under an oak in the fields, when he had congregated his parishioners together. When women lay in child-ebb, he was their daily comfortable visitant, and would man them from their houses when they had any occasion to walk abroad, carrying always a bottle of holy water about him, wherewith he would sprinkle them by the way, pieces of hallowed candles, and chrisom cakes, which pleased women extraordinarily, and all the country afforded not such another frolic priest, as this our nimble and active sweet Sir Simon. Among many other of his feminine parishioners, all of them being handsome and comely women, yet there was one more pleasing in his wanton eye than any of the rest, named Monna Belcolor, and wife to a plain mechanic man, called Bentavegna del Mazzo. And to speak uprightly, few country villages yielded a woman, more fresh and lovely of complexion, although not admirable for beauty, yet sweet Sir Simon thought her a saint, and fain would be offering at her shrine. Divers pretty pleasing qualities she had, as sounding the cymbal, playing artificially on the timbrel, and singing thereto as it had been a nightingale, dancing also so dexterously, as happy was the man that could dance in her company. All which so inflamed sweet Sir Simon, that he lost his wonted sprightly behaviour, walked sullen, sad, and melancholy, as if he had melted all his metal, because he could hardly have a sight of her. But on the Sunday morning, when he heard or knew that she was in the church, he would tickle it with a Kyrie and a Sanctus, even as if he contended to shew his singular skill in singing, when it had been as good to hear an Assa bray. Whereas, on the contrary, when she came not to church, mass, and all else were quickly shaken up, as if his devotion waited only on her presence. Yet he was so cunning in the carriage of his amorous business, both for her credit and his own, as Bentavegna, her husband, could not perceive it, or any neighbour so much as suspect it. But to compass more familiar acquaintance with Belcolor, he sent her sundry gifts and presents, day by day, as sometime a bunch of dainty green garlic, whereof he had plenty growing in his garden, which he manured with his own hands, and better than all the country yielded. Otherwise a small basket of peas or beans, and onions or scallions, as the season served. But when he could come in place where she was, Then he darted amorous winks and glances at her, with becks, nods, and blushes, love's private ambassadors, which she being but contrabred seeming by outward appearance, not to see, retorted disdainfully, and forthwith would absent herself, so that sweet Sir Simon laboured still in vain, and could not compass what he coveted. It came to pass within a while after, that on a time, about high noon Sir Simon being walking abroad, chanced to meet with Bentivegna, driving an assay before him, laden with divers commodities, and demanding of him, whither he went. Bentivegna thus answered, In troth, Sir Simon, I am going to the city, about some especial business of mine own, and I carry these things to Signor Bonacorsi de Sinistrido, because he should help me before the judge, when I shall be called in question concerning my patrimony. Sir Simon, looking merrily on him, said, Thou doest well, Bentivegna, to make a friend sure before thou need him. Go, take my blessing with thee, and return again with good success. But if thou meet with Laguccio or Naldino, forget not to tell them that they must bring me my shuitais before Sunday. Bentivegna said he would discharge his errand, and so parted from him, driving his assay on towards Florence. Now began Sir Simon to shrug and scratch his head, thinking this to be a fit convenient time for him to go visit Belcolor and to make trial of his fortune, wherefore, setting aside all other business, he stayed nowhere till he came to the house, whereinto being entered, he said, All happiness be to them that dwell here. Belcolor being then above in the chamber, when she heard his tongue, replied, Sweet Sir Simon, you are heartily welcome, whether are you walking, if the question may be demanded. Believe me, dainty duck, answered Sir Simon, I am come to sit a while with thee, because I met thy husband going to the city. By this time Belcolor was descended down the stairs, and having once again given welcome to Sir Simon, she sate down by him, cleansing of colewort seeds from such other coarse chaff, which her husband had prepared before his departure. Sir Simon, hugging her in his arms, and fetching a vehement sigh, said, My Belcolor, how long shall I pine and languish for thy love? How now, Sir Simon? Answered she, Is this behaviour fitting for an holy man? Holy men, Belcolor, quoth Sir Simon, are made of the same matter as others be. They have the same affections, and therefore subject to their infirmities. Santa Maria, answered Belcolor, dare priests do such things as you talk of? Yes, Belcolor, quoth he, and much better than other men can, because they are made for the very best business, in which regard they are restrained from marriage. True, quoth Belcolor, but much more from meddling with other men's wives. Touch not that text, Belcolor, replied Sir Simon, it is somewhat above your capacity. Talk of that I come for, namely thy love, my duck, and my dove. Sir Simon is thine, I pray thee be mine. Belcolor, observing his smirking behaviour, his proper person, pretty talk, and quaint insinuating, felt a motion to female frailty, which yet she would withstand so long as she could, and not be over hasty in her yielding. Sir Simon promiseth her a new pair of shoes, garters, ribands, girdles, or what else she would request. Sir Simon, quoth she, all these things which you talk of are fit for women, but if your love to me be such as you make choice of, fulfill what I will motion to you, and then perhaps I shall tell you more. Sir Simon's heat made him hasty to promise whatsoever she would desire, whereupon thus she replied. On Saturday, said she, I must go to Florence, to carry home such yarn as was sent me to spin, and to amend my spinning wheel. If you will lend me 10 florins, wherewith I know you are always furnished, I shall redeem from the usurer my best petticoat, and my wedding gown, both well near lost for lackey of repiment, without which I cannot be seen at church, or in any other good place else, and then afterward other matters may be accomplished. Alas, sweet Belcolor, answered Sir Simon, I never bear any such sum about me, for men of our profession do seldom carry any money at all, but believe me on my word, before Saturday come, I will not fail to bring them hither. O sir, quoth Belcolor, you men are quick promisers, but slow performers. Do you think to use me, as poor Bellezza was, who trusted to as fair words, and found herself deceived? Now, Sir Simon, her example in being made scandal to the world is a sufficient warning for me. If you be not so provided, go and make use of your friend, for I am not otherwise to be moved. Nay, Belcolor, quoth he, I hope you will not serve me so, but my word shall be of better worth with you. Consider the conveniency of time, we being so privately here alone, whereas at my returning hither again, some hindrance may thwart me, and the like opportunity be never obtained. Sir, said she, you have heard my resolution. If you will fetch the florins, do, Otherwise, walk about your business, for I am a woman of my word. Sir Simon, perceiving that she would not trust him upon bare words, nor anything was to be done without salvum me fac, whereas his meaning was sine custodia, thus answered. Well, Bellculler, seeing you dare not credit my bringing the 10 florins, according to my promised day, I will leave you a good pawn, my very best cloak, lined quite thorough with rich silk, and made up in the choicest manner. Bellculler, looking on the cloak, said, How much may this cloak be worth? How much? Quoth Sir Simon, Upon my word, Bellculler, it is of a right fine Flanders serge, and not above 8 days since, I bought it thus ready-made of Lotto the fripperer, and paid for it 26 florins, a pledge then sufficient for your 10. Is it possible, said she, that it should cost so much? Well, Sir Simon, deliver it me first. I will lay it up safe for you against Saturday, when if you fetch it not, I will redeem mine own things with it, and leave you to release it yourself. The cloak is laid up by Bellculler, and Sir Simon so forward in his affection, that in brief he enjoyed what he came for, and departed afterward in his light tripping cassock, but yet thorough by lanes, and no much frequented places, smelling on a nosegay, as if he had been at some wedding in the country, and went thus lightly without his cloak, for his better ease. As commonly after actions of evil, repentance knocketh at the door of conscience, and urgeth a guilty remembrance, with some sense of sorrow. So was it now with sweet Sir Simon, who surveying over all his veils of offering candles, the validity of his yearly benefits, and all coming nothing near the sum of scarce half 26 florins, he began to repent his deed of darkness, although it was acted in the daytime, and considered with himself, by what honest yet unsuspected means he might recover his cloak again before it went to the broker, in redemption of Bellculler's pawned apparel, and yet to send her no florins neither. Having a cunning reaching wit, especially in matters for his own advantage, and pretending to have a dinner at his lodging for a few of some invited friends, he made use of a neighbour's boy, sending him to the house of Bellculler with request of lending him her stone mortar to make green sauce in for his guests, because he had meat required such sauce. Bellculler, suspecting no treachery, sent him the stone mortar with the pestle, and about dinner time, when he knew Bentavegna to be at home with his wife, by a spy which was set for the purpose, he called the clerk usually attending on him, and said, Take this mortar and pestle, bear them home to Bellculler, and tell her, Sir Simon sends them home with thanks, they having sufficiently served his turn, and desire her likewise to send me my cloak, which the boy left as a pledge for better remembrance, and because she would not lend it without a pawn. The clerk, coming to the house of Bellculler, found her sitting at dinner with her husband, and delivering her the pestle and mortar, performed the rest of Sir Simon's message. Bellculler, hearing the cloak demanded, stepped up to make answer, but Bentavegna, seeming by his looks to be much offended, roughly replied, Why, how now, wife? Is not Sir Simon our especial friend, and cannot be pleasured without a pawn? I protest upon my word, I could find in my heart to smite thee for it. Rise quickly, thou wert best, and send him back his cloak, with this warning hereafter, that whatsoever he will have, be it your poor essay, or anything else being ours, let him have it, and tell him Master Clerk he may command it. Bellculler rose grumbling from the table, and fetching the cloak forth of the chest, which stood near at hand in the same room, she delivered it to the clerk, saying, Tell Sir Simon from me, and boldly say you heard me speak it, that I made a vow to myself, he shall never make use of my mortar hereafter, to beat any more of his sauciness in, let my husband say whatsoever he will, I speak the word, and will perform it. Away went the clerk home with the cloak, and told Sir Simon what she had said, whereto he replied, If I must make use of her mortar no more, I will not trust her with the keeping of my cloak, for fear it go to gage indeed. Bentavegna was a little displeased at his wife's words, because he thought she spake but in jest, albeit Bellculler was so angry with Sir Simon that she would not speak to him till vintage time following. But then Sir Simon, what by sharp threatenings of her soul to be in danger of hell fire, continuing so long in hatred of a holy priest, which words did not a little terrify her, besides daily presents to her of sweet new wines, roasted chestnuts, figures, and almonds, all unkindness became converted to former familiarity. The garments were redeemed. He gave her sonnets which she would sweetly sing to her cymbal, and further friendship increased between her and sweet Sir Simon. Calandrino, Bruno, and Buffalmacco, all of them being painters by profession, travelled to the plain of Mugnon to find the precious stone called helitropium. Calandrino persuaded himself to have found it, returned home to his house heavily loaden with stones. His wife rebuking him for his absence, he groweth into anger, and shrewdly beateth her. Afterward, when the case is debated among his other friends Bruno and Buffalmacco, all is found to be mere foolery. The third novel, justly reprehending the simplicity of such men as are too much addicted to credulity and will give credit to everything they hear. Pamphilus having ended his novel, whereat the ladies laughed exceedingly, so that very hardly they could give over. The queen gave charge to Madame Eliza that she should next succeed in order, when, being scarcely able to refrain from smiling, thus she began. I know not, gracious ladies, whether I can move you to as hearty laughter with a brief novel of mine own, as Pamphilus lately did with his. Yet I dare assure you that it is both true and pleasant, and I will relate it in the best manner I can. In our own city, which evermore hath contained all sorts of people, not long since there dwelt a painter named Calandrino, a simple man, yet as much addicted to matters of novelty as any man whatsoever could be. The most part of his time he spent in the company of two other painters, the one called Bruno and the other Buffalmacco, men of very recreative spirits and of indifferent good capacity, often resorting to the said Calandrino, because they took delight in his honest simplicity and pleasant order of behavior. At the same time, likewise, there dwelt in Florence a young gentleman of singular disposition to every generous and witty conceit, as the world did not yield a more pleasant companion, he being named Maso del Saggio, who, having heard somewhat of Calandrino's silliness, determined to jest with him in merry manner, and to suggest his longing humours after novelties, with some conceit of extraordinary nature. He happening on a day to meet him in the church of St. John, and seeing him seriously busied in beholding the rare pictures and the curious carved tabernacle, which not long before was placed on the high altar in the said church, considered with himself that he had now fit place and opportunity to effect what he had long time desired. And having imparted his mind to a very intimate friend, how he intended to deal with simple Calandrino, they went both very near him, where he sate all alone, and making show as if they saw him not, began to consult between themselves concerning the rare properties of precious stones, whereof Maso discoursed as exactly as he had been a most skilful lapidary, to which conference of theirs Calandrino lent an attentive ear, in regard it was matter of singular rarity. Soon after Calandrino started up, and perceiving by their loud speaking that they talked of nothing which required secret counsel, he went into their company, the only thing which Maso desired, and holding on still the former argument, Calandrino would needs request to know in what place these precious stones were to be found, which had such excellent virtues in them. Maso made answer that the most of them were to be had in Berlinzona, near to the city of Bascia, which was in the territory of a country called Bengodi, where the vines were bound about with sausages, a goose was sold for a penny, and the goslings freely given in to boot. There was also an high mountain, wholly made of Parmesan grated cheese, whereon dwelt people, who did nothing else but make macarons and raviolis, boiling them with broth of capons, and afterward hurled them all about, to whosoever can or will catch them. Near to this mountain runneth a fair river, the whole stream being pure white bastard, none such was ever sold for any money, and without one drop of water in it. Now trust me, sir, said Calandrino, that is an excellent country to dwell in. But I pray you tell me, sir, what do they with the capons after they have boiled them? The bashings, quoth Maso, eat them all. Have you, sir, said Calandrino, at any time been in that country? How, answered Maso, do you demand if I have been there? Yes, man, above 1,000 times at the least. How far, sir, I pray you, quoth Calandrino, is that worthy country from this our city? In troth, replied Maso, the miles are hardly to be numbered. For the most part of them we travel when we are nightly in our beds, and if a man dream right, he may be there upon a sudden. Surely, sir, said Calandrino, it is further hence than to Abruzzi. Yes, questionless, replied Maso, but to a willing mind no travel seemeth tedious. Calandrino, well noting that Maso delivered all these speeches with a steadfast countenance, no scene of smiling, or any gesture to urge the least mislike, he gave such credit to them as to any matter of apparent and manifest truth, and upon this assured confidence he said, "Believe me, sir, the journey is overfar for me to undertake, but if it were nearer, I could afford to go in your company, only to see how they make these macaroons, and to fill my belly with them. But now we are in talk, sir, I pray you pardon me to ask, whether any such precious stones, as you spake of, are to be found in that country or no?" "Yes, indeed," replied Maso, "there are two kinds of them to be found in those territories, both being of very great virtue. One kind are gritty stones of Settignano and of Montesca, by virtue of which places, when any millstones or grindstones are to be made, they knead the sand as they use to dough meal, and so make them of what bigness they please. In which respect, they have a common saying there, that nature maketh common stones, but Montesca millstones. Such plenty are there of these millstones, so slenderly here esteemed among us, as emeralds are with them, whereof they have whole mountains, far greater than our Monte Morello, which shine most gloriously at midnight. And how meanly soever we account of their millstones, yet there they drill them, and enchase them in rings, which afterward they send to the great Soldan, and have whatsoever they will demand for them. The other kind is a most precious stone indeed, which our best lapidaries call the helitropium, the virtue whereof is so admirable, as whosoever beareth it about him, so long as he keepeth it, it is impossible for any eye to discern him, because he walketh merely invisible. "O Lord, sir," quoth Calandrino, "these stones are of rare virtue indeed, but where else may a man find that helitropium?" Whereto Maso thus answered, "That country only doth not contain the helitropium, for they be many times found upon our plain of Mugnon." "Of what bigness, sir," quoth Calandrino, "is the stone, and what cooler?" "The helitropium," answered Maso, "is not always of one quality, because some are big and others less, but all are of one cooler, namely blacky." Calandrino, committing all these things to respective memory, and pretending to be called thence by some other especial affairs, departed from Maso, concluding resolvedly with himself to find this precious stone, if possibly he could, yet intending to do nothing until he had acquainted Bruno and Buffalmacco therewith, whom he loved dearly. He went in all haste to seek them, because, without any longer trifling, the time they three might be the first men that should find out this precious stone, spending almost the whole morning before they were all three met together. For they were painting at the monastery of the Sisters of Finza, where they had very serious employment, and followed their business diligently, where having found them, and saluting them in such kind manner, as continually he used to do, thus he began. "Loving friends, if you are pleased to follow mine advice, we three will quickly be the richest men in Florence, because, by information from a gentleman well deserving to be credited on the plain of Mugnon, there is a precious stone to be found, which whosoever carrieth it about him walketh invisible, and is not to be seen by anyone. Let us three be the first men to go and find it before any other hear thereof, and go about it, and assure ourselves that we shall find it, for I know it by description so soon as I see it. And when we have it, who can hinder us from bearing it about us? Then will we go to the tables of our bankers, or money changers, which we see daily charged with plenty of gold and silver, where we may take so much as we list, for they nor any are able to descry us. So in short time shall we all be wealthy, never needing to drudge any more, or paint muddy walls, as hitherto we have done, and as many of our poor profession are forced to do." Bruno and Buffalmacco, hearing this, began to smile, and looking merrily each on other, they seemed to wonder thereat, and greatly commended the counsel of Calandrino. Buffalmacco demanding how the stone was named. Now it fortuned that Calandrino, who had but a gross and blockish memory, had quite forgot the name of the stone, and therefore said, "What need have we of the name, when we know and are assured of the stone's virtue? Let us make no more ado, but setting aside all other business go seek where it is to be found." "Well, my friend," answered Bruno, "you say we may find it, but how, and by what means?" "There are two sorts of them," quoth Calandrino, "some big, others smaller, but all carry a blacky color. Therefore, in mine opinion, let us gather all such stones as are blacky, so shall we be sure to find it among them, without any further loss of time." Buffalmacco and Bruno liked and allowed the counsel of Calandrino, which when they had by several commendations given him assurance of, Bruno said, "I do not think it a convenient time now for us to go about so weighty a business, for the sun is yet in the highest degree, and striketh such a heat on the plain of Mugnon, as all the stones are extremely dried, and the very blackest will no seem whitest. But in the morning, after the dew is foulny, and before the sun shineth forth, every stone retaineth his true colour. Moreover, there be many labourers now working on the plain, about such business as they are severally assigned, who seeing us in so serious a search, may imagine what we seek for, partake with us in the same inquisition, by which means they may chance to speed before us, and so we may lose both our trot and amble. Wherefore, by my consent, if your opinion jump with mine, this is an enterprise onely to be performed in an early morning, when the blacky stones are to be distinguished from the white, and a festive all day were the best of all other, for then there will be none to discover us. Buffalmacco applauded the advice of Bruno, and Calandrino did no less, concluding all together that Sunday morning next ensuing should be the time, and then they all three would go seek the stone. But Calandrino was very earnest with them that they should not reveal it to any living body, because it was told him as an especial secret, disclosing further to them what he had heard concerning the country of Bengodi, maintaining with solemn oaths and protestations that every part thereof was true. Upon this agreement, they parted from Calandrino, who hardly enjoyed any rest at all, either by night or day, so greedy he was to be possessed of the stone. On the Sunday morning, he called up his companions before break of day, and going forth at Escol's port, they stayed not, till they came to the plain of Mugnon, where they searched all about to find this strange stone. Calandrino went stealing before the other two, and verily persuaded himself that he was born to find the helitropium, and looking on every side about him, he rejected all other stones but the blacky, whereof first he filled his bosom, and afterwards both his pockets. Then he took off his large painting apron, which he fastened with his girdle in the manner of a sacque, and that he filled full of stones likewise. Yet not so satisfied, he spread abroad his cloak, which being also full of stones, he bound it up carefully, for fear of loosing the very least of them. All which Buffalmacco and Bruno, well observing the day growing on, and hardly they could reach home by dinner time according as merrily they had concluded, and pretending not to see Calandrino, albeit he was not far from them. "What is become of Calandrino?" said Buffalmacco. Bruno, gazing strangely everywhere about him, as if he were desirous to find him, replied, "I saw him not long since, for then he was hard by before us. Questionless, he hath given us the slip, is privily gone home to dinner, and making stark fools of us, hath left us to pick up blacky stones upon the parching plains of Mugnon." "Well," quoth Buffalmacco, "this is but the trick of an hollow-hearted friend, and not such as he protested himself to be to us. Could any but we have been so sottish to credit his frivolous persuasions, hoping to find any stones of such virtue, and here on the fruitless plains of Mugnon? No, no, none but we would have believed him." Calandrino, who was close by them, hearing these words, and seeing the whole manner of their wondering behaviour, became constantly persuaded that he had not only found the precious stone, but also had some store of them about him, by reason he was so near to them, and yet they could not see him, therefore he walked before them. Now was his joy beyond all compass of expression, and being exceedingly proud of so happy an adventure, did not mean to speak one word to them, but heavily laden as he was to steal home fair and softly before them, which indeed he did, leaving them to follow after if they would. Bruno, perceiving his intent, said to Buffalmacco, "What remaineth now for us to do? Why should not we go home as well as he?" "And reason too," replied Bruno. "It is in vain to tarry any longer here. But I solemnly protest, Calandrino shall no more make an essay of me, and were I now as near him as not long since I was, I would give him such a remembrance on the heel with this flint stone as should stick by him this moneth, to teach him a lesson for abusing his friends." He threw the stone, and hit him shrewdly on the heel therewith. But all was one to Calandrino, whatsoever they said or did, as thus they still followed after him. And although the blow of the stone was painful to him, yet he mended his pace so well as he was able, in regard of being overloaden with stones, and gave them not one word all the way, because he took himself to be invisible and utterly unseen of them. Buffalmacco, taking up another flintstone, which was indifferent, heavy, and sharp, said to Bruno, "Seest thou this flint?" Casting it from him, he smote Calandrino just in the backy therewith, saying, "Oh, that Calandrino had been so near, as I might have hit him on the backy with the stone." And thus all the way on the plain of Mugnan, they did nothing else but pelt him with stones, even so far as the port of Gaul, where they threw down what other stones they had gathered, meaning not to molest him any more, because they had done enough already. There they stepped before him unto the port, and acquainted the warders with the whole matter, who, laughing heartily at the jest, the better to uphold it, would seem not to see Calandrino in his passage by them, but suffered him to go on, sore wearied with his burthen, and sweating extremely. Without resting himself in any place, he came home to his house, which was near to the corner of the mills, fortune being so favorable to him in the course of this mockery, that as he passed along the river's side, and afterward through part of the city, he was neither met nor seen by any, in regard they were all in their houses at dinner. Calandrino, every minute ready to sink under his weighty burthen, entered into his own house, where by great ill luck his wife, being a comely and very honest woman, and named Monotrista, was standing aloft on the stairs' head. She being somewhat angry for his so long absence, and seeing him come in grunting and groaning, frowningly said, "I thought that the divil would never let thee come home. All the whole city have dined, and yet we must remain without our dinner." When Calandrino heard this, perceived that he was not invisible to his wife, full of rage and wrath, he began to rail, saying, "Ah, thou wicked woman, where art thou? Thou hast utterly undone me, but as I live I will pay thee soundly for it." Up the stairs he ascended into a small parlor, where when he had spread all his burthen of stones on the floor, he ran to his wife, catching her by the hair of the head, and throwing her at his feet, giving her so many spurns and cruel blows, as she was not able to move either arms or legs, notwithstanding all her tears and humble submission. Now Buffalmacco and Bruno, after they had spent an indifferent while with the warders at the port in laughter, in a fair gentle pace, they followed Calandrino home to his house, and being come to the door, they heard the harsh bickering between him and his wife, and seeming as if they were but newly arrived, they called out aloud to him. Calandrino, being in a sweat, stamping and raving still at his wife, looking forth of the window, entreated them to ascend up to him, which they did, counterfeiting grievous displeasure against him. Being come into the room, which they saw all covered over with stones, his wife sitting in a corner, all the hair well near torn off her head, her face broken and bleeding, and all her body cruelly beaten. On the other side, Calandrino standing unbraced and ungirded, struggling and wallowing, like a man quite out of breath. After a little pausing, Bruno thus spake. "Why, how now, Calandrino? What may the meaning of this matter be? What art thou preparing for building, that thou hast provided such plenty of stones? How sitteth thy poor wife? How hast thou misused her? Are these the behaviors of a wise or honest man?" Calandrino, utterly overspent with travail, and carrying such an huge burthen of stones, as also the toilsome beating of his wife, but much more impatient and offended, for that high good fortune which he imagined to have lost, could not collect his spirits together to answer them one ready word, wherefore he sate fretting like a mad man. Whereupon Buffalmacco thus began to him. "Calandrino, if thou be angry with any other, yet thou shouldest not have made such a mockery of us, as thou hast done, in leaving us like a couple of coxcombs to the plain of Mugnan, whether thou leddest us with thee to seek a precious stone called helitropium. And couldst thou steal home, never bidding us so much as farewell, how can we but take it in very evil part, that thou shouldest so abuse two honest neighbors? Well, assure thyself, this is the last time that ever thou shalt serve us so." Calandrino, by this time being somewhat better come to himself, with an humble protestation of courtesy, returned them this answer: "Alas, my good friends, be not you offended. The case is far otherwise than you imagine. Poor unfortunate man that I am, I found the rare precious stone that you speak of, and mark me well if I do not tell you the truth of all. When you asked one another the first time what was become of me, I was hard by you, at the most, within the distance of 2 yards' length, and perceiving that you saw me not, being still so near and always before you, I went on, smiling to myself, to hear you brabble and rage against me." So proceeding on in his discourse, he recounted every accident as it happened, both what they had said and did unto him, concerning the several blows with the 2 flintstones, the one hurting him grievously in the heel, and the other paining him as extremely in the backy, with their speeches used then, and his laughter, notwithstanding he felt the harm of them both, yet being proud that he did so invisibly beguile them. Nay more, quoth he, I cannot forbear to tell you, that when I passed thorough the port, I saw you standing with the warders, yet, by virtue of that excellent stone, undiscovered of you all. Beside, going along the streets, I met many of my gossips, friends, and familiar acquaintance, such as used daily to converse with me, and drinking together in every tavern. Yet not one of them spake to me, neither used any courtesy or salutation, which indeed I did the more freely forgive them, because they were not able to see me. In the end of all, when I was come home into mine own house, this devilish and accursed woman, being aloft upon my stairs head, by much misfortune chanced to see me, in regard as it is not unknown to you that women cause all things to lose their virtue. In which respect, I that could have stilled myself the onely happy man in Florence, am now made most miserable, and therefore did I justly beat her, so long as she was able to stand against me, and I know no reason to the contrary, why I should not yet tear her in 1,000 pieces. For I may well curse the day of our marriage, to hinder and bereave me of such an invisible blessedness. Buffalmacco and Bruno, hearing this, made show of very much marvelling thereat, and many times maintained what Calandrino had said, being well near ready to burst with laughter, considering how confidently he stood upon it, that he had found the wonderful stone, and lost it by his wives speaking only to him. But when they saw him rise in fury once more, with intent to beat her again, then they stepped between them, affirming that the woman had no way offended in this case, but rather he himself, who knowing that women cause all things to lose their virtue, had not therefore expressly commanded her not to be seen in his presence all that day, until he had made full proof of the stone's virtue. And questionals, the consideration of a matter so available and important, was quite taken from him, because such an especial happiness should not belong to him only, but in part to his friends, whom he had acquainted therewith, drew them to the plain with him in company, where they took as much pains in search of the stone as possibly he did or could, and yet dishonestly he would deceive them and bear it away covetously for his own private benefit. After many other, as wise and wholesome persuasions, which he constantly credited because they spake them, they reconciled him to his wife, and she to him, but not without some difficulty in him, who falling into wonderful grief and melancholy for loss of such an admirable precious stone, was in danger to have died within less than a month after. The provost belonging to the cathedral church of Fisola fell in love with a gentlewoman, being a widow, and named Piccarda, who hated him as much as he loved her. He imagining that he lay with her, by the gentlewoman's brethren, and the bishop under whom he served, was taken in bed with her maid, an ugly, foul, deformed slut. The fourth novel, wherein is declared how love oftentimes is so powerful in aged men, and driveth them to such doting, that it redoundeth to their great disgrace and punishment. Lady Eliza, having concluded her novel, not without infinite commendations of the whole company, the Queen, turning her looks to Madame Milia, gave her such an express scene, as she must needs follow next after Madame Eliza, whereupon she began in this manner. Virtuous ladies, I very well remember by divers novels formerly related that sufficient hath been said concerning priests and religious persons, and all other carrying shaven crowns, in their luxurious appetites and desires. But because no one can at any time say so much, as thereto no more may be added, beside them already spoken of, I will tell you another concerning the provost of a cathedral church, who would needs, in despite of all the world, love a gentlewoman whether she would or no, and therefore, in due chastisement both unto his age and folly, she gave him such entertainment as he justly deserved. It is not unknown unto you all, that the city of Fisola, the mountain whereof we may very easily hither discern, hath been in times past a very great and most ancient city. Although at this day it is well near all ruined, yet nevertheless it always was, and yet is a bishop's see, albeit not of the wealthiest. In the same city, and no long while since, near unto the cathedral church, there dwelt a gentlewoman, being a widow, and commonly there styled by the name of Madame Piccarda, whose house and inheritance was but small, wherewith yet she lived very contentedly, having no wandering eye or wanton desires, and no company but her two brethren, gentlemen of especial honest and gracious disposition. This gentlewoman, being yet in the flourishing condition of her time, did ordinarily resort to the cathedral church in holy zeal and religious devotion, where the provost of the place became so enamored of her as nothing but the sight of her yielded him any contentment, which fond affection of his was forwarded with such an audacious and bold carriage as he dared to acquaint her with his love, requiring her interchange of affection and the like opinion of him as he had of her. True it is that he was very far entered into years, but young and lusty in his own proud conceit, presuming strangely beyond his capacity, and thinking as well of his ability as the youthfulest gallant in the world could do. Whereas in very deed his person was utterly displeasing, his behavior immodest and scandalous, and his usual language favoring of such sensuality as very few or none cared for his company. And if any woman seemed respective of him, it was in regard of his outside and profession, and more for fear than the least affection, and always as welcome to them as the headache. His fond and foolish carriage still continuing to this gentlewoman, she being wise and virtuously advised, spake thus unto him: Holy sir, if you love me according as you protest, manifest by your outward behavior, I am the more to thank you for it, being bound in duty to love you likewise. But if your love have any harsh or unsavory taste, which mine is no way able to endure, neither dare entertain in any kind whatsoever, you must and shall hold me excused, because I am made of no such temper. You are my ghostly and spiritual father and holy priest. Moreover, years have made you honorably aged, all which several weighty considerations ought to confirm you in continency chastity. Remember withal, good sir, that I am but a child to you in years. Were I bent to any wanton appetites, you shall justly correct me by fatherly counsel, such as most beautifieth your sacred profession. Beside, I am a widow, and you are not ignorant how requisite a thing honesty is in widows. Wherefore, pardon me, holy father, for in such manner as you make the motion, I desire you not to love me, because I neither can or will at any time so affect you. The provost, gaining no other grace at this time, would not so give over for this first repulse, but pursuing her still with unbeseeming importunity, many private means he used to her by letters, tokens, and insinuating ambassages. Yea, whensoever she came to the church, he never ceased his wearisome solicitings, whereat she, growing greatly offended, and perceiving no likelihood of his desisting, became so tiered with his tedious suite that she considered with herself how she might dispatch him as he deserved, because she saw no other remedy. Yet she would not attempt anything in this case without acquainting her brethren first therewith, and having told them how much she was importuned by the provost, and also what course she meant to take, wherein they both counselled and encouraged her. Within a few days after, she went to church, as she was wont to do, where so soon as the provost espied her, forthwith he came to her, and according to his continued course, he fell into his amorous courting, she looking upon him with a smiling countenance, and walking aside with him out of any hearing. After he had spent many impertinent speeches, she, venting forth many a vehement sigh, at length returned him this answer: Reverend Father, I have often heard it said, that there is not any fort or castle, how strongly munited soever it be, but by continual assailing, at length of necessity, it must and will be surprised. Which comparison I may full well allude to myself. For you having so long time solicited me, one while with affable language, then again with tokens and enticements of such prevailing power, as have broken the very barricado of my former deliberation, and yielded me up as your prisoner to be commanded at your pleasure, for now I am onely devoted yours. Well may you, gentle ladies, imagine that this answer was not a little welcome to the provost, who, shrugging with conceit of joy, presently thus replied: I thank you, Madame Picarda, and to tell you true, I held it almost as a miracle that you could stand upon such long resistance, considering it never so fortuned to me with any other. And I have many times said to myself that if women were made of silver, they hardly could be worth a penny, because there can scarcely one be found of so good a lay as to endure the test and essay. But let us break off this frivolous conference and resolve upon a conclusion, how, when, and where we may safely meet together. Worthy sir, answered Picarda, yourself may appoint the time whensoever you please, because I have no husband, to whom I should render any account of my absence or presence, but I am not provided of any place. A pretty while the provost stood musing, and at last said, A place, madame, where can be more privacy than in your own house? Alas, sir, quoth she, you know that I have 2 gentlemen my brethren who continually are with me, other of their friends beside. My house also is not great, wherefore it is impossible to be there, except you could be like a dumb man, without speaking one word, or making the very least noise. Beside, to remain in darkness, as if you were blind, and who can be able to endure all these? And yet without these there is no adventuring, albeit they never come into my chamber. But their lodging is so close to mine, as there cannot any word be spoken, be it never so low or in whispering manner, but they hear it very easily. Madame, said the provost, for 1 or 2 nights I can make hard shift. Why, sir, quoth she, the matter only remaineth in you, for if you be silent and suffering, as already you have heard, there is no fear at all of safety. Let me alone, madame, replied the provost, I will be governed by your directions, but in any case let us begin this night. With all my heart, said she. So appointing him how and when he should come, he parted from her, and she returned home to her house. Here I am to tell you that this gentlewoman had a servant in the nature of an old maid, not endued with any well-featured face, but instead thereof she had the ugliest and most counterfeit countenance, as hardly could be seen a worse. She had a wry mouth, huge great lips, foul teeth, great and blacky, a monstrous stinking breath, her eyes bleared and always running, the complexion of her face between green and yellow, as if she had not spent the summer season in the city, but in the parching country under a hedge. And beside all these excellent parts, she was crook-backed, polt-footed, and went like a lame mare in fetters. Her name was Ciuta, but in regard of her flat nose, lying as low as a beagle's, she was called Ciutaza. Now, notwithstanding all this deformity in her, yet she had a singular opinion of herself, as commonly all such foul sluts have, in regard whereof, Madame Picarda calling her aside, thus began. Ciutaza, if thou wilt do for me 1 night's service, I shall bestow on thee a fair new smock. When Ciutaza heard her speak of a new smock, instantly she answered, Madame, if you please to bestow a new smock on me, were it to run thorough the fire for you, or any business of far greater danger, you only have the power to command me, and I will do it. I will not, said Picarda, urge thee to any dangerous action, but only to lodge in my bed this night with a man, and give him courteous entertainment, who shall reward thee liberally for it. But have an especial care that thou speak not 1 word, for fear thou shouldst be heard by my brethren, who as thou knowest lodge so near by. Do this, and then demand thy smock of me. Madame, quoth Ciutaza, if it were to lie with 6 men, rather than 1, if you say the word, it shall be done. When night was come, the provost also came according to appointment, even when the 2 brethren were in their lodging, where they easily heard his entrance, as Picarda being present with them had informed them. In went the provost without any candle, or making the least noise to be heard, being in Picardy's chamber, went to bed. Ciutaza tarrying not long from him, but as her mistress had instructed her, she went to bed likewise, not speaking any word at all, and the provost, imagining to have her there, whom he so highly affected, fell to embracing and kissing Ciutaza, who was as forward in the same manner to him, and there for a while I intend to leave them. When Picarda had performed this hot piece of business, she referred the effecting of the remainder to her brethren, in such sort as it was compacted between them. Fair and softly went the 2 brethren forth of their chamber, and going to the marketplace, fortune was more favorable to them than they could wish, in accomplishing the issue of their intent. For the heat being somewhat tedious, the Lord Bishop was walking abroad very late, with purpose to visit the brethren at the widow's house, because he took great delight in their company, as being good scholars, and endued with other singular parts beside. Meeting with them in the open marketplace, he acquainted them with his determination, whereof they were not a little joyful, it jumping so justly with their intent. Being come to the widow's house, they passed through a small nether court, where lights stood ready to welcome him thither, and entering into a goodly hall, there was store of good wine and banqueting, which the bishop accepted in very thankful manner. And courteous compliment being overpast, one of the brethren thus spake, My good lord, seeing it hath pleased you to honor our poor widowed sister's house with your presence, for which we shall thank you while we live, we would entreat 1 favor more of you, only, but to see a sight which we will show you." The Lord Bishop was well contented with the motion. So the brethren, conducting him by the hand, brought him into their sister's chamber, whither the provost was in bed with Ciutazza, both soundly sleeping, but enfolded in his arms, as wearied belike with their former wantoning, and whereof his age had but little need. The courtings being close drawn about the bed, although the season was exceeding hot, they having lighted torches in their hands, drew open the curtains, and showed the bishop his provost, close snugging between the arms of Ciutazza. Upon a sudden the provost awaked, and seeing so great a light, as also so many people about him, shame and fear so daunted him that he shrunk down into the bed and hid his head. But the bishop, being displeased at a sight so unseemly, made him to discover his head again, to see whom he was in bed withal. Now the poor provost, perceiving the gentlewoman's deceit, and the proper handsome person so sweetly embracing him, it made him so confounded with shame, as he had not the power to utter one word. But having put on his clothes by the bishop's command, he sent him under sufficient guard to his palace, to suffer due chastisement for his sin committed. And afterward he desired to know by what means he became so favored of Ciutazza, the whole history whereof the two brethren related at large to him. When the bishop had heard all the discourse, highly he commended the wisdom of the gentlewoman and worthy assistance of her brethren, who, contemning to soil their hands in the blood of a priest, rather sought to shame him as he deserved. The bishop enjoined him a penance of repentance for 40 days after, but love and disdain made him weep 9 and 40. Moreover, it was a long while after, before he durst be seen abroad. But when he came to walk the streets, the boys would point their fingers at him, saying, "Behold the provost that lay with Ciutazza," which was such a wearisome life to him, that he became well near distracted in his wits. In this manner the honest gentlewoman discharged her duty, and rid herself of the provost's importunity. Ciutazza had a merry night of it, and a new smock also for her labor. 3 pleasant companions played a merry prank with a judge belonging to the Marquisate of Ancona at Florence, at such time as he sate on the bench, and hearing criminal causes. The 5th novel, giving admonition that for the managing of public affairs no other persons are or ought to be appointed, but such as be honest, and meet to sit on the seat of authority. No sooner had Madame Milia finished her novel, wherein the excellent wisdom of Picarda, for so worthily punishing the luxurious old provost, had general commendations of the whole assembly, but the queen, looking on Philostratus, said, "I command you next to supply the place," whereto he made answer that he was both ready and willing, and then thus began. "Honorable ladies, the merry gentleman, so lately remembered by Madame Eliza, being named Maso del Saggio, causeth me to pass over an intended tale, which I had resolved on when it came to my turn, to report another concerning him, and 2 men more, his friendly companions, which although it may appear to you somewhat unpleasing, in regard of a little gross and unmannerly behavior, yet it will move merriment without any offense, and that is the main reason why I relate it. It is not unknown to you, partly by intelligence from our reverend predecessors, as also some understanding of your own, that many time have resorted to our city of Florence, potestates and officers, belonging to the Marquisate of Anconia, who commonly were men of low spirit, and their lives so wretched and penurious, as they rather deserved to be termed misers than men. And in regard of this their natural covetousness and misery, the judges would bring also in their company such scribes or notaries as being paralleled with their masters. They all seemed like swains come from the plough, or bred up in some cobbler's quality, rather than scholars or students of law. At one time, above all the rest, among other potestates and judges, there came an especial man, as picked out of purpose, who was named Messer Niccolò de San Lepidio, who at the first beholding looked rather like a tinker than any officer in authority. This handsome man, among the rest, was deputed to hear criminal causes. And as often it happeneth, that citizens, although no business inviteth them to judicial courts, yet they still resort thither, sometimes accidentally. So it fortuned that Maso del Saggio, being one morning in search of an especial friend, went to the courthouse, and being there, observed in what manner Messer Niccolò was seated, who, looking like some strange fowl, lately come forth of a far country, he began to survey him the more seriously, even from the head to the foot. as we used to say. And albeit he saw his gown furred with minever, as also the hood about his neck, a penne and inkehorn hanging at his girdle, and one skirt of his garment longer than the other, with more misshapen sights about him, far unfitting for a man of so civil profession. Yet he spied one error extraordinary, the most notable in his opinion that ever he had seen before, namely a paltry pair of breeches, wickedly made, and worse worn, hanging down so low as half his leg, even as he sate upon the bench, yet cut so sparingly of the cloth, that they gaped wide open before, as a wheelbarrow might have full entrance allowed it. This strange sight was so pleasing to him, as leaving off further search of his friend, and scorning to have such a spectacle alone by himself, he went upon another inquisition, namely, for two other merry lads like himself, the one being called Ribai, and the other Matuzo, men of the same mirthful disposition as he was, and therefore the fitter for his company. After he had met with them, these were his salutations: "My honest boys, if ever you did me any kindness, declare it more effectually now, in accompanying me to the courthouse, where you shall behold such a singular spectacle, as I am sure you never yet saw the like." Forthwith they went along altogether, and being come to the courthouse, he showed them the judge's handsome pair of breeches, hanging down in such base and beastly manner, that being as yet far off from the bench, their hearts did ache with extremity of laughter. But when they came near to the seat whereon Messer Nicolo sate, they plainly perceived that it was very easy to be crept under, and withal that the board whereon he set his feet was rotten and broken, so that it was no difficult matter to reach it, and pull it down as a man pleased, and let him fall bare breek to the ground. "Cheer up your spirits, my hearts," quoth Maso, "and if your longing be like to mine, we will have yonder breeches a good deal lower, for I see how it may be easily done." Laying their heads together, plotting and contriving several ways, which might be the likeliest to compass their intent, each of them had his peculiar appointment to undertake the business without failing, and it was to be performed the next morning. At the hour assigned, they met their again, and finding the court well filled with people, the plaintiffs and defendants earnestly pleading, Matuzo, before anybody could descry him, was cunningly crept under the bench, and lay close by the board whereon the judge placed his feet. Then stepped in Maso on the right hand of Messer Nicolo, and took fast hold on his gown before. The like did Ribai on the left hand, in all respects answerable to the other. "O my lord judge," cried Maso out aloud, "I humbly entreat you for charity's sake, before this pilfering knave escape away from hence, that I may have justice against him, for stealing my Drawingover stockings, which he stoutly denieth, yet mine own eyes beheld the deed, it being now not above 15 days since, when first I bought them for mine own use." "Worthy lord judge," cried Ribai, "on the other side do not believe what he saith, for he is a paltry lying fellow, and because he knew I came hither to make my complaint for a mail or cloakebag which he stole from me, he urgeth this occasion for a pair of drawing stockings, which he delivered me with his own hands. If your lordship will not credit me, I can produce as witnesses Trecco the shoemaker, with Monagrassa the sauciceller, and he that sweeps the church of Santa Maria Aversia, who saw him when he came posting hither." Maso, hailing and tugging the judge by the sleeve, would not suffer him to hear Ribai, but cried out still for justice against him, as he did the like on the contrary side. During the time of this their clamorous contending, the judge being very willing to hear either party, Matuzo, upon a scene received from the other, which was a word in Maso's pleading, laid hold on the broken board, as also on the judge's low-hanging breech, plucking at them both so strongly that they fell down immediately, the breeches being onely tied, but with one point before. He, hearing the boards breaking underneath him, and such main pulling at his breeches, strove as he sate to make them fast before, but the point being broken, and Maso crying in his ear on the one side, as Ribai did the like in the other, he was at his wit's end to defend himself. "My lord," quoth Maso, "you may be ashamed that you do me not justice. Why will you not hear me, but wholly lend your ear to mine adversary?" "My lord," said Ribai, "never was libel preferred into this court, of such a paltry trifling matter, and therefore I must, and will have justice." By this time the judge was dismounted from the bench, and stood on the ground, with his slovenly breeches hanging about his heels, Matuzo being cunningly stolny away, and undiscovered by anybody. Ribald, thinking he had shamed the judge sufficiently, went away, protesting that he would declare his cause in the hearing of a wiser judge. And Maso, forbearing to tug his gown any longer, in his departing said, "Fare you well, sir. You are not worthy to be a magistrate, if you have no more regard of your honor and honesty, but will put off poor men's sweets at your pleasure." So both went several ways, and soon were gone out of public view. The worshipful Judge Messer Niccolò stood all this while on the ground, and, in presence of all the beholders, trussed up his breeches, as if he were new risen out of his bed. When better bethinking himself on the matter's indifference, he called for the two men, who contended for the drawing stockings and the cloaky bag. But no one could tell what was become of them. Whereupon he rapped out a kind of judge's oath, saying, "I will know whether it be law or no here in Florence, to make a judge sit bare breeked on the bench of justice, and in the hearing of criminal causes, whereat the chief potestate and all the standers by laughed heartily." Within few days after, he was informed by some of his especial friends that this had never happened to him, but only to testify how understanding the Florentines are in their ancient constitutions and customs to embrace, love, and honor honest, discreet, worthy judges and magistrates, whereas, on the contrary, they as much condemn miserable knaves, fools, and dolts, who never merit to have any better entertainment. Wherefore, it would be best for him to make no more inquiry after the parties, lest a worse inconvenience should happen to him. Bruno and Buffalmacco did steal a young brawn from Calandrino, and for his recovery thereof they used a kind of pretended conjuration, with pills made of ginger and strong malmesy. But instead of this application, they gave him 2 pills of adogas dates or dousts, confected in aloes, which he received each after the other, by means whereof they made him believe that he had robbed himself. And for fear they should report this theft to his wife, they made him to go buy another brawn. The 6th novel, wherein is declared how easily a plain and simple man may be made a fool when he dealeth with crafty companions. Philostratus had no sooner concluded his novel, and the whole assembly laughed heartily thereat. But the queen gave command to Madame Philomena that she should follow next in order, whereupon thus she began. "Worthy ladies, as Philostratus, by calling to memory the name of Maso del Saggio, hath contented you with another merry novel concerning him. In the same manner must I entreat you to remember once Agin Calandrino and his subtle consorts, by a pretty tale which I mean to tell you, how and in what manner they were revenged on him for going to seek the invisible stone. Needless were any fresh relation to you, what manner of people those 3 men were, Calandrino, Bruno, and Buffalmacco, because already you have had sufficient understanding of them. And therefore, as an induction to my discourse, I must tell you that Calandrino had a small country house in a village somewhat near to Florence, which came to him by the marriage of his wife. Among other cattle and poultry, which he kept there in store, he had a young boar ready fatted for brawn, whereof yearly he used to kill one for his own provision. And always in the month of December, he and his wife resorted to their village house to have a brawn both killed and salted. It came to pass at this time concerning my tale, that the woman being somewhat crazy and sickly by her husband's unkind usage, whereof you heard so lately, Calandrino went alone to the killing of his boar, which coming to the hearing of Bruno and Buffalmacco, and that the woman could by no means be there. To pass away the time a little in merriment, they went to a friendly companion of theirs, an honest, jovial priest, dwelling not far off from Calandrino's country house. The same morning as the boar was killed, they all 3 went thither, and Calandrino, seeing them in the priest's company, bade them all heartily welcome, and to acquaint them with his good husbandry, he showed them his house, and the boar where it hung. They perceiving it to be fair and fat, knowing also that Calandrino intended to salt it for his own store, Bruno said unto him, "Thou art an assay, Calandrino, sell thy brawn, and let us make merry with the money. Then let thy wife know no otherwise, but that it was stolny from thee, by those thieves which continually haunt country houses, especially in such scattering villages." "O mine honest friends," answered Calandrino, "your counsel is not to be followed, neither is my wife so easy to be persuaded. This were the readiest way to make your house a hell, and she to become the master divil. Therefore talk no further, for flatly I will not do it." Albeit they labored him very earnestly, yet all proved not to any purpose. Onely he desired them to sapere with him, but in so cold a manner, as they denied him, and parted thence from him. As they walked on the way, Bruno said to Buffalmacco, "Shall we three this night rob him of his brawn?" "Yea, marry," quoth Buffalmacco, "how is it to be done?" "I have said Bruno already found the means to effect it, if he take it not from the place where last we saw it." "Let us do it then," answered Buffalmacco, "why should we not do it? Sir Damain here and we will make good cheer with it among ourselves." The nimble priest was as forward as the best, and the match being fully agreed on, Bruno thus spake: "My delicate Sir Damain, art and cunning must be our main helps. For thou knowest, Buffalmacco, what a covetous wretch Calandrino is, glad and ready to drink always on other men's expenses. Let us go take him with us to the tavern, where the priest, for his own honor and reputation, shall offer to make payment of the whole reckoning, without receiving a farthing of his, whereof he will not be a little joyful. So shall we bring to pass the rest of the business, because there is no body in the house, but only himself, for he is best at ease without company." As Bruno had propounded, so was it accordingly performed, when Calandrino perceived that the priest would suffer none to pay but himself, he drank the more freely, and when there was no need at all, took his cups courageously, one after another. 2 or 3 hours of the night were spent before they parted from the tavern, Calandrino going directly home to his house, and instantly to bed, without any other supper, imagining that he had made fast his door, which indeed he left wide open, sleeping soundly, without suspicion of any harm intended unto him. Buffalmacco and Bruno went and supped with the priest, and so soon as supper was ended, they took certain engines, for their better entering into Calandrino's house, and so went on to effect their purpose. Finding the door standing ready open, they entered in, took the brawn, carried it with them to the priest's house, and afterward went all to bed. When Calandrino had well slept after his wine, he arose in the morning, and being descended down the stairs, finding the street door wide open, he looked for the brawn, but it was gone. Inquiring of the neighbors dwelling near about him, he could hear no tidings of his brawn, but became the wafflest man in the world, telling every one that his brawn was stolny. Bruno and Buffalmacco being risen in the morning, they went to visit Calandrino to hear how he took the loss of his brawn, and he no sooner had a sight of them, but he called them to him, and with the tears running down his cheeks, said, "Ah, my dear friends, I am robbed of my brawn." Bruno, stepping closely to him, said in his ear, "It is wonderful that once in thy lifetime thou canst be wise." "How?" answered Calandrino, "I speak to you in good earnest." "Speak so still in earnest," replied Bruno, "and cry it out so loud as thou canst, then let who list believe it to be true." Calandrino stamped and fretted exceedingly, saying, "As I am a true man to God, my prince and country, I tell thee truly that my brawn is stolny." "Say so still, I bid thee," answered Bruno, "and let all the world believe thee, if they list to do so, for I will not." "Wouldst thou," quoth Calandrino, "have me damn myself to the divil? I see thou dost not credit what I say, but would I were hanged by the neck, if it be not true that my brawn is stolny." "How can it possible be?" replied Bruno. "Did not I see it in thy house yesternight? Wouldst thou have me believe that it is flown away?" "Although it is not flown away," quoth Calandrino, "yet I am certain that it is stolny away, for which I am weary of my life, because I dare not go home to mine own house. In regard my wife will never believe it, and yet if she should credit it, we are sure to have no peace for a 12-month's space." Bruno, seeming as if he were more than half sorrowful, yet supporting still his former jesting humor, said, "Now trust me, Calandrino, if it be so, they that did it are much to blame." "If it be so," answered Calandrino, "belike thou wouldst have me blaspheme heaven and all the saints therein. I tell thee once again, Bruno, that this last night my brawn was stolny." "Be patient, good Calandrino," replied Buffalmacco, "and if thy brawn be stolny from thee, there are means eno to get it again." "Means eno to get it again," said Calandrino, "I would fain hear one likely one, and let all the rest go by." "I am sure, Calandrino," answered Buffalmacco, "thou art verily persuaded that no thief came from India to steal thy brawn from thee, in which respect it must needs then be some of thy neighbors, whom if thou couldst lovingly assemble together, I know an experiment to be made with bread and cheese, whereby the party that hath it will quickly be discovered." "I have heard," quoth Bruno, "of such an experiment, and helder it to be infallible, but it extendeth only unto persons of gentility, whereof there are but few dwelling hereabout, and in the case of stealing a brawn, it is doubtful to invite them, neither can there be any certainty of their calming. I confess what you say, answered Buffalmacco, to be very true, but then in this matter, so nearly concerning us to be done, and for a dear friend, what is your advice? I would have pills made of ginger, compounded with your best and strongest malmesy, then let the ordinary sort of people be invited, for such only are most to be mistrusted, and they will not fail to come, because they are utterly ignorant of our intention. Besides, the pills may as well be hallowed and consecrated as bread and cheese on the like occasion. Indeed, you say true, replied Buffalmacco, but what is the opinion of Calandrino? Is he willing to have this trial made, or no? Yes, by all means, answered Calandrino, for gladly I would know who hath stolen my brawn, and your good words have more than half comforted me already in this case. Well then, quoth Bruno, I will take the pains to go to Florence, to provide all things necessary for this secret service, but I must be furnished with money to effect it. Calandrino had some 40 shillings then about him, which he delivered to Bruno, who presently went to Florence, to a friend of his, an apothecary, of whom he bought a pound of white ginger, which he caused him to make up in small pills, and 2 other beside of a dog's dates or dowsts, confected all over with strong aloes, yet well moulded in sugar, as all the rest were, and because they should the more easily be known from the other, they were spotted with gold, in very formal and physical manner. He bought, moreover, a big flagon of the best malmesy, returning baccy with all these things to Calandrino, and directing him in this order. You must put some friend in trust, to invite your neighbors, especially such as you suspect, to a breakfast in the morning, and because it is done as a feast in kindness, they will come to you the more willingly. This night will I and Buffalmacco take such order, that the pills shall have the charge imposed on them, and then we will bring them hither again in the morning, and I myself for your sake will deliver them to your guests, and perform whatsoever is to be said or done. On the next morning, a goodly company being assembled, under a fair elmy before the church, as well young Florentines who purposely came to make themselves merry as neighbouring husbandmen of the village, Bruno was to begin the service with the pills in a fair cup, and Buffalmacco followed him with another cup, to deliver the wine out of the flagon, all the company being set round, as in a circle, and Bruno with Buffalmacco being in the midst of them. Bruno thus spake. Honest friends, it is fit that I should acquaint you with the occasion, why we are thus met together, and in this place, because if anything may seem offensive to you, afterward you shall make no complaint of me. From Calandrino, our loving friend here present yesternight, there was a nuckled fat brawn taken, but who hath done the deed, as yet he knoweth not, and because none other, but some one or more here among us, must needs offend in this case, he, desiring to understand who they be, would have each man to receive one of these pills, and afterward to drink of this wine, assuring you all that whosoever stole the brawn hence cannot be able to swallow the pill, for it will be so extreme bitter in his mouth, as it will enforce him to cough and spet extraordinarily, in which respect, before such a notorious shame be received, and in so goodly an assembly as now are here present, it were much better for him or them that have the brawn to confess it in private to this honest priest, and I will abstain from urging any such public proof. Every one there present answered that they were well contented both to eat and drink, and let the shame fall where it deserved. Whereupon, Bruno appointing them how they should sit, and placing Calandrino as one among them, he began his counterfeit exorcismy, giving each man a pill, and Buffalmacco a cup of wine after it. But when he came to Calandrino, he took one of them, which was made of the dog's dates or dowsts, and delivering it into his hand, presently he put it into his mouth, and chewed it. So soon as his tongue tasted the bitter aloes, he began to cough and spet extremely, as being utterly unable to endure the bitterness and noisome smell. The other men that had received the pills began to gaze one upon another, to see whose behaviour should discover him, and Bruno, having not as yet delivered pills to them all, proceeded on still in his business, as seeming not to hear any coughing, till one behind him said, What meaneth Calandrino by this spetting and coughing? Bruno, suddenly turning him about, and seeing Calandrino to cough and spet in such sort, said to the rest, Be not too rash, honest friends, in judging of any man, some other matter than the pill may procure this coughing, wherefore he shall receive another, the better to clear your belief concerning him. He having put the second prepared pill into his mouth, while Bruno went to serve the rest of the guests. If the first was exceeding bitter to his taste, this other made it a great deal worse, for tears streamed forth of his eyes as big as cherry stones, and champing and chewing the pill, as hoping it would overcome his coughing. He coughed and spat the more violently, and in grosser manner than he did before, nor did they give him any wine to help it. Buffalmacco, Bruno, and the whole company, perceiving how he continued still his coughing and spetting, said all with one voice that Calandrino was the thief to himself, and gave him many gross speeches beside, all departing home into their houses, very much displeased and angry with him. After they were gone, none remained with him but the priest, Bruno, and Buffalmacco, who thus spake to Calandrino. I did ever think that thou wast the thief thyself, yet thou imputedst thy robbery to some other, for fear we should once drink freely of thy purse, as thou hast done many times of ours. Calandrino, who had not yet ended his coughing and spetting, sware many bitter oaths, that his brawn was stolny from him. Talk so long as thou wilt, quoth Buffalmacco, thy knavery is both known and seen, and well thou mayst be ashamed of thyself. Calandrino, hearing this, grew desperately angry, and to incense him more, Bruno thus pursued the matter. Hear me, Calandrino, for I speak to thee in honest earnest. There was a man in the company, who did eat and drink here among thy neighbors, and plainly told me that thou keptst a young lad here to do thee service, feeding him with such victuals as thou couldst spare. By him thou didst send away thy brawn to one that bought it of thee for 4 crowns, only to cousen thy poor wife and us. Canst thou not yet learn to leave thy mocking and scorning? Thou hast forgot how thou broughtst us to the plain of Mugnon to seek for black invisible stones, which having found, thou concealedst them to thyself, stealing home invisibly before us, and making us follow like fools after thee. Now likewise, by horrible lying oaths and perjured protestations, thou wouldst make us to believe that the brawn which thou hast cunningly sold for ready money was stolny from the out of thy house, when thou art only the thief to thyself, as by that excellent rule of art which never faileth hath plainly, to thy shame, appeared. We being so well acquainted with thy delusions, and knowing them perfectly, now do plainly tell thee that we mean not to be fooled any more, nor is it unknown to thee what pains we have taken in making this singular piece of proof. Wherefore we inflict this punishment on thee, that thou shalt bestow on this honest priest and us 2 couple of capons and a flagon of wine, or else we will discover this knavery of thine to thy wife. Calandrino, perceiving that all his protestations could win no credit with them, who had now the law remaining in their own hands, and purposed to deal with him as they pleased, apparently saw that sighing and sorrow did nothing avail him. Moreover, to fall into his wife's tempestuous storms of chiding would be worse to him than racking or torturing. He gladly therefore gave them money to buy the 2 couple of capons and wine, being heartily contented likewise that he was so well delivered from them. So the merry priest, Bruno, and Buffalmacco, having taken good order for salting the brawn, closely carried it with them to Florence, leaving Calandrino to complain of his loss, and well requited for mocking them with the invisible stones. A young gentleman, being a scholar, fell in love with a lady named Helena, she being a widow, and addicted in affection to another gentleman. One whole night in cold winter, she caused the scholar to expect her calming in an extreme frost and snow. In revenge whereof, by his imagined art and skill, he made her to stand naked on the top of a tower, the space of a whole day, and in the hot month of July, to be sunburnt and bitten with wasps and flies. The 7th novel, serving as an admonition to all ladies and gentlewomen not to mock or scorn gentlemen scholars when they make means of love to them, except they intend to seek their own shame by disgracing them. Greatly did the ladies commend Madame Philomene's novel, laughing heartily at poor Calandrino, yet grieving withal that he should be so knavishly cheated, not only of his brawn, but 2 couple of capons, and a flagon of wine beside. But the whole discourse being ended, the queen commanded Madame Pampinea to follow next with her novel, and presently she thus began. It happeneth oftentimes, bright beauties, that mockery falleth unto him that intended the same unto another, and therefore I am of opinion that there is very little wisdom declared on him or her, who taketh delight in mocking any person. I must needs confess that we have smiled at many mockeries and deceits related in those excellent novels which we have already heard, without any due revenge returned, but only in this last of silly Calandrino. Wherefore it is now my determination to urge a kind of compassionate apprehension upon a very just retribution happening to a gentlewoman of our city, because her scorn fell deservedly upon herself, remaining mocked, and to the peril of her life. Let me then assure you that your diligent attention may redound to your benefit, because if you keep yourselves henceforward from being scorned by others, you shall express the greater wisdom and be the better warned by their mishaps. As yet there are not many years overpast since there dwelt in Florence a young lady, descended of noble parentage, very beautiful, of sprightly courage, and sufficiently abounding in the goods of fortune, she being named Madame Helena. Her delight was to live in the estate of widowhood, desiring to match herself no more in marriage, because she bare affection to a gallant young gentleman, whom she had made her private election of, and with whom, having excluded all other amorous cares and cogitations by means of her waiting woman, she had divers meetings and kind conferences. It chanced at the very same time, another young gentleman of our city, called Raniero, having long studied in the schools at Paris, returned home to Florence, not to make sale of his learning and experience, as many do, but to understand the reason of things, as also the causes and effects of them, which is marvelously fitting for any gentleman, being greatly honored and esteemed of everyone, as well for his courteous carriage towards all in general, as for his knowledge and excellent parts. He lived more like a familiar citizen than in the nature of a courtly gentleman, albeit he was choicely respected in either estate. But as oftentimes it cometh to pass, that such as are endued with the best judgment and understanding in natural occasions are soonest caught and entangled in the snares of love, so fell it out with our scholar Raniero, who being invited to a solemn feast, in company of other his especial friends, this Lady Helena, attired in her blacky garments, as widows commonly use to wear, was likewise there a guest. His eye observing her beauty and gracious demeanor, she seemed in his judgment to be a woman so complete and perfect as he had never seen her equal before. Therefore, he accounted the man more than fortunate that was worthy to embrace her in his arms. Continuing this amorous observation of her from time to time, and knowing withal that rare and excellent things are not easily obtained, but by painful study, labor, and endeavor, he resolved with himself constantly to put in practice all his best parts of industry, onely to honor and please her, and attaining to her contentation, it would be the means to win her love, and compass thereby his heart's desire. The young lady, who fixed not her eyes on inferior subjects, but esteemed herself above ordinary reach or capacity, could move them artificially, as curious women well know how to do, looking on every side about her, yet not in a gadding or gross manner, for she was not ignorant in such darting glances as proceeded from an inflamed affection, which appearing plainly in Raniero, with a pretty smile, she said to herself, "I am not come hither this day in vain, for if my judgment fail me not, I think I have caught a woodcock by the bill," and lending him a cunning look or two, quaintly carried with the corner of her eye, she gave him a kind of persuading apprehension that her heart was the guide to her eye. And in this artificial scholatrick of hers, she carried therewith another consideration, to wit, that the more other eyes fed themselves on her perfections, and were well near lost in them beyond recovery, so much the greater reason had he to account his fortune beyond comparison, that was the sole master of her heart, and had her love at his command. A witty scholar, having set aside his philosophical considerations, strove how he might best understand her carriage toward him, and believing that she beheld him with pleasing regards, he learned to know the house where she dwelt, passing daily by the door divers times, under color of some more serious occasions, wherein the lady very proudly gloried in regard of the reasons before alleged, and seemed to afford him looks of good liking. Being led thus with a hopeful persuasion, he found the means to gain acquaintance with her waiting woman, revealing to her his entire affection, desiring her to work for him in such sort with her lady, that his service might be gracious in her acceptance. The gentlewoman made him a very willing promise, and immediately did his errand to her lady, who heard her with no small pride and squeamishness, and breaking forth into a scornful laughter, thus she spake. Ancilla, for so she was named, dost thou not observe how this scholar is come to lose all the wit here, which he has studied so long for in the University of Paris? Let us make him our only table argument, and seeing his folly soareth so high, we will feed him with such a diet as he deserveth. Yet when thou speakest next with him, tell him that I affect him more than he can do me. But it becometh me to be careful of mine honour, and to walk with an untainted brow, as other ladies and gentlewomen do, which he is not to mislike, if he be so wise as he maketh show of, but rather will the more commend me. Alas, good Lady Lackwit, little did she understand, fair assembly, how dangerous a case it is to deal with scholars. At his next meeting with the waiting woman, she delivered the message, as her lady had commanded her, whereof poor Raniero was so joyful, that he pursued his love suit the more earnestly, and began to write letters, send gifts and tokens, all which were still received, yet without any other answer to give hope, but only in general, and thus she dallied with him a long while. In the end she discovered this matter to her secret chosen friend, who fell suddenly sick of the headache, only through mere conceit of jealousy, which she perceiving, and grieving to be suspected without any cause, especially by him whom she esteemed above all other, she intended to rid him quickly of that idle disease. And being more and more solicited by the scholar, she sent him word by her maid Ancilla, that as yet she could find no convenient opportunity to yield him such assurance, as he should not anyway be distrustful of her love. But the feast of Christmas was now near at hand, which afforded leisures much more hopeful than any other formerly past, and therefore, the next night after the first feasting day, if he pleased to walk in the open court of her house, she would soon send for him into a place much better beseeming, and where they might freely converse together. Now was our scholar the only jocund man of the world, and failed not the time assigned him, but went unto the lady's house, where Ancilla was ready to give him entertainment, conducting him into the base court, where she locked him up fast, until her lady should send for him. This night she had privately sent for her friend also, and sitting merrily at supper with him, told him what welcome she had given the scholar, and how she further meant to use him, saying, Now, sir, consider with yourself what hot affection I bear to him, of whom you became so fondly jealous. The which words were very welcome to him, and made him extraordinarily joyful, desiring to see them as effectually performed, as they appeared to him by her protestations. Here you are to understand, gracious ladies, that according to the season of the year, a great snow had found me the day before, so as the whole court was covered therewith, and being an extreme frost upon it, our scholar could not boast of any warm walking, when the teeth quivered in his head with cold, as a dog could not be more discourteously used. Yet hope of enjoying love's recompense at length made him to support all this injury with admirable patience. Within a while after, Madame Helena said to her friend, Walk with me, dear heart, into my chamber, and there, at a secret little window, I shall show thee what he doth, that drove thee to such a suspicion of me, and we shall hear beside what answer he will give my maid Ancilla, whom I will send to comfort him in his coldness. When she had so said, they went to the appointed chamber window, where they could easily see him, but he not them, and then they heard Ancilla also, calling to him forth of another window, saying, Signor Raniero, my lady is the wafflest woman in the world, because as yet she cannot come to you, in regard that one of her brethren came this evening to visit her, and held her with much longer discourse than she expected, whereby she was constrained to invite him to sup with her, and yet he is not gone. But shortly I hope he will, and then expect her coming presently, till when she entreateth your gentle sufferance. Poor Raniero, our over-credulous scholar, whose vehement affection to Madame Helena so hoodwinked the sight of his understanding, as he could not be distrustful of any guilt, returned this answer to Ancilla. Say to your lady that I am bound in duty to attend the good hour of her leisure, without so much as the very least prejudicate conceit in me. Nevertheless, entreat her to let it be so soon as she possibly may, because here is miserable walking, and it beginneth again to snow extremely. Ancilla, making fast the casement, went presently to bed, when Helena spake thus to her amorous friend, What sayest thou now? Doest thou think that I loved him, as thou wast afraid of? If I did, he should never walk thus in the frost and snow. So away went they likewise from their close-gazing window, and spent wanton dalliances together, laughing and deriding with many bitter taunts, and jests the lamentable condition of poor Raniero. About the court walked he numberless times, finding such exercises as he could best devise, to compass warmth in any manner. No seat or shelter had he anywhere, either to ease himself by sitting down a while, or keep him from the snow, falling continually on him, which made him bestow many curses on the lady's brother, for his so long tarrying with her, as believing him verily to be in the house, else she would long before have admitted his entrance, but therein his hope was merely deceived. It grew now to be about the hour of midnight, and Helena had delighted herself with her friend extraordinarily, till at last she spake to him. What is thine opinion of my amorous scholar? Which dost thou imagine to be the greatest, either his sense and judgment, or the affection I bear to him? Is not this cold sufferance of this, able to quench the violent heat of his love's extremity, and having so much snow broth to help it? Believe me, sweet lady, quoth her friend, as he is a man, and a learned scholar, I pity that he should be thus ungently dealt withal. But as he is my rival and love's enemy, I cannot allow him the least compassion, resting the more confidently assured of your love to me, which I will always esteem most precious. When they had spent a long while in this, or the like conference, with infinite sweet kisses and embraces intermixed, then she began again in this manner. Dear love, quoth she, cast thy cloak about thee, as I intend to do with my night mantle, and let us step to the little window once more, to see whether the flaming fire, which burned in the scholar's breast as daily avouched to me in his love letters, be as yet extinct or no. So going to the window again, and looking down into the court, there they saw the scholar dancing in the snow, to the cold tune of his teeth's quivering and chattering, and clapping his arms about his body, which was no pleasing melody to him. How thinkest thou now, sweetheart, said she, cannot I make a man dance without the sound of a tabor, or of a bagpipe? Yes, believe me, lady, quoth he, I plain perceive you can, and would be very loth that you should exercise your cunning on me. Nay, said she, we will yet delight ourselves a little more. Let us softly descend down the stairs, even so far as to the court door. Thou shalt not speak a word, but I will talk to him, and hear some part of his quivering language, which cannot choose but be passing pleasing for us to hear. Out of the chamber went they, and descended down the stairs to the court door, where, without opening it, she laid her mouth to a small cranny, and in a low, soft kind of voice, called him by his name, which the scholar hearing, was exceeding joyful, as believing verily that the hour of his deliverance was come, and entrance now should be admitted him. Upon the hearing of her voice, he stepped close to the door, saying, For charity's sake, good lady, let me come in, because I am almost dead with cold. Whereto thus she answered in mocking manner, I make no doubt, my dear friend Raniero, but the night is indifferent cold, and yet somewhat the warmer by the snow's falling, and I have heard that such weather as this is 10 times more extreme at Paris than here in our warmer country. And trust me, I am exceeding sorrowful that I may not as yet open the door, because mine unhappy brother, who came unexpected yesternight to souper with me, is not yet gone, as within a short while I hope he will, and then shall I gladly set open the door to you, for I made an excuse to steal a little from him, only to cheer you with this small kind of comfort, that his so long tarrying might be the less offensive to you. Alas, sweet madame, answered quaking and quivering Raniero, be then so favorable to me, as to free me from forth this open court, where there is no shelter or help for me, the snow falling still so exceedingly, as a man might easily be more than half buried in it. Let me be but within your door, and there I will wait your own good leisure. Alas, dear Raniero, answered Helena, I dare not do it, because the door maketh such a noise in the opening, as it will be too easily heard by my brother. But I will go and use such means, as shortly he shall get him gone, and then I dare boldly give you entrance. Do so, good madame, replied Raniero, and let there be a fair fire made ready, that when I am within, I may the sooner warm myself, for I am so strangely benumbed with cold, as well near I am past all sense of feeling. Can it be possible, quoth Helena, that you should be so benumbed with cold? Then I plainly perceive that men can lie in their love letters, which I can show under your own hand, how you fried in flames, and all for my love, and so have you written to me in every letter. Poor credulous women are often thus deluded, in believing what men write and speak out of passion. But I will return back ye to my brother, and make no doubt of dispatch, because I would gladly have your company. The amorous friend to Helena, who stood by all this while, laughing at the scholar's hard usage, returned up again with her to her chamber, where they could not take a jot of rest, for flouting and scorning the betrayed scholar. As for him, poor man, he was become like the swan, coldly chattering his teeth together in a strange new kind of harmony to him. And perceiving himself to be merely mocked, he attempted to get open the door, or how he might pass forth at any other place. But being no way able to compass it, he walked up and down like an angry lion, cursing the hard quality of the time, the discourtesy of the lady, the over-tedious length of the night, but most of all his own folly and simplicity in being so basely abused. And Gulda now began the heat of his former affection to Helena, altered into as violent a detestation of her, yea, extremity of hatred in the highest degree, beating his brains and ransacking every corner of invention, by what means he might best be revenged on her, which now he more earnestly desired to effect, than to enjoy the benefit of her love, or to be embraced between her arms. After that the sad and discomfortable night had spent itself, the break of day was beginning to appear. Ancilla, the waiting woman, according as she was instructed by her lady, went down and opened the court door, and seeming exceedingly to compassionate the scholar's unfortunate night of sufferance, said unto him, Alas, courteous gentleman, in an unblessed hour came my lady's brother hither yesternight, inflicting too much trouble upon us, and a grievous time of affliction to you. But I am not ignorant that you, being virtuous and a judicious scholar, have an invincible spirit of patience, and sufficient understanding withal, that what this night could not afford, another may make a sound amends for. This I can and dare sufficiently assure you, that nothing could be more displeasing to my lady, neither can she well be quieted in her mind, until she have made a double and treble requital for such a strange, unexpected inconvenience, whereof she had not the very least suspicion. Raniero, swelling with discontentment, yet wisely clouding it from open apprehension, and knowing well enough that such golden speeches and promises did always favor of what intemperate spleen would more lavishly have vented forth, and therefore in a modest dissembling manner, without the least show of any anger, thus he answered, In good sadness, Ancilla, I have endured the most miserablest night of cold, frost, and snow that ever any poor gentleman suffered. But I know well enough, your lady was not in any fault thereof, neither meriteth to be blamed, for in her own person, as being truly compassionate of my distress, she came so far as the door of this court to excuse herself and comfort me. But as you said, and very well too, what hath failed this night, another hereafter may more fortunately perform, in hope whereof, commend my love and duteous service to her, and what else remaineth mine to your gentle self. So our half-frozen scholar, scarcely able to walk upon his legs, returned home, so well as he could, to his own lodging, where his spirits being grievously out of order, and his eyes staring ghastly through lackey of sleep, he lay down on his bed, and after a little rest, he found himself in much worse condition than before, as merely taken lame in his arms and his legs. Whereupon he was enforced to send for physicians, to be advised by their counsel, in such an extremity of cold received. Immediately they made provision for his health's remedy, albeit his nerves and sinews could very hardly extend themselves, yet in regard he was young, summer swiftly drawing on, they had the better hope of effecting his safety, out of so great and dangerous a cold. But after he was become almost well and lusty again, he used to be seldom seen abroad for an indifferent while, concealing his intended revenge secret to himself, yet appearing more affectionate to Madame Helena than formerly he had been. Now it came to pass within no long while after that, fortune being favorable to our injured scholar, prepared a new accident, whereby he might fully effect his heart's desire. For the lusty young gallant, who was Madame Helena's dear darling and delight, and for whose sake she dealt so inhumanely with poor Raniero, became weary of her amorous service, and was foully in liking of another lady, scorning and disdaining his former mistress, whereat she grew exceedingly displeased, and began to languish in sighs and tears. But Ancilla, her waiting woman, compassionating the perilous condition of her lady, and knowing no likely means whereby to conquer this oppressing melancholy, which she suffered for the loss of her heart's chosen friend, at length she began to consider that the scholar still walked daily by the door, as formerly he was wont to do, and by him there might some good be done. A fond and foolish opinion overswayed her, that the scholar was extraordinarily skillful in the art of nigromancy, and could thereby so overrule the heart of her lost friend, as he should be compelled to love her again in as effectual manner as before. Herewith immediately she acquainted her lady, who being as rashly credulous as her maid was opinionative, never considering that if the scholar had any experience in nigromancy, he would thereby have procured his own success, gave relief to her surmise in very jovial and comfortable manner, and entreated her in all kindness to know of him whether he could work such a business or no, and upon his undertaking to effect it she would give absolute assurance that in recompense thereof he should unfeignedly obtain his heart's desire. Ancilla was quick and expeditious in delivering this message to discontented Raniero, whose soul being ready to mount out of his body, only by conceit of joy, cheerfully thus he said within himself, "Gracious fortune, how highly am I obliged to thee for this so great a favor, now thou hast blessed me with a happy time, to be justly revenged on so wicked a woman, who sought the utter ruin of my life, in recompense of the unfeigned affection I bear her. Return to thy lady," quoth he, and saluting her first on my behalf, bid her to abandon all care in this business. For if her amorous friend were in India, I would make him come in mere despite of his heart and crave mercy of her for his base transgression. But concerning the means how, and in what manner it is to be done, especially on her own behalf, I will impart it to her so soon as she pleaseth. Fail not to tell her so constantly from me, with all my utmost pains at her service. Ancilla came jocundly home with her answer, and a conclusion was set down for their meeting together at Santa Lucia del Prato, which accordingly was performed in very solemn conference between them. Her fond affection had such power over her that she had forgot into what peril she brought his life by such an unnatural night walk, but disclosed all her other intention to him, how loth she was to lose so dear a friend, and desiring him to exercise his utmost height of skill, with large promises of her manifold favors to him, whereto our scholar thus replied, "Very true it is, madam, that among other studies at Paris I learned the art of nigromancy, the depth whereof I am as skillful in as any other scholar whatsoever. But because it is greatly displeasing unto God, I made a vow never to use it, either for myself or any other. Nevertheless, the love I bear you is of such power, as I know not well how to deny, whatsoever you please to command me, in which respect, if in doing you my very best service, I were sure to be seized on by all the divils, I will not fail to accomplish your desire, you only having the power to command me. But let me tell you, madame, it is a matter not so easy to be performed, as you perhaps may rashly imagine, especially when a woman would repel a man to love her, or a man a woman, because it is not to be done but by the person whom it properly concerneth. And therefore it behoveth that such would have this business effected must be of a constant mind, without the least scruple of fear, because it is to be accomplished in the dark night season, in which difficulties I do not know how you are able to warrant yourself, or whether you have such courage of spirit as with boldness to adventure." Madame Helena, more hot in pursuit of her amorous contentment than any way governed by temperate discretion, presently thus answered, "Sir, love hath set such a keen edge on my unconquerable affection, as there is not any danger so difficult, but I dare resolutely undertake it, for the recovery of him who hath so shamefully refused my kindness, wherefore if you please show me wherein I must be so constant and dreadless." The scholar, who had more than half caught a right ninnyhammer by the beak, thus replied, "Madame, of necessity I must make an image of tin, in the name of him whom you desire to recall, which when I have sent you, the moon being then in her full, and yourself stripped stark naked, immediately after your first sleep, 7 times you must bathe yourself with it in a swift running river. Afterward, naked as you are, you must climb up upon some tree, or else upon an uninhabited housetop, where standing dreadless of any peril, and turning your face to the north, with the image in your hand, 7 times you must speak such words, as I will deliver to you in writing. After you have so often spoken them, 2 goodly ladies, the very fairest that ever you beheld, will appear unto you, very graciously saluting you, and demanding what you would have them to perform for you. Safely you may speak unto them, and orderly tell them what you desire, but be very careful that you name not one man instead of another. When you have uttered your mind, they will depart from you, and then you may descend again to the place where you did leave your garments, which having put on, then return to your house. And undoubtedly, before the midst of the next night following, your friend will come in tears to you and humbly crave your pardon on his knees, being never able afterward to be false to you or leave your love for any other whatsoever. The lady, hearing these words, gave very settled belief to them, imagining unfeignedly that she had more than half recovered her friend already, and held him embraced between her arms. In which jocund persuasion the cheerful blood mounted up into her cheeks, and thus she replied, "Never make you any doubt, sir, but that I can sufficiently perform whatsoever you have said, and am provided of the onely place in the world where such a weighty business is to be effected. For I have a farm or dairy house near adjoining to the Vale of Arno, closely bordering upon the same river. It being now the month of July, the most convenientest time of all the year to bathe in, I can be the easier induced thereunto. Moreover, there is hard by the river's side a small tower or turret uninhabited, whereinto few people do seldom enter, but only herdsmen or flock-keepers, who ascend up by the help of a wadden ladder to a terrace on the top of the said tower, to look all about for their beasts when they are wandered astray, it standing in a solitary place, and out of the common way or resort. There dare I boldly adventure to mount up, and with the invincible courage of a wronged lady, not fearing to look death himself in the face, do all that you have prescribed, yea, and much more, to recover my dear lost lover again, whom I value equal with my own life." Raniero, who perfectly knew both the dairy farm and the old small turret, not a little joyful to hear how forward she was to shame herself, answered in this manner: "Madame, I was never in those parts of the country, albeit they are so near to our city, therefore I must needs be ignorant, not only of your farm, but the turret also. But if they stand in such convenient manner as you have described, all the world could not yield the like elsewhere, so apt and suitable to your purpose. Wherefore, with such expedition as possibly I can use, I will make the image, and send it you, as also the charm, very fairly written. But let me entreat you, that when you have obtained your heart's desire, and are able to judge truly of my love and service, not to be unmindful of me, but at your best leisure to perform what you have with such protestations promised, which she gave him her hand and faith to do, without any impeach or hindrance, and so parting, she returned home to her house." Our overjoyed scholar, applauding his happy stars for furthering him with so fair a way to his revenge, imagining that it was already half executed, made the image in due form, wrote an old fable instead of a charm, both which he sent to the lady so soon as he thought the time to be fitting, and this admonition withal, that the moon being entering into the full, without any longer delay, she might venture on the business the next night following, and remain assured to repossess her friend. Afterward, for the better pleasing of himself, he went secretly attended, only by his servant, to the house of a trusty friend of his, who dwelt somewhat near to the turret, there to expect the issue of this ladylike enterprise. And Madame Helena, accompanied with none but Ancilla, walked on to her dairy farm, where the night ensuing, pretending to take her rest sooner than formerly she used to do, she commanded Ancilla to go to bed, referring herself to her best liking. After she had slept her first sleep, according to the scholar's direction, departing softly out of her chamber, she went on towards the ancient tower, standing hard by the river of Arno, looking every way heedfully about here, lest she should be spied by any person. But perceiving herself to be so secure as she could desire, putting off all her garments, she hid them in a small brake of bushes. Afterward, holding the image in her hand, 7 times she bathed her body in the river, and then returned back with it to the tower. The scholar, who at the night's closing up of day had hid himself among the willow's other trees, which grew very thick about the tower, saw both her going and returning from the river, and as she passed thus naked by him, he plainly perceived that the night's obscurity could not cloud the delicate whites of her body, but made the stars themselves to gaze amorously on her, even as if they were proud to behold her bathing, and like so many twinkling tapers showed here in emulation of another. Diana, now, what conflicts this sight caused in the mind of our scholar, one while quenching his hateful spleen towards her, al coveting to embrace a piece of such perfection, another while, thinking it a purchase fit for one of Cupid's soldiers to seize and surprise her upon so fair an advantage, none being near to yield her rescue. In the fiery trial of such temptations, I am not able to judge, or to say, what resistance flesh and blood could make, being opposed with such a sweet enemy. But he well considering what she was, the greatness of his injury, as also how, and for whom, he forgot all wanton allurements of love, scorning to entertain a thought of compassion, continuing constant in his resolution to let her suffer as he himself had done. So Helena, being mounted up on the turret, and turning her face towards the north, she repeated those idle frivolous words composed in the nature of a charm which she had received from the scholar. Afterward, by soft and stealing steps, he went into the old tower and took away the ladder, whereby she ascended to the terrace, staying and listening how she proceeded in her amorous exorcisme. 7 times she rehearsed the charm to the image, looking still when the 2 ladies would appear in their likeness, and so long she held on her imprecations, feeling greater cold. Then willingly she would have done that break of day began to show itself, and half despairing of the ladies calming, according as the scholar had promised, she said to herself, I much misdoubt that Raniero hath quitted me with such another piece of knight service, as it was my luck to bestow on him. But if he have done it in that respect, he was but ill-advised in his revenge, because the knight wants now 3 parts of the length, as then it had, and the cold which he suffered was far superior in quality to mine, albeit it is more sharp now in the morning than all the time of night it hath been. And because daylight should not discover her on the terrace, she went to make her descent down again, but finding the ladder to be taken away, thinking how her public shame was now inevitable, her heart dismayed, and she fell down in a swoon on the terrace. Yet recovering her senses afterward, her grief and sorrow exceeded all capacity of utterance. For now she became fully persuaded that this proceeded from the scholar's malice, repenting for her unkind usage towards him, but much more condemning herself for reposing any trust in him, who stood bound by good reason to be her enemy. Continuing long in this extreme affliction, and surveying all likely means about her, whereby she might descend from the terrors, whereof she was wholly disappointed, she began to sigh and weep exceedingly, and in this heavy perplexity of spirit, thus she complained to herself, Miserable and unfortunate Helena, what will be said by thy brethren, kindred, neighbors, and generally throughout all Florence, when they shall know that thou wast found here on this turret, stark naked? Thine honorable carriage and honesty of life, heretofore free from a thought of suspicion, shall now be branded with detestation. And if thou wouldst cloud this mishap of thine by such lies and excuses as are not rare amongst women, yet Raniero, that wicked scholar, who knoweth all thy privy compacting, will stand as 1,000 witnesses against thee, and shame thee before the whole city, so both thine honor and loved friend are lost for ever. Having thus consulted with herself, many desperate motions entered her mind to throw herself headlong from off the terrace, till better thoughts won possession of her soul. And the sun being risen, she went to every corner of the terrace to espy any lad come abroad with his beasts, by whom she might send for her waiting woman. About this instant, the scholar, who lay sleeping all this while under a bush, suddenly awaking, saw her look over the wall, and she likewise espied him, whereupon he said unto her, Good morrow, Madame Helena, what, are the ladies come yet or no? Helena, hearing his scorning question, and grieving that he should so delude her, in tears and lamentations, she entreated him to come near the tower, because she desired to speak with him. Which courtesy he did not deny her, and she lying grovelling upon her breast on the terrace, to hide her body that no part thereof might be seen, but her head. Weeping, she spake thus to him. Raniero, upon my credit, if I gave thee an ill night's rest, thou hast well revenged that wrong on me, for although we are now in the month of July, I have been plagued with extremity of cold, in regard of my nakedness, even almost frozen to death. Beside my continual tears and lamenting, that folly persuaded me to believe thy protestations, wherein I account it well near miraculous, that mine eyes should be capable of any sight. And therefore I pray thee, not in respect of any love which thou canst pretend to bear me, but for regard of thine own self, being a gentleman and a scholar, that this punishment which thou hast already inflicted upon me may suffice for my former injuries towards thee, and to hold thyself revenged fully, as also permit my garments to be brought me, that I may descend from hence, without taking that from me, which afterward, although thou canst never restore me, I mean mine honor. And consider with thyself, that albeit thou didst not enjoy my company that unhappy night, yet thou hast power to command me at any time whensoever, with making many diversities of amends, for one night's offense, only committed. Content thyself then, good Raniero, and as thou art an honest gentleman, say thou art sufficiently revenged on me, in making me dearly confess mine own error. Never exercise thy malice upon a poor weak woman, for the eagle disdaineth to prey on the yielding dove, and therefore in mere pity, and for manhood's sake, be my release from open shame and reproach. The scholar, whose envious spleen was swalny very great, in remembering such a malicious cruelty exercised on him, beholding her to weep and make such lamentations, found a fierce conflict in his thoughts between content and pity. It did not a little joy and content him that the revenge which he so earnestly desired to compass was now by him so effectually inflicted, and yet in mere humanity pity provoked him to commiserate the lady's distressed condition. But clemency being overweak to withstand his rigor, thus he replied, Madame Helena, if my entreaties which, to speak truly, I never knew how to steep in tears, nor wrap up my words in sugar candy, so cunningly as you women know how to do could have prevailed, that miserable night, when I was well near frozen to death with cold, and merely buried with snow in your court, not having any place of rescue or shelter, your complaints would now the more easily overrule me. But if your honor in estimation be now more precious to you than heretofore, and it seemeth so offensive to stand there naked, convert your persuasion's prayers to him, in whose arms you were that night embraced, both of your triumphing in my misery, when poor I trotted about your court, with the teeth quivering in my head, and beating mine arms about my body, finding no compassion in him, or you. Let him bring thee thy garments, let him come help thee down with the ladder, and let him have the care of thine honor, on whom thou hast been so prodigal heretofore in bestowing it, and now hast unwomanly thrown thyself in peril, only for the maintenance of thine immodest desires. Why dost thou not call on him to come help thee, to whom doeth it more belong than to him, for thou art his, and he thine? Why then should any other but he help thee in this distress? Call him fool as thou art, and try, if the love he beareth thee, and thy best understanding joined with his, can deliver thee out of my sottish detaining thee. I have not forgot that when you both made a pastime of my misery, thou didst demand of him, which seemed greatest in his opinion, either my sottish simplicity or the love thou bearest him. I am not now so liberal or courteous to desire that of thee, which thou wouldst not grant, if I did request it. No, no, reserve those night favors for thy amorous friend, if thou dost escape hence alive to see him again. As for myself, I leave thee freely to his use and service, because I have sufficiently paid for a woman's falsehood. Wise men take such warning, that they scorn to be twice deceived by one woman. Proceed on still in thy flattering persuasions, terming me to be a gentleman and a scholar, thereby to win such favor from me, that I should think thy villainy toward me to be already sufficiently punished. No, treacherous Helena, thy blandishments cannot now hoodwink the eyes of my understanding, as when thou didst outreach me with thy disloyal promises and protestations. And let me now tell thee plainly, that all the while I continued in the University of Paris, I never attained unto so perfect an understanding of myself, as in that one miserable night thou didst instruct me. But admit that I were inclined unto a merciful and compassionate mind, yet thou art none of them, on whom milder and gracious mercy should any way declare her effects. For the end of penance among savage beasts, such as thou art, and likewise of due vengeance, ought to be death, whereas among men it should suffice according to thine own saying. Wherefore, in regard that I am neither an eagle nor thou a dove, but rather a most venomous serpent, I purpose with my utmost hatred, and as an ancient enemy to all such as thou art, to make my revenge famous on thee. I am not ignorant that whatsoever I have already done unto thee cannot properly be termed revenge, but rather chastisement, because revenge ought always to exceed the offense, which as yet I am far enough from. For if I did intend to revenge my wrongs, and remembered thy monstrous cruelty to me, thy life, if I took it from thee, and 100 more such as thyself, were far insufficient, because in killing thee I should kill but a vile inhumane beast, yea, one that deserved not the name of a woman. And to speak truly, art thou any more, or better setting aside thy borrowed hair and painted beauty, which in few years will leave thee wrinkled and deformed, than the basest beggarly chamber stuff that can be. Yet thou soughtest the death of a gentleman and scholar, as in scorn not long since thou didst term me, whose life may hereafter be more beneficial unto the world than millions of such as thou art, to live in the like multiplicity of ages. Therefore, if this anguish be sensible to thee, learn what it is to mock men of apprehension, and amongst them especially such as are scholars, to prevent thy falling hereafter into the like extremity, if it be thy good luck to escape out of this. It appeareth to me that thou art very desirous to come down hither on the ground. The best counsel that I can give thee is to leap down headlong, that by breaking thy neck, if thy fortune be so fair thy life and loathsome qualities ending together, I may sit and smile at thy deserved destruction. I have no other comfort to give thee, but only to boast my happiness in teaching thee the way to ascend that tower, and in thy descending down, even by what means thy wit can best devise, make a mockery of me, and say thou hast learned more than all my scholarship could instruct thee. All the while as Raniero uttered these speeches, the miserable lady sighed and wept very grievously, the time running on, and the sun amending higher and higher. But when she heard him silent, thus she answered, Unkind and cruel man, if that wretched night was so grievous to thee, and mine offence appeared so great, as neither my youth, beauty, tears, and humble intercessions are able to derive any mercy from thee, yet let the last consideration move thee to some remorse, namely, that I reposed new confidence in thee when I had little or no reason at all to trust thee, and discovered the integrity of my soul unto thee, whereby thou didst compass the means to punish me thus deservedly for my sin. For if I had not reposed confidence in thee, thou couldst not in this manner have wrought revenge on me, which although thou didst earnestly covet, yet my rash credulity was thy only help. Assuage then thine anger, and graciously pardon me, wherein if thou wilt be so merciful to me, and free me from this fatal tower, I do here faithfully promise thee to forsake my most false and disloyal friend, electing thee as my lord and constant love forever. Moreover, although thou condemnest my beauty greatly, esteeming it as a trifle, momentary, and of slender continuance, yet such as it is being comparable with any other woman's whatsoever, I am not so ignorant, that were there no other reason to induce liking thereof. Yet men in the vigor of their youth, as I am sure you think yourself not aged, do hold it for an especial delight, ordained by nature for them to admire and honor. And notwithstanding all thy cruelty extended to me, yet I cannot be persuaded that thou art so flinty or iron-hearted as to desire my miserable death, by casting myself headlong down like a desperate mad woman before thy face, so to destroy that beauty which, if thy letters lied not, was once so highly pleasing in thine eyes. Take pity then on me for charity's sake, because the sun beginneth to heat extremely, and as overmuch cold that unhappy night was mine offence, so let not over-violent warmth be now my utter ruin and death. The scholar, who only to delight himself maintained this long discoursing with her, returned her this answer: Madame, you did not repose such confidence in me, for any goodwill or affection in you towards me, but in hope of recovering him whom you had lost, wherein you merit not a jot of favor, but rather the more sharp and severe infliction. And whereas you infer that your over-rash credulity gave the only means to my revenge, alas, therein you deceive yourself, for I have 1,000 crotchets working continually in my brain, whereby to entrap a wiser creature than a woman, yet veiled all under the cunning cloak of love, but sauced with the bitter wormwood of hate. So that had not this happened as now it doth, of necessity you must have fouled me into another. But, as it hath pleased my happy stars to favor me therein, none could prove more to your eternal scandal and disgrace than this of your own devising, which I made choice of, not in regard of any ease to you, but only to content myself. But if all other devises else had failed, my pen was and is my prevailing champion, wherewith I would have written such and so many strange matters concerning you in your very dearest reputation, that you should have cursed the hour of your conception, wished your birth had been abortive. The powers of the pen are too many mighty, whereof such weak wits as have made no experience are the less able to use any relation. I swear to you, lady, by my best hopes, that this revenge which perhaps you esteem great and dishonorable is no way comparable to the wounding lines of a pen, which can character down so infinite infamies, yet none but guilty and true taxations, as will make your own hands immediate instruments, to tear the eyes from forth your head, and so bequeath your after days unto perpetual darkness. Now concerning your lost lover, for whose sake you suffer this unexpected penance. Although your choice hath proved but bad, yet still continue your affection to him. In regard that I have another lady and mistress of higher and greater desert than you, and to whom I will continue for ever constant. And whereas you think the warm beams of the sun will be too hot and scorching for your nice body to endure, remember the extreme cold which you caused me to feel, and if you can intermix some part of that cold with the present heat, I dare assure you, the sun in his highest heat will be far more temperate for your feeling. The disconsolate lady, perceiving that the scholar's words favored of no mercy, but rather as coveting her desperate ending, with the tears streaming down her cheeks, thus she replied, "Well, sir, seeing there is no matter of worth in me, whereby to derive any compassion from you, yet for that lady's sake, whom you have elected worthy to enjoy your love, and so far excelleth me in wisdom, vouchsafe to pardon me, and suffer my garments to be brought me, wherewith to cover my nakedness, and so to descend down from this tower, if it may stand with your gentle nature to admit it." Now began Raniero to laugh very heartily, and perceiving how swiftly the day ran on in his course, he said unto her, "Believe me, Madame Helena, you have so conjured me by mine endeared lady and mistress, that I am no longer able to deny you. Wherefore, tell me where your garments are, and I will bring them to you, that you may come down from the turret." She, believing his promise, told him where she had hid them, and Raniero, departing from the tower, commanded his servant not to stir thence, but to abide still so near it, as none might get entrance there till his returning, which charge was no sooner given to his man, but he went to the house of a near neighboring friend, where he dined well, and afterward laid him down to sleep. In the meanwhile, Madame Helena, remaining still on the tower, began to comfort herself with a little vain hope, yet sighing and weeping incessantly, seating herself so well as she could, where any small shelter might yield her the least shade, in expectation of the scholar's returning, one while weeping, then again hoping, but most of all despairing, by his so long tarrying away with her garments, so that being over-wearied with anguish and long watching, she fell into a little slumbering. But the sun was so extremely hot, the hour of no one being already past, that it merely parched her delicate body, and burnt her bare head so violently, as not only it seared all the flesh it touched, but also chinked it strangely, beside blisters and other painful scorchings in the flesh, which hindered her sleeping, to help herself by all possible means waking, and the turret being covered with lead gave the greater addition to her torment, for as she removed from one place to another, it yielded no mitigation to the burning heat, but parched and wrinkled the flesh extraordinarily, even as when a piece of parchment is thrown into the fire, and recovered out again, can never be extended to his former form. Moreover, she was so grievously pained with the headache, as it seemed to split in 1,000 pieces, whereat there needed no great marvel, the lead of the turret being so exceedingly hot, that it afforded not the least defense against it, or any repose to qualify the torment, but drove her still from one place to another, in hope of ease, but none was there to be found. Nor was there any wind at all stirring, whereby to assuage the sun's violent scalding, or keep away huge swarms of wasps, hornets, and terrible biting flies, which vexed her extremely, feeding on those parts of her body that were rift and chinked, like crannies in a mortared wall, and pained her like so many points of pricking needles, laboring still with her hands to beat them away, but yet they fastened on one place or other, and afflicted her in grievous manner, causing her to curse her own life, here amorous friend, but most of all the scholar, that promised to bring her garments, and as yet returned not. Now began she to gaze upon every side about her, to espy some laboring husbandmen in the fields, to whom she might call or cry out for help, not fearing to discover her desperate condition. But fortune therein also was adverse to her, because the heat's extremity had driven all the village out of the fields, causing them to feed their cattle about their own houses, or in remote and shady valleys, so that she could see no other creatures to comfort her, but swans swimming in the river of Arno, and wishing herself there 1,000 times with them, for to cool the extremity of her thirst, which so much the more increased, only by the sight thereof, and utterly disabled of having any. She saw beside in many places about her, goodly woods, fair cool shades, and country houses here and there dispersed, which added the greater violence to her affliction, that her desires in all these could no way be accomplished. What shall I say more concerning this disastrous lady? The parching beams of the sun above her, the scalding heat of the lead beneath her, the hornets and flies every way stinging her, had made such an alteration of her beautiful body, that as it checked and controlled the precedent night's darkness, it was now so metamorphosed with redness, yea, and blood issuing forth in infinite places, as she seemed almost loathsome to look on, continuing still in this agony of torment, quite void of all hope, and rather expecting death than any other comfort. Raniero, when some 3 hours of the afternoon were overpast, awaked from sleeping, and remembering Madame Helena, he went to see in what a state she was, as also to send his servant unto dinner, because he had fasted all that day. She perceiving his arrival, being altogether weak, faint, and wondrously overwearied, she crept on her knees to a corner of the turret, and calling to him, spake in this manner: Raniero, thy revenge exceedeth all manhood and respect. For, if thou wast almost frozen in my court, thou hast roasted me all day long on this tower, yea, merely broiled my poor naked body, besides starving me thorough want of food and drink. Be now then so merciful for manhood's sake as to come up hither, and inflict that on me, which mine own hands are not strong enough to do, I mean the ending of my loathed and wearisome life, for I desire it beyond all comfort else, and I shall honor thee in the performance of it. If thou deny me this gracious favor, at least send me up a glass of water, onely to moisten my mouth, which my tears being all merely dried up are not able to do, so extreme is the violence of the sun's burning heat. Well perceived the scholar, by the weakness of her voice, and scorching of her body by the sun's parching beams, that she was brought now to great extremity, which sight, as also her humble intercession, began to touch him with some compassion. Nevertheless, thus he replied: Wicked woman, my hands shall be no means of thy death, but make use of thine own, if thou be so desirous to have it. And as much water shalt thou get of me to assuage thy thirst, as thou gavest me fire to comfort my freezing, when thou wast in the luxurious heat of thy immodest desires, and I well near frozen to death with extremity of cold. Pray that the evening may rain down rosewater on thee, because that in the river of Arno is not good enough for thee. For as little pity do I take on thee now, as thou didst extend compassion to me then. Miserable woman that I am, answered Helena, why did the heavens bestow beauty on me, which others have admired and honored, and yet by thee is utterly despised? More cruel art thou than any savage beast, thus to vex and torment me in such merciless manner. What greater extremity couldst thou inflict on me, if I had been the destruction of all thy kindred, and left no one man living of thy race? I am verily persuaded that more cruelty cannot be used against a traitor who was the subversion of a whole city, than this tyranny of thine, roasting me thus in the beams of the sun, and suffering my body to be devoured with flies without so small a mercy, as to give me a little cool water, which murderers are permitted to have, being condemned by justice and led to execution, yea, wine also, if they request it. But seeing thou art so constant in thy pernicious resolve, as neither thine own good nature nor this lamentable sufferance in me are able to alter thee, I will prepare myself for death patiently to the end, that heaven may be merciful to my soul and reward thee justly according to thy cruelty. Which words being ended, she withdrew herself towards the midst of the terrors, despairing of escaping with life from the heat's violence, and not once only, but infinite times beside among her other grievous extremities, she was ready to die with drought, bemoaning incessantly her dolorous condition. By this time the day was well near spent, and night began to hasten on apace, when the scholar, imagining that he afflicted her, sufficiently took her garments, and wrapping them up in his man's cloak, went thence to the lady's house, where he found Ancilla the waiting woman sitting at the door, sad and disconsolate for her lady's long absence, to whom thus he spake: How now, Ancilla, where is thy lady and mistress? Alas, sir, quoth she, I know not. I thought this morning to have found her in her bed, as usually I was wont to do, and where I left her yesternight at our parting. But there she was not, nor in any place else of my knowledge, neither can I imagine what is become of her, which is to me no mean discomfort. But can you, sir, say anything of her? Ancilla, said he, I would thou hadst been in her company, and at the same place where now she is, that some punishment for thy fault might have fallen upon thee, as already it hath done on her. But believe it assuredly, that thou shalt not freely escape from my fingers, till I have justly paid thee for thy pains, to teach thee to abuse any gentleman, as thou didst me. Having thus spoken, he called to his servant, saying, Give her the garments, and bid her go look her lady, if she will. The servingman fulfilled his master's command, and Ancilla, having received her lady's clothes, knowing them perfectly, and remembering withal what had been said, she waxed very doubtful, lest they had slain her, hardly refraining from exclaiming on them, but that grief and heavy weeping overcame her, so that upon the scholars departing, she ran in all haste with the garments towards the tower. Upon this fatal and unfortunate day to Madame Helena, it chanced that a clown or country peasant belonging to her farm or dairy house, having two of his young heifers, wandered astray, and he laboring in diligent search to find them, within a while after the scholars' departure, came to seek them in woods about the tower, and notwithstanding all his crying and calling for his beasts, yet he heard the lady's grievous moans and lamentations. Wherefore he cried out so loud as he could, saying, Who is it that mourneth so aloft on the tower? Full well she knew the voice of her peasant, and therefore called unto him, and said in this manner, Go, quoth she, I pray thee, for my waiting woman Ancilla, and bid her make some means to come up hither to me. The clown, knowing his lady, said, How now, madame, who hath carried you up there so high? Your woman Ancilla hath sought for you all this day, yet no one could ever have imagined you to be there. So looking about him, he espied the two sides of the ladder, which the scholar had pulled in sunder, as also the steps, which he had scattered thereabout, placing them in due order again as they should be, and binding them fast with withies and willows. By this time Ancilla was come thither, who so soon as she was entered into the tower, could not refrain from tears complaints, beating her hands each against other, and crying out, Madam, madam, my dear lady and mistress, alas, where are you? So soon as she heard the tongue of Ancilla, she replied so well as she could, saying, Ah, my sweet woman, I am here aloft up in the terrace. Weep not, neither make any noise, but quickly bring me some of my garments. When she heard her answer in such comfortable manner, she mounted up the ladder, which the peasant had made very firm and strong, holding it fast for her safer ascending, by which means she went upon the terrace. Beholding her lady in so strange a condition, resembling no humane body, but rather the trunk of a tree half burned, lying flat on her face, naked, scorched, and strangely deformed, she began to tear the locks of her own hair, raving and raging in as pitiful manner as if her lady had been quite dead, which storming tempest Madame Helena soon pacified, entreating her to use silence and help to put on her garments. Having understood by her that no one knew of her being there but such as brought her clothes, and the poor peasant attending there still to do her any service, she became the better comforted, entreating them by all means that it might be concealed from any further discovery, which was on either side most faithfully protested. The poor clown holped to bear down his lady up in his backy, because the ladder stood not conveniently enough for her descending, neither were her limbs pliable for her own use, by reason of their rifts and smarting. Ancilla following after, and being more respective of her lady than her own security in descending, missing the step in the midst of the ladder, fell down to the ground, and quite brake her leg in the fall, the pain whereof was so grievous to her, that she cried and roared extraordinarily, even like a lion in the desert. When the clown had set his lady safe on a fair green bank, he returned to see what the waiting woman ailed, and finding her leg to be quite broken, he carried her also to the same bank, there seated her by her lady, who perceiving what a mischance had happened, and she, from whom she expected her only best help, to be now in far greater necessity herself, she lamented exceedingly, complaining on fortune's cruel malice toward her, in thus heaping one misery upon another, and never ceasing to torment her, especially now in the conclusion of all, and when she thought all future perils to be past. Now was the sun upon his setting, when the poor honest countryman, because dark night should not overtake them, conducted the lady home to his own house, and gaining the assistance of his two brethren and wife, setting the waiting woman in a chair, thither they brought her in like manner. In questionals, there wanted no diligence and comfortable language, to pacify the lady's continual lamentations. The good wife led the lady into her own poor lodging, where such cates as they had to feed on lovingly she set before her, conveying her afterward into her own bed, and taking such good order that Ancilla was carried in the night time to Florence to prevent all further ensuing danger by reason of her legs breaking. Madame Helena, to colour this misfortune of her own, as also the great mishap of her woman, forged an artificial and cunning tale to give some formal appearance of her being in the tower, persuading the poor simple country people that in a strange accident of thunder and lightning, and by the illusions of wicked spirits, all this adventure happened to her. Then physicians were sent for, who, not without much anguish and affliction to the lady by reason of her flesh's flaying off, with the medicines and emplasters applied to the body, was glad to suffer whatsoever they did, beside falling into a very dangerous fever, out of which she was not recovered in a long while after, but continued in daily despair of her life, beside other accidents happening in her time of physic, utterly unavoidable in such extremities, and hardly had Ancilla her leg cured. By this unexpected penance imposed on Madame Helena, she utterly forgot her amorous friend, and from thence forward carefully kept herself from fond love's allurements and such scornful behavior, wherein she was most disorderly faulty. And Raniero the scholar, understanding that Ancilla had broken her leg, which he reputed as a punishment sufficient for her, held himself satisfied, because neither the mistress nor her maid could now make any great boast of his night's hard entertainment, and so concealed all matters else. Thus a wanton-headed lady could find no other subject to work her mocking folly on, but a learned scholar, of whom she made no more respect than any other ordinary man. Never remembering that such men are expert, I cannot say all, but the greater part of them, to help the frenzy of foolish ladies that must enjoy their loose desires by negromancy and the devil's means. Let it therefore, fair ladies, be my loving admonition to you to detest all unwomanly mocking and scorning, but more especially to scholars. Two near-dwelling neighbors, the one being named Spinalocchio Tavina and the other Zeppa di Mino, frequenting each other's company daily together, Spinalocchio cuckolded his friend and neighbor, which happening to the knowledge of Zeppa, he prevailed so well with the wife of Spinalocchio that he being locked up in a chest, he revenged his wrong at that instant, so that neither of them complained of his misfortune. The 8th novel, wherein is approved that he which offereth shame and disgrace to his neighbor may receive the like injury, if not in worse manner, by the same man. Grievous and full of compassion appeared the hard fortunes of Madame Helena to be, having much discontented, and well near wearied all the ladies in hearing them recounted. But because they were very justly inflicted upon her, and according as in equity she had deserved, they were the more moderate in their commiseration. Howbeit, they reputed the scholar not only over-obstinate, but also too strict, rigorous, and severe. Wherefore, when Madame Pampinea had finished her novel, the queen gave command to Madame Fiammetta that she should follow next with her discourse, whereto she, showing obedience, thus began. Because it appeareth in my judgment, fair ladies, that the scholar's cruelty hath much displeased you, making you more melancholy than this time requireth, I hold it therefore very convenient that your contrasted spirits should be cheerfully revived with matter more pleasing and delightful. And therefore I mean to report a novel of a certain man, who took an injury done him in much milder manner, and revenged his wrong more moderately than the furious incensed scholar 999, whereby you may comprehend that it is sufficient for any man, and so he ought to esteem it, to serve another with the same sauce, which the offending party caused him first to taste of, without coveting any stricter revenge than agreeth with the quality of the injury received. Know then, gracious assembly, that, as I have heretofore heard, there lived not long since in Siena 2 young men of honest parentage and equal condition, neither of the best, nor yet the meanest calling in the city, the one being named Spinalocchio Tavina, and the other termed Zeppa di Mino, their houses neighboring together in Street Camalia. Seldom the one walked abroad without the other's company, and their houses allowed equal welcome to them both, so that by outward demonstrations, inward mutual affection, as far as humane capacity had power to extend, they lived and loved like 2 brethren, they both being wealthy, and married unto 2 beautiful women. It came to pass that Spinalocchio, by often resorting to the house of Zeppa, as well in his absence as when he abode at home, began to glance amorous looks on Zeppi's wife, and pursued his unneighborly purpose in such sort, that he being the stronger, persuader, and she belike too credulous in believing, or else over-feeble in resisting. From private imparlance, they fell to action, and continued their close fight a long while together, unseen and without suspicion, no doubt to their equal joy and contentment. But whether as a just punishment for breaking so loving a league of friendship and neighborhood, or rather a fatal infliction, evermore attending on the closest cuckoldry, their felicity still continuing in this kind. It fortuned on a day, Zeppa abiding within doors, contrary to the knowledge of his wife, Spinalaxio came to inquire for him, and she answering, as she verily supposed, that he was gone abroad. Up they went both together into the hall, and nobody being there to hinder what they intended, they fell to their wonted recreation without any fear, kissing and embracing as lovers used to do. Zeppa, seeing all this, spake not one word, neither made any noise at all, but kept himself closely hidden to observe the issue of this amorous conflict. To be brief, he saw Spinalaxio go with his wife into the chamber and make the door fast after them, whereat he could have been angry, which he held to be no part of true wisdom. For he knew well enough that to make an outcry in this case, or otherwise to reveal this kind of injury, it could no way make it less, but rather give a greater addition of shame and scandal. He thought this no course for him to take. Wiser considerations entered his brain to have this wrong fully revenged, yet with such a discreet and orderly carriage, as no neighbor's knowledge should by any means apprehend it, or the least scene of discontent in himself blab it, because they were two dangerous evils. Many notable courses wheeled about his conceit, every one promising fairly, and ministering means of formal apparence, yet one above the rest one his absolute allowance, which he intended to prosecute as best he might. In which resolution he kept still very close, so long as Spinalaxio was with his wife, but he being gone, he went into the chamber, where he found his wife, amending the form of her head attire, which Spinalaxio had put into a disordered fashion. "Wife," quoth he, "what art thou doing?" "Why, do you not see, husband?" answered she. "Yes, that I do, wife," replied Zeppa, "and something else happened to my sight, which I could wish that I had not seen." Rougher language growing between them, of his avouching, and her as stout denying, with defending her cause over weakly, against the manifest proofs both of eye and ear. At last she fell on her knees before him, weeping incessantly, and no excuses now availing, she confessed her long acquaintance with Spinalaxio, and most humbly entreated him to forgive her. Upon the which penitent confession and submission, Zeppa thus answered: "Wife, if inward contrition be answerable to thy outward seeming sorrow, then I make no doubt, but faithfully thou dost acknowledge thine own evil doing, for which, if thou expectest pardon of me, determine then to fulfill effectually such obeisance as I must enjoin, and thou perform. I command thee to tell Spinalaxio that tomorrow morning, about 9 of the clock, we being both abroad walking, he must find some apt occasion to leave my company, and then come hither to visit thee. When he is here, sedanely will I return home, and upon thy hearing of my entrance, to save his own credit, and thee from detection, thou shalt require him to enter this chest, until such time as I am gone forth again, which he doing, for both your safeties, so soon as he is in the chest, take the key, and lock him up fast. When thou hast effected this, then shall I acquaint thee with the rest remaining, which also must be done by thee, without dread of the least harm to him or thee, because there is no malicious meaning in me, but such as I am persuaded thou canst not justly mislike." The wife, to make some satisfaction for her offense committed, promised that she would perform it, and so she 999. On the morrow morning, the hour of 9 being come, when Zeppa and Spinalaxio were walking abroad together, Spinalaxio remembering his promise unto his mistress, and the clock telling him the appointed hour, he said to Zeppa, "I am to dine this day with an especial friend of mine, who I would be loath should tarry for my calming, and therefore hold my departure excused." "How now?" answered Zeppa, "the time for dinner is yet far enough off, wherefore then should we part so soon?" "Yea, but Zeppa," replied Spinalaxio, "we have weighty matters to confer on before dinner, which will require 3 hours' space at the least, and therefore it behoveth me to respect due time." Spinalaxio being departed from Zeppa, who followed fair and softly after him, being come to the house, and kindly welcomed by the wife, they were no sooner gone up the stairs, and entering in at the chamber door, but the woman heard her husband cough, and also his coming up the stairs. "Alas, dear Spinalaxio," quoth she, "what shall we do? My husband is coming up, and we shall be both taken tardy. Step into this chest, lie down there, and stir not, till I have sent him forth again, which shall be within a very short while." Spinalaxio was not a little joyful for her good advice. Down in the chest lay he, and she locked him in, by which time Zeppa was entered the chamber. "Where are you, wife?" said he, speaking so loud, as he in the chest might hear him. "What, is it time to go to dinner?" "It will be anon, sir," answered she, "as yet it is over early, but seeing you are come, the more haste shall be made, and everything will be ready quickly." Zeppa, sitting down upon the chest, wherein Spinalaxio lay, not a little affrighted, speaking still aloud, as formerly he did, "Come hither, wife," quoth he, "how shall we do for some good company to dine with us? Mine honest kind neighbour Spinalaxio is not at home, because he dineth forth today with a dear friend of his, by which means his wife is left at home alone. Give her a call out at our window, and desire her to come dine with us, for we too can make no merry music, except some more come to fill up the consort." His wife, being very timorous, yet diligent to do whatsoever he commanded, so prevailed with the wife of Spinalaxio, that she came to them quickly, and so much the rather, because her husband dined abroad. She being come up into the chamber, Zeppa gave her most kind entertainment, taking her gently by the hand, and winking on his wife, that she should betake herself to the kitchen, to see dinner speedily prepared, while he sat conversing with his neighbour in the chamber. His wife being gone, he shut the door after her, which the newcome neighbour perceiving, she said, "Our blessed Lady defend me. Zeppa, what is your meaning in this? Have you caused me to come hither to this intent? Is this the love you bear to Spinalaxio, and your professed loyalty and friendship?" Zeppa, seating her down on the chest, wherein her husband was enclosed, entreating her patience, thus began: "Kind and loving neighbour, before you adventure too far in anger, vouchsafe to hear what I shall tell you. I have loved, and still do love, Spinalaxio as my brother, but yesterday, albeit he knoweth it not, I found the honest trust I reposed in him deserved no other or better recompense, but even to be bold with my wife, in the self-assame manner as I am, and as he ought to do with none but you. Now in regard of the love which I bear him, I intend to be no otherwise revenged on him, but in the same kind as the offence was committed. He hath been more than familiar with my wife. I must borrow the self-assame courtesy of you, which in equity you cannot deny me, weighing the wrong you have sustained by my wife. Our injuries are alike, in your husband to me, and in my wife to you. Let then their punishment and ours be alike also, as they so we, for in this case there can be no juster revenge." The woman, hearing this, and perceiving the manifold confirmations thereof, protested on solemn oath by Zeppa. Here belief grew settled, and thus she answered: "My loving neighbour Zeppa, seeing this kind of revenge is in mere justice imposed on me, and ordained as a due scourge, as well to the breach of friendship and neighbourhood, as abuse of his true and loyal wife, I am the more willing to consent, always provided that it be no embarrassment of love between your wife and me, albeit I have good reason to allege that she began. Quarrel first, and what I do is but to right my wrong, as any other woman of spirit would do. Afterwards, we may the more easily pardon one another. For breach of peace, answered Zeppa, between my wife and you, take my honest word for your warrant. Moreover, in requital of this favour to me, I will bestow a dear and precious jewel on you, excelling all the rest which you have beside." In delivering these words, he sweetly kissed and embraced her, as she sat on the chest wherein her husband lay. Now what they did else beside, in recompense of the wrong received, I leave to your imagination, as rather deserving silence than immodest blabbing. Spinalaxio, being all this while in the chest, hearing easily all the words which Zeppa had uttered, the answer of his wife, as also what music they made over his head, you may guess in what a case he was, his heart being ready to split with rage, and but that he stood in fear of Zeppa, he would have railed her and exclaimed on his wife, as thus he lay shut up in the chest. But entering into better consideration, that so great an injury was first begun by himself, Zeppa did no more than in reason and equity he might well do, having evermore carried himself like a kind neighbour and friend towards him, without the least offer of distaste. He faithfully resolved to be a firmer friend to Zeppa than formerly he had been, if it might be embraced and accepted on the other side. Delights and pleasures, be they never so long in contenting and continuance, yet they come to a period and conclusion at last. So Zeppa, having ended his amorous combat, and over the head of his perfidious friend, thought himself sufficiently revenged. But now, in consideration of a further promise made on the bargain, Spinalaxio's wife challengeth the jewel, than which kind of recompense nothing can be more welcome to women. Hereupon Zeppa, calling for his own wife, commanded her to open the chest, which she did, and he merrily smiling said, "Well, wife, you have given me a cake instead of bread, and you shall lose nothing for your labor." So Spinalaxio, coming forth of the chest, "It requireth a better wit than mine, to tell you, which of them stood most confounded with shame, either Spinalaxio seeing Zeppa, and knowing well enough what he had done, or the woman beholding her husband, who easily heard all their familiar conference, and the action thereupon so deservedly performed. See, neighbor, is not this your dearest jewel? Having kept it a while in my wife's custody, according to my promise, here I deliver it you." Spinalaxio, being glad of his deliverance out of the chest, albeit not a little ashamed of himself, without using many impertinent words, said, "Zeppa, our wrongs are equally requited on each other, and therefore I allow thy former speeches to my wife, that thou wast my friend, as I am the like to thee, and so I pray thee let us still continue. For nothing else is now to be divided between us, seeing we have shared alike in our wives, which none knowing but ourselves, let it be as closely kept to ourselves." Zeppa was well pleased with the motion, and so all four dined lovingly together, without any variance or discontentment, and thenceforward each of the women had 2 husbands, as either husband enjoyed 2 wives, without further contention or debate. Maestro Simone, an idle-headed doctor of physic, was thrown by Bruno and Buffalmacco into a common laystall of filth, the physician fondly believing that in the night time he should be made one of a new created company who usually went to see wonders at Corsica, and there, in the laystall, they left him. The 9th novel, wherein is approved that titles of honor, learning, and dignity are not always bestowed on the wisest men. After that the ladies had a while considered on the communication between the 2 wives of Siena and the falsehood in friendship of their husbands. The queen, who was the last to recount her novel, without offering injury to Dionysius, began to speak thus. The reward for a precedent wrong committed, which Zeppa retorted upon Spinalaxio, was answerable to his desert, and no more than equity required, in which respect, I am of opinion, that such men ought not to be over-sharply reproved, as do injury to him who seeketh for it, and justly should have it, although Madame Pampania not long since avouched the contrary. Now it evidently appeareth that Spinalaxio well deserved what was done to him, and I purpose to speak of another, who needs would seek after his own disgrace, the rather to confirm my former speeches, that they which beguile such wilful foolish men are not to be blamed, but rather commended. And he unto whom the shame was done was a physician, which came from Bologna to Florence, and returned thither again like unto a beast, notoriously baffled and disgraced. It is a matter well known to us, and almost observed day by day, that divers of our citizens, when they return from their studying at Bologna, one becometh an advocate, another a physician, and a third a notary, with long large gowns, some of scarlet and hoods furred with minever, beside divers other great apparences, succeeding effectually daily in their several kinds. Among whom there returned not long since thence one Master Simon de Villa, more rich in possessions left him by his parents than any knowledge thereto obtained, yet clothed in scarlet, with his minever hood, and styled a doctor of physic, which title he onely bestowed on himself, and took a goodly house for his dwelling, in the street which we commonly call La Via del Cacamero. This Master Dr. Simon, being thus newly come thither, among other notable qualities in him, had one more especial than any of the rest, namely, to know the names and conditions of such persons as daily passed by his door, and what professions they were of, whereby any likelihood might be gathered of needing his help, and being his patients, observing them all with very vigilant care. Among all the rest by him thus warily noted, he most observed 2 painters, of whom we have heretofore twice discoursed, Bruno and Buffalmacco, who walked continually together, and were his near-dwelling neighbors. The matter which most of all he noted in them was, that they lived merrily, and with much less care than any else in the city beside, and verily they did so indeed. Wherefore he demanded of divers persons, who had good understanding of them both, of what estate and condition they were. And hearing by everyone that they were but poor men painters, he greatly marvelled how it could be possible for them that they should live so jocundly and in such poverty. It was related to him further beside that they were men of a quick and ingenious apprehension, whereby he politically imagined that their poor condition could not so well maintain them, without some courses else, albeit not publicly known unto men, yet redounding to their great commodity and profit, in which regard he grew exceeding desirous, by what means he might become acquainted and grow into familiarity with them both, or any of them, at the least, wherein at the length he prevailed, and Bruno proved to be the man. Now Bruno, plainly perceiving within a short while of this new-begun acquaintance that the physician was a loggerhead, and merely no better than a Gregorian animal, he began to have much good pastime with him, by telling him strange and incredible tales, such as none but a coxcomb would give credit to. Yet they delighted Dr. Dunce extraordinarily, and Bruno's familiarity was so highly pleasing to him that he was a daily guest at dinner and supper with him, and he was not meanly proud of enjoying his company. One day, as they sate in familiar conference together, he told Bruno that he wondered not a little at him and Buffalmacco, they being both so poor people, yet lived far more jovially than lords, and therefore desired to understand by what secret means they compassed such mirthful maintenance. Bruno, hearing the doctor's demand, perceiving that it favoured more of the fool than any the very least taste of wisdom, smiled unto himself, and determined to return him such an answer as might be fitting for his folly, whereupon thus he replied, "Believe me, Master Doctor, I would not impart to many people what private helps we have for our maintenance, but yet I dare boldly acquaint you therewith, in regard you are one of our most intimate friends, and of such secrecy as I know you will not reveal it to any. True it is that mine honest neighbour and myself do lead our lives in such merry manner as you see, and better than all the world is aware of, for I cannot imagine you to be so ignorant, but are certainly persuaded, that if we had no better means than our poor manual trade and profession, we might sit at home with bread and water, and be nothing so lively, spirited as we are. Yet, sir, I would not have you to conceive that we do either rob or steal, or use any other unlawful courses. Only we travel to Corsica, from whence we bring without the least prejudice to any other all things we stand in need of, or whatsoever we can desire. Thus do we maintain ourselves well and honestly, and live in this mirthful disposition." Master Doctor, hearing this discourse, and believing it constantly, without any further instruction or intelligence, became possessed with very much admiration, and had the most earnest desire in the world to know what this travailing to Corsica might mean, entreating Bruno, with very great instances, to tell him what it was, and made many protestations never to disclose it to any one. "How now, Master Doctor?" answered Bruno, "what a strange motion do you make to me? It is too great a secret, which you desire to know, yea, a matter of mine own ruin, and an utter expulsion out of this world, with condemnation into the mouth of Lucifer de San Gallo, if any man whatsoever should know it from me, wherefore I pray you to urge it no more." "O my dear and honest neighbour Bruno," quoth the doctor, "assure thyself upon my soul, that whatsoever thou revealest to me shall be under seal from all, but only ourselves." Fie, Master Doctor," answered Bruno, "you are too pressing and importunate." So sitting smiling to himself, shaking his head and beating his breast, as if he were in some strange distraction of mind, stamping with his feet and beating his fist oftentimes on the table, at last he started up and spake in this manner. "Ah, Master Doctor, the love I bear to your capricious and rarely circumcised experience, and likewise the confidence I repose in your scrutinous taciturnity, are both of such mighty and prevailing power, as I cannot conceal anything from you which you covet to know. And therefore, if you will swear unto me by the cross of Montesson, that never, as you have already faithfully promised, you will disclose a secret so admirable, I will relate it unto you, and not otherwise." The doctor sware, and sware again, and then Bruno thus began. "Know then, my learned and judicious doctor, that it is not long time since, when there lived in this city of ours, a man very excellent in the art of nigromancy, who named himself Michael Scodo, because he was a Scottishman born. Of many worthy gentlemen, very few of them being now living, he was much honored and respected. When he grew desirous to depart from hence, upon their earnest motion and entreaty, he left here 2 of his scholars behind him, men of absolute skill and experience, giving them especial charge and command to do all possible services they could devise for those gentlemen who had so highly honored him. The 2 famous scholars were very helpful to those gentlemen in divers of their amorous occasions and very many other matters besides. Not long after, they finding the city and behavior of the people sufficiently pleasing to them, they resolved on their continuance here, entering into a league of love and friendship with divers, never regarding whether they were gentlemen or no, or distinguishing the poor from the rich, but only in being conformed to their complexions, sociable and fit for friendship. They created a kind society, consisting of about 25 men, who should meet together twice in a month, in a place reputed convenient for them, where being so assembled, every man uttered his mind to those 2 scholars, in such cases as they most desired, to have wherewith they were all satisfied the self-same night. It came so to pass, that Buffalmacco and I grew into acquaintance with those 2 worthy scholars, and our private familiarity together proved so prosperous, that we were admitted into the same society, and so have ever since continued. Now, sir, I am to tell you matter deserving admiration, which in very good judgments would seem to exceed all belief. For at every time when we were assembled together, you are not able to imagine what sumptuous hangings of tapestry did adorn the hall where we sate at meat, the tables covered in such royal manner, waited on by numberless noble and goodly attendants, both women and men, serving readily at each man's command of the company. The basins, ewers, pots, flagons, all the vessels else which stood before, and for the service of our diet, being composed only of gold and silver, and out of no worse did we both eat and drink, the viands being very rare and dainty, abounding in plenty and variety, according to the appetite of every person, as nothing could be wished for, but it was instantly obtained. In good sadness, sir, I am not able to remember and tell you within the compass of 1,000 years what, and how many several kinds of musical instruments were continually played on before us, what multiplicity of wax lights burned in all parts of the rooms, neither the excessive store of rich drugs, marchpanes, comforts, and rare banqueting stuff, consumed there at one feasting, wherein there wanted no bounty of the best and purest wines. Nor do I, Master Doctor, repute you so weakly witted as to think that in the time of our being thus assembled there, any of us all were clothed in such simple and mean garments, as ordinarily are worn in the streets on men's bodies, or any so silly as the very best you have. No, sir, not any one man among us, but appeared by his apparel equal to the greatest emperor on the earth, his robe most sumptuously embroidered with precious stones, pearls and carbuncles, as all the world affordeth not the like. But above all the rest, the delights and pleasures there are beyond my capacity to express, or indeed any comparison, as namely, store of goodly and beautiful women brought thither from all parts of the world, always provided, if men be desirous of their company. But for your easier comprehension, I will make some brief relation of them to you, according as I heard them there named. There is the great lady of Barbanicia, the queen of Bascia, the wife to the great Soldan, the empress of Ospeco, the Scientianfera of Norniera, the Bemistant of Berlinzona, and the Scalpedra of Narcia. But why do I break my brain in numbering up so many to you? All the queens of the world are there, even so far as to the Scinciamera of Prester John, that hath a horn in the midst of her posteriors, albeit not visible to every eye. Now I am further to tell you, that after we have tasted a cup of precious wine, fed on a few delicate comforts, and danced a dance or two to the rare music, every one taketh a lady by the hand, of whom he pleaseth to make his election, and she conducteth him to her chamber, in very grave and gracious manner. Concerning the chambers there, each of them resembleth a paradise to look on, they are so fair and goodly, and no less odoriferous in smell than the sweetest perfumes in your apothecaries' shops, or the rare compounds of spices, when they are beaten in an open mortar. And as for the beds, they are infinitely richer than the very costliest belonging to the Duke of Venice. Yet in such each man is appointed to take his rest, the music of rare cymbals lasting all night long, much better to be by you considered than in my rude eloquence expressed. But of all those rich and sumptuous beds, if pride of mine own opinion, do not deceive me, them two provided for Buffalmacco and me, had hardly any equal, he having the Queen of France as his lady and mistress, and I, the renowned Queen of England, the only two choice beauties of the whole world, and we appeared so pleasing in their eyes, as they would have refused the greatest monarchs on the earth, rather than to be rejected by us. Now therefore you may easily consider with yourself what great reason we have to live more merrily than any other men can do. In regard we enjoy the gracious favour of two such royal queens, receiving also from them whensoever we please to command them 1,000 or 2,000 florins at the least, which are both truly and duly sent us. Enjoying thus the benefit of this high happiness, we that are companions of this society do term it in our vulgar language the pirate's voyage to Corsica. Because, as rovers or pirates rob and take away the goods of such as they meet withal, even so do we. Only there remaineth this difference between us, that they never restore what they have taken, which we do immediately afterward, whether it be required or no. And thus, Master Doctor, as to my most endeared friend, I have now revealed the meaning of sailing to Corsica, after the manner of our private piracy, and how important the close retention of the voyage is, you are best able yourself to judge. In which regard, remember your oaths and faithful promises, or else I am undone forever. Our worthy wise doctor, whose best skill scarcely extended so far as to cure the itch in children, gave such sound belief to the relation of Bruno as any man could do to the most certain truth of life or death, having his desire immeasurably inflamed to be made a member of this strange society, which he more coveted than anything in the world beside, accounting it a felicity far beyond all other. Whereupon he answered Bruno that it was no great matter of Merville if he lived so merrily as he did, having such a singular supply to avoid all necessities whatsoever, and very hardly could he refrain from immediate request to be accepted into the company. But yet he thought fit to defer it further, until he had made Bruno more beholding to him by friendly entertainments and other courtesies, when he might with better hope be bold to move the motion. Well may you conceive that nothing more hammered in the doctor's head than this rare voyage to Corsica, and Bruno was his daily guest at dinner and supper, with such extraordinary appearances of kindness and courtesy, as if the physician could not live, except he had the company of Bruno, who seeing himself to be so lovingly respected, and hating ingratitude for favours so abundantly heaped on him, he painted the whole story of Lent about his hall, and an Agnus Dei fairly gilt on the portal of his chamber, as also a goodly urinal on his street door, to the end that such as had need of his counsel might know where so judicious a doctor dwelt. In a gallery likewise by his garden he painted the furious battle between the rats and cats, which did not a little delight Master Doctor. Moreover, at such times as Bruno had not supped with our physician, he would be sure to tell him on the morrow that the night past he had been with the company which he did wot of. And there quoth he, the Queen of England having somewhat offended me, I commanded that the gomdra belonging to the Grand Cam of Tartaria should be brought me, and instantly she was. What may be the meaning of gomdra be? Said the doctor. I understand not those difficult names. I believe you, sir, answered Bruno, nor do I need to marvel thereat, and yet I have heard Porcagrasso speak, and also Vanacena, and both unexperienced in our language. You would say, replied the doctor, Hippocrates and Avicenna, who were two admirable physicians. It may be so, said Bruno, as hardly do I understand your names, as you mine. But gomdra, in the Grand Cam's language, signifies empress in ours. But had you once seen her, sir, she would make you forget all physical observations, your arguments, receipts, and medicines, only to be in her heavenly presence, which words he used, perceiving his forward, longing to inflame him the more. Not long after, as the doctor was holding the candle to Bruno, at the perfecting the bloody battle of the cats and rats, because he could never be wearied in his company, and therefore was the more willing to undergo the office of the candle-holder, he resolved to acquaint him with his mind, and being all alone by themselves, thus he began. Bruno, as heaven knoweth, there is not this day any creature living, for whom I would gladly do more than for thee, and the very least word of thy mouth hath power to command me to go barefooted, even from hence so far as to Paratola, and account my labour well employed for thy sake. Wherefore, never wonder at my continual kindness towards thee, using thee as my domestic companion, and embracing thee as my bosom friend, and therefore I am the bolder in moving one request unto thee. As thou well knowest, it is no long while since, when thou didst acquaint me with the behavior of the Corsicane roving company, to be one in so rare and excellent a society, such hath been my earnest longing ever since, as day nor night have I enjoyed any rest, but should think my felicity beyond all compare, if I could be entertained in fellowship among you. Nor is this desire of mine but upon great occasion, as thou thyself shalt perceive, if I prove accepted into your society, and let me then be made a mocking stock for ever, if I cause not to come thither, one of the most delicate young women that ever any eye beheld, and which I myself saw not above a year since at Cacavinsiglia, on whom I bestowed my entirest affection, and by the best urinal that ever I gazed on would have given her 10 fair Bologninis. To yield the matter I moved to her, which yet I could not by any means compass. Therefore, with all the flowing faculties of my soul I entreat thee, and all the very uttermost of my all indeed, to instruct me in those ways and means, whereby I may hope to be a member of you, which if thou doest accomplish for me, and I may find it effectually performed, I shall not only be thy true and loyal friend for ever, but will honor thee beside, beyond all men living. I know thee to be a man of judgment, deeply informed in all well-grounded experience. Thou seest what a proper, portly, and comely man I am, how fitly my legs are answerable to my body, my looks amiable, lovely, and of rosy color. Beside, I am a doctor of physic, of which profession being only most expedient, I think you have not one in your society. I have many commendable qualities in me, as playing on divers instruments, exquisite in singing, and composing rare ditties, whereof I will instantly sing thee one. And so he began to sing. Bruno was swolny so big with desire of laughter that he had scarcely any power to refrain from it. Nevertheless, he made the best means he could devise, and the song being ended, the physician said, "How now, Bruno, what is thine opinion of my singing?" "Believe me, sir," replied Bruno, "the viols of Saganali will loose their very best tunes in contending against you, so miraculously are the sweet accents of your voice heard." "I tell thee truly, Bruno," answered Master Doctor, "thou couldst not by any possibility have believed it, if thou hadst not heard it." "In good sadness, sir," said Bruno, "you speak most truly. I could," quoth the doctor, "sing the infinite more beside, but at this time I must forbear them. Let me then further inform thee, Bruno, that beside the complete perfections thou seest in me, my father was a gentleman, although he dwelt in a poor country village, and by my mother's side I am derived from them of Vallecchio. Moreover, as I have formerly shewn thee, I have a goodly library of books, yea, and so fair and costly garments, as few physicians in Florence have the like. I protest to thee upon my faith, I have one gown, which cost me in ready money almost £100 in bagatinos, and it is not yet above 10 years old. Wherefore let me prevail with thee, good Bruno, to work so with the rest of thy friends, that I may be one of your singular society, and by the honest trust thou reposest in me, be boldly sick whensoever thou wilt. My pains and physic shall be freely thine, without the payment of one single penny." Bruno, hearing his importunate words, and knowing him, as all men else did beside, to be a man of more words than wit, said, "Master Doctor, snuff the candle, I pray you, and lend me a little more light with it hitherward, until I have finished the tales of these rats, and then I will answer you." When the rats' tales were fully finished, Bruno, declaring by outward behavior that he greatly distasted the matter, moved, thus answered, "Worthy Master Doctor, the courtesies you have already extended towards me, and the bountiful favors promised beside, I know to be exceeding great, and far beyond the compass of any merit in me. But concerning your request, albeit in respect of your admired brain and wisdom, it is of little or no moment at all. Yet it appeareth overmighty to me, and there is not any man now living in the world that hath the like authority over me, and can more command me, than you with one poor syllable easily may do, as well in regard of my love and duty, as also your singular and sententious speeches, able not only to make me break a sound and settled resolution, but almost to move mountains out of their places. And the more I am in your learned company, so much the faster am I linked unto you in immovable affection, so far am I in love with your admirable qualities. And had I no other reason to affect you in such endeared manner as I do, Yet because you are enamored of so rare a beauty, as you have already related to me, it only were a motive sufficient to compel me. But indeed I must needs tell you that I have not so much power in this case, as you perhaps do imagine, which barreth me from such forward readings as otherwise needed not to be urged. Nevertheless, having so solemnly engaged your faith to me, and no way misdoubting your faithful secrecy, I shall instruct you in some means to be observed. And it appeareth plainly to me, that being furnished with such plenty of books, as you are, and other rich endowments, as you have before rehearsed, you cannot but attain to the full period of your longing desire. Speak boldly thy mind, Bruno, answered the doctor, for I perceive thou hast no perfect knowledge of me as yet, neither what an especial gift I have of secrecy. Messer Gasparino de Salicet, when he was judge and potestat over the people of Forlini, made choice of me among infinite of his dearest friends to acquaint with a secret of no mean moment. And such a faithful secretary he found me, as I was the only man that knew his marriage with Bergamino. Why then should any distrust be made of me? If it be so as you say, sir, answered Bruno, your credit is the sounder, and I dare the better adventure on your fidelity. The means then which you are to work by, I shall now direct you in. We have always in this noble society of ours a captain and 2 councillors, which are changed at every 6 months' end. And now at Christmas next, so near drawing on, Buffalmacco shall be elected captain, and myself one of the councillors, for so it is already agreed on and orderly set down. Now he that is captain may do much more than any other can, and appoint matters as himself pleaseth. Wherefore I think it very expedient, that so soon as possibly you procure acquaintance with Buffalmacco, entreating him with all respective courtesy. He is a man, who when he perceiveth you to be so wonderfully wise and discreet, he will be immediately in love with you. So, when you have your best senses about you, and your richest wearing garments on, always remembered, that your acquaintance first be fully confirmed, then never fear to urge your request, for he can have no power at all to deny you, because I have already spoken of you to him, and find him to stand affected unto you very entirely. Thus, when you have begun the business, leave me to deal with him in the rest. Now trust me, kind friend Bruno, replied the physician, I like your advice exceeding well. For if he be a man that taketh delight to converse with men of skill and judgment, and you have made the way for his knowing me, he will then thirst and long to follow after me, to understand the incredible eloquence flowing from me, and the rare composition of my music-hall ditties, out of which he may learn no mean wisdom. When the matter was thus agreed on between them, Bruno departed thence, acquainted Buffalmacco with every circumstance, which made him think every day a year, until he might join in the fooling of Maester Doctor according to his own fancy, who being also as desirous on the other side to make one in the Corsicane voyage, could take no manner of rest either by day or night, till he was linked in friendship with Buffalmacco, which very quickly after he compassed. For now there wanted no costly dinners and suppers, with all delicates could be devised, for the entertainment of Buffalmacco and Bruno, who, like guests very easy to be invited, where rich wines and good cheer are never wanting, needed little sending for, because his house was as familiar to them as their own. In the end, when the physician espied an opportunity apt for the purpose, he made the same request to Buffalmacco as formerly he had done to Bruno. Whereat Buffalmacco, sedanely starting, and looking frowningly on Bruno, as if he were extraordinarily incensed against him, clapping his hand furiously on the table, he said, I swear by the great God of Passignano, that I can hardly refrain from giving thee such a blow on the face, as should make thy nose to fall at thy heels, vile traitor as thou art, for none beside thyself could discover so rare and excellent a secret unto this famous physician. The doctor, with very plausible and pleasing terms, excused the matter very artificially, protesting that another had revealed it unto him, and after many wise circumstantial allegations, at length he prevailed so far that Buffalmacco was pacified, who afterwards turning in kind manner, thus he began. Master Doctor, you have lived both at Bologna and here in these parts with us, having no doubt sufficiently understood what it is to carry a close mouth, I mean the true character of taciturnity. Questionless, you never learned the AB 100, as now foolish idiots do, blabbing their lessons all about the town, which is much better apprehended by rumination. And surely, if I be not much deceived, your nativity happened on a Sunday morning, Sol being at that time Lord of the Ascendant, joined with Mercury in a fiery triplicity. By such conference as I have had with Bruno, I conceived, as he himself also did, that you were veri singular in physic onely. But it seemeth your studies reached a higher strain, for you have learned, and know veri skillfully, how to steal men's hearts from them, yea, to bereave them of their veri souls, which I perceive that you can far better do than any man else living to my knowledge, only by your wise, witty, judicious, and more than mere Mercurian eloquence, such as I never heard before. The physician, interrupting him bashfully, turned himself unto Bruno, saying, Did not I tell thee this before? Observe what a notable thing it is to speak well, and to frequent the company of the wise. 1,000 other, merely blocks and dullards by nature, could never so soon comprehend all the particularities of my knowledge, as this honest and apprehensive man hath done. Thou didst not search into it half so soon, nor indeed did I express a quarter of my ingenuity to thee, as since his calming hath prodigally flown from me. Well do I remember thy words, that Buffalmacco delighted to be among men of wisdom, and have I not now fitted him unto his own desire? How thinkest thou, Bruno? The best, quoth Bruno, that any man living in the world could do. Ah, worthy Buffalmacco, answered the physician, what wouldst thou then have said, if thou hadst seen me at Bologna, where there was neither great nor small, doctor nor scholar, but thought themselves happy by being in my company? If I ought any debts, I discharged them with my very witty words, and whensoever I spake, I could set them all on a hearty laughter, so much pleasure they took in hearing me. And when I departed thence, no men in the world could be more sorrowful than they, as desiring nothing more than my remaining among them, which they expressed so apparently, that they made humble suite and intercession to me, to be chief reader of the physic lecture to all the scholars studying our profession. But I could not be so persuaded, because my mind was wholly addicted hither, to enjoy those goods, lands, and inheritances, belonging lineally to them of our house, and accordingly I did perform it. How now, Buffalmacco, quoth Bruno, what is thine opinion now? Thou wouldst not believe me when I told thee that there is not a doctor in all these parts more skillful in distinguishing the urine of an assay from any other than this most expert and singular man, and I dare boldly maintain it, that his fellow is not to be found, from hence to the very gates of Paris. Go then, and do the uttermost endeavor that thou canst, to grant the request which he hath made. Believe me, Buffalmacco, said the doctor, Bruno hath spoken nothing but truth, for I am scarcely known here in this city, where for the most part they are all grossueted people, rather than any jot judicious. But I would thou hadst seen me among the doctors, in manner as I was wont to be. In troth, sire, replied Buffalmacco, you are much more learned than ever I imagined, in which respect, speaking unto you as it becometh me, to a man so excellent in wit and understanding, I dare assure you that, without any fail, I will procure you to be one of our company. After this promise thus made, the good cheer, favors, and kindnesses done by the doctor to them was beyond the compass of all relation, whereof they made no more than a mere mockery, flouting him to his face, and yet his wisdom could not discern it. Moreover, they promised that they would give him to wife, the fair Countess di Civillari, who was the only goodliest creature to be found in the whole culatario of humane generation. The doctor demanded what countess that was. Oh, sir, answered Buffalmacco, she is a great lady, one worthy to have issue by, and few houses are there in the world where she hath not some jurisdiction and command, so that not mean people only, but even the greatest lords, at the sound of her trumpets, do very gladly pay her tribute. And I dare boldly affirm that whensoever she walketh to any place, she yieldeth a hot and sensible favor, albeit she keepeth most of all close. Yet once every night she duly observeth it as a custom to pass from her own house, to bathe her feet in the river of Arno, and take a little of the sweeter air, albeit her continual residency is within the kingdom of Laterino. She seldom walketh abroad, but goeth with her attending officers about her, who for more demonstration of her greatness do carry the rod and plummet of lead. Store of her lords and barons are everywhere to be seen, as the Tamagano della Porta, Don Metta di Siropa, Manico di Scopa, Signor Squacquera, and others beside, who are, as I suppose, oftentimes your daily visitants, when of necessity they must be remembered. all our care and courtesy shall extend so far if we do not fail in our enterprise to leave you in the arms of so majestic a lady, quite forgetting here of Cacavinsiglia. The physician, who was born and brought up at Bologna, and therefore understood not these Florentine terms, became fully contented to enjoy the lady, and within some few days following, the painters brought him tidings that they had prepared the way for his entertainment into the society of rovers, the day being come when the supposed assembly was to be made the night following. The physician invited them both to dinner, when he demanding what provision he should make for his entrance into their company, Buffalmacco returned him this answer, whereto he gave very heedful attention. Master Doctor, you must be first of all strongly armed with resolution and confidence, for if you be not, you may not only receive hindrance, but also do us great harm beside. And now you shall hear in what manner and how you are to be bold and constant. You must procure the means, this instant night, when all the people are in their soundest sleep, to stand upon one of those high exalted tombs or monuments, which are in the churchyard of Santa Maria Novella, with the very fairest gown you have about you, because you may appear in the more honorable condition before the assembly seated together, and likewise to make good our speeches already delivered of you concerning your quality profession, that the Countess, perceiving you to be a worthy gentleman, may have you first honored with the bathe, and afterward knighted at her own cost and charge. But you must continue still upon the Tom Dreadless of nightly apparitions visions until such time as we send for you. And for your better information in every particular, a beast, blacky and horned, but of no great stature, will come to fetch you. Perhaps he will use some ghastly noises, strange leaps, and lofty tricks, onely to terrify and affright you. But when he perceiveth that he cannot daunt you, he will gently come near you, which when he hath done, you may descend from off the tom, and without naming or thinking on God or any of his saints, mount boldly on his backy, for he will stand ready to receive you. Being so seated, cross your arms over your breast, without presuming to touch or handle the beast, for he will carry you thence softly, and so bring you along to the company. But if in all this time of your travail you call on heaven, any saint, or be possessed with the least thought of fear, I must plainly tell you that either he will cast you dangerously or throw you into some noisome place. And therefore, if you know yourself not to be of a constant courage and sprightly bold to undertake such an adventure as this, never presume any further, because you may do us a great deal of injury without any gain or benefit to yourself, but rather such wrong as we would be very sorry should happen unto so dear a friend. Alas, honest Buffalmacco, answered the physician, thou art not half acquainted with me as yet, because I walk with gloves upon my hands, and in a long gown, thou perhaps doest imagine me a faint-hearted fellow. If thou didst know what I have heretofore done at Bologna in the night time, when I and my consorts went to visit pretty wenches, thou wouldst wonder at my courageous attempts. As I am a gentleman, one night we met with a young bona roba, a paltry greenesickness baggage, scarcely above a cubit in height. Because she refused to go with us willingly, I gave her a kick on the bum, and spurned her more than a crossbow shoot in distance from me, and made her walk with us whether she would or no. Another time I remember, when having no other company but my boy, I went thorough the churchyard of the Friars Minors, after the sounding of Ave Maria. A woman had been buried there the very same day, and yet I was not a jot afraid. Wherefore never be distrustful of me, but resolvedly build her upon my courage. And in regard of my more honorable entertainment, I will then wear my scarlet gown and hood, wherein I received my graduation. And then do both of you observe what a rejoicing will be among the whole company at the entertaining of such as a man as I am, enough to create me captain immediately. You shall perceive also how the case will go, after I have been there but a while, in regard that the Countess, having as yet never seen me, is so deeply enamored of me. She cannot choose but bestow the bathe and knighthood on me, which she shall have the more honor of, in regard I am well able to maintain it. Therefore referra all the rest to me, and never misdoubt your injury or mine. Spoken like a gallant, replied Buffalmacco, and I fear not now, but we shall win credit by your company. But be careful, I pray you, that you make not a mockery of us, and come not at all, or fail to be there, when the beast shall be sent for you. I speak it the rather, because it is cold weather, and you gentlemen physicians can hardly endure it. You are careful of me, quoth the doctor, and I thank you for it, but I applaud my fair stars. I am none of your nice or easy frozen fellows, because cold weather is very familiar to me. I dare assure you, when I arise in the night time for that natural office whereto all men are subject, I wear no warmer defence than my thin waistcoat over my shirt, and find it sufficient for the coldest weather at any time. When Bruno and Buffalmacco had taken their leave, the physician, so soon as night drew near, used many apt excuses to his wife, stealing forth his scarlet gown and hood unseen of any, wherewith being clothed. At the time appointed, he got upon one of the marble tombs, staying there quaking with cold, awaiting when the beast should come. Buffalmacco, being a lusty tall man of person, had got an ugly masking suit, such as are made use of in tragedies and plays, the outside being of black shagged hair, wherewith being clothed, he seemed like a strange deformed bear, and a devil's vizard over his face, with two ghastly horrible horns, and thus disguised, Bruno following him, they went to behold the issue of the business, so far as the new marketplace, closely adjoining to Santa Maria Novella. Having espied Master Doctor up in the tom, Buffalmacco in his misshapen habit began to bound, leap, and carry air, snuffling and blowing in mad and raging manner, which when the physician saw, his hair stood on end, he quaked and trembled, as being more fearful than a woman, wishing himself at home again in his house, rather than to behold a sight so dreadful. But because he was come forth, and had such an earnest desire to see the wonders related to him, he made himself so courageous as possibly he could, and bear all out in formal manner. After that, Buffalmacco had an indifferent while played his horse tricks, ramping and stamping somewhat strangely. Seeming as become of much milder temper, he went near to the tomb whereon the physician stood, and there appeared to stay contentedly. Master Doctor, trembling and quaking still extremely, was so far dismayed, as he knew not what was best to be done, either to mount on the beast's backy, or not to mount at all. In the end, thinking no harm could happen to him if he were once mounted, with the second fear, he expelled the former, and descending down softly from the tombs, mounted on the beast, saying out aloud, God, Saint Dominic, and my good angel help to defend me. Seating himself so well as he could, but trembling still exceedingly, he crossed his arms over his stomachi according to the lesson given him. Then did Buffalmacco shape his course in milder manner towards Santa Maria della Scala, and groping to find his way in the dark, went on so far as the Sisters of Ribald, commonly called the Virgin's Sanctuary. Not far off from thence were divers trenches ditches, wherein such men as are employed in necessary night services used to empty the Countess di Civillari, and afterward employed it for manuring husbandmen's grounds. Buffalmacco, being come near one of them, he stayed to breath himself a while, and then catching fast hold on one of the doctor's feet, raised him somewhat higher on his back, for the easier discharging of his burthen, and so pitched him with his head forwards into the lay-stall. Then began he to make a dreadful kind of noise, stamping and trampling with his feet, passing baccy again to Santa Maria della Scala, and to Prato d'Ognissanti, where he met with Bruno, who was constrained to forsake him, because he could not refrain from loud laughter. Then both together went baccy once more, to see how the physician would behave himself, being so sweetly embrued. Master Doctor, seeing himself to be in such an abominable stinking place, labored with all his utmost endeavor to get himself released thence. But the more he contended and strove for getting forth, he plunged himself the further in, being most pitifully murred from head to foot, sighing and sorrowing extraordinarily, because much of the foul water entered in at his mouth. In the end, being forced to leave his hood behind him, scrambling both with his hands and feet, he got landing out of his stinking labyrinth. Having no other means, home he returned to his own house, where knocking at the door, he was at length admitted entrance. The door being scarce made fast again after his letting in, Buffalmacco and Bruno were there arrived, listening how 1,000 Doctor should be welcomed home by his angry wife, who scolding and railing at him with wonderful impatience, gave him most hard and bitter speeches, terming him the vilest man living. Where have you been, sir? Quoth she. Are you become a night walker after other women, and could no worse garments serve your turn, but your doctor's gown of scarlet? Am I to suffer this behavior, or am not I sufficient to content you, but you must be longing after change? I would thou hadst been stifled in that foul filth, where thy fouler life did justly cast thee. Behold goodly master doctor of the laystall, who being married to an honest woman must yet go abroad in the night time, insatiately lusting after whores and harlots. With these and the like intemperate speeches she ceased not to afflict and torment him, till the night was almost spent, and the doctor brought into a sweeter savour. The next morning, Bruno and Buffalmacco, having coloured their bodies with a strange kind of painting, resembling blisters, swellings, and bruises, as if they had been extremely beaten, came to the physician's house, finding him to be newly up, all the house yet smelling of his foul savour, although it had been very well perfumed, and being admitted to him in the garden, he welcomed them with the morning's salutations. But Bruno and Buffalmacco, being otherwise provided for him, delivering stern and angry looks, stamping and chafing, Bruno thus replied: Never speak so fair and flattering to us, for we are moved beyond all compass of patience. All misfortunes in the world fall upon you, and an evil death may you die, like the most false and perfidious traitor living on the earth. We must beat our brains, and move all our most endeared friends, only for your honour and advancement, while we were well near starved to death in the cold like dogs, and by your breach of promise have been this night so extremely beaten, as if like asses we should have been driven to Rome. But that which is most grievous of all is danger of excluding out of the society where we took good order for your admittance and for your most honourable entertainment. If you will not credit us, behold our bodies, and let your own eyes be witnesses in what cruel manner we have been beaten. So taking him aside under the gallery, where they might not be discovered by overmuch light, they opened their bosoms, showed him their painted bodies, and sedanely closed them up again. The physician laboured to excuse himself, declaring his misfortunes at large, and into what a filthy place he was thrown. It maketh no matter, answered Buffalmacco, I would you had been thrown from off the bridge into Arno, where you might have been recommended to the divil and all his saints. Did not I tell you so much before? In good sadness, quoth the doctor, I neither commended myself to God, nor any of his saints. How said Buffalmacco, I am sure you will maintain an untruth. You used a kind of recommendation. For our messenger told us that you talked of God, Dominic, and your good angel, whom you desired to assist you, being so affrighted with fear, that you trembled like a leaf upon a tree, not knowing indeed where you were. Thus have you unfaithfully dealt with us, as never any man shall do the like again, in seeking honour, and losing it through your own negligence. Master Doctor humbly entreated pardon, and that they would not revile him any more, labouring to appease them by the best words he could use, as fearing lest they should publish this great disgrace of him. And whereas before he gave them gracious welcomes, now he redoubled them with far greater courtesies, feasting them daily at his own table, and evermore delighting in their company. Thus, as you have heard, two poor painters of Florence taught Master Doctor better wit than all the learned at Bologna. A Sicilian courtesan, named Madame Biancafier, by her crafty wit and policy, deceived a young merchant, called Salabetto, of all the money he had taken for his wares at Palermo. Afterward, he making show of coming hither again, with far richer merchandises than he brought before, made the means to borrow a great sum of money of her, leaving her so base a pawn, as well requited her for her former cousinage. The 10th novel, whereby appeareth that such as meet with cunning harlots, and suffer themselves to be deceived by them, must sharpen their wits, to make them requital in the self-assame kind. Needless it were to question, whether the novel related by the Queen, in divers passages thereof, moved the ladies to hearty laughter, and likewise to compassionate sighs and tears, as pitying Madame Helena in her hard misfortune, and yet applauding the scholar for his just revenge. But the discourse being ended, Dionysius, who knew it was his office to be the last speaker every day, after silence was commanded, he began in this manner. Worthy ladies, it is a matter very manifest, that deceits do appear so much the more pleasing, when by the self-assame means the subtle deceiver is artificially deceived. In which respect, though you all have reported very singular deceits, yet I mean to tell you one that may prove as pleasing to you as any of your own, and so much the rather, because the woman deceived was a great and cunning mistress in beguiling others, equalling if not excelling any of your former beguilers. It hath been observed heretofore, and happily at this very day it is as frequent, that in all cities and towns upon the sea-coasts having ports for the benefit and venting merchandises. Merchants used to bring their wealthy laden vessels thither. And when they unlaid any ship of great fraught, there are prepared storehouses, which in many places are called magazines or doganies, at the charge of the communalty or lord of the town or city, for the use whereof they receive yearly gain and benefit. Into those warehouses they deliver underwriting, and to the owners of them in especial charge all their goods and merchandises, of what price or value soever they are. Such as be the owners of these magazines, when the wares are thus stored up in them, do safely lock them up there with their keys, having first registered down truly all the goods in the register belonging to the custom house, that the merchant may have a just account rendered him, and the rights paid to the custom house, according to the register, and as they are either in part or in all made sale of. Brokers are continually there attending, being informed in the quality of the merchandises stored, and likewise to what merchants they appertain. By means of these men, and according as the goods come to their hands, they devise to have them exchanged, trucked, vented, and such other kinds of dispatches answerable to the men's minds and worth of the commodities. As in many other kingdoms and countries, so was this custom observed at Palermo in Sicily, where likewise then were, and no doubt nowadays are, store of women, fair and comely of person, but yet vowed enemies to honesty. Nevertheless, by such as know them not, they are held and reputed to be blameless women, and by yielding their bodies unto general use, are the occasion of infinite misfortunes to men. For so soon as they espy a merchant stranger there arrived, they win information from the book belonging to the magazine, what wares are therein stored, of what value they be, and who is the owner of them. Afterwards, by amorous actions and affable speeches, they allure young merchants to take knowledge of them, to be familiar in their company, till from some they get most part of their wealth, from others all. Nay, divers have gone so far as to make portsale of ship, goods, and person, so cunningly they have been shaven by these barbers, and yet without any razor. It came to pass, and no long time since, that a young Florentine of ours, named Niccolo de Signano, but more usually called Salabetto, employed as factor for his maester, arrived at Palermo. His ship stored with many woolen clothes, a remainder of such as had been sold at the mart of Salerno, amounting in value to above 500 florins of gold. When he had given in his packet to the custom house, and made them up safe in his warehouse, without making show of desiring any speedy dispatch, he delighted to view all parts of the city, as men's minds are continually addicted to novelties. He being a very fair and affable young man, easy to kindle affection in a very modest eye, it fortuned that a courtesan, one of our before remembered shavers, who termed herself Madame Biancaffia, having heard somewhat concerning his affairs, began to dart amorous glances at him, which the indiscreet youth perceiving, and thinking her to be some great lady, began also to grow half persuaded that his comely person was pleasing to her, and therefore he would carry this good fortune of his somewhat cautelously. Without imparting his mind unto anyone, he would daily pass to and fro before her door, which she observing, and having indifferently wounded him with her wanton piercing looks, she began to use the first trick of her trade, by pretending her inflamed affection towards him, which made her pine and consume away in care, except he might be moved to pity her. Whereupon she sent one of her Pandoras unto him, perfectly instructed in the art of a Macquarella, who after many cunning counterfeited sighs and tears, which she had always ready at command, told him that his comely person and complete perfections had so wounded the very soul of her mistress, as she could enjoy no rest in any place, either by day or night. In regard whereof, she desired above all things else to meet with him privately in a bathe, with which words she straightway took a ring forth of her purse, and in most humble manner delivered it unto him as a token from her mistress. Salabetto, having heard this message, was the only joyful man that could be, and having received the ring, looking on it advisedly, first kissed it, and then put it upon his finger. Then in answer to the messenger he said, that if her mistress Biancaffia affected him, she sustained no loss thereby, in regard he loved her as fervently, and was ready to be commanded by her, at any time whensoever she pleased. She having delivered this message to her mistress, was presently returned back again to him, to let him understand in which of the baths she meant to meet him on the next morrow in the evening. This being counsel for himself only to keep, he imparted it not to any friend whatsoever. But when the hour for their meeting was come, he went unto the place where he was appointed, a bathe belike best agreeing with such business. Not long had he tarried there, but 2 women slaves came laden to him, the one bearing a mattress of fine fustian on her head, and the other a great basket filled with many things. Having spread the mattress in a fair chamber on a couch-bed, they covered it with delicate white linen sheets, all about embroidered with fair fringes of gold. Then laid they on costly quilts of rich silks, artificially wrought with gold and silver knots, having pearls and precious stones interwoven among them, and 2 such rich pillows as seldom before had the like been seen. Salabetto, putting off his garments, entered the bath prepared for him, where the 2 slaves washed his body very neatly. Soon after came Biancafer herself, attended on by 2 other women slaves, and seeing Salabetto in the bathe, making him a lowly reverence, breathing forth infinite dissembled sighs, and tears trickling down her cheeks, kissing and embracing him, thus she spake. I know not what man else in the world, beside thyself, could have the power to bring me hither. The fire flew from thy fair eyes, O thou incomparable lovely Tuscane, that melted my soul, and makes me only live at thy command. Then hurling off her light-wearing garment, because she came prepared for the purpose, she stepped into the bathe to him, and not permitting the slaves a while to come near, none but herself must now lave his body, with musk compounded soap and gilliflowers. Afterward the slaves washed both him and her, bringing 2 goodly sheets, soft and white, yielding such a delicate smell of roses, even as if they had been made of rose leaves. In the one they folded Salabetto, and her in the other, and so conveyed them on their shoulders unto the prepared bed-couch, where, because they should not sweat any longer, they took the sheets from about them, and laid them gently in the bed. Then they opened the basket, wherein were divers goodly silver bottles, some filled with rose-waters, others with flowers of oranges, and waters distilled of gelsomine, musk, and ambergris, wherewith again the slaves bathed their bodies in the bed, afterward presented them with variety of comforts, as also very precious wines, serving them instead of a little collation. Salabetto supposed himself to be in paradise, for this appeared to be no earthly joy, bestowing 1,000 gladsome gazes on her, who questionless was a most beautiful creature, and the tarrying of the slaves seemed millions of years to him, that he might more freely embrace his Biancafer. Leaving a wax taper lighted in the chamber, the slaves departed, and then she, sweetly embracing Salabetto, bestowed those further favors on him which he came for, and she was not squeamish in the affording, whereof he was exceedingly joyful, because he imagined that they proceeded from the integrity of her affection towards him. When she thought it convenient time to depart thence, the slaves returned. They clothed themselves, and had a banquet standing ready prepared for them, wherewith they cheered their wearied spirits, after they had first washed in odoriferous waters. At parting, Salabetto quoth she, whensoever thy leisures shall best serve thee, I will repute it as my chiefest happiness, that thou wilt accept a supper and lodging in my house, which let it be this instant night, if thou canst. He, being absolutely caught, both by her beauty and flattering behavior, believed faithfully that he was as entirely beloved of her as the heart is of the body, whereupon he thus answered, Madame, whatsoever pleaseth you must needs be much more acceptable unto me, and therefore not only may command my service this night, but likewise the whole employment of my life, to be only yours in my very best studies and endeavors. No sooner did she hear this answer, but she returned home to her own house, which she decked in most sumptuous manner, and also made ready a costly supper, expecting the arrival of Salabetto, who, when the dark night was indifferently well entered, went thither, and was welcomed with wonderful kindness, wanting no costly wines and delicates all the supper while. Being afterward conducted into a goodly chamber, he smelt their admirable sweet-scenting savours, such as might well beseem a prince's palace. He beheld a most costly bed, and very rich furniture round about the room, which when he had duly considered to himself, he was constantly persuaded that she was a lady of infinite wealth, and although he had heard divers flying reports concerning her life, yet he would not credit anything amiss of her, for albeit she might perhaps beguile some other, Yet she affected him, he thought, in better manner, and no such misfortune could happen to him. Having spent all the night with her in wanton dalliances, being risen in the morning, to inflame his affection more and more towards her, and to prevent any ill opinion he might conceive of her, she bestowed a rich and costly girdle on him, as also a purse most curiously wrought, saying to him, "My sweet Salibeto, with these testimonies of my true affection to thee, I give thee faithfully to understand, that as my person is onely subjected thine, so this house, and all the riches in it, remaineth absolutely at thy disposition, or whatsoever hereafter shall happen within the compass of my power." He being not a little proud of this, her bountiful offer, having never bestowed any gift on her, because by no means she would admit it, after many sweet kisses and embraces, departed thence to the place where the merchants usually frequented, resorting to her from time to time as occasion served, and paying not one single penny for all his wanton pleasure, by which cunning baits at length she caught him. It came to pass that, having made sale of all his clothes, whereby he had great gains, and the moneys justly paid him at the times appointed, Biancafier got intelligence thereof, yet not by him, but from one of the brokers. Salibeto coming one night to sup with her, she embraced and kissed him as she was wont to do, and seemed so wonderfully addicted in love to him, even as if she would have died with delight in his arms. Instantly she would needs bestow 2 goodly gilt standing cups on him, which Salibeto by no means would receive, because she had formerly been very bountiful to him, to above the value of 100 crowns, and yet she would not take of him so much as a mite. At length, pressing still more tokens of her love and bounty on him, which he as courteously denied, as she kindly offered, one of her women slaves, as she had before cunningly appointed, suddenly calling her, forthwith she departed out of her chamber. And when she had continued a pretty while absent, she returned again weeping, and throwing herself down upon her pallet, breathed forth such sighs and waffle lamentations, as no woman could possibly do the like. Salibeto, amazedly wondering thereat, took her in his arms, and weeping also with her, said, "Alas, my dear love, what sudden accident hath befallen you to urge this lamentable alteration? If you love me, hide it not from me." After he had often entreated her in this manner, casting her arms about his neck, and sighing as if her heart would break, thus she replied, "Ah, Salibeto, the only jewel of my joy on earth, I know not what to do or say, for even now I received letters from Messina, wherein my brother writes to me that although it cost the sale of all my goods, or whatsoever else I have beside, I must within 8 days' space not fail to send him 1,000 florins of gold, or else he must have his head smitten off, and I know not by what means to procure them so soon, for if the limitation of 15 days might serve the turn, I could borrow them in a place where I can command a far greater sum, or else I would sell some part of our lands. But being no way able to furnish him so soon, I would I had died before I heard these dismal tidings." And in the uttering of these words, she graced them with such cunning dissembled sorrow, as if she had meant truly indeed. Salibeto, in whom the fury of his amorous flames had consumed a great part of his necessary understanding, believing these counterfeited tears and complaints of hers to proceed from an honest meaning soul, rashly and foolishly thus replied, "Dear Biancafier, I cannot furnish you with 1,000 golden florins, but am able to lend you 500 if I were sure of their repayment at 15 days, wherein you are highly beholding to fortune that I have made sale of all my clothes, which if they had lain still on my hand, my power could not stretch to lend you 5 florins. Alas, dear heart, quoth she, would you be in such want of money, and hide it from her that loves you so loyally? Why did you not make your need known to me? Although I am not furnished of 1,000 florins, yet I have always ready 300 or 400 by me to do any kind office for my friend. In thus wronging me, you have robbed me of all boldness to presume upon your offer made me." Salibeto, far faster inveigled by these words than before, said, "Let not my folly, bright Biancafier, cause you to refuse my friendly offer in such a case of extreme necessity. I have them ready prepared for you, and am heartily sorry that my power cannot furnish you with the whole sum." Then catching him fast in her arms, thus she answered, "Now I plainly perceive, my dearest Salibeto, that the love thou bearest me is true and perfect, when without expectation of being requested, thou art ready to succor me in such an urgent need, with so fair a sum of florins. Sufficiently was I thine own before, but now am much more engaged by so high deserving, with this particular acknowledgment for ever, that my brother's head was redeemed by thy goodness onely. Heaven beareth me record, how unwilling I am to be beholding in this kind, considering that you are a merchant. Merchants furnish all their affairs with ready monis. But seeing necessity constraineth me, and I make no doubt of repayment at the time appointed, I shall the more boldly accept your kindness, with this absolute promise beside, that I will rather sell all the houses I have, than break my honest word with you. Counterfeit tears still draining down her cheeks, and Salabetto kindly comforting her, he continued therewith here all that night, to express himself her most liberal servant, and without expecting any more requesting, the next morning he brought her the 500 florins, which she received with a laughing heart, but outward dissembled weeping eyes, Salabetto never demanding any other security, but only her single promise. Biancafier, having thus received the 500 florins, the indiction of the almanacki began to alter, and whereas before Salabetto could come see her whensoever he pleased, many occasions now happened, whereby he came 7 times for once, and yet his entrance was scarcely admitted, neither was his entertainment so affable, or his cheer so bountiful, as in his former accesses thither. Moreover, when the time for repayment was come, yea, a moneth or 2 overpast, and he demanded to have his money, he could have nothing but words for payment. Now he began to consider on the craft and cunning of this wicked woman, as also his own shallow understanding, knowing he could make no proof of his debt, but what herself listed to say, having neither witness, specialty, bill, or bond to show, which made his folly so shameful to him that he durst not complain to any person, because he had received some advertisements before whereto he wold by no means listen, and now should have no other amends, but public infamy, scorn, and disgrace, which made him almost weary of his life, and much to bemoan his own unhappiness. He received also divers letters from his master to make return of the 500 florins over by way of bank, according as he had used to do, but could perform no such matter. Hereupon, because his error should not be discovered, he departed in a small vessel thence, not making for Pisa, as he should have done, but directly for Naples he shaped his course. At that instant lodged there Don Pietro della Canigiano, treasurer of the Empress of Constantinople, a man of great wisdom and understanding, as also very ingenious and politic, he being in especial favor of Salabetto and all his friends, which made him presume the more boldly, being urged thereto by mere necessity, the best corrector of wandering wits to acquaint him with his lamentable misfortune, in every particular as it had happened, requesting his aid and advice, how he might best wear out the rest of his days, because he never meant to visit Florence any more. Canigiano, being much displeased at the repetition of his folly, sharply reproved him, saying, "Thou hast done lewdly, in carrying thyself so loosely, and spending thy master's goods so carelessly, which though I cannot truly term spent, but rather art merely cozened and cheated of them, yet thou seest at what a dear rate thou hast purchased pleasure, which yet is not utterly helpless, but may by one means or other be recovered." And being a man of wonderful apprehension, advised him instantly what was to be done, furnishing him also with a sum of money, wherewith to adventure a second loss, in hope of recovering the first again. He caused divers packs to be well bound up, with the merchants' marks orderly made on them, and bought about 20 buttes or barrels, all filled as it were with oil, and, these pretended commodities being shipped, Salabetto returned with them to Palermo, where having given in his packets to the custom house, and entered them all under his own name, as being both owner and factor, all his wares were locked up in his magazine, with open publication, that he would not vent any of them, before other merchandises, which he daily expected, were there also arrived. Biancafier having heard thereof, and understanding withal, that he had brought merchandises now with him, amounting to above 2,000 florins, staying also in expectation of other commodities, valuing better than 3,000 more, she began to consider with herself, that she had not yet got money enough from him, and therefore would cast a figure for a far bigger booty, which that she might the more fairly effect, without so much as an imagination of the least mistrust. She would repay him baccy his 500 florins, to win from him a larger portion of 2,000 or 3,000 at the least, and having thus settled her determination, she sent to have him come speak with her. Saliletto, having Benny soundly bitten before, and therefore the better warranted from the like rankling teeth, willingly went to her, not showing any scene of former discontent. She, seeming as if she knew nothing of the wealth he brought with him, gracing him in as loving manner as ever she had done, thus she spake. I am sure, Saliletto, you are angry with me, because I restored not your florins at my promised day. Saliletto, smiling, presently answered, Believe me, lady, quoth he, it did a little distaste me, even as I could have been offended with him, that should pluck out my heart to bestow it on you, if it would yield you any contentment. But to let you know unfeignedly, how much I am incensed with anger against you. Such and so great is the affection I bear you, that I have sold the better part of my whole estate, converting the same into wealthy merchandises, which I have already brought hither with me, and valuing above 2,000 florins, all which are stored up in my magazine. There must they remain, till another ship come forth of the western parts, wherein I have a much greater adventure, amounting unto more than 3,000 florins. And my purpose is, to make my abode here in this city, which hath won the sole possession of my heart, only in regard of my buying Kaffir, to whom I am so entirely devoted, as both myself, and whatsoever else is mine now or hereafter is dedicated only to her service, whereto thus she replied. Now trust me, Saliletto, whatsoever redoundeth to thy good and benefit is the chiefest comfort of my soul. In regard I prize thy love dearer than mine own life, and am most joyful of thy return hither again, but much more of thy still abiding here, because I intend to live onely with thee, so soon as I have taken order for some business of import. In the meanwhile, let me entreat thee to hold me excused, because before thy departure hence, thou camest sometimes to see me, without thy entrance admitted, and otherwhiles again found not such friendly entertainment, as formerly had Benny afforded. But indeed, and above all the rest, in not repaying thy money according to my promise. But consider, good Saliletto, in what great trouble and affliction of mind I then was, both in regard of my brother's danger and other important occurrences beside, which molestations do much distract the senses and hinder kind courtesies, which otherwise would be extended liberally. Last of all, consider also how difficult a thing it is for a woman so sedanely to raise the sum of 1,000 golden florins, when one friend promiseth and performeth not, another protesteth, yet hath no such meaning, a third sweareth, and yet proveth a false liar, so that by being thus ungently used, a breach is made between the best friends living. From hence it proceeded, and no other defect else, that I made not due return of your 500 florins. No sooner were you departed hence, but I had them ready, and as many more, and could I have known whither to send them, they had Benny with you long time since, which because I could not by any means compass, I kept them still for you in continual readiness, as hoping of your coming hither again. So causing a purse to be brought, wherein the same florins were, which he had delivered her, she gave it into his hand, and prayed him to count them over, whether there were so many or no. Never was Saliletto's heart half so joyful before, and having counted them, found them to be his own 500 florins. Then, putting them up into his pocket, he said, Comfort of my life, full well I know that whatsoever you have said is most certain, but let us talk no more of falsehood in friendship, or casual accidents happening unexpected. You have dealt with me like a most loyal mistress, and here I protest unfeignedly to you, that as well in respect of this kind courtesy, as also the constancy of mine affection to you, you cannot request hereafter a far greater sum of me, to supply any necessary occasion of yours. But if my power can perform it, you shall assuredly find it certain. Make proof thereof whensoever you please, after my other goods are landed, and I have established my estate here in your city. Having in this manner renewed his wonted amity with her, and with words far enough off from all further meaning, Saliletto began again to frequent her company, she expressing all former familiarity, and showing herself as lavishly bountiful to him in all respects as before she had done, nay, many times in more magnificent manner. But he intending to punish her notorious treachery towards him, when she left him as an open scorn to the world, wounded with disgrace, and quite out of credit with all his friends, she having on a day solemnly invited him to souper and lodge in her house all night, he went, both with sad and melancholy looks, seeming as overcome with extremity of sorrow. Biancaphir, marveling at this strange alteration in him, sweetly kissing and embracing him, would needs know the reason of his passionate affliction, he permitting her to urge the question oftentimes together, without returning any direct answer, to quit her in her kind, and with coin of her own stamp, after a few dissembled sighs, he began in this manner. Ah, my dearest love, I am utterly undone, because the ship containing the rest of mine expected merchandises is taken by the pirates of Monago and put to the ransom of 10,000 florins of gold, and my part particularly is to pay 1,000. At this instant I am utterly destitute of money, because the 500 florins which I received of you I sent hence the next day a day following to Naples, to buy more clothes, which likewise are to be sent hither. And if I should now make sale of the merchandises in my magazine, the time of general utterance being not yet come, I shall not make a pennyworth for a penny. And my misfortune is the greater, because I am not so well known here in your city, as to find some succor in such an important distress, wherefore I know not what to do or say. Moreover, if the money be not speedily sent, our goods will be carried into Monago, and then they are past all redemption utterly. Biancaphir, appearing greatly discontented, as one verily persuaded that this pretended loss was rather hers than his, because she aimed at the mainest part of all his wealth, began to consider with herself which was the likeliest course to be taken for saving the goods from carriage to Monago. Whereupon thus she replied, Heaven knoweth, my dearest Salabetto, how thy love maketh me sorrowful for this misfortune, and it grieveth me to see thee any way distressed. For if I had money lying by me as many times I have thou shouldst find succor from myself only, but indeed I am not able to help thee. True it is, there is a friend of mine who did lend me 500 florins in my need, to make up the other sum which I borrowed of thee, but he demandeth extreme interest, because he will not abate anything of 30 in the 100, and if you should be forced to use him, you must give him some good security. Now for my part, the most of my goods here I will pawn for thee, but what pledge can you deliver in to make up the rest? Well did Salabetto conceive the occasion why she urged this motion, and was so diligent in doing him such a pleasure, for it appeared evidently to him that herself was to lend the money, whereof he was not a little joyful, seeming very thankful to hear. Then he told her that being driven to such extremity, how unreasonable soever the usury was, yet he would gladly pay for it. And for her friend's further security, he would pawn him all the goods in his magazine, entering them down in the name of the party who lent the money. Only he desired to keep the keys of the warehouse, as well to show his merchandises when any merchant should be so desirous, as also to preserve them from ill using, transporting, or changing before his redemption of them. She found no fault with his honest offer, but said he showed himself a well-meaning man, and the next morning she sent for a broker, in whom she reposed especial trust, and after they had privately consulted together, she delivered him 1,000 golden florins, which were carried by him presently to Salabetto, and the bond made in the broker's name, of all the goods remaining in Salabetto's warehouse, with composition and absolute agreement, for the prefixed time of the money's repayment. No sooner was this trick fully accomplished, but Salabetto, seeming as if he went to redeem his taken goods, set sail for Naples towards Pietro della Canigiano, with 1,500 florins of gold, from whence also he sent contentment to his master at Florence, who employed him as his factor at Palermo beside his own packs of clothes. He made repayment likewise to Canigiano for the moneys which furnished him in this last voyage, and any other to whom he was indebted. So there he stayed a while with Canigiano, whose counsel thus holp him to outreach the Sicilian courtesan, and meaning to deal in merchandise no more, afterward he returned to Florence, and there lived in good reputation. Now as concerning Biancaphir, when she saw that Salabetto returned not again to Palermo, she began to grow somewhat abashed, as half suspecting that which followed. After she had tarried for him above 2 months' space, and perceived he came not, nor any tidings heard of him, she caused the broker to break open the magazine, casting forth the buttes or barrels, which she believed to be full of good oils. But they were all filled with sea-water, each of them having a small quantity of oil floating on the top, only to serve when a trial should be made. And then unbinding the packs, made up in formal and merchantable manner, there was nothing else in them but logs and stumps of trees, wrapped handsomely in hurdles of hemp and tow, only two had clothes in them. So that, to be brief, the whole did not value 200 crowns, which when she saw, and observed how cunningly she was deceived, a long while after she sorrowed, for repaying Baccy the 500 florins, and folly in lending 1,000 more, using it as a proverb always. After to hear self, that whosoever dealt with a Tuscane had need to have found sight and judgment. So remaining contented whether she would or no with her loss, she plainly perceived that although she lived by cheating others, yet now at the length she had met with her match. So soon as Dionysius had ended his novel, Madame Lauretta also knew that the conclusion of her regiment was come, whereupon, when the Council of Canigiano had passed, with general commendation, and the wit of Salabetto no less applauded, for fitting it with such an effectual prosecution, she took the crown of laurel from her own head, and set it upon Madame Milies, speaking graciously in this manner: "Madam, I am not able to say how pleasant a queen we shall have of you, but sure I am that we shall enjoy a fair one. Let matters therefore be so honorably carried, that your government may be answerable to your beautiful perfections." Which words were no sooner delivered, but she sate down in her mounted seat. Madame Milia being somewhat bashful, not so much of here being created queen, as to hear herself thus publicly praised, with that which women do most of all desire, her face then appearing, like the opening of the damask rose, in the goodliest morning. But after she had a while dejected her looks, and the vermilion blush was vanished away, having taken order with the master of the household, for all needful occasions befitting the assembly, thus she began: "Gracious ladies, we behold it daily, that those oxen which have labored in the yoke most part of the day, for their more convenient feeding, are let forth at liberty, and permitted to wander abroad in the woods. We see, moreover, that gardens and orchards, being planted with variety of the fairest fruit trees, are equalled in beauty by woods and forests, in the plentiful enjoying of as goodly spreading branches. In consideration whereof, remembering how many days we have already spent under the severity of laws imposed shaping all our discourses to a form of observation, I am of opinion that it will not only well become us, but also prove beneficial for us, to live no longer under such restraint, and like enthralled people, desirous of liberty, we should no more be subjected to the yoke, but recover our former strength in walking freely. Wherefore, concerning our pastime purposed for tomorrow, I am not minded to use any restriction, or tie you unto any particular ordination, but rather do liberally grant, that every one shall devise and speak of arguments agreeing with your own dispositions. Besides, I am verily persuaded that variety of matter uttered so freely will be much more delightful than restraint to one kind of purpose only, which being thus granted by me, whosoever shall succeed me in the government may, as being of more power and preeminence, restrain all Baccy again to the accustomed laws." And having thus spoken, she dispensed with their any longer attendance, until it should be supper time. Every one commended the queen's appointment, allowing it to relish of good wit and judgment, and being all risen, fell to such exercises as they pleased. The ladies made nosegays and chaplets of flowers, the men played on their instruments, singing divers sweet ditties to them, and thus were busied until supper time. Which being come, and they supping about the beautiful fountains, after supper they fell to singing and dancing. In the end, the queen, to imitate the order of her predecessors, commanded Pamphilus that notwithstanding all the excellent songs formerly sung, he should now sing one, whereunto dutifully obeying, thus he began: "The song, the chorus sung by all. Love, I found such felicity, and joy in thy captivity, as I before did never prove, and thought me happy, being in love. Comfort abounding in my heart, joy and delight, in soul and sprite, I did possess in every part. O sovereigny, love by thee, thy sacred fires, fed my desires, and still aspires thy happy thrall to be. Love, I found such felicity, 100, my song wants power to relate. The sweets of mind, which I did find, in that most blissful state. O sovereigny, love by thee, No sad despair, or killing care, could me prepare. Still thou didst comfort me. Love, I found such felicity. 100. I hate all such as do complain, blaspheming thee with cruelty, and slights of coy disdain. O sovereigny love, to me thou hast been kind. If others find thee worse inclined, yet I will honor thee. Love, I found such felicity, and joy in thy captivity, as I before did never prove, but thought me happy, being in love. Thus the song of Pamphilus ended, whereto all the rest as a chorus answered with their voices, yet every one particularly according as they felt their lovesick passions made a curious construction thereof, perhaps more than they needed, yet not divining what Pamphilus intended. And although they were transported with variety of imaginations, yet none of them could arrive at his true meaning indeed. Wherefore the queen, perceiving the song to be fully ended, and the ladies, as also the young gentlemen, willing to go take their rest, she commanded them severally to their chambers. The end of the 8th day. The 9th day, whereon, under the government of Madame Milia, the argument of each several discourse is not limited to any one peculiar subject, but every one remaineth at liberty to speak of whatsoever themselves best pleaseth. The induction. Fair Aurora, from whose bright and cheerful looks the dusky dark night flieth as an utter enemy, had already reached so high as the 8th heaven, converting it all into an azure color, and the pretty flowrets began to spread open their leaves, when Madame Milia, being risen, caused all her female attendants, and the young gentlemen likewise, to be summoned for their personal appearance, who being all come, the queen leading the way, and they following her majestic pace, walked into a little wood, not far off distant from the palace. No sooner were they there arrived, but they beheld store of wilder beasts, as hinds, hares, goats, and such like, so safely secured from the pursuit of huntsmen by reason of the violent pestilence, then reigning that they stood gazing boldly at them, as dreadless of any danger, or as if they were become tame and domestic. Approaching nearer them, first to one, then unto another, as if they purposed to play gently with them, they then began to skip and run, making them such pastime with their pretty tripping, that they conceived great delight in beholding of them. But when they beheld the sun to exalt itself, it was thought convenient to return back again, shrouding themselves under the trees' spreading arms, their hands full of sweet flowers and odoriferous herbs, which they had gathered in their walking, so that such as chanced to meet them could say nothing else, but that death knew not by what means to conquer them, or else they had set down an absolute determination to kill him with their jovial disposition. In this manner, singing, dancing, or prettily prattling, at length they arrived at the palace, where they found all things readily prepared, and their servants duly attending for them. After they had reposed themselves a while, they would not as yet sit down at the table, until they had sung half a dozen of canzonets, some more pleasant than another, both the women and men together. Then they fell to washing hands, and the maester of the household caused them to sit down, according as the queen had appointed, and dinner was most sumptuously served in before them. Afterward, when the tables were withdrawn, they all took hands to dance a roundelay, which being done, they played on their instruments a while, and then such as so pleased took their rest. But when the accustomed hour was come, they all repaired to the place of discoursing, where the queen, looking on Madame Philomena, gave her the honor of beginning the first novel for that day, whereto she dutifully condescending, began as followeth. Madame Francesca, a widow of Pistoia, being affected by two Florentine gentlemen, the one named Ranuccio Palermini, and the other Alessandro Chiaramontesi, and she bearing no good will to either of them, ingeniously freed herself from both their importunate suites. One of them she caused to lie as dead in a grave, and the other to fetch him from thence, so neither of them, accomplishing what they were enjoined, failed of obtaining his hoped expectation. The first novel. Approving that chaste and honest women ought rather to deny importunate suitors by subtle and ingenious means, than fall into the danger of scandal and slander. Madame, it can no way discontent me seeing it is your most gracious pleasure that I should have the honor to break the first staff of freedom in this fair company, according to the injunction of your majesty, for liberty of our own best liking arguments. Wherein I dismay not if I can speak well enough, but to please you all as well as any other that is to follow me. Nor am I so oblivious, worthy ladies, but full well I remember that many times hath Benny related in our past demonstrations how mighty and variable the powers of love are, and yet I cannot be persuaded that they have all Benny so sufficiently spoken of, but something may be further added, and the bottom of them never dived into, although we should sit arguing a whole year together. And because it hath been already approved that lovers have Benny led into divers accidents, not only inevitable dangers of death, but also have entered into the very houses of the dead, thence to convey their amorous friends, I purpose to acquaint you with a novel, beside them which have Benny discoursed, whereby you may not only comprehend the power of love, but also the wisdom used by an honest gentlewoman to rid herself of two importunate suitors, who loved her against her own liking, yet neither of them knowing the other's affection. In the city of Pistoia there dwelt sometime a beautiful gentlewoman, being a widow, whom two of our Florentines, the one named Ranuccio Palermini, and the other Alessandro Chiaramontesi, having withdrawn themselves to Pistoia desperately affected, the one ignorant of the other's intention, but each carrying his case closely, as hoping to be possessed of her. This gentlewoman, named Madame Francesca de Lazzari, being often solicited by their messages, and troublesomely pestered with their importunities, at last less advisedly than she granted admittance to hear either of them speak, which she repenting, and coveting to be rid of them both, a matter not easy to be done, she wittily devised the only means, namely, to move such a motion to them, as neither would willingly undertake, yet within the compass of possibility. But they failing in the performance, she might have the more honest occasion to be free from all further molestation by them, and her politic intention was thus projected. On the same day, when she devised this piece of service, a man was buried in Pistoia, and in the churchyard belonging unto the Grey Friars, who being descended of good and worthy parentage, yet himself was very infamous, and reputed to be the vilest man living, not only there in Pistoia, but throughout the whole world beside. Moreover, while he lived, he had such a strange misshapen body, and his face so ugly deformed, that such as knew him not would stand ghastly affrighted at the first sight of him. In regard whereof, she considered with herself that the foul deformity of this loathed fellow would greatly avail in her determination, and consulting with her chambermaid, thus she spake. Thou knowest, my most true and faithful servant, what trouble and affliction of mind I suffer daily, by the messages and letters of the two Florentines, Ranuccio and Alessandro, how hateful their importunity is to me, as being utterly unwilling to hear them speak, or yield to anything which they desire. Wherefore, to free myself from them both together, I have devised in regard of their great and liberal offers to make trial of them in such a matter, as I am assured they will never perform. It is not unknown to thee, that in the churchyard of the Grey Friars, and this instant morning, Scannadio, for so was the ugly fellow named, was buried, of whom, when he was living, as also now being dead, both men, women, and children do yet stand in fear, so ghastly and dreadful always was his personal appearance to them. Wherefore, first of all go thou to Alessandro, and say to him thus: My mistress Francesca hath sent me to you, to tell you, that now the time is come, wherein you may deserve to enjoy her love, and gain the possession of her person, if you will accomplish such a motion as she maketh to you. For some especial occasion, wherewith hereafter you shall be better acquainted, a near kinsman of hers must needs have the body of Scannadio, who was buried this morning, brought to her house. And she, being as much afraid of him now he is dead, as when he was living, by no means would have his body brought thither. In which respect, as a token of your unfeigned love to her, and the latest service you shall ever do for her, she earnestly entreateth you that this night, in the very deadest time thereof, you would go to the grave, where Scannadio lieth yet uncovered with earth until tomorrow, and attiring yourself in his garments, even as if you were the man himself, so to remain there until her kinsman do come. Then, without speaking any one word, let him take you forth of the grave, Bring you thence instead of Scannadio to her house, where she will give you gentle welcome, and disappoint her kinsman in his hope, by making you lord of her, and all that is hers, as afterward shall plainly appear. If he say he will do it, it is as much as I desire. But if he trifle and make denial, then boldly tell him that he must refrain all places wheresoever I am, and forbear to send me any more letters or messages. Having done so, then repair to Ranuccio Palermini, and say, My mistress Francesca is ready to make acceptance of your love, provided that you will do one thing for her sake, namely, this ensuing night in the mid-stillest season thereof, to go to the grave where Scannadio was this morning buried, without making any noise or speaking one word, whatsoever you shall hear or see, to take him forth of the grave and bring him home to her house, where you shall know the reason of this strange business, and enjoy her freely as your own forever. But if he refuse to do it, then I command him never hereafter to see me, or move further sweet unto me by any means whatsoever. The chambermaid went to them both, and delivered the several messages from her mistress, according as she had given her in charge, whereunto each of them answered that they would for her sake not only descend into a grave, but also into hell, if it were her pleasure. She returning with this answer unto her mistress, Francesca remained in expectation what the issue of these fond attempts in them would sort unto. When night was come, and the middle hour thereof already past, Alessandro Chiaramontesi, having put off all other garments to his doublet and hose, departed secretly from his lodging, walking towards the churchyard, where Scannadio lay in his grave. But by the way as he went, he became surprised with divers dreadful conceits and imaginations, and questioned with himself thus, What a beast am I? What a business have I undertaken? And whither am I going? What do I know, but that the kinsman unto this woman, perhaps understanding mine affection to her, and crediting some such matter as is nothing so, hath laid this politic train for me, that he may murder me in the grave, which if it should so happen my life is lost, and yet the occasion never known whereby it was done. Or what know I, whether some secret enemy of mine affecting her in like manner, as I do have devised this stratagem out of malice against me, to draw my life in danger, and further his own good fortune. Then, contrary motions, overswaying these suspicions, he questioned his thoughts in another nature. Let me, quoth he, admit the case, that none of these surmises are intended, but her kinsman by, and in this manner devised, must bring me into her house. I am not therefore persuaded that he or they do covet to have the body of Scannadio, either to carry it thither, or present it to her, but rather do aim at some other end. May not I conjecture that my close murthering is purposed, and this way acted, as on him that in his lifetime had offended them? The maid hath straitly charged me, that whatsoever is said or done unto me, I am not to speak a word. What if they pull out mine eyes, tear out my teeth, cut off my hands, or do me any other mischief? Where am I then? Shall all these extremities bar me of speaking? On the other side, if I speak, then I shall be known, and so much the sooner perhaps be abused. But admit that I sustain no injury at all, as being guilty of no transgression. Yet perchance I shall not be carried to her house, but to some other baser place, and afterward she shall reprove me that I did not accomplish what she commanded, and so all my labor is utterly lost. Perplexed with these various contradicting opinions, he was willing divers times to turn home baccy again, yet such was the violence of his love, and the power thereof prevailing against all sinister arguments, as he went to the grave, and removing the boards covering it, whereinto he entered, and having despoiled Scannadio of his garments, clothed himself with them, so laid him down, having first covered the grave again. Not long had he tarried there, but he began to bethink him what manner of man Scannadio was, and what strange reports had been noised of him, not only for ransacking dead men's graves in the night season, but many other abominable villainies committed by him, which so fearfully assaulted him, that his hair stood on end, every member of him quaked, and every minute he imagined Scannadio rising, with intent to strangle him in the grave. But his fervent affection, overcoming all these idle fears, and lying stone still, as if he had been the dead man indeed, he remained to see the end of his hope. On the contrary side, after midnight was past, Ranuccio Palermini departed from his lodging, to do what he was enjoined by his heart's mistress, and as he went along, divers considerations also ran in his mind concerning occasions possible to happen, as falling into the hands of justice, with the body of Scannadio upon his backy, and being condemned for sacrilege in robbing graves of the dead, either to be burned or otherwise so punished as might make him hateful to his best friends and merely a shame to himself. Many other the like conceits molested him, sufficient to alter his former determination, but affection was much more prevailing in him, and made him use this consultation. How now, Ranuccio, wilt thou dare to deny the first request, being moved to thee by a gentlewoman whom thou dearly lovest, and is the only means whereby to gain assurance of her gracious favor? Undoubtedly, were I sure to die in the attempt, yet I will accomplish my promise. And so he went on with courage to the grave. Alessandro, hearing his arrival, and also the removal of the boards, although he was exceedingly afraid, yet he lay quietly still, and stirred not, and Ranuccio, being in the grave, took Alessandro by the feet, haling him forth, and mounting him up in his back he went on thus loaden towards the house of Madame Francesca. As he passed along the streets, unseen or unmet by any, Alessandro suffered many shrewd rushings and punches, by turnings at the street's corners, and jolting against bulks, posts, and stalls, which Ranuccio could not evade, in regard the night was so wonderfully dark, as he could not see which way he went. Being come somewhat near to the gentlewoman's house, and she standing ready in the window with her maid, to see when Ranuccio should arrive there with Alessandro, provided also of an apt excuse, to send them thence like a couple of coxcombs. It fortuned that the watchman, attending there in the same street, for the apprehension of a banished man, stalny into the city contrary to order, hearing the trampling of Ranuccio's feet, directed their course as they heard the noise, having their lanthorn and light closely covered, to see who it should be, and what he intended, and beating their weapons against the ground, demanded, "Who goes there?" Ranuccio, knowing their voices, and that now was no time for any long deliberation, let fall Alessandro, and ran away as fast as his legs could carry him. Alessandro, being risen again, although he was clothed in Scannadio's garments, which were long and too big for him, fled away also as Ranuccio 999. All which Madame Francesca easily discerned by help of the watchman's lanthorn, and how Ranuccio carried Alessandro on his backy, being attired in the garments of Scannadio, whereat she marvelled not a little, as also the great boldness of them both. But in the midst of her marvelling, she laughed very heartily, when she saw the one let the other fall, and both to run away so manfully, which accident pleasing her beyond all comparison, and applauding her good fortune to be so happily delivered from their daily molestation, she betook herself to hear chamber with the maid, avouching solemnly to her that questionless they both affected her dearly, having undertaken such a strong imposition, and very near brought it to a final conclusion. Ranuccio, being sadly discontented, and cursing his hard fortune, would not yet return home to his lodging, but, when the watch was gone forth of that street, came backy to the place where he let fall Alessandro, purposing to accomplish the rest of his enterprise. But not finding the body, and remaining fully persuaded that the watchmen were possessed thereof, he went away, grieving extremely, and Alessandro, not knowing now what should become of him, confounded with the like grief and sorrow that all his hope was thus utterly overthrown, retired thence unto his own house, not knowing who was the porter which carried him. The next morning, the grave of Scannadio being found open, the body not in it, because Alessandro had thrown it into a deep ditch near adjoining. All the people of Pistoia were possessed with sundry opinions, some of the more foolish sort verily believing that the devil had carried away the dead body. Nevertheless, each of the lovers severally made known to Madame Francesca what he had done, and how disappointed, either excusing himself, that though her command had not been fully accomplished, yet to continue her favor towards him. But she, like a wise and discreet gentlewoman, seeming not to credit either the one or other, discharged herself honestly of them both, with a cutting answer, that she would never afterward expect any other service from them, because they had failed in their first injunction. Madame Usimbalda, lady abbess of a monastery of nuns in Lombardy, arising hastily in the night time without a candle, to take one of her daughter nuns in bed with a young gentleman, whereof she was enviously accused by certain of her other sisters, the abbess herself being at the same time in bed, with a priest imagining to have put on her head her plaited veil, put on the priest's breeches, which when the poor nun perceived, by causing the abbess to see her own error, she got herself to be absolved, and had the freer liberty afterward to be more familiar with her friend than formerly she had been. The second novel, whereby is declared that whosoever is desirous to reprehend sin in other men should first examine himself, that he be not guilty of the same crime. By this time Madame Philomena sate silent, and the wit of Francesca, in freeing herself from them whom she could not fancy, was generally commended. As also, on the contrary, the bold presumption of the two amorous suitors was reputed not to be love, but merely folly. And then the Queen, with a gracious admonition, gave way for Madame Eliza to follow next, who presently thus began. Worthy ladies, Madame Francesca delivered herself discreetly from trouble, as already hath been related. But a young nun, by the help and favour of fortune, did also free herself, in speaking advisedly, from an inconvenience suddenly falling on her. And as you well know, there wants none of them, who like bold Bayards will be very forward in checking other men's misdemeanours, when themselves, as my novel will approve, deserve more justly to be corrected. As happened to a lady abbess, under whose government the same young nun was, of whom I am now to speak. You are then to understand, gracious auditors, that in Lombardy there was a goodly monastery, very famous for holiness and religion, where, among other sanctified sisters, there was a young gentlewoman, endued with very singular beauty, being named Isabella, who on a day, when a kinsman of hers came to see her at the grate, became enamored of a young gentleman, being then in his company. He likewise, beholding her to be so admirably beautiful, conceiving by the pretty glances of her eye that they appeared to be silent intelligencers of the heart's meaning, grew also as affectionately inclined towards her, and this mutual love continued, thus concealed a long while, but not without great affliction unto them both. In the end, either of them being circumspect and provident enough, the gentleman contrived a means, whereby he might secretly visit his nun, wherewith she seemed no way discontented, and this visitation was not for once or twice, but very often, and closely concealed to themselves. At length it came to pass, that either through their own indiscreet carriage, or jealous suspicion in some others, it was espied by one of the sisters, both the gentleman's coming and departing, yet unknown to him or Isabella. The said sister, disclosing the same to 2 or 3 more, they agreed together to reveal it to the lady abbess, who was named Madame Usimbalda, a holy and devout lady, in common opinion of all the nuns, and whosoever else knew her. They further concluded, because Isabella should not deny their accusation, to contrive the business so cunningly, that the lady abbess should come herself in person, and take the young gentleman in bed with the nun. And upon this determination, they agreed to watch nightly by turns, because by no means they wold be prevented, so to surprise poor Isabella, who being ignorant of their treachery, suspected nothing. Presuming thus still on this secret felicity, and fearing no disaster to befall her, it chanced on a night that the young gentleman being entered into the nun's daughter, the scouts had disgraced him, intended to be revenged on her. After some part of the night was overpast, they divided themselves into 2 bands, one to guard Isabella's daughter door, the other to carry news to the abbess, and knocking at her closet door, said, "Rise quickly, madame, and use all the haste you may, for we have seen a man enter our sister Isabella's daughter, and you may take her in bed with him." The lady abbess, who the very same night had the company of a lusty priest in bed with herself, as oftentimes before she had, and he being always brought thither in a chest, hearing these tidings, and fearing also, lest the nuns' hasty knocking at her door might cause it to fly open, and so by their entrance have her own shame discovered, arose very hastily, and thinking she had put on her plaited veil, which always she walked with in the night season, and used to term her psalter, she put the priest's breeches upon her head, and so went away in all haste with them, supposing them verily to be her psalter, but making fast the closet door with her key, because the priest should not be discovered. Away she went in all haste with the sisters, who were so forward in the detection of poor Isabella, as they never regarded what manner of veil the lady abbess wore on her head. And being come to the daughter door, quickly they lifted it off from the hooks, and being entered, found the 2 lovers sweetly embracing. but yet so amazed at this sudden surprisal as they durst not stir, nor speak one word. The young nun Isabella was raised forthwith by the other sisters, and according as the abbess had commanded, was brought by them into the chapter house, the young gentleman remaining still in the chamber, where he put on his garments, awaiting to see the issue of this business, and verily intending to act severe revenge on his betrayers, if any harm were done to Isabella, and afterward to take her thence away with him, as meaning to make her amends by marriage. The abbess being seated in the chapter house, and all the other nuns then called before her, who minded nothing else but the poor offending sister, she began to give her very harsh and vile speeches, as never any transgressors suffered the like, and as to her, who had, if it should be openly known abroad, contaminated by her lewd life and actions the sanctity and good renown of the whole monastery, and threatened her with very severe chastisement. Poor Isabella, confounded with fear and shame, as being no way able to excuse her fault, knew not what answer to make, but standing silent, made her case compassionable to all the rest, even those hard-hearted sisters which betrayed her. And the abbess still continuing her harsh speeches, it fortuned that Isabella, raising her head, which before she dejected into her bosom, espied the breeches on her head, with the stockings hanging on either side of her, the sight whereof did so much encourage her, that boldly she said, "Madam, let a poor offender advise you for to mend your veil, and afterwards say to me what you will." The abbess being very angry, and not understanding what she meant, frowningly answered, "Why, how now, saucy companion, what veil are you prating of? Are you so malapert to be chatting already? Is the deed you have done to be answered in such immodest manner?" Isabella, not a jot daunted by her stern behavior, once again said, "Good madam, let me persuade you to set your veil right, and then chide me as long as you will." At these words, all the rest of the nuns exalted their looks, to behold what veil the abbess wore on her head, wherewith Isabella should find such fault, and she herself lift up her hand to feel it, and then they all perceived plainly the reason of Isabella's speeches, and the abbess saw her own error. Hereupon, when the rest observed that she had no help to cloud this palpable shame withal, the tide began to turn, and here tongue found another manner of language, than her former fury to poor Isabella, growing to this conclusion, that it is impossible to resist against the temptations of the flesh, and therefore she said, "Let all of you take occasion, according as it offereth itself, as both we and our predecessors have done, to be provident for yourselves, take time while you may, having this sentence always in remembrance, si non cast, tamen caught." So having granted the young nun Isabella free absolution, the lady abbess returned back again to bed to the priest, and Isabella to the gentleman. As for the other sisters, who as yet were without the benefit of friends, they intended to provide themselves so soon as they could, being induced thereto by so good example. Master Simon the physician, by the persuasions of Bruno, Buffalmacco, and a third companion named Nello, made Calandrino to believe that he was conceived great with child, and having physic ministered to him for the disease, they got both good fat capons and money of him, and so cured him, without any other manner of deliverance. The third novel, discovering the simplicity of some silly-witted men, and how easy a matter it is to abuse and beguile them. After that Madame Eliza had concluded her novel, and every one of the company given thanks to fortune for delivering poor Isabella, the fair young nun, from the bitter reprehensions of the as faulty abbess, as also the malice of her envious sisters, the queen gave command unto Philostratus that he should be the next in order, and he, without expecting any other warning, began in this manner. "Fair ladies, the paltry judge of the marquisate, whereof yesterday I made relation to you, hindered me then of another novel, concerning silly Calandrino, wherewith I purpose now to acquaint you, and because whatsoever hath already been spoken of him tended to no other end but matter of merriment, he and his companions duly considered, the novel which I shall now report keepeth within the self-asame compass, and aimeth also at your contentment, according to the scope of imposed variety. You have already heard what manner of man Calandrino was, and likewise the rest of his pleasant companions, who likewise are now agging to be remembered, because they are actors in our present discourse. It came so to pass that an aunt of Calandrino's dying left him a legacy of 200 florins, wherewith he purposed to purchase some small farmhouse in the country, or else to enlarge the other, whereof he was possessed already. And as if he were to disburse some 10,000 florins, there was not a broker in all Florence, but understood what he intended to do, and all the worst was, that the strings of his purse could stretch no higher. Bruno and Buffalmacco, his ancient confederates, who heard of this good fortune befalling him, advised him in such manner as they were wont to do, allowing it much better for him to make merry with the money in good cheer among them, than to lay it out in paltry land, whereto he would not by any means listen, but rid himself of them with a dinner's cost, as loath to be at any further charge with them. These merry lads meant not to leave him so, but sitting one day in serious consultation, and a third man in their company, named Nello, they all three laid their brains in steep, by what means to wash their mouths well, and Calandrino to be at the cost thereof. And having resolved what was to be done, they met together the next morning, even as Calandrino was coming forth of his house, and sundering themselves to avoid all suspicion, yet being not far distant each from other. Nello first met him, and said unto him, Good morrow, Calandrino, which he requited back again with the same salutation. But then Nello, standing still, looked him steadfastly in the face, whereat Calandrino merviling said, Nello, why dost thou behold me so advisedly? Whereunto Nello answered, saying, Hast thou felt any pain this last night past? Thou lookest nothing so well as thou didst yesterday. Calandrino began instantly to wax doubtful, and replied thus, Dost thou see any alteration in my face, whereby to imagine I should feel some pain? In good faith, Calandrino, quoth Nello, methinks thy countenance is strangely changed, and surely it proceedeth from some great cause, and so he departed away from him. Calandrino, being very mistrustful, scratched his head, yet felt he no grievance at all, and going still on. Buffalmacco suddenly encountered him upon his departure from Nello, and after salutations passing between them, in a manner of admiration, demanded what he ailed. Truly, quoth Calandrino, well enough to mine own thinking, yet notwithstanding, I met with Nello but even now, and he told me that my countenance was very much altered. Is it possible that I should be sick, and feel no pain or distaste in any part of me? Buffalmacco answered, I am not so skillful in judgment as to argue on the nature of distemper in the body, but sure I am that thou hast some dangerous inward impediment, because thou lookst almost like a man more than half dead. Calandrino began presently to shake, as if he had had a fever hanging on him, and then came Bruno looking fearfully on him, and before he would utter any words, seemed greatly to bemoan him, saying at length, Calandrino, art thou the same man, or no? How wonderfully art thou changed since last I saw thee, which is no longer than yesterday. I pray thee tell me, how doest thou feel thy health? Calandrino, hearing that they all agreed in one opinion of him, he began verily to persuade himself that some sodden sickness had seized upon him, which they could discern, although he felt no anguish at all, and therefore, like a man much perplexed in mind, demanded of them what he should do. Believe me, Calandrino, answered Bruno, if I were worthy to give thee counsel, thou shouldst return home presently to thy house, and lay thee down in thy warm bed, covered with so many clothes as thou canst well endure. Then tomorrow morning send thy water unto learned Maester Doctor the physician, who, as thou knowest, is a man of most singular skill and experience. He will instruct thee presently what is the best course to be taken, and we that have ever been thy loving friends will not fail thee in anything that lieth in our power. By this time, Nello being come again unto them, they all returned home with Calandrino unto his own house, whereinto he entering very faintly, he said to his wife, Woman, make my bed presently ready, for I feel myself to be grown extremely sick, and see that thou layest clothes eno upon me. Being thus laid in his bed, they left him for that night, and returned to visit him again the very next morning, by which time he had made a reservation of his water, and sent it by a young damosel unto Maester Doctor, who dwelt then in the oldie market place, at the scene of the musk melon. Then said Bruno unto his companions, Abide you here to keep him company, and I will walk along to the physician, to understand what he will say, and if need be, I can procure him to come hither with me. Calandrino very kindly accepted his offer, saying withal, Well, Bruno, thou shewest thyself a friend in the time of necessity. I pray thee know of him, how the case stands with me, for I feel a very strange alteration within me, far beyond all compass of my conceit. Bruno being gone to the physician, he made such expedition that he arrived there before the damozel, who carried the water, and informed Master Simon with the whole trick intended. Wherefore, when the damozel was come, and he had passed his judgment concerning the water, he said to her, Maid, go home again, and tell Calandrino that he must keep himself very warm, and I myself will instantly be with him to instruct him further in the quality of his sickness. The damozel delivered her message accordingly, and it was not long before Master Dr. Simon came, with Bruno also in his company, and sitting down on the bedside by Calandrino, he began to taste his pulse, and within a small while after, his wife being come into the chamber, he said, Observe me well, Calandrino, for I speak to thee in the nature of a true friend. Thou hast no other disease, but only thou art great with child. So soon as Calandrino heard these words, in despairing manner he began to rage, and cry out aloud, saying to his wife, Ah, thou wicked woman, this is long of thee, and thou hast done me this mischief, for always thou wilt be upon me, ever railing at me and fighting, until thou hast got me under thee. Say, thou devilish creature, do I not tell thee true? The woman, being of very honest and civil conversation, hearing her husband speak so foolishly, blushing with shame and hanging down her head in bashful manner, without returning any answer, went forth of her chamber. Calandrino, continuing still in his angry humor, wringing his hands and beating them upon his breast, said, Wretched man that I am, what shall I do? How shall I be delivered of this child? Which way can it come from me into the world? I plainly perceive that I am none other than a dead man, and all through the wickedness of my wife. Heaven plague her with as many mischiefs, as I am desirous to find ease. Were I now in as good health as heretofore I have been, I would rise out of my bed and never cease beating her until I had broken her in 1,000 pieces. But if fortune will be so favorable to me as to help me out of this dangerous agony, hang me, if ever she get me under her again, or make me such an essay in having the mastery over me as divers times she hath done. Bruno, Buffalmacco, and Nello, hearing these raving speeches of Calandrino, were swallowly so big with laughter, as if their ribs would have burst in sunder. Nevertheless, they abstained so well as they were able, but Dr. Simon gaped so wide with laughing as one might easily have plucked out all his teeth. In the end, because he could tarry there no longer, but was preparing to depart, Calandrino thanked him for his pains, requesting that he would be careful of him in aiding him with his best advice and counsel, and he would not be unmindful of him. Honest neighbor Calandrino, answered the physician, I would not have you to torment yourself in such an impatient and tempestuous manner, because I perceive the time so to hasten on, as we shall soon perceive, and that within very few days space your health well restored, and without the sense of much pain, but indeed it will cost expenses. Alas, sir, said Calandrino, make not any spare of my purse, to procure that I may have safe deliverance. I have 200 florins, lately foundly to me by the death of mine aunt, wherewith I intended to purchase a farm in the country, take them all if need be, only reserving some few for my lying in childbed. And then, Master Doctor, alas, I know not how to behave myself, for I have heard the grievous complaint of women in that case, oppressed with bitter pangs and throes, as questionless they will be my death, except you have the greater care of me. Be of good cheer, neighbor Calandrino, replied Dr. Simon, I will provide an excellent distilled drink for you, marvelously pleasing in taste, and of sovereign virtue, which will resolve all in 3 mornings, making you as whole and as sound as a fish newly spawned. But you must have an especial care afterward, being providently wise, lest you fall into the like follies again. Concerning the preparation of this precious drink, 6 of capons, the very fairest and fattest, I must make use of in the distillation. What other things shall be employed beside, you may deliver 40 florins to one of these your honest friends, to see all the necessaries bought, and sent me home to my house. Concerning my business, make you no doubt thereof, for I will have all distilled against tomorrow, and then do you drink a great glassful every morning, fresh and fasting next your heart. Calandrino was highly pleased with his words, returning Master Doctor infinite thanks, and referring all to his disposing. And having given 40 florins to Bruno, with other money beside, to buy the 6 of capons, he thought himself greatly beholding to them all, and protested to requite their kindness. Master Doctor, being gone home to his house, made ready a bottle of very excellent hippocras, which he sent the next day according to his promise. And Bruno, having bought the capons, with other junkets, fit for the turn, the physician and his merry companions fed on them heartily for the giver's sake. As for Calandrino, he liked his diet drink excellently well, quaffing a large glassful off 3 mornings together. Afterward Master Doctor and the rest came to see him, and having felt his pulse, the physician said, "Calandrino, thou art now as sound in health as any man in all Florence can be. Thou needest not to keep within doors any longer, but walk abroad boldly, for all is well and the child gone." Calandrino arose like a joyful old man and walked daily through the streets, in the performance of such affairs as belonged to him. And every acquaintance he met withal, he told the condition of his sudden sickness, and what a rare cure Master Dr. Simon had wrought on him, delivering him in 3 days' space of a child, and without the feeling of any pain. Bruno, Buffalmacco, and Nello were not a little jocund for meeting so well with covetous Calandrino, but how the wife liked the folly of her husband, I leave to the judgment of all good women. Francesco Fortarigo played away all that he had at Buonconvento, and likewise the money of Francesco Anieliro, being his master. Then running after him in his shirt, and avouching that he had robbed him, he caused him to be taken by peasants of the country, clothed himself in his master's wearing garments, and mounted on his horse rode thence to Siena, leaving Anieliro in his shirt, and walked barefooted. The 4th novel, serving as an admonition to all men for taking gamesters and drunkards into their service. The ridiculous words given by Calandrino to his wife, all the whole company heartily laughed at, but Philostratus ceasing, Madame Nephila, as it pleased the queen to appoint, began to speak thus: "Virtuous ladies, if it were not more hard and uneasy for men to make good their understanding and virtue, than apparent publication of their disgrace and folly, many would not labor in vain to curb in their idle speeches with a bridle, as you have manifestly observed by the weak wit of Calandrino, who needed no such fantastic circumstance to cure the strange disease which he imagined by sottish persuasions to have, had he not been so lavish of his tongue, and accused his wife of overmastering him, which maketh me remember a novel, quite contrary to this last related, namely, how one man may strive to surmount another in malice, yet he to sustain the greater harm that had at the first the most advantage of his enemy, as I will presently declare unto you. There dwelt in Siena, and not many years since, 2 young men of equal age, both of them bearing the name of Francesco, but the one was descended of the Anieliri, and the other likewise of the Fortarigi, so that they were commonly called Anieliro and Fortarigo, both gentlemen and well derived. Now, although in many other matters their complexions did differ very much, yet notwithstanding they varied not in one bad quality, namely too great neglect of their fathers, which caused their more frequent conversation as very familiar and respective friends. But Anieliro, being a very goodly and fair-conditioned young gentleman, apparently perceiving that he could not maintain himself at Siena in such a state as he liked, and upon the pension allowed him by his father, hearing also that at the Marquisate of Ancona there lived the Pope's legate, a worthy cardinal, his much endeared good lord and friend, he intended to go visit him, as hoping to advance his fortunes by him. Having acquainted his father with this determination, he concluded with him to have that from him in a moment which might supply his wants for many months, because he would be clothed gallantly and mounted honorably. And seeking for a servant necessary to attend on him, it chanced that Fortarigo, hearing thereof, came presently to Anieliro, entreating him in the best manner he could to let him wait on him as his serving man, promising both dutiful and diligent attendance, yet not to demand any other wages, but only payment of his ordinary expenses. Anieliro made him answer that he durst not give him entertainment, not in regard of his insufficiency and unaptness for service, but because he was a great gamester, and divers times would be beastly drunk, whereto Fortarigo replied that he would refrain from both those foul vices, and addict all his endeavor wholly to please him, without just taxation of any gross error, making such solemn vows and protestations beside, as conquered Anieliro and won his consent. Being entered upon his journey, and arriving in a morning at Buonconvento, There Anieliro determined to dine, and afterward, finding the heat to be unfit for travail, he caused a bed to be prepared, wherein being laid to rest by the help of Fortarigo, he gave him charge, that after the heat's violence was overpast, he should not fail to call and awake him. While Anieliro slept thus in his bed, Fortarigo, never remembering his solemn vows and promises, went to the tavern, where having drunk indifferently, and finding company fit for the purpose, he fell to play at the dice with them. In a very short while, he had not only lost his money, but all the clothes on his baccy likewise, and coveting to recover his losses again. Naked in his shirt, he went to Anieliro's chamber, where finding him yet soundly sleeping, he took all the money he had in his purse, and then returned baccy to play, speeding in the same manner as he did before, not having one poor penny left him. Anieliro, chancing to awake, arose and made him ready, without any servant to help him. Then calling for Fortarigo, and not hearing any tidings of him, he began immediately to imagine that he was become drunk, and so had foully asleep in one place or other, as very often he was wont to do. Wherefore, determining so to leave him, he caused the mail and saddle to be set on his horse, so to furnish himself with a more honest servant at Corsignano. But when he came to pay his host, he found not any penny left him, whereupon as well he might he grew greatly offended, and raised much trouble in the house, charged the host's people to have robbed him, and threatening to have them sent as prisoners to Siena, suddenly entered Fortarigo in his shirt, with intent to have stolen Anieliro's garments, as formerly he did the money out of his purse, and seeing him ready to mount on horseback, he said, "How now, Anieliro, what shall we go away so soon? I pray you, sir, tarry a little while, for an honest man is coming hither, who hath my doublet engaged for 38 shillings, and I am sure that he will restore it me back for 35, if I could presently pay him down the money." During the speeches, another entered among them, who assured Anieliro that Fortarigo was the thief which robbed him of his money, showing him also how much he had lost at the dice, wherewith Anieliro, being much moved, very angrily reproved Fortarigo, and but for fear of the law would have offered him outrage, threatening to have him hanged by the neck, or else condemned to the galleys belonging to Florence, and so mounted on his horse. Fortarigo making show to the standers by, as if Anieliro menaced some other body, and not him, said, "Come, Anieliro, I pray thee let us leave this frivolous prating, for indeed it is not worth a button, and mind a matter of more importance. My doublet will be had again for 35 shillings, if the money may be tendered down at this very instant, whereas if we defer it till tomorrow, perhaps he will then have the whole 38 which he lent me, and he doth me this pleasure, because I am ready at another time to afford him the like courtesy. Why then should we lose 3 shillings, when they may so easily be saved?" Anieliro, hearing him speak in such confused manner, and perceiving also that they which stood gazing by, believed as by their looks appeared that Fortarigo had not played away his master's money at the dice, but rather that he had some stock of Fortarigo's in his custody, angrily answered, "Thou saucy companion, what have I to do with thy doublet? I would thou wert hanged, not only for playing away my money, but also by delaying thus my journey, and yet boldly thou standest out facing me, as if I were no better than thy fellow." Fortarigo held on still his former behavior, without using any respect or reverence to Anieliro, as if all the accusations did not concern him, but saying, "Why should we not take the advantage of 3 shillings profit? Thinkest thou that I am not able to do as much for thee? Why lay out so much money for my sake, and make no more haste than needs we must, because we have daylight enough to bring us before night to Tornero? Come, draw thy purse and pay the money, for upon mine honest word, I may inquire throughout all Siena, and yet not find such another doublet as this of mine is. To say then that I should leave it, where it now lieth pawned, and for 38 shillings, when it is richly more worth than 50, I am sure to suffer a double endamagement thereby." You may well imagine that Anieliro was now enraged beyond all patience, to see himself both robbed of his money and overborne with presumptuous language, wherefore, without making any more replications, he gave the spur to his horse, and rode away towards Tornero. Now fell Fortarigo into a more knavish intention against Anieliro, and being very speedy in running, followed apace after him in his shirt, crying out still aloud to him all the way, to let him have his doublet again. Anieliro riding on very fast, to free his ears from this idle importunity, it fortuned that Fortarigo espied divers country peasants, laboring in the fields about their business, and by whom Anieliro of necessity must pass. To them he cried out so loud as he could, "Stay the thief, stop the thief, he rides away so fast, having robbed me." They being provided, some with pronges, pitchforks and spades, and others with the like weapons fit for husbandry, stepped into the way before Anieliro, and believing undoubtedly that he had robbed the man which pursued him in his shirt, stayed and apprehended him. Whatsoever Anieliro could do or say, prevailed not anything with the unmannerly clowns, but when Fortarigo was arrived among them, he braved Anieliro most impudently, saying, "What reason have I to spoil thy life, thou traitorous villain, to rob and spoil thy master thus on the highway?" Then turning to the country boors, "How much, dear friends," quoth he, "am I beholding to you for this unexpected kindness? You behold in what manner he left me in my lodging, having first played away all my money at the dice, and then deceiving me of my horse and garments also. But had not you by great good luck thus helped me to stay him, a poor gentleman had been undone for ever, and I should never have found him again." Anieliro avouched the truth of his wrong received, but the base peasants, giving credit only to Fortarigo's lying exclamations, took him from his horse, despoiled him of all his wearing apparel, even to the very boots from off his legs, suffered him to ride away from him in that manner, and Anieliro left so in his shirt, to dance a barefoot galliard after him, either towards Siena or any place else. Thus Anieliro, purposing to visit his cousin the cardinal like a gallant, and at the marquisate of Ancona, returned back he poorly in his shirt unto Buonconvento, and durst not for shame repair to Siena. In the end, he borrowed money on the other horse which Fortarigo rode on, and remained there in the Inni, whence riding to Corsignano, where he had divers kinsmen and friends, he continued there so long with them, till he was better furnished from his father. Thus you may perceive that the cunning villainies of Fortarigo hindered the honest intended enterprise of Anieliro, howbeit in fit time and place, nothing afterward was left unpunished. Calandrino became extraordinarily enamored of a young damozel named Nicoletta. Bruno prepared a charm or writing for him, avouching constantly to him that so soon as he touched the damozel therewith, she should follow him whithersoever he would have her. She being gone to an appointed place with him, he was found there by his wife, and dealt withal according to his deserving. The fifth novel. In just reprehension of those vain-headed fools that are led and governed by idle persuasions. Because the novel reported by Madame Nifila was so soon concluded, without much laughter or commendation of the whole company, the Queen turned herself towards Madame Fiammetta, enjoining her to succeed in apt order. She being as ready as sedanely commanded, began as followeth. "Most gentle ladies, I am persuaded of your opinion in judgment with mine, that there is not anything which can be spoken pleasingly, except it be conveniently suited with apt time and place. In which respect, when ladies and gentlewomen are bent to discoursing, the due election of them both are necessarily required. And therefore I am not unmindful that our meeting here aiming at nothing more than to outwear the time with our general contentment should tie us to the course of our pleasure and recreation, to the same conveniency of time and place, not sparing, though some have been nominated oftentimes in our past arguments. Yet, if occasion serve, and the nature of variety be well considered, we may speak of the selfsame persons again. Now, notwithstanding the actions of Calandrino have been indifferently canvassed among us, yet, remembering what Philostratus not long since said, that they intended to nothing more than matter of mirth, I presume the boldlier to report another novel of him beside them already past. And were I willing to conceal the truth and clothe it in more circumstantial manner, I could make use of contrary names and paint it in a poetical fiction, perhaps more probable, though not so pleasing. But because wandering from the truth of things doth much diminish in relation the delight of the hearers, I will build boldly on my fore-alleged reason and tell you truly how it happened. Niccolò Cornicchini was once a citizen of ours, and a man of great wealth, who, among other his rich possessions in Camerata, builded there a very goodly house, which being perfected ready for painting, he compounded with Bruno and Buffalmacco, who, because their work required more help than their own, they drew Nello and Calandrino into their association and began to proceed in their business. And because there was a chamber or two, having old immovables in them, as bedding, tables, and other household stuff beside, which were in the custody of an old woman that kept the house, without the help of any other servants else, a son unto the said Nicolo, being named Filippo, resorted thither divers times, with one or other pretty damosel in his company in regard he was unmarried, where he would abide a day or two with her, then convey her home again. At one time among the rest, it chanced that he brought a damosel thither named Nicoletta, who was maintained by a wily companion, called Magione, in a dwelling which he had at Camaldoli, and indeed no honester than she should be. She was a very beautiful young woman, wearing garments of great value, and according to her quality well spoken, and of commendable carriage. Coming forth of her chamber one day, covered with a white veil, because her hair hung loose about her, which she went to wash at a well in the middle court, bathing there also her face and hands, Calandrino, going by chance to the same well for water, gave her a secret salutation. She, kindly returning the like courtesy to him, began to observe him advisedly, more because he looked like a man newly come thither than any handsomeness she perceived in him. Calandrino threw wanton glances at her, and seeing she was both fair and lovely, began to find some occasion of tarrying, so that he returned not with water to his other associates, yet neither knowing her or daring to deliver one word. She, who was not to learn her lesson in alluring, noting what affectionate regards with bashfulness he gave her, answered him more boldly with the like, but merely in scorning manner, breathing forth divers dissembled sighs among them, so that Calandrino became foolishly inveigled with her love, and would not depart out of the court, until Filippo, standing above in his chamber window, called her thence. When Calandrino was returned back to his business, he could do nothing else, but shake the head, sigh, puff, and blow, which being observed by Bruno, who always fitted him according to his folly, as making a mere mockery of his very best behavior sedanely. He said, "Why, how now, Calandrino? Sigh, puff, and blow, man, what may be the reason of these unwonted qualities?" Calandrino immediately answered, saying, "My friendly companion Bruno, if I had one to lend me a little help, I should very quickly become well enough." "How," quoth Bruno, "doth anything offend thee, and wilt thou not reveal it to thy friends?" "Dear Bruno," said Calandrino, "there is a proper handsome woman here in the house, the goodliest creature that any eye beheld, much fairer than the Queen of Fairies herself, who is so deeply foully in love with me, as thou wouldst think it no less. Then a wonder, and yet I never saw her before, till yet while when I was sent to fetch water." "A very strange case," answered Bruno. "Take heed, Calandrino, that she be not the lovely friend to Filippo, our young master, for then it may prove a dangerous matter." Calandrino stood scratching his head an indifferent while, and then sedanely replied thus: "Now trust me, Bruno, it is to be doubted, because he called her at his window, and she immediately went up to his chamber. But what do I care if it be so? Have not the gods themselves been beguiled of their wenches, who are better men than ever Filippo can be, and shall I stand in fear of him?" Bruno replied, "Be patient, Calandrino. I will inquire what woman she is, and if she be not the wife or friend to our young master Filippo, with fair persuasions I can overrule the matter, because she is a familiar acquaintance of mine. But how shall we do that Buffalmacco may not know hereof? I can never speak to her if he be in my company. For Buffalmacco," quoth Calandrino, "I have no fear of all, but rather of Nello, because he is a near kinsman to my wife, and he is able to undo me quite, if once it should come to his hearing." "Thou sayest well," replied Bruno, "therefore the matter hath need to be very cleanly carried." Now let me tell you, the woman was well enough known to Bruno, as also her quality of life, which Filippo had acquainted him withal, and the reason of her resorting thither. Wherefore, Calandrino going forth of the room where they wrought, only to gain another sight of Nicoletta, Bruno revealed the whole history to Buffalmacco and Nello, they all concluding together, how this amorous fit of the fool was to be followed. And when Calandrino was returned back again, in whispering manner Bruno said to him, "Hast thou once more seen her?" "Yes, yes, Bruno," answered Calandrino. "Alas, she hath slain me with her very eye, and I am no better than a dead man." "Be patient," said Bruno, "I will go and see whether she be the same woman which I take her for, or no, and if it prove so, then never fear, but refer the business unto me. Bruno, descending down the stairs, found Filippo and Nicoletta in conference together, and stepping unto them, discoursed at large, what manner of man Calandrino was, and how far he was foully in love with her, so that they made a merry conclusion what should be performed in this case, onely to make a pastime of his hot begun love. And being come back again to Calandrino, he said, It is the same woman, whereof I told thee, and therefore we must work wisely in the business. For if Filippo perceive anything, all the water in Arno will hardly serve to quench his fury. But what wouldst thou have me say to her on thy behalf, if I compass the means to speak with her? First of all, quoth Calandrino, and in the prime place, tell her that I wish infinite bushels of those blessings, which makes maids mothers and begetteth children. Next, that I am onely hers, in any service she will command me. Doest thou understand me what I say? Sufficiently, answered Bruno, leave all to me. When supper time was come, that they gave over working, and were descended down into the court. There they found Filippo and Nicoletta readily attending to expect some beginning of amorous behavior, and Calandrino glanced such leering looks at her, coughing and spetting with hums and hays, yea, in such close and secret manner, that a stark blind sight might easily have perceived it. She also, on the other side, returned him such quaint and cunning carriage, as inflamed him far more furiously, even as if he were ready to leap out of himself. In the meanwhile, Filippo, Buffalmacco, and the rest that were there present, seeming as if they were seriously consulting together, and perceived nothing of his fantastic behavior, according as Bruno had appointed, could scarce refrain from extremity of laughter. They noted such antic tricks in Calandrino. Having spent an indifferent space in this foppish folly, the hour of parting came, but not without wonderful affliction to Calandrino. And as they were going towards Florence, Bruno said closely to Calandrino, I dare assure thee that thou hast made her to consume and melt, even like ice against the warm sun. On my word, if thou wouldst bring thy Giton and sit down by us, singing some few amorous songs of thine own making, when we are beneath about our business in the court, she would presently leap out of the window, as being unable to tarry from thee. I like thy counsel well, Bruno, answered Calandrino, but shall I bring my Giton thither indeed? Yes, in any case, replied Bruno, for music is a matter of mighty prevailing. Ah, Bruno, quoth Calandrino, thou wouldst not credit me in the morning, when I told thee how the very sight of my person had wounded her. I perceived it at the very first look of her own, for she had no power to conceal it. Who but myself could so soon have inflamed her affection, and being a woman of such worth and beauty as she is? There are infinite proper handsome fellows, that daily haunt the company of dainty damosels, yet are so shallow in the affairs of love, as they are not able to win one wench of 1,000, no, not with all the wit they have. Such is their extreme folly and ill fortune. Then pausing a while, and suddenly rapping out a lover's oath or two, thus he proceeded, My dearest Bruno, thou shalt see how I can tickle my Giton, and what good sport will ensue thereon. If thou dost observe me with judgment, why, man, I am not so old as I seem to be, and she could perceive it at the very first view. Yea, and she shall find it so too, when we have leisure to consult upon further occasions. I find myself in such a free and frolic jocundity of spirit, that I will make her to follow me, even as a fond woman doth after her child. But beware, said Bruno, that thou do not gripe her over hard, and in kissing, be careful of biting, because the teeth stand in thy head like the peggers of a lute, yet make a comely show in thy fair wide mouth, thy cheeks looking like two of our artificial roses, swelling amiably, when thy jaws are well filled with meat. Calandrino, hearing these handsome commendations, thought himself a man of action already, going, singing, and frisking before his company so lively, as if he had not been in his skin. On the morrow, carrying his Giton thither with him, to the no little delight of his companions, he both played and sung a whole bedroll of songs, not addicting himself to any work all the day, but loitering fantastically, one while he gazed out at the window, then ran to the gate, and oftentimes down into the court, only to have a sight of his mistress. She also as cunningly encountered all his follies, by such directions as Bruno gave her, and many more beside of her own devising, to quicken him still with new occasions. Bruno plaid the ambassador between them, in delivering the messages from Calandrino, and then returning her answers. To him, Sometimes when she was absent thence, which often happened as occasions called her, then he would write letters in her name, bring them, as if they were sent by her, to give him hope of what he desired. But because she was then among her kindred, yet she could not be unmindful of him. In this manner, Bruno and Buffalmacco, who had the managing of this amorous business, made a mere Gregory of poor Calandrino, causing him sometimes to send her, one while a pretty piece of ivory, then a fair wrought purse, and a costly pair of knives, with other such like friendly tokens, bringing him baccy again, as in requite all of them, counterfeited rings of no value, bugles and babels, which he esteemed as matters of great moment. Moreover, at divers close and sedane meetings, they made him pay for many dinners suppers, amounting to indifferent charges, onely to be careful in the furtherance of his love suit, and to conceal it from his wife. Having worn out 3 or 4 months' space in this fond and frivolous manner, without any other success than as hath Benny declared, and Calandrino perceiving that the works undertaken by him and his fellows grew very near up in the finishing, which would bar him of any longer resorting thither, he began to solicite Bruno more importunately than all the while before he had done. In regard whereof, Nicholetta being one day come thither, Bruno having conferred both with her and Filippo, with full determination what was to be done, he began with Calandrino, saying, "My honest neighbor and friend, this woman hath made 1,000 promises to grant what thou art so desirous to have, and I plainly perceive that she hath no such meaning, but merely plays with both our noses. In which respect, seeing she is so perfidious, and will not perform one of all her faithful made promises, if thou wilt content to have it so, she shall be compelled to do it whether she will or no." "Yea, marry Bruno," answered Calandrino, "that were an excellent course indeed, if it could be done, and with expedition." Bruno stood musing a while to himself, as if he had some strange stratagem in his brain, afterwards said, "Hast thou so much courage, Calandrino, as but to handle a piece of written parchment, which I will give thee?" "Yes, that I have," answered Calandrino, "I hope that needed not to be doubted." "Well then," said Bruno, "procure that I may have a piece of virgin parchment brought me, with a living bat or reremus, 3 grains of incense, and an hallowed candle, then leave me to effect what shall content thee." Calandrino watched all the next night following, with such preparation as he could make, only to catch a bat, which being taken at the last, he brought it alive to Bruno, with all the other materials appointed, who taking him alone into a backer chamber, there he wrote divers follies on the parchment, in the shape of strange and unusual characters, which he delivered to Calandrino, saying, "Be bold, Calandrino, and build constantly upon my words, that if thou canst but touch her with this sacred charactered charm, she will immediately follow thee, and fulfill whatsoever thou pleasest to command here. Wherefore, if Filippo do this day walk any whither abroad from this house, presume to salute her, in any manner whatsoever it be, touching her with the written lines, go presently to the barn of hay, which thou perceivest so near adjoining, the onely convenient place that can be, because few or none resort thither. She shall in despite of her blood follow thee, and when thou hast her there, I leave thee then to thy valiant victory." Calandrino stood on tiptoe, like a man newly molded by fortune, and warranted Bruno to fulfill all effectually. Nello, whom Calandrino most of all feared and mistrusted, had a hand as deep as any of the rest in this deceit, and was as forward also to have it performed. By Bruno's direction, he went unto Florence, where being in company with Calandrino's wife, thus he began. "Cussing thine unkind usage by thine husband is not unknown to me, how he did beat thee beyond the compass of all reason when he brought home stones from the plain of Mugnon. In which regard, I am very desirous to have thee revenged on him, which if thou wilt not do, never repute me hereafter for thy kinsman and friend. He is foully in love with a woman of the common gender, one that is to be hired for money. He hath his private meetings with her, and the place is partly known to me, as by a secret appointment made very lately I am credibly given to understand. Wherefore walk presently along with me, and thou shalt take him in the heat of his knavery." All the while as these words were uttering to her, she could not dissemble her inward impatience, but starting up as half frantic with fury, she said, "O notorious villain, darest thou abuse thine honest wife so basely? I swear by blessed Saint Bridget, thou shalt be paid with coin of thine own stamp. So casting a light-wearing cloak about her, and taking a young woman in her company, she went away with Nello in no mean haste. Bruno, seeing her coming afar off, said to Filippo, "You, sir, you know what is to be done. Act your part according to your appointment." Filippo went immediately into the room, where Calandrino and his other consorts were at work, and said to them, "Honest friends, I have certain occasions which command mine instant being at Florence. Work hard while I am absent, and I will not be unthankful for it." Away he departed from them, and hid himself in a convenient place, where he could not be descried. Yet see whatsoever Calandrino did, who, when he imagined Filippo to be far enough off, descended down into the court, where he found Nicoletta sitting alone, and going towards her, began to enter into discoursing with her. She, knowing what remained to be done on her behalf, drew somewhat near him, and showed herself more familiar than formerly she had done, by which favorable means he touched her with the charmed parchment, which was no sooner done, but without using any other kind of language, he went to the hay barn, whither Nicoletta followed him, and both being entered, he closed the barn door, and then stood gazing on her, as if he had never seen her before. Standing still as in a study, or bethinking himself what he should say, she began to use affable gesture to him, and taking him by the hand, made show as if she meant to kiss him, which yet she refrained, though he rather than his life would gladly have had it. "Why, how now, dear Calandrino," quoth she, "jewel of my joy, comfort of my heart, how many times have I longed for thy sweet company, and enjoying it now, according to mine own desire, dost thou stand like a statue, or man à la mort. The rare tunes of the Gittern, but much more the melodious accents of thy voice, excelling Orpheus or Amphion, so ravished my soul, as I know not how to express the depth of mine affection. And yet hast thou brought me hither, only to look babies in mine eyes, and not so much as speak one kind word to me." Bruno and Buffalmacco, having hid themselves close behind Filippo, they both heard and saw all this amorous conflict, and as Calandrino was quickening his courage, and wiping his mouth, with intent to kiss her, his wife and Nello entered into the barn, which caused Nicoletta to get her gone presently, sheltering herself where Filippo lay scouting. But the enraged woman ran furiously upon poor daunted Calandrino, making such a pitiful massacre with her nails, and tearing the hair from his head, as he merely looked like an infected anatomy. "Foul loathsome dog," quoth she, "must you be at your minions, and leave me hunger-starved at home, an oldie knave with almost never a good tooth in thy head, and yet art thou neighing after young wenches? Hast thou not work enough at home, but must be gadding into other men's grounds? Are these the fruits of wandering abroad?" Calandrino, being in this pitiful perplexity, stood like one neither alive nor dead, nor daring to use any resistance against her, but fell on his knees before his wife, holding up his hands for mercy, and entreating her for charity's sake not to torment him any more, for he had committed no harm at all, and the gentlewoman was his master's wife, who came with no such intent thither as she fondly imagined. "Wife, or wife not," quoth she, "I would have none to meddle with my husband, but I that have the most right to him." Bruno and Buffalmacco, who had laughed all this while heartily at this pastime, with Filippo and Nicoletta, came running in haste to know the reason of this loud noise, and after they had pacified the woman with gentle persuasions, they advised Calandrino to walk with his wife to Florence, and return no more to work there again, lest Filippo, hearing what had happened, should be revenged on him with some outrage. Thus poor Calandrino, miserably misused and beaten, went home to Florence with his wife, scolded and railed at all the way, beside his other molestations day and night afterward, his companions, Filippo and Nicoletta, making themselves merry at his misfortune. Two young gentlemen, the one named Panuccio and the other Adriano, lodged one night in a poor inn, where one of them went to bed to the host's daughter, and the other, by mistaking his way in the dark, to the host's wife. He which lay with the daughter happened afterward to the host's bed, and told him what he had done, as thinking he spake to his own companion. Discontentment growing between them, the mother, perceiving her error, went to bed to her daughter, and with discreet language made a general pacification. The sixth novel, wherein is manifested that an offense committed ignorantly and by mistaking ought to be covered with good advise and civil discretion. Calandrino, whose mishaps had so many times made the whole assembly merry, and this last passing among them with indifferent commendations. Upon a general silence commanded, the queen gave order to Pamphilus that he should follow next, as indeed he did, beginning thus. Praiseworthy ladies, the name of Nicoletta, so fondly affected by Calandrino, putteth me in mind of a novel, concerning another Nicoletta, of whom I purpose to speak, to the end you may observe how, by a sudden wary foresight, a discreet woman compassed the means to evade a notorious scandal. On the plain of Mugnan, near to Florence, dwelt not long since an honest mean man, who kept a poor inn or ostery for travellers, where they might have some slender entertainment for their money. As he was but a poor man, so his house afforded but very small receipt of guests, not lodging any but on necessity, and such as he had some knowledge of. This honest poor host had a woman sufficiently fair to his wife, by whom he had also 2 children, the one a comely young maiden, aged about 15 years, and the other a son, not fully as yet a year old, and sucking on the mother's breast. A comely youthful gentleman of our city became amorously affected to the damosel, resorting thither divers times as he travelled on the way, to express how much he did respect her. And she, accounting her fortune none of the meanest, to be beloved by so youthful a gallant, declared such virtuous and modest demeanour as might deserve his best opinion of her, so that their love grew to an equal sympathy and mutual contentment of them both, in expectation of further effects, he being named Panuccio, and she Nicoletta. The heat of affection thus increasing day by day, Panuccio grew exceedingly desirous to enjoy the fruits of his long-continued liking, and divers devices mustered in his brain, how he might compass one night's lodging in her father's house, whereof he knew every part and parcel, as not doubting to effect what he desired, yet undiscovered by any but the maid herself. According as his intention aimed, so he longed to put it in execution, and having imparted his mind to an honest loyal friend named Adriano, who was acquainted with the course of his love, hiring 2 horses, and having portmanteaus behind them, filled with matters of no moment, they departed from Florence, as if they had some great journey to ride. Having spent the daytime where themselves best pleased, dark night being entered, they arrived on the plain of Mugnan, where, as if they were come from the parts of Romanio, they rode directly to this poor inn, and knocking at the door, the honest host being familiar and friendly to all comers opened the door, when Panuccio spake in this manner to him. Good man, we must request one night's lodging with you, for we thought to have reached so far as Florence, but dark night preventing us, you see at what a late hour we are come hither. Signor Panuccio, answered the host, it is not unknown to you how unfitting my poor house is for entertaining such guests as you are. Nevertheless, seeing you are overtaken by so unseasonable an hour, and no other place is near for your receipt, I will gladly lodge you so well as I can. When they were dismounted from their horses and entered into the simple inn, having taken order for feeding their horses, they accepted such provision as the place and time afforded, requesting the host to supper with them. Now I am to tell you that there was but one small chamber in the house, wherein stood 3 beds, as best the host had devised to place them, 2 of them standing by the wall's side, and the third fronting them both, but with such close and narrow passage as very hardly could one step between them. The best of these 3 beds was appointed for the gentlemen, and therein they'd lay them down to rest, but sleep they could not, albeit they dissembled it very formally. In the second bed was Nicoletta the daughter, lodged by herself, and the father and mother in the third, and because she was to give the child suck in the night time, the cradle wherein it lay stood close by their bed's side, because the child's crying or any other occasion concerning it should not disquiet the gentlemen. Panuccio having subtly observed all this, and in what manner they went to bed, after such a space of time as he imagined them to be all fast asleep, he arose very softly, and stealing to the bed of Nicoletta, lay down gently by her. And albeit she seemed somewhat afraid at the first, yet when she perceived who it was, she rather bade him welcome, then showed herself any way discontented. Now while Panuccio continued thus with the maid, it fortuned that a cat threw down somewhat in the house, the noise whereof awaked the wife, and fearing greater harm than indeed had happened, she arose without a candle, and went groping in the dark, towards the place where she heard the noise. Adriano, who had no other meaning but well, found occasion also to rise, about some natural necessity, and making his passage in the dark, stumbled on the child's cradle in the way where the woman had set it, and being unable to pass by without removing it from the place, took and set it by his own bed's side, and having done the business for which he rose, returned to his bed again, never remembering to set the cradle where first he found it. The wife, having found the thing thrown down being of no value or moment, cared not for lighting any candle, but rating the cat, returned baccy, feeling for the bed where her husband lay, but finding not the cradle there, she said to herself, "What a foolish woman am I, that cannot well tell myself what I do. Instead of my husband's bed, I am going to both my guests." So stepping on a little further, she found the child's cradle, and laid herself down by Adriano, thinking she had gone right to her husband. Adriano, being not yet foully asleep, feeling the hostess in bed with him, took advantage of so fair an occasion offered, and what he did is no business of mine, as I heard neither found the woman any fault. Matters coming to pass in this strange manner, and Panuccio fearing, lest sleep seizing on him, he might disgrace the maid's reputation, taking his kind farewell of her, with many kisses and sweet embraces, returned again to his own bed, but meeting with the cradle in his way, and thinking it stood by the host's bed, as truly it did so at the first, went baccy from the cradle, and stepped into the host's bed indeed, who awaked upon his very entrance, albeit he slept very soundly before. Panuccio, supposing that he was laid down by his loving friend Adriano, merrily said to the host, "I protest to thee, as I am a gentleman, Nicoletta is a dainty delicate wench, and worthy to be a very good man's wife. This night she hath given me the sweetest entertainment, as the best prince in the world can wish no better, and I have kissed her most kindly for it." The host, hearing these news, which seemed very unwelcome to him, said first to himself, "What makes such a devil here in my bed?" Afterward, being more rashly angry than well advised, he said to Panuccio, "Canst thou make vaunt of such a monstrous villainy, or thinkest thou that heaven hath not due vengeance in store to requite all wicked deeds of darkness? If all should sleep, yet I have courage sufficient to right my wrong, and yet as oldie as I am thou shalt be sure to find it." Our amorous Panuccio, being none of the wisest young men in the world, perceiving his error, sought not to amend it, as well he might have done with some quaint strain of wit, carried in quick and cleanly manner, but angrily answered, "What shall I find that thou darst do to me? Am I any way afraid of thy threatenings?" The hosts, imagining she was in bed with her husband, said to Adriano, "Hark, husband, I think our guests are quarreling together. I hope they will do no harm to one another." Adriano, laughing outright, answered, "Let them alone, and become friends again as they fell out. Perhaps they drank too much yesternight." The woman, perceiving that it was her husband that quarrelled, and distinguishing the voice of Adriano from his, knew presently where she was, and with whom, wherefore, having wit at will, and desirous to cloud an error unadvisedly committed, and with no willing consent of herself, without returning any more words, presently she rose, and taking the cradle with the child in it, removed it thence to her daughter's bedside, although she had no light to help her, and afterward went to bed to her, whereas if she were but newly awaked, she called her husband, to understand what angry speeches had passed between him and Panuccio. The host replied, saying, "Didst thou not hear him, wife, brag boast, how he hath lien this night with our daughter Nicoletta?" "Husband," quoth she, "he is no honest gentleman, if he should say so, and believe me, it is a manifest lie, for I am in bed with her myself, and never yet closed mine eyes together, since the first hour I laid me down. It is unmannerly done of him to speak it, and you are little less than a loggerhead, if you do believe it. This proceedeth from your bibbing and swilling yesternight, which as it seemeth maketh you to walk about the room in your sleep, dreaming of wonders in the night season. It were no great sin, if you break your necks, to teach you keep a fairer quarter. And how cometh it to pass that Signor Panuccio could not keep himself in his own bed?" Adriano, on the other side, perceiving how wisely the woman excused her own shame and her daughter's, to baccy her in a business so cunningly begun, he called to Panuccio, saying, "Have not I told thee 100 times that thou art not fit to lie anywhere, out of thine own lodging? What a shame is this base imperfection to thee, by rising and walking thus in the night time, according as thy dreams do wantonly delude thee, and cause thee to forsake thy bed, telling nothing but lies and fables, yet avouching them for manifest truths. Assuredly this will procure no mean peril unto thee. Come hither, and keep in thine own bed for mere shame. When the honest-meaning host heard what his own wife and Adriano had confirmed, he was verily persuaded that Panuccio spake in a dream all this while, and to make it the more constantly apparent, Panuccio being now grown wiser by others' example lay talking and blundering to himself, even as if dreams or perturbations of the mind did much molest him with strange distractions in frantic manner, which the host perceiving and compassionating his case, as one man should do another's, he took him by the shoulders, jogging and hunching him, saying, "Awake, Signor Panuccio, and get you gone hence to your own bed." Panuccio, yawning and stretching out his limbs, with unusual groans and respirations, such as better could be hardly dissembled, seemed to wake as out of a trance, and calling his friend Adriano, said, "Adriano, is it day that thou dost waken me?" "It may be day or night," replied Adriano, "for both in these fits are alike to thee. Arise, man, for shame, and come to thine lodging." Then, feigning to be much troubled and sleepy, he arose from the host, and went to Adriano's bed. When it was day, and all in the house risen, the host began to smile at Panuccio, mocking him with his idle dreaming and talking in the night. So falling from one merry matter to another, yet without any mislike at all, the gentlemen, having their horses prepared, and their portmanteaus fastened behind, drinking to their host, mounted on horsebacky, and they rode away towards Florence, no less contented with the manner of occasions happened, than the effects they sorted to. Afterward other courses were taken, for the continuance of this begun pleasure with Nicoletta, who made her mother believe that Panuccio did nothing else but dream, and the mother herself, remembering how kindly Adriano had used her a fortune not expected by her before, was more than half of the mind that she did then dream also while she was waking. Talano de Molise dreamed that a wolf rent and tore his wife's face and throat, which dream he told to her with advice to keep herself out of danger, which she refusing to do, received what followed. The seventh novel, whereby with some indifferent reason it is concluded that dreams do not always fall out to be leasings. By the conclusion of Pamphilus his novel, wherein the woman's ready wit, at a time of such necessity, carried deserved commendations, the Queen gave command to Madame Pampania that she should next begin with hers, and so she did in this manner. In some discourses, gracious ladies already passed among us, the truth of apparitions in dreams hath partly been approved, whereof very many have made a mockery. Nevertheless, whatsoever hath heretofore been said, I purpose to acquaint you with a very short novel, of a strange accident happening unto a neighbor of mine, in not crediting a dream which her husband told her. I cannot tell whether you knew Talano de Molise or no, a man of much honor who took to wife a young gentlewoman named Margarita, as beautiful as the best, but yet so peevish, scornful, and fantastical that she disdained any good advice given her, neither could anything be done to cause her contentment, which absurd humors were highly displeasing to her husband, but in regard he knew not how to help it, constrainedly he did endure it. It came to pass that Talano being with his wife, at a summer house of his own in the country, he dreamed one night that he saw his wife walking in a fair wood, which adjoined near unto his house, and while she thus continued there, he seemed to see issue forth from a corner of the said wood a great and furious wolf, which leaping suddenly on her, caught her by the face and throat, drawing her down to the earth, and offering to drag her thence. But he, crying out for help, recovered her from the wolf, yet having her face and throat very pitifully rent and torn. In regard of this terrifying dream, when Talano was risen in the morning, and sate conversing with his wife, he spake thus unto her: "Woman, although thy froward wilful nature be such, as hath not permitted me one pleasing day with thee, since first we became man and wife, but rather my life hath been most tedious to me, as fearing still some mischief should happen to thee, yet let me now in loving manner advise thee to follow my counsel, and this day not to walk abroad out of this house." She demanded a reason for this advice of his. He related to her every particular of his dream, adding with all these speeches: "True it is, wife," quoth he, "that little credit should be given to dreams. Nevertheless, when they deliver advertisement of harms to ensue, there is nothing lost by shunning and avoiding them." She, fleering in his face, and shaking her head at him, replied, "Such harms as thou wishest, such thou dreamest of. Thou pretendest much pity and care of me, but all to no other end. But what mischiefs thou dreamest happening unto me, so wouldest thou see them effected on me. Wherefore I will well enough look to myself, both this day and at all times else, because thou shalt never make thyself merry with any such misfortune as thou wishest unto me. Well, wife, answered Talano, I knew well enough before what thou wouldst say. An unsound head is soon scratched with the very gentlest comb, but believe as thou pleasest. As for myself, I speak with a true and honest meaning soul, and once again I do advise thee to keep within our doors all this day. At least, wife, beware that thou walk not into our wood, be it but in regard of my dream. Well, sir, quoth she scoffingly, once you shall say, I followed your counsel, but within herself she fell to this murmuring. Now I perceive my husband's cunning colouring, why I must not walk this day into our wood. He hath made a compact with some common queen, closely to have her company there, and is afraid lest I should take them tardy. Belike he would have me feed among blind folk, and I were worthy to be thought a stark fool, if I should not prevent a manifest treachery being intended against me. Go thither therefore I will, and tarry there all the whole day long, but I will meet with him in his merchandise, and see the pink wherein he adventures. After this her secret consultation, her husband was no sooner gone forth at one door, but she did the like at another, yet so secretly as possibly she could devise to do, and without any delaying she went to the wood, wherein she hid herself very closely among the thickest of the bushes, yet could discern every way about her, if any body should offer to pass by her. While she kept herself in this concealment, suspecting other mysterious matters, as her idle imagination had tutored her, rather than the danger of any wolf, out of a braky thicket by her, suddenly rushed a huge dreadful wolf, as having found her by the scent, mounting up, and grasping her throat in his mouth, before she saw him, or could call to heaven for mercy. Being thus seized of her, he carried her as lightly away, as if she had been no heavier than a lamb, she being by no means able to cry, because he held her so fast by the throat, and hindered any helping of herself. As the wolf carried her thus from thence, he had quite strangled her, if certain shepherds had not met him, who with their outcries and exclaims at the wolf, caused him to let her fall, and hast away to save his own life. Notwithstanding the harm done to her throat and face, the shepherds knew her, and carried her home to her house, where she remained a long while after, carefully attended by physicians and chirurgeons. Now, although they were very expert and cunning men all, yet could they not so perfectly cure her, but both her throat and part of her face was so blemished, that whereas she seemed a rare creature before, she was now deformed and much unsightly. In regard of which strange alteration, being ashamed to show herself in any place, where formerly she had been seen, she spent her time in sorrow and mourning, repenting her insolent and scornful carriage, as also her rash running forth into danger, upon a foolish and jealous surmise, believing her husband's dreams the better for ever after. Blundello in a merry manner caused Giotto to beguile himself of a good dinner, for which deceit Giotto became cunningly revenged, by procuring Blundello to be unreasonably beaten and misused. The 8th novel, whereby plainly appeareth that they which take delight in deceiving others do well deserve to be deceived themselves. It was a general opinion in the whole jovial company that whatsoever Talano saw in his sleep was not any dream, but rather a vision, considering every part thereof fell out so directly without the least failing. But when silence was enjoined, then the queen gave forth by evident demonstration that Madame Lauretta was next to succeed, whereupon she thus began. As all they judicious hearers which have this day spoken before me derived the ground or project of their novels from some other argument spoken of before, even so the cruel revenge of the scholar, yesterday discoursed at large by Madame Pampinea, maketh me to remember another tale of like nature, somewhat grievous to the sufferer, yet not in such cruel measure inflicted as that on Madame Helena. There dwelt sometime in Florence one who was generally called by the name of Giotto, a man being the greatest gourmand and grossest feeder as ever was seen in any country, all his means procurements merely unable to maintain expenses for filling his belly. But otherwise he was of sufficient and commendable carriage, fairly demeaned, and well discoursing on any argument, yet not as a curious and spruce courtier, but rather a frequenter of rich men's tables, where choice of good cheer is seldom wanting. Such should have his company, albeit not invited, yet like a bold intruder, he had the courage to bid himself welcome. At the same time, and in our city of Florence also, there was another man, named Blindello, very low of stature, yet comely formed, quick-witted, more neat and brisk than a butterfly, always wearing a wrought silk cap on his head, and not a hair staring out of order, but the tuft flourishing above the forehead, and he such another trencherfly for the table, as our forenamed Giotto was. It so fell out on a morning in the Lent time, that he went into the fish market, where he bought 2 goodly lampreys for Messer Viro de Cerchi, and was espied by Giotto, who coming to Blindello said, "What is the meaning of this cost, and for whom is it?" Whereto Blindello thus answered, "Yesternight 3 other lampreys, far fairer and fatter than these, and a whole sturgeon, were sent unto Messer Corso Donati, and being not sufficient to feed divers gentlemen, whom he hath invited this day to dine with him, he caused me to buy these 2 beside. Doest not thou intend to make one among them?" "Yes, I warrant thee," replied Giotto, "thou knowst I can invite myself thither, without any other bidding." So parting, about the hour of dinner time, Giotto went to the house of the said Messer Corso, whom he found sitting and talking with certain of his neighbors, but dinner was not as yet ready, neither were they come thither to dinner. Messer Corso demanded of Giotto what news with him, and whither he went. "Why, sir," said Giotto, "I come to dine with you and your good company." Whereto Messer Corso answered that he was welcome, his other friends being gone. Dinner was served in, none else thereat present but Messer Corso and Giotto. The diet being a poor dish of peas, a little piece of tunny, a few small dishes fried, without any other dishes to follow after. Giotto seeing no better fare, but being disappointed of his expectation, as longing to feed on the lampreys and sturgeon, and so to have made a full dinner indeed, was of a quick apprehension, apparently perceived that Blindello had merely gulled him in a knavery, which did not a little vex him, and made him vow to be revenged on Blindello, as he could compass occasion afterward. Before many days were past, it was his fortune to meet with Blindello, who having told this jest to divers of his friends, and much good merriment made thereat, he saluted Giotto in ceremonious manner, saying, "How didst thou like the fat lampreys and sturgeon, which thou fedst on at the house of Messer Corso Donati?" "Well, sir," answered Giotto, "perhaps before 8 days pass over my head, thou shalt meet with as pleasing a dinner as I 999. So parting away from Blindello, he met with a porter or burthen-bearer, such as are usually sent on errands, and hurrying him to deliver a message for him, gave him a glass bottle, and bringing him near to the house of Cavaxioli, showed him there a knight, called Signor Filippo Argenti, a man of huge stature, stout, strong, vainglorious, fierce, and sooner moved to anger than any other man. To him quoth Giotto, "Thou must go with this bottle in thy hand, and say thus to him, Sir Blindello sent me to you, and courteously entreateth you that you would enrubinate this glass bottle with your best claret wine, because he would make merry with a few friends of his. But beware he lay no hand on thee, because he may be easily induced to misuse thee, and so my business be disappointed." "Well, sir," replied the porter, "shall I say anything else unto him?" "No," quoth Giotto, "only go and deliver this message, and when thou art returned, I'll pay thee for thy pains." The porter being gone to the house, delivered his message to the knight, who being a man of no great civil breeding, but furious, rash, and inconsiderate, presently conceived that Blindello, whom he knew well enough, sent this message in mere mockage of him, and starting up with fiery looks, said, "What enrubination of claret should I send him? And what have I to do with him, or his drunken friends? Let him and thee go hang yourselves together." So he stepped to catch hold on the porter, but he being well warned before was quick and nimble, and escaping from him, returned back to Giotto, who observed all and told him the answer of Signor Filippo. Giotto, not a little contented, paid the porter, and tarried not in any place till he met with Blindello, to whom he said, "When wast thou at the hall of Cavaxioli?" "Not a long while," answered Blindello, "but why dost thou demand such a question?" "Because," quoth Giotto, "Signor Filippo hath sought about for thee, yet know not I what he would have with thee." "Is it so?" replied Blindello, "then I will walk thither presently to understand his pleasure." When Blindello was thus parted from him, Giotto followed not far off behind him to behold the issue of this angry business. And Signor Filippo, because he could not catch the porter, continued much distempered, fretting and fuming, in regard he could not comprehend the meaning of the porter's message, but only surmised that Blendello, by the procurement of somebody else, had done this in scorn of him. While he remained thus deeply discontented, he espied Blendello coming towards him, and meeting him by the way, he stepped close to him and gave him a cruel blow on the face, causing his nose to fall out a-bleeding. "Alas, sir," said Blendello, "wherefore do you strike me?" Signor Filippo, catching him by the hair of the head, trampled his wrought nightcap in the dirt, his cloak also. When laying many violent blows on him, he said, "Villainous traitor as thou art, I'll teach thee what it is to enrubinate with claret, either thyself or any of thy cupping companions. Am I a child to be jested withal?" Nor was he more furious in words than in strokes also, beating him about the face, hardly leaving any hair on his head, and dragging him along in the mire, spoiling all his garments, and he not able from the first blow given to speak a word in defense of himself. In the end, Signor Filippo having extremely beaten him, and many people gathering about them, to succor a man so much misused, the matter was at large related, and manner of the message sending, for which they all present, did greatly reprehend Blendello, considering he knew what kind of man Filippo was, not any way to be jested withal. Blendello in tears constantly maintained that he never sent any such message for wine, or intended it in the least degree. So, when the tempest was more mildly calmed, and Blendello thus cruelly beaten and dirtied had gotten home to his own house, he could then remember that questionals this was occasioned by Giotto. After some few days were passed over, and the hurts in his face indifferently cured, Blendello, beginning to walk abroad again, chanced to meet with Giotto, who, laughing heartily at him, said, "Tell me, Blendello, how dost thou like the enrubinating claret of Signor Filippo?" "As well," quoth Blendello, "as thou didst the sturgeon and lampreys at Messer Corso Donati's." "Why then," said Giotto, "let these two tokens continue familiar between thee and me. When thou wouldst bestow such another dinner on me, then will I enrubinate thy nose with a bottle of the same claret." But Blendello perceived to his cost that he had met with the worser bargain, and Giotto got cheer without any blows, and therefore desired a peaceful atonement, each of them always after abstaining from flouting one another. Two young gentlemen, the one named Melisso, born in the city of Leazzo, and the other Giuseppho of Antioch, travailed together unto Salomon, the famous king of Great Britain, the one desiring to learn what he should do, whereby to compass and win the love of men. The other craved to be instructed, by what means he might reclaim an headstrong and unruly wife, and what answers the wise king gave unto them both, before they departed away from him. The 9th novel, containing an excellent admonition that such as covet to have the love of other men must first learn themselves how to love. Also, by what means such women as are cursed and self-willed may be reduced to civil obedience. Upon the conclusion of Madame Lorety's novel, none now remained to succeed next in order, but only the Queen herself, the privilege reserved, granted to Dionysius. Wherefore, after they had all smiled at the folly of Blendello, with a cheerful countenance, thus the Queen began. "Honorable ladies, if with advised judgment we do duly consider the order of all things, we shall very easily perceive that the whole universal multiplicity of women, by nature, custom, and laws, are ought to be subject to men, yea, and to be governed by their discretion. Because every one desiring to enjoy peace, repose, and comfort with them, under whose charge they are, ought to be humble, patient, and obedient, over and beside her spotless honesty, which is the crown and honor of every good woman. And although those laws, which respect the common good of all things, or rather use custom as our wonted saying, is the powers whereof are very great, and worthy to be referenced, should not make us wise in this case. Yet nature hath given us a sufficient demonstration, in creating our bodies more soft and delicate, yea, and our hearts timorous, fearful, benign, and compassionable, our strength feeble, our voices pleasing, and the motion of our members sweetly pliant, all which are apparent testimonies that we have need of others' government. Now it is not to be denied that whosoever hath need of help, and is to be governed, merely reason commandeth that they should be subject and obedient to their governor. Who then should we have for our helps and governors, if not men? Wherefore we should be entirely subject to them, in giving them due honor and reverence, and such a one as shall depart from this rule, she in mine opinion is not only worthy of grievous reprehension, but also severe chastisement beside. And to this exact consideration, over and above divers other important reasons, I am the rather induced by the novel which Madame Pampinea so lately reported, concerning the froward and wilful wife of Talano, who had a heavier punishment inflicted on her than her husband could devise to do. And therefore it is my peremptory sentence that all such women as will not be gracious, benign, and pleasing, do justly deserve, as I have already said, rude, rough, and harsh handling, as both nature, custom, and laws have commanded. To make good what I have said, I will declare unto you the counsel advise, given by Salomon, the wise and famous King of Great Britain, as a most wholesome and sovereign medicine for the cure of such a dangerous disease, in any woman so fully infected. Which counsel notwithstanding all such women as have no need of this physic, I would not have them to imagine that it was meant for them, albeit men have a common proverb, to wit, as the good horse and bad horse do both need the spur, so a good wife and bad wife a wand will make stirrer. Which saying, whosoever doth interpret it in such pleasing manner as they ought, shall find it, as you all will affirm no less, to be very true. Especially in the moral meaning, it is beyond all contradiction. Women are naturally all unstable, and easily inclining to misgovernment. Wherefore to correct the iniquity of such a distemperature in them that outstep the terms and bounds of womanhood, a wand hath been allowed for especial physic. As in the like manner, for support of virtue, in those of contrary condition, shaming to be sullied with so gross a sin, the correcting wand may serve as a walking staff to protect them from all other fears. But forbearing to teach any longer, let me proceed to my purpose, and tell you my novel. In those ancient and reverend days, whereof I am now to speak, the high renown and admirable wisdom of Salomon, King of Great Britain, was most famous throughout all parts of the world, for answering all doubtful questions and demands whatsoever that possibly could be propounded to him, so that many resorted to him from the most remote and furthest off countries to hear his miraculous knowledge and experience, yea, and to crave his counsel in matters of greatest importance. Among the rest of them which repaired thither was a rich young gentleman, honorably descended, named Melisso, who came from the city of Leazzo, where he was both born and dwelt. In his riding towards France, as he passed by Naples, he overtook another young gentleman, a native of Antioch, and named Giuseppe, whose journey lay the same way as the others 999. Having ridden in company some few days together, as it is a custom commonly observed among travelers, to understand one another's country and condition, as also to what part his occasions call him. So happened it with them, Giuseppe directly telling him that he journeyed towards the wise King Salomon, to desire his advice what means he should observe in the reclaiming of a wilful wife, the most froward and self-willed woman that ever lived, whom neither fair persuasions nor gentle courtesies could in any manner prevail withal. Afterward he demanded of Melisso to know the occasion of his travel and whither. Now trust me, sir, answered Melisso, I am a native of Leazzo, and as you are vexed with one great misfortune, even so am I offended with another. I am young, wealthy, well-derived by birth, and allow liberal expenses for maintaining a worthy table in my house, without distinguishing persons by their rank and quality, but make it free for all comers, both of the city, all places else. Notwithstanding all which bounty and honorable entertainment, I cannot meet with any man that loveth me. In which respect, I journey to the same place as you do, to crave the counsel of so wise a king, what I should do, whereby I might procure men to love me. Thus like two well-met friendly companions, they rode on together, until they arrived in Great Britain, where, by means of the noble barons attending on the king, they were brought before him. Melisso delivered his mind in very few words, whereto the king made no other answer but this, learn to love, which was no sooner spoken, but Melisso was dismissed from the king's presence.